were well aware of the dubious tales surrounding Sister Mai on the Academy forum. To believe her would be sheer folly. Zhuang Yueza felt compelled to speak a word of fairness, declaring, what she said earlier is credible. She can repair mechas. Huh, I do not believe you, Senior B retorted. Having learned his lesson the hard way, he would not be fooled a second time. Yes, your words are even less trustworthy. Do not assume that just because we cannot defeat you now, you can flaunt yourself before us. Senior A declared angrily. Huh, Xiaoxingyu laughed once more. They deserve it. They truly deserve their reputation to be tarnished. Li Xuema, who had remained silent until now, could not help but exclaim, you can repair mechs too? Her words only further convinced the unfortunate individuals that Xin Zhaoyun was merely deceiving them. Xin Zhaoyun gritted her teeth, realizing for the first time that she might have ensnared them a bit too effectively. However, she remained unperturbed. After all, they had no other options. Even if it was a trap, they could only leap into the pit she had dug for them. She continued, let us do this. If I cannot repair your mechs, I will assist you in gathering resources, ensuring you all pass this assessment. Even if you doubt my abilities, with this ample ammunition and energy blocks, I can surely trade for something valuable, right? As soon as she uttered these words, the previously reluctant individuals immediately began to reconsider. Xin Zhaoyun raised an eyebrow. She knew it. There was no one she could not persuade, only a lack of sufficient bait. She pressed on. I possess 2 boxes of resources, and I assure you, mine are the most abundant in this entire venue. Others must be in dire need of supplies by now. Surely, they would be willing to exchange a few gathering items for a generous amount of resources. Zhou Bowen promptly declared, I'll repair it. What do you need? I'm not short on ammunition or energy blocks. I came here to offer you support today. Just give me some worthless star coins. Xin Zhaoyun replied with a beaming smile. I too desire some worthless star coins, Zhuang Yueza remarked, eyeing Xin Zhaoyun with envy. If he were to propose to Zhou Bowen that he would assist in slaying exotic beasts and seizing resources, how many star coins would Zhou Bowen grant him? However, upon glancing at Xin Zhaoyun, he shook his head vigorously. No way. If he dared to do that, their captain would surely cripple him. No need for the captain. Xin Zhaoyun could easily bring him to his knees. Alas, why did he not possess Xin Zhaoyun's intellect? Alright, you promised if you fail, you'll trade resources with me. I will pay you 5 times the market rate for the repair costs. Zhou Bowen did not believe Xin Zhaoyun could repair the mech. He was merely purchasing her promise to ensure he would pass the assessment. There was no other way for him to navigate this predicament. The others nearby hesitated, looking at Xin Zhaoyun. However, considering that Zhou Bowen had already taken the plunge, they could observe the outcome before making their own decisions. Please transfer a deposit of 100,000 star coins. Xin Zhaoyun opened the mech hatch, nimbly jumping down. She then turned to instruct Li Xuema, Xuema, please help me move out all the repair equipment. She proceeded to the several mechs lying nearby. That most exquisite matte black mech is mine. Zhou Bowen quickly guided her over, unable to resist adding, do you even know which mech is mine? Can you really repair it? No need to look. Your mechs are all ones I could not strike lethally. I did not aim for vital spots. No one understands the faults in your mechs better than I do. I guarantee I can fix them. Xin Zhaoyun confidently patted her chest. Zhou Bowen initially gazed at her with a forlorn expression, then suddenly became animated. I knew it. My mech was just serviced, yet it broke down after only 2 hits. You are the culprit. Good grief, you are truly a scammer, right? I boast of my exceptional evasion skills, and how could I possibly be taken down in a mere encounter? It turns out it was your treachery at play. Xin Zhaoyun, I shall remember you. Senior B exclaimed, equally incensed. How outrageous. You damaged our mechas, and now seek to profit from us as well. I have never encountered anyone as unscrupulous as you. Chang Zhuochuan fumed, slapping his thigh in frustration. I suspected something was amiss. How could so many mechas be incapacitated simultaneously? We were ensnared from the very start. At that moment, only Xia Xingyu and Lin Qing could truly empathize with these individuals, as they too had fallen victim to Xin Zhaoyun's schemes. What was even more lamentable was that while these individuals could confront Xin Zhaoyun directly, they found themselves unable to do the same. The thought alone was enough to stifle their indignation. With hands on her hips, Xin Zhaoyun turned to Zhou Bowen and the others. So, do you now believe I can repair your mechas? I have proven my capabilities as a destroyer. Observing from the sidelines, Zhuang Yuez's lips twitched. He had never witnessed such a peculiar demonstration of proof. It would be better to forego the proof altogether. Yet, to his surprise, Zhou Bowen genuinely began to trust Xin Zhaoyun. He urged, fix them quickly. I truly believe in you now. I will transfer 500,000 star coins. If you can ensure I pass the assessment, I shall send you an additional 200,000 star coins. Why don't you start with my mecha? I'll offer 1 million star coins. Senior A shamelessly threw money into the fray. I'll bid 110 million star coins to have my mecha repaired first. I trust you can fix it, and if you do, I want to hold your previous deceit against you. Senior B rushed forward to Xin Zhaoyun. A slight smile crept across Xin Zhaoyun's lips. This was the treatment befitting Master Shun. Recalling how everyone once clamored for her assistance in repairing mechas, she quickly suppressed her smile and spoke with a hint of regret. Are there any higher bids? It may take me some time to fix them alone. Alas, I'm the only one capable of repairing these mechas. If it takes 1 or 2 hours per mecha, the timing is uncertain, and how I wish there were another skilled technician to assist. I truly do not wish to delay your assessments. I was the first to claim the repairs. Why are you competing with me? Why didn't you allow Xin Zhaoyun to fix them earlier? Was it not due to your lack of faith in her? Zhou Bowen glared at those attempting to usurp his opportunity, and then addressed Xin Zhaoyun. Zhaoyun, does my trust in you not surpass those mere star coins? His words were compelling enough to sway even Xin Zhaoyun, who had recently endured a reputation crisis. P.S. Alas, my book has plummeted, failing at chapter 114, redistribution. Xin Zhaoyun, With a touch of humility, wiped her not-so-thick skin. She turned to Zhou Bowen. Rest assured, since I said I would repair your mecha first, I shall do so. They are merely vying for second place. Have you realized the value of your trust now? Look, the other three are willing to spend exorbitant amounts for such a ranking, and I have reserved my trust for you. Her credibility is indeed priceless. Now, that is more like it. Zhou Bowen's face lit up with joy. Moments ago, several individuals were embroiled in a heated dispute, their camaraderie seemingly capsized. Suddenly, they felt rather foolish. However, Shen Jiayan appeared to perceive their unspoken thoughts and inquired, "Who among you desires second place first?" A delay of just 1 hour in the assessment could set you back significantly. The group collectively resigned themselves to their folly. Recognizing the necessity of vying for the coveted second position, they huddled together once more to strategize. Lin Qing observed this scene with astonishment, marveling at the peculiar phenomenon of individuals being ensnared into willingly parting with their money. No, that wasn't the first time. He recalled having been similarly ensnared by Shen Jiayan during the Qingyu Cup. Now, he found himself smiling amiably at her, devoid of any resentment. Yet, he could empathize with the motives of his junior peers. Their investment was not merely in Shen Jiayan's prowess in mech modification, but rather in her promise to guide them through the assessment. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yueze gazed at the star currency being called out by his classmates. Feeling fortunate as he patted his meager pocket, he suddenly realized that Shen Jiayan had not overcharged him. He had indeed reaped a significant advantage. Li Shuama had grown accustomed to Shen Jiayan's methods. During her moments of profiteering, she busily organized the items from the aluminum profile box. Ammunition and energy blocks were grouped together, while maintenance tools were set aside, quickly creating a sizable clutter on the ground. Shen Jiayan turned her attention to Qian Dai, urging him, "Choose whatever you wish to purchase. Once you've selected, you should continue with your tasks." After speaking, she immersed herself in familiarizing herself with the maintenance equipment. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she glanced at Lin Qing, asking, "Where are the third-year students? I haven't seen many of them coming to claim resource packs." Earlier, Qian Dai had compiled a list of all those who had previously seized resource packs, revealing that fewer third-year students were participating in the scramble. Lin Qing brushed back his bangs and replied slowly, "A few came, but they were lured away by you. Our third-year students are more composed. Although energy and ammunition are scarce, they are not as desperate as the second-year students. The second years tend to be overly impulsive. Our third-year students possess greater experience. We understand that the assessment is a test of endurance, unlike the rashness exhibited by the younger cohort. Our objectives are clear. Even if we cannot secure resource packs, we can quickly move on, as we have not yet reached our limits." In contrast, the second-year students were seen contending fiercely over resources, thus falling victim to Shen Jiayan's schemes. Lin Qing raised his chin with an air of elegance, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Bowen and his companions. How foolish. The disparaged individuals scratched their heads in confusion. What else with the sudden air of arrogance from the senior? Summer Xingyu, a second-year student, was indignant. They, the third years, are like turtles retreating into their shells, hiding amidst the beast droppings, barely moving an inch. Can you really expect them to lack energy? It's just dung. Shen Jiayan suppressed a laugh, her nose twitching, as she regarded Lin Qing's mech with suspicion. "Never mind, that's not crucial," she said, blinking at Lin Qing. "Why then do you find yourself so short on resources?" Lin Qing raised his chin slightly, then awkwardly remarked, "I am relatively strong, and I have encountered numerous exotic beasts, which is why I have consumed so many resources." He had stumbled into a heap of dung. He ended up in the secretions of a female exotic beast and was subsequently pursued by several lustful creatures. In his desperate bid to escape, he not only separated from his team, but also depleted his resources. Xia Xingyu cast a disdainful glance at Lin Qing. His previously elegant demeanor cracked. He could do without this cousin, who was always undermining him. Shen Jiayan paid no heed. While inspecting Zhou Bowen's mecha, she said, "Lin Qing, how many of your classmates' contacts have you added? Pass them to me. I want to see who needs resources. I am here to offer some warmth today." After a pause, she amended, "Send them to our classmate Li Shuamao." Lin Qing's lips twitched. Did she intend to sell all the resources? What do you mean sell? This is merely a redistribution of resources. I know everyone is in dire need of energy. If I don't circulate and distribute them, wouldn't everyone curse me? Shen Jiayan argued vehemently. The onlookers, Zhou Bowen and others, rolled their eyes in unison. They had already cursed her until they were hoarse. Could she not be so thick-skinned? If not for their reliance on Shen Jiayan's assistance, they would have continued their tirade. Shen Jiayan remained unfazed. She turned to Li Shuamao, saying, "Shuamao, have Qian Dai send you the contact list of the second-year students I received earlier. Add them, and call over a couple of people to trade. Remember to inform everyone that, aside from ammunition, energy blocks, nutrient solutions, and potions, I also handle mecha repairs." Shen Jiayan recalled Li Shuamao's previous fortuitous profession, which was now perfectly suited for this situation. She added, "But don't call too many at once. Just one or two at a time. If too many come, it will lead to chaos and waste time." "All right," Li Shuamao exclaimed, eagerly rubbing her hands together, finally on the verge of making money. While selecting items, Qian Dai casually forwarded the list he had organized for Shen Jiayan to Li Shuamao. When Li Shuamao added a contact, she snapped a photo of the piled resources. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She casually modified the script she had learned from her previous part-time job and sent it to the recipient. Golden opportunities await. A grand offer for the assessment. The junior is here to extend warmth to senior Zhao Ling, assisting senior Gao Ling in achieving high scores in the evaluation. We have ammunition, energy blocks, nutrient solutions, potions, and we also handle mecha repairs. Hurry, who are you? A phishing scam? No, wait. The assessment hasn't even concluded. And this year's scams have surfaced so quickly? Senior Zhao Ling was very cautious. Li Xuemao inhaled deeply, smiling as she continued to edit and send. This ISNTA scam. We are freshmen. We gathered too many resources today and can't use them all, which is why we are reaching out to you. Humph. I don't believe you. The same trick was played last year, and it's even more absurd this year. Zhao Ling replied swiftly. Li Xuemao, feeling helpless, glanced at Shun Zhaoyan, realizing others were not convinced. The spectators nearby laughed gleefully. Xia Xingyu bluntly remarked, they are not foolish. Chapter 115. Are you a demon? Shun Zhaoyan, who was dismantling the mecha, paused her actions and looked at Xia Xingyu. What are you still doing here? Are you hoping for a retest? Xia Xingyu pouted. Unperturbed by the evaluation, she had yet to savor the full extent of the spectacle. She gestured toward Zhou Bowen and his companions, asserting that with them at the bottom, failure was simply not an option for her this year. Zhou Bowen cradled his head, bemused by how everyone seemed to enjoy using him as a benchmark. The two senior students, A and B, looked at Xia Xingyu with innocent curiosity, silently questioning where her conscience had vanished. Chang Zhuochuan urged Shen Zhaoyan, insisting that she hasten her work on the mecha, admonishing her not to be so distracted. Shen Zhaoyan shot him a sideways glance, correcting him, I am wholly focused. I won't delay your evaluations. In truth, her singular focus lay in accumulating star coins. Thus, she turned to Li Xuemao, saying, let me see what you've said. Never mind. We'll help you gather people. You just focus on repairing the mecha for us. Chang Zhuochuan exclaimed as he stood up and moved beside Li Xuemao. He glanced at the message Li Xuemao had sent, then mercilessly mocked. Ha! Your rhetoric seems to be a relic from 3 centuries ago. Who would believe that? Anyone who does deserves my lifelong laughter. Is that so? Li Xuemao replied, taking her time to eye Chang Zhuochuan. Before retrieving the account information that had been provided by Qian Dai, she quickly searched through past contacts, pulling up a chat history to show him. I knew your account looked familiar. As soon as I searched, there it was. You see, you once purchased insider information from me, paying a total of 50,000 star coins. The smile on Chang Zhuochuan's face froze as disbelief washed over him. You mean the assessment resource pack drop information I bought was sold by you? Qian Dai, who was busy loading ammunition, turned at this revelation. Chang Zhuochuan, you bought that information too. You all bought it. Xia Xingyu exclaimed, inching closer. I did too. A and B chorused in unison. Lin Qing, shrinking back, suddenly recalled that everyone gathered here seemed to be a group of victims. Ha! Shen Zhaoyan found this scene inexplicably humorous. Li Xuemao looked at them. Seeing you all here must mean you're my clients. I just contacted Senior Zhao Ling. I had to switch to a different account to dare reach out. In a bid to salvage his dignity, Chang Zhuochuan retorted, humph. We can't exactly say we were deceived. The resource pack did drop here. It was merely Shun Zhaoyan who snatched it away. Li Xuemao's information is reliable. Indeed, the news is true. A and B nodded in agreement. Lin Qing, feeling increasingly anxious, kept giving Xia Xingyu furtive glances, hoping she wouldn't expose him. He regretted being too honest, as he had previously divulged to Xia Xingyu the good deeds of his manager. He feared that these juniors would one day discover the truth and come to settle accounts with him. Although he was not one to shy away from trouble, this would greatly tarnish his cultivated image. Alas, Manager Zhang had ensnared him too deeply. Xia Xingyu caught Lin Qing's subtle signals. Pursing her lips to swallow the words she nearly voiced, Shen Zhaoyan, stroking her chin, suddenly exclaimed, aha, this is splendid. Since you all are so convinced, others will surely believe it too. Xuemao, switch back to your previous account used for selling information and contact them from there. Don't send anything else. Simply state that you're following up with old clients, and you found the person who snatched the resources, inviting the seniors to join forces against the individual who is monopolizing resources. She cunningly assures them that acquiring this piece of information requires the payment of a certain amount of star coins. Only upon payment will they be inclined to come forth. Upon finishing her statement, Shen Zhaoyan couldn't help but chuckle, declaring that the true calling of a lucky individual is indeed sales. While she found amusement in the situation, others were taken aback. Are you a devil? One questioned incredulously. Can you really charge for such things? Lin Qing, who had unraveled the truth, couldn't contain her disbelief. The second to comprehend the reality, Xia Xingyu, gasped in astonishment. The rest instinctively took several steps back, their faces etched with fear as they gazed at Shen Zhaoyan. They were unaware that the previous information was also fabricated, yet her current maneuver was undeniably devilish. She had seized everyone's resources only to resell them for a profit. And now she even intended to charge for a mere message. This operation bore a striking resemblance to that of a demon. Li Xuemao hesitated, questioning the ethics of such actions. How could this possibly be acceptable? Why not? Shen Zhaoyan replied confidently. What we are engaging in is a legitimate transaction, not a deception. You need not feel guilty. Shen Zhaoyan assumed that Li Xuemao was troubled by her conscience, given that the lucky individual was still naive and inexperienced. However, Li Xuemao clarified. No, what I mean is, will they actually believe us? Shen Zhaoyan promptly gestured towards a few nearby individuals, urging, ask them if they believe it. The individuals wanted to shake their heads, yet, regrettably, they found themselves inclined to trust. Shen Zhaoyan nodded in satisfaction and encouraged, send it out and see. Blinded by the allure of star coins, Li Xuemao followed Shen Zhaoyan's instructions without hesitation, editing the message and sending it to Zhao Ling. She clarified that the previous message sent to Zhao Ling was from her alternate account. Just moments ago, Zhao Ling, who had suspected a scam, immediately responded, oh, it's you. You should have contacted me directly with this account. Your information is credible. I'll come find you right away. Don't sell the information to anyone else until I transfer the star coins. Li Xuemao exclaimed in excitement. She is coming. She really believes us. Senior Zhao Ling is on her way. The others murmured, a devil. We have indeed encountered a devil. Zhuang Yueza felt a chill of dread. Relieved that he was not competing against her, Zhou Bowen suddenly exclaimed, I believe you can help us pass the assessment. Now allied with Xin Zhaoyan. His confidence soared with her strength. The seniors A and B widened their eyes and nodded fervently. What was wrong with Xin Zhaoyan's schemes? They were now on the same side, and she could no longer exploit them. Meeting Zhou Bowen's innocent gaze, Xin Zhaoyan cleared her throat. You must keep your trust hidden within your heart. The outside world can be quite dark. Huh. Zhou Bowen looked at her in confusion. Xin Zhaoyan averted her gaze. Patting his mech. Now is the perfect time to discuss your mech. It's quite impressive. Zhou Bowen proudly lifted his chin. Of course my mech is excellent. Had it not been for you, I would have undoubtedly triumphed over many classmates. Your mech is equipped with high-power thrusters. ISNT it? Xin Zhaoyan inquired, examining the data displayed on the instrument. Yes. You truly understand mechs. I've installed high-power thrusters in all 4 limbs. Zhou Bowen nodded vigorously. Xin Zhaoyan continued. The gun ports on your mech have been replaced too, right? Ah, it seems they were only recently upgraded. Chapter 116. The prestige of the mecha engineer indeed. How do you know so much? Zhou Bowen gazed at Xin Zhaoyan with admiration. I've already mentioned that I specialize in mecha engineering. Do you see that? That mecha over there is entirely my creation. Xin Zhaoyan proudly gestured towards her mecha. Zhou Bowen fell silent upon inspection. She crafted it herself. No wonder it appears so unappealing. Senior B couldn't help but exclaim, I knew it. No mecha engineer would allow their creation to be presented to the world unless it was their own handiwork. I believe you now. Lin Qing, who had previously harbored doubts regarding Xin Zhaoyan's mecha repair skills, was also swayed by Senior B's remark. Indeed, a mecha is a reflection of its engineer's reputation. Crafting an exceptional mecha earns the engineer acclaim, while a poorly made one invites ridicule. Hence, mecha engineers strive to design their creations to be aesthetically pleasing and impressive. A well-designed mecha not only boasts superior combat capabilities, but can also achieve fame in competitions. Its exterior may even attract the attention of figurine companies, generating additional revenue. However, Xin Zhaoyan's current mecha, clearly lacking in visual appeal, would never be permitted by any mecha engineer to tarnish their reputation, except for Xin Zhaoyan herself. Upon hearing their remarks, Xin Zhaoyan's lips twitched involuntarily. She merely sought to save some money. She clapped her hands and turned to Zhou Bowen, urging, let us not deviate from the topic. We are discussing Zhou Bowen's mecha at present. Zhou Bowen, your modifications to the mecha seem rather extravagant. You've installed too many thrusters. It would suffice to equip the legs with them, and the arms need not have any. Zhou Bowen immediately shook his head, but I commissioned a design from Tao Baixian, a senior from our college. Senior Tao is a student of Master Sun Jiao, and, rumor has it, she is capable of constructing S-Class Mechas. My mecha is merely an A-class, so it poses no challenge for her. Who is Tao Baixian? I am unfamiliar. Sun Jiao? The name rings a bell. Xin Zhaoyan pondered for 3 seconds. At last, she recalled who Sun Jiao was. He is the only SS-Class Mecha engineering master at the First Academy of the Alliance. She had first heard his name mentioned by several teachers during her makeup assessment for the initial generation mecha, which had been damaged. Subsequently, she considered attending his lectures to acquire foundational knowledge in mecha engineering. However, after investigating various channels, she discovered that he does not permit other students to audit his classes. Not only does he prohibit auditing, but he also only accepts 3 students per year. The student named Tao Baixian must be one of his recent recruits. Chang Zhuqian, upon hearing Xin Zhaoyan's words, reminded her, are you not a student of our Alliance's First Academy? You have no knowledge of senior Tao Baixian. Many classmates in our class are clamoring with star coins for her assistance in mecha modifications. I have heard that the mecha designs created by Tao Baixian are always submitted to Master Sun Jiao for review, with Master Sun Jiao overseeing the designs. How could there possibly be any issues? Although it may not be possible to enlist the assistance of an SS-level mech manufacturing master for the modification of the mech, having the master oversee the creation of the design blueprint is still quite commendable. Xia Xingyu chimed in, stating, if it's senior sister Tao, her modifications should be flawless. No one would dare to question the capabilities of an SS-level mech manufacturing master. What a surprise. Your mech design was assisted by senior sister Tao. How did you manage that? Senior brother B casually draped an arm around Zhou Bowen's shoulders, exuding a camaraderie. My sister knows senior sister Tao. Zhou Bowen remarked with pride, patting his head. It is unfortunate, however, that he has yet to unleash the potential of this mech before he finds himself incapacitated. I do not care what you call your senior sister or brother. Her modifications are unnecessarily flawed, declared Xin Zhaoyan, regarding Zhou Bowen's mech with disdain. 2 thrusters would suffice to achieve the same speed she has employed for. The addition of 2 extra thrusters not only escalates costs, but also amplifies energy consumption. Zhou Bowen, feeling a bit displeased upon hearing Xin Zhaoyan's criticism of his mech, retorted, that is impossible. While you may have studied mechs, your design skills cannot surpass those of an SS-level master. Indeed, even at the First Academy of our Alliance, no other instructors would dare to critique senior sister Tao's mechs. Chang Zhuqian added, this is not a matter of disrespect. It is the authority of an SS-level mech master. Xin Zhaoyan sneered, turning to Zhou Bowen. Are you brave enough to let me handle your mech? But aren't you already handling my mech? Zhou Bowen replied, puzzled. If he had not permitted her to touch it, then who had scattered the components around his mech? All right, Xin Zhaoyan exclaimed, retrieving her holographic device and commencing calculations. Initially, she had not intended to put in so much effort, but she simply could not resist the provocation. After all, this was a habit ingrained in her 300 years ago. Back then, there were often senior experts who, with an air of superiority, would dismiss her proposals as unfeasible. This led her to develop a tendency to produce results and present them before them, seeking validation. Eventually, she earned a reputation for her sharp tongue and unyielding demeanor. Fortunately, as Zhou Bowen's mech was a later modification, Shun Jiayan quickly devised a minor alteration that would yield superior results. She directly operated the robotic arm to carve a hole in the middle of one of the black mech's legs. Zhuang Yueza shouted, "Why did you bring the club's robots out?" Cough. "I originally intended to pack them for mining," Shun Jiayan replied with a hint of guilt. After all, the academy had not prohibited the use of robots for assessments. Regrettably, she brought the robots along, but due to the high temperatures at the mining site, they were rendered unusable. Zhuang Yueza was momentarily silenced, having never encountered someone so full of schemes. Meanwhile, Zhou Bowen, still boasting about his mech to several classmates, turned to investigate their conversation upon hearing them. To his astonishment, he saw a large hole in his mech and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why did you cut my mech?" "I'm modifying the mech. Did you not agree to let me handle it?" Shun Jiayan replied. Zhou Bowen trembled as he pointed towards the large hole. "When I asked you to move, I meant for you to restore the operational capabilities of my mech, not to damage other areas." Shun Jiayan looked at him in utter disbelief. If it were merely a matter of activating a mech, would she waste her time questioning him? Was he truly foolish? Zhou Bowen, catching Shun Jiayan's incredulous gaze, asked innocently, "Is it not possible to modify this area?" "No. Once the arrow is shot, it cannot be retrieved." Seeing his despondent expression, Shun Jiayan added reassuringly, "Rest assured. If you find it unsatisfactory after the modifications, you can come to me after you exit, and I will help you revert it back to its original state." "All right. Please proceed with the modifications." Zhou Bowen, upon hearing that there was a way to restore it, immediately ceased his worries. The current objective was simply to pass the assessment. He had initially sought out Tao Xuejie to modify the mech for the assessment, and now he was asking Shun Jiayan to do the same for the same purpose. Chapter 117. If you want star coins, it can be arranged. With Zhou Bowen no longer a distraction, Shun Jiayan began issuing commands to the robot, instructing it to create a large hole in the same position on the other leg, and subsequently remove all the thrusters from the limbs. The designer had likely added the 2 thrusters on the arms for aesthetic balance, but they only served to unnecessarily drain the mech's energy, causing Zhou Bowen to overreact during his operation. To achieve the same speed, Shun Jiayan merely needed to adjust the positions of the 2 thrusters on the legs. This was the method that involved minimal alterations to the mech while yielding rapid results. With the robot assisting her, Shun Jiayan moved on to the next mech. The issues with the subsequent mechs were straightforward. She had struck the energy ports, rendering them inoperative. It would suffice to remove the energy chamber and replace the internal connections. This was something she had noted from the AB mechs after assisting Ding Qingyu with his modifications. Confident in her approach, Shun Jiayan was prepared to continue disassembling the mech when suddenly, Li Shuima exclaimed, "Sister Zhao Ling is here." Upon saying this, she promptly climbed onto the mech. Although Zhao Ling was willing to come, Shun Jiayan remained wary of her intentions, suspecting she might attempt a double-cross. As Zhao Ling approached, navigating around the pile of debris, she was taken aback to see a circle of mechs surrounding her. "What the? Someone set me up. Are they trying to steal my stuff?" Acting decisively, she piloted her pink mech to flee. Shun Jiayan watched as the mech sped past. She could not allow her to escape. With a swift motion, she shouted, "Go! Quickly intercept her." Li Shuima, brimming with confidence, drove her mech towards Zhao Ling. Shun Jiayan immediately leapt onto her own mech, determined not to let the lamb she had so painstakingly summoned get away. She operated her mech, rushing forward. "Hey, my mech isn't even ready yet. Don't run." Zhou Bowen called out loudly, while Chang Zhuochuan echoed, "You have to come back." Zhui Yuezha and Xia Xingyu, eager to witness the unfolding drama, swiftly maneuvered their mechs to follow. By the time Shin Jiayun and the others arrived, they found the pink and white mechs already engaged in a fierce battle, accompanied by the sounds of their heated exchanges. Indeed, it was Li Shuima who called out, while Zhao Ling scolded in frustration. "Who are you? You have utterly betrayed my trust. How could you deceive me into coming here? Let me go, please." Zhao Ling desperately struck the controls, yearning to flee. Fear gripped her heart. In the blink of an eye, she had spotted no less than 7 mechas parked nearby. If she did not make haste, those individuals would soon be upon her. "Senior, I am not lying. I genuinely have something to sell you." Li Shuima exerted herself to maneuver her mecha. However, it proved challenging for a B-class mecha to impede an A-class pilot. In a swift moment, Zhao Ling's mecha sustained a significant dent on its shoulder. Li Shuima couldn't help but mentally criticize the subpar performance of her mecha. Yet, the more inferior her mecha, the fiercer her combat prowess. To replace her flawed mecha, she needed to earn money, and to earn money, she had to keep her senior around. As she saw her senior attempting to break free, Li Shuima lunged forward, throwing herself to the ground and tightly grasping the pink mecha's leg. "Let me go! Let me go!" Zhao Ling kicked her legs, trying to shake off the cumbersome attachment. "Don't leave! Don't leave! My mecha!" Li Shuima, undeterred by the struggle, was dragged several steps yet refused to relinquish her grip. Losing this transaction with Zhao Ling would mean a substantial loss of income for her. The onlookers, including Shun Jiayun and others, felt hesitant to intrude upon this dramatic scene. They had never witnessed such relentless determination, particularly Zhuang Yueza and his companions, who, during last year's assessment, had resorted to desperate measures, found Li Shuima's audacity remarkable. Ultimately, it was Shun Jiayun, seasoned and composed, who leaped in front of Zhao Ling and declared, "Ahem, Zhao Ling, I must inform you that you are under arrest." Zhao Ling, intent on escaping, glanced at the mecha's display and finally noticed 4 mechas stationed behind her. Enraged, she exclaimed, "You shall not seize my resources. If you desire star coins, that can be arranged." but I will not consent to failing my examination. Her tenacity was admirable. Failing the exam would mean being sent to a remedial class by her mother during the holiday. Shun Jiayan raised an eyebrow. Excellent. We have reached a preliminary consensus. We indeed seek your star coins. Can we now converse peacefully? Huh, just the star coins? Is this another scam? Zhao Ling's internal alarm bells rang louder. Whether it is a scam or not is for you to determine. I am not one to coerce. Shun Jiayan smiled. As her words fell, Lin Qing and Xia Xingyu exchanged incredulous glances at the audacity of some individuals. 5 minutes later, Zhao Ling excitedly immersed herself among a pile of resources. She picked up a hefty energy block and stuffed it into her mecha, continuously expressing her gratitude. Senior Shun, you are truly a wonderful person. You are willing to sell me these items at merely 5 times the price. You have no idea how many people I approached to buy supplies. Each one was stingy, demanding 7 times the price, and yet no one was willing to sell. Hence, I say, it is far better for me to obtain these resources now. Look, everyone need not fight nor worry about damaging their mechas. With just a trifling amount of star coins, they can acquire the supplies. How splendid is that? As Shun Jiayan diligently operated the instruments to repair the mech, she responded with fervor. The onlooker, Zhou Bowen, could hardly tolerate such audacity. Why was it that everyone else had to pay 7 times the price for resources? It was simply because Shun Jiayan had hoarded them all. Zhao Ling, brimming with excitement over the supplies, continued to lavish praise upon Shun Jiayan in ever more extravagant ways. Indeed, anything that can be resolved with star coins is hardly a challenge. Only someone of your virtuous character would willingly forego your own assessment to look after the rest of us. Alas, the assessment is of little consequence. I just cannot bear to see everyone without resources. Would you be interested in a mech inspection package for 999 star coins? Just look at my skills. They are quite remarkable, or else so many seniors wouldn't seek my help for repairs. Shun Jiayan did not forget to continue promoting her services. Absolutely. Please inspect my mech. This morning, I was gored by a beastly deer. I need your expertise to determine if it will affect my assessment this afternoon. Zhao Ling was even more delighted. Chapter 118. Shun Jiayan's prowess. Shun Jiayan reveled in her financial success, and the viewers of the Star Network livestream were equally entertained. Listening to the wind and rain. I have never seen anyone make such a profit during an assessment. KYY haha. Who would have thought she not only earned money from first-year students, but also from those in their second and third years? Listening to the wind and rain. The funniest part is that those second and third-year students who bought her goods have to thank her. Clearly, she is the one exploiting them. I wonder how they will react when they learn the truth after graduation. You're just a troll. You people are truly wicked. You only see Sister Shun as a bully without recognizing her talent. She is genuinely skilled in mech repairs. Not only can she repair, but she can also modify. More importantly, she is a student specializing in mech combat. A combat student modifying a mech. Drawing duo. I admit she can repair mechs, but I refuse to believe she can modify them. Zhou Bowen's mech was designed by Tao Baixian, whose designs are highly sought after. Shun Jiayan appears to be blissfully ignorant. Perhaps only half knowledgeable, to dare suggest that Tao's modifications are flawed. Only that fool Zhou Bowen would agree to let her make changes. Loud thunder. So what if she modifies? Shun Jiayan has claimed she can restore it. I fail to see why the earlier commentators are so concerned. Drawing duo. Just because she claims she can restore it doesn't mean she can. The mech isn't hers. She might be deceiving Zhou Bowen. Angry guy. Who is Tao Baixian? Is she really that impressive? Are her modified mechs truly flawless? What if Shun Jiayan is actually correct? Drawing duo. Senior Tao Baixian is a student of an SS-level mech master and is already capable of creating S-level mechs. What qualifications does a mere infantry mech student like Shun Jiayan have to critique Senior Tao's work? You're just a troll. An SS-level mech master can make mistakes. They can be repaired, so I don't understand the fuss from the earlier commentators. Drawing duo. Senior Tao Baixian is my idol. Shun Jiayan's actions are utterly outrageous. The audience on StarNet has been embroiled in endless debates regarding Shun Jiayan's modifications to Zhou Bowen's mech. In the conference hall of the First Alliance Academy, the faculty members are equally captivated by Shun Jiayan's mech alterations. A particular instructor specializing in mech combat, seated beside by Jin Xiu, skeptically remarked, could it be that Shun Jiayan is recklessly altering Zhou Bowen's mech merely to siphon money from him? Other teachers, upon hearing his words, began to find some semblance of validity in his assertion. Unfortunately, since the commencement of the assessment, Shun Jiayan's reputation has become precariously tenuous. Surely not. While she may have taken advantage of her classmates, she has never deceived anyone outright, interjected another teacher. Yan Ziguan, overhearing the disparaging remarks, quickly retorted. What do you mean by taking advantage? That is hardly the case. It is merely that other students lack the ingenuity that Shun Jiayan possesses. Furthermore, you have no experience in mech fabrication. How can you claim she is incapable of modifying a mech? The same instructor who initially spoke countered. Is there truly no issue with the mech modified by Tao Baixian? I have heard that his modification blueprints are always reviewed by Master Sunday, Yan Ziguan confidently declared. I have calculated it. Shun Jiayan's modification plan is sound. Regrettably, today, he appeared as a devoted supporter of Shun Jiayan, relentlessly extolling her virtues, leading others to suspect a bias in his words. One teacher suggested, why not consult Teacher Ren? I believe I just saw her. Another chimed in, indeed. It is rare for Teacher Ren Lizzie to leave the lab and join us in this discussion. Ren Lizzie, mentioned by the group, is one of the most respected instructors in mech fabrication, second only to Sun Jiao. At that moment, Ren Lizzie, who had been absorbed in data calculations, suddenly looked up and stated, the results I have computed align perfectly with those of Teacher Yan. Student Shun Jiayan is indeed remarkable. She then turned to Yan Ziguan and inquired, Teacher Yan, Is it your guidance that has imparted Shun Xiaoyun's knowledge of mech fabrication? Why have you not encouraged her to transfer to the mech fabrication program? Although you teach a history course in mech combat, you are indeed our instructor in mech fabrication. With such a gifted student, why not facilitate her transition? Caught off guard by the unexpected scrutiny, Yin Ziguan found himself momentarily flustered. Before he could gather his thoughts, other instructors from the mech combat department interjected. Teacher Ren, it seems inappropriate to poach students in front of our dean Bai, does it not? We have yet to witness Shun Xiaoyun's capabilities in mech fabrication, but her acumen in piloting is undeniable. If you wish to ascertain Shin's abilities in mech fabrication, I can discuss this with her tomorrow, Ren Lizhi replied, unhurriedly. Bai Jinxiu, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself and interjected, ascertain what? We have no desire for confirmation. Shin Xiaoyun is already a student in our mech combat program. I intend to nurture her talents as she participates in the upcoming multi-school joint competition. Mech fabricators can also partake in the multi-school joint competition. This will not impede Shin Xiaoyun's potential transfer, Ren Lizhi responded with remarkable composure. Teacher Ren, I feel that you are wasting too much time here. The students in the laboratory must be seeking your assistance. The teacher beside us is urging everyone to leave. Ren Lizhi shook her head, her gaze fixed on the large screen. Zhou Bowen's mech should be ready soon. She had yet to see the transformed mech. How could she possibly leave? Within the assessment arena, Shin Xiaoyun had conducted transactions with several senior students, finally managing to complete Zhou Bowen's mech. The mechs of Chang Zhuochuan and his companions had long been finished. After the modifications, they hastily procured additional supplies from Shun Xiaoyun and swiftly piloted their mechs away. At this moment, only Li Shuama, Zhou Bowen, and Shun Xiaoyun remained. Zhou Bowen paced restlessly, calling out, Xiaoyun, is my mech ready yet? They've all gone to the assessment. And I'm left here all alone. He had asked this question no fewer than 10 times. Zhou Bowen was filled with regret. Had he known that allowing Shun Xiaoyun to modify his mech would be such an ordeal, he would have prevented her from proceeding, even if it meant leaving a large hole in his mech. Now, while everyone else was busy, he was still in limbo. At last, Shin Xiaoyun completed her final inspection and operated the equipment to disengage. It's done? Finally, Zhou Bowen was taken aback, then joyfully rushed toward his mech. Chapter 119. The Joy of Helping Others. You should test it out yourself. The results of the modifications exceeded my expectations. Your mech should now accelerate 20% faster than before. Shin Xiaoyun stepped back, making room for Zhou Bowen to climb aboard his mech. Without needing any encouragement from Shin Xiaoyun, he nimbly ascended his mech and began to operate it independently. As the mech powered up normally, he exclaimed, It works. It works. You didn't ruin my mech. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiaoyun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Did the mechs I just repaired go to waste? Do you truly trust me, or not? If he doubted her, why did he allow her to modify his mech? If he trusted her, how could he have just spoken that way? Zhou Bowen casually replied, Of course I trust you. How could I not? What he trusted most was Shun Xiaoyun's knack for pulling off tricks. He had relied on her promise to ensure he would pass the assessment. Otherwise, he would never have dared to let her dismantle his mech. Skillfully, he tapped on the control panel, and the mech instantly surged to its maximum speed. The two thrusters at the back ignited simultaneously, and the mech suddenly lunged toward a nearby rock formation. Before he could react, the mech crashed directly into the boulder with a series of deafening thuds, embedding itself within. Wow, is it this fast? I had no idea it had increased so much in speed. Zhou Bowen lamented, realizing too late that the mech had lodged itself in the stone. Shin Xiaoyun remarked casually, Just continue operating the mech. Its enhanced power is more than sufficient for you to break free. She then turned her attention to Li Shuama, who was waiting nearby. So, how about it? Is anyone else willing to join? The mecha has been repaired, yet she remains unwilling to set aside the crucial matter of making money. Li Shuama sighed and shook her head. Many people expressed purchasing intentions, but they were not as easily persuaded as Senior Zhaoling. They preferred us to deliver to their doorstep rather than come to us. A couple of individuals seemed to be pursued by exotic beasts and could not make it here. We still have a significant amount of goods left to exchange. Despite Shin Xiaoyun's continuous efforts in repairing mechas, she was acutely aware of how much inventory remained. Clenching her fist, Li Shuama asserted, Then we shall deliver to their homes. Before she could finish her sentence, a resounding roar echoed from a distance. It turned out to be Zhou Bowen, who had emerged from the mecha with great enthusiasm. He exclaimed, Wow, this A-Class Mecha can actually reach this speed. Shin Xiaoyun, you are incredible. With this mecha, I am sure to keep pace with the others in my upcoming assessments. He proceeded to attempt several mecha maneuvers that he typically enjoyed. Then, he seemed to realize that removing the two thrusters from the mecha's arm allowed for smoother movements. He scanned the various data displayed on the mecha's screen and requested the system to export previous driving data for comparison. Indeed, it was not merely his illusion. The energy consumption had decreased as well. He praised her repeatedly. Shin Xiaoyun, your modifications are remarkable. Even Senior Tao Baishuan's adjustments do not compare to yours. Having observed him frolicking about, Shin Xiaoyun reminded him, That's enough. I still need to sell some items. Would you like to equip your mecha with energy blocks and ammunition? How about nutrient solutions? Yes. Zhou Bowen readily agreed. He leaped out of the mecha and eagerly rummaged through the aluminum material box as if it were free. Shin Xiaoyun tidied up nearby, and it was hard for her not to notice the two extra thrusters she had removed. She glanced at the still excited Zhou Bowen and said, Senior Zhou, I have something to ask you. What is it? Wait, did you just call me Senior? Zhou Bowen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Just moments ago, Shin Xiaoyun hadn't referred to Senior Lin Qing as Senior, and now she suddenly called him Senior. Something felt off. Titles are irrelevant. Shin Xiaoyun waved her hand dismissively and pointed to the two thrusters. Do you still want these? Will having them affect your mecha speed? Will they consume more energy when attached? Oh, those. I don't need them. Zhou Bowen exhaled in relief, fearing she had concocted some scheme to trouble him again. He added, you've worked so hard to modify my mecha. If you want them, just take them. Although selling these two thrusters could fetch a decent sum, Zhou Bowen was not in need of money at the moment. Seeing that Shen Xiaoyan appeared quite eager for them, he decided to gift them to her as a token of gratitude. Then I shall accept them. You take more items, and I will charge you at 3 times the price, Shen Xiaoyan generously offered. All right. Zhou Bowen's pace in gathering items quickened. 10 minutes later, having sent Zhou Bowen on his way, Shen Xiaoyan traversed through the expansive examination area alongside Li Xuema. They discovered a senior hanging from a tree due to energy depletion. In a gesture of goodwill, they sold her a variety of items, enabling her to continue participating in the assessment. After bidding farewell to the senior, they pressed onward, assisting one senior after another. In the process, they not only earned a substantial amount of star coins, but also received commendations from the seniors they helped. After toiling until midnight, Shen Xiaoyan finally sold all the supplies she had collected. Shen Xiaoyan and Li Xuema, both wearing satisfied expressions, nestled together in a cave, raising their glasses filled with nutrient solution flavored with red wine, which they had exchanged from a certain senior. We've finally sold everything. Now we just await the dawn and the conclusion of the assessment. Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed joyfully, taking a sip of the nutrient solution. Li Xuema, even more exhilarated, remarked, I never knew making money could be so effortless. I suddenly feel confident that I can save enough for an SS-Class Mech. Why an SS-Class Mech? Shen Xiaoyan inquired, puzzled. Because my physical abilities have already surpassed the S-Class. Li Xuema lamented. What? You have S-Class physical abilities, but are using a B-Class Mech? Shen Xiaoyan was astonished. Li Xuema exhaled deeply before explaining, because purchasing a B-Class Mech is the most economical choice. It suffices for my current classes. I plan to save the rest to buy a higher class mech. Shen Xiaoyan questioned, did you buy your mech all by yourself? Li Xuema hesitated for a moment before replying. Yes, I am a foster child, and I have a younger brother who is the biological child of my foster parents. Li Xuema did not elaborate further. But Shen Xiaoyan understood the unspoken words. After a brief silence, Shen Xiaoyan asked, are you going home for the holidays? I have a money-making opportunity. Would you like to stay at school and earn together? Shen Xiaoyan felt that the Qingyu Cup would also suit Li Xuema very well. Chapter 120. How did this scammer return? Li Xuema quickly swallowed the nutrient solution in her mouth and asked, what opportunity? Is it more profitable than posting fake advertisements on the Academy forum? Shen Xiaoyan immediately excitedly patted Li Xuema's shoulder. Have you heard of the Qingyu Cup? I have. Li Xuema nodded. Of course, she had heard of the Qingyu Cup. It was a rookie battle damage competition. A mech soldier without any skills participating in the Qingyu Cup would merely serve as a target, providing experience to others. If their mech was destroyed, they would have to pay for repairs themselves. Li Xuema had always politely declined activities that required spending money. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaoyan wore a nostalgic expression and said, it's a wonderful place. Everyone there is exceptionally talented. The audience is enthusiastic and charming. A mere wave from them yields immense emotional value. The competitors are generous. If you win against them, not only will they refrain from insults, but they will also offer you mech components. Li Xuema, feeling confused, thought, is this really the Qingyu Cup I know? How is what Shen Xiaoyan describes so different from what I've heard before? Shen Xiaoyan grew increasingly animated. There is a guaranteed income plus ticket revenue. On-site tickets only cost a few thousand to 10,000 star coins, but the Star Network tickets are worth much more, with a guaranteed income of several tens of thousands of star coins. Of course, the most valuable aspect is winning components from your opponent's mech. You know the weapon storage on my mech. It's worth several million to tens of millions of star coins, and opponents generously provide it. You can really earn that much by winning against opponents? Li Xuemyo was greatly stirred by the praise. Surely, it must be true. Upon being questioned, Shen Xiaoyan raised her voice, visibly displeased. With unwavering conviction, she declared, I shall engage a multitude of A-grade mechas using merely a modestly priced machine. If I prevail, I will exchange components. Have you noticed the two differently colored arms on my mecha? They are of premium quality, taken from my opponents. Should I lose, it matters not. For my mecha is inexpensive. They may take as they please. What truly matters is possessing the ability to triumph against the strong with the weak. I believe you can defeat quite a number of A-grade mecha soldiers. Thus you must participate in the Qingyu Cup. I assure you, if fortune smiles upon you, by the end of summer, you could amass several million star coins. At that moment, one dared to teach, and another dared to believe. Particularly when Shen Xiaoyan cited her own modified mecha as an example, all of Li Xuemyo's doubts transformed into steadfast resolve. She clenched her fist passionately and proclaimed, I will enter the Qingyu Cup. I too aspire to upgrade my mecha's components to premium quality. Exactly. However, we shall not take without consent. Our opponents must agree, lest we become robbers, which is utterly unethical. Yet I have concluded that when an opponent damages a particular part of our mecha, they are generally amenable to relinquishing the corresponding component from their own. Shen Xiaoyan continued her enlightening discourse, observing her articulate explanations. The oblivious Li Xuemyo mistakenly believed that Shen Xiaoyan had competed in the Qingyu Cup several times. Nodding, Li Xuemyo affirmed, I will stick by you. In any case, she was indeed gaining much by aligning with Shen Xiaoyan, who could never lead her astray. Then you shall join me in the X-Lihua Club. After the assessment, I will send you the application form. Shen Xiaoyan surmised that having recruited such a talented member for the team, the club ought to reward her with a nominal fee. Excellent. Li Xuemyo replied eagerly. Following Shen Xiaoyan surely promised ample rewards. Regardless of the club, simply joining sufficed. Shen Xiaoyan gulped down the remaining nutrient solution and urged, let us finish this and quickly meet up with Feng Guang and the others. Although I have tampered with my classmates' mechas, I remain concerned about potential treachery. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanyuo tucked the half bottle of nutrient solution into her pocket. A half-full stomach would suffice, and she would save the remainder for tomorrow. She was serious about saving money. As the clock neared 5, Shen Jiayan and Li Xuanyuo finally arrived near the blazing crystal mine. Before even entering the gorge, Shen Jiayan heard the various sounds of excavation and collision emanating from within, accompanied by the chatter of classmates. Classmate A inquired, "Little B, how many energy blocks do you have left on your mecha?" Classmate B responded, "Woe is me, I am so tired and weary, yet I cannot rest. I have been digging for nearly 8 hours straight, and I have already switched to the second batch of energy blocks. I do not comprehend how Shen Jiayan manages to acquire so many energy blocks. How has she managed to seize so many from the upperclassmen? The seniors are utterly useless. What puzzles me even more is why my captain is so jubilant. My captain mentioned that the blazing crystals we unearthed today could fetch a considerable sum if sold. It's merely a trivial amount of money. I could simply give it to him. Why won't he allow me a moment of respite?" Student A remarked. "Our captain is different. He aspires to propel us into the rankings. The distribution ratio within our team has already been adjusted to 1-to-1. The blazing crystals we have collected only require us to allocate half to Shen Jiayan's team. The rankings have become chaotic. If we could mine just a bit more, our teams might ascend into the top 10. This is a critical period for ranking advancement. Shen Jiayan is exceedingly cunning. The distribution rules she has devised have left everyone in a state of anxiety. I heard that the team in 4th place even incited a rebellion, but those ranked behind them promptly reported them. Now, that team has plummeted from 4th to the second-to-last position." Student B lamented gravely. "Indeed. All of this is due to the distribution regulations. It has utterly fractured our unity." Student A retorted with bitterness, then buried themselves back into digging. "No more idle chatter. My captain has sent me another message, urging me not to slack off. There are only a few hours left before the assessment concludes. He insists that I must not hinder the team's progress. This is a crucial time for our ranking." Student A hastily resumed their search for the blazing crystals. Li Xuanyuo stood by, listening to the exchange between the two classmates, and let out a sigh of relief. She reflected, "I had initially thought that Feng Guang and Li Jihua would struggle to manage such a large group. In truth, she had always prepared for the possibility of Feng Guang and Li Jihua being overwhelmed by their peers. How could they fail in management? For many ordinary individuals, although they may have lost the chance to secure first place, I have provided them with an opportunity to compete on equal footing. As long as they are willing to exert effort, they will reap rewards. The world is predominantly filled with ordinary people. True geniuses are a rare breed. If those who consider themselves exceptionally gifted attempt to disrupt the established order, ordinary individuals will surely rise to suppress them." Shen Jiayan stated with unwavering confidence. Not to mention, she had already preemptively eliminated any potential disruptive forces. After her declaration, Shen Jiayan promptly piloted her mecha into the fray. As her striking silver, black, red, and green mecha made its entrance, the diligent students, engrossed in their mining efforts, collectively experienced a sense of dread. Heavens, how has that incompetent returned? Chapter 121. The reverence of a teacher's heart. Shen Jiayan, under the gaze of her peers, felt no pressure whatsoever. She proclaimed, "Dear classmates, I commend your hard work. I have delightful news to share. To reward your diligence, I have brought back some energy blocks. These energy blocks will sustain everyone until the assessment concludes." As her words echoed, the surrounding students began to voice their grievances. "For goodness sake, you should really keep quiet." I knew as soon as she spoke, there would be no good news. "Keep digging. The more we mine, the more we can sell. Without her assistance in locating the crystals, we would barely gather a tenth of what we have now. I am so exhausted. I long to sleep, yet I cannot afford to pause. Why do you all continue without a break? What do you mean stop? If I halt, our team's points will plummet, and our ranking will fall behind. Today marks the arrival of the supreme deity, and sleep shall elude me as I delve relentlessly into my task. Indeed, I shall forego slumber tonight. For merely 4 hours remain. I shall labor until exhaustion is no longer an option. Upon the conclusion of this assessment, I am determined to seize the opportunity to ensnare Shen Jiayan." Shen Jiayan gazed with satisfaction at her peers, who, despite their criticisms, continued their work without pause. What is this? It is the embodiment of the phrase often uttered by Shi Qin, a contradiction of words and actions, a masochistic trait. Just then, Feng Guang approached, inquiring about their progress. "Have you completed your tasks over there? Did you manage to sell all that you acquired without being confronted by any senior students?" He scrutinized Shen Jiayan and Li Xuanyuo's mechas, seeking signs of damage. "Who do you look down upon?" Shen Jiayan cast him a sidelong glance before adjusting her mecha's arm and plunging into the nearby fissure to extract ore. She too would forego sleep tonight. Upon witnessing this, Li Xuanyuo joined her, unperturbed by the abundance of wealth. Li Jihua, who had just approached, recognized their fervent dedication and wisely refrained from interrupting. The other students, upon seeing Shen Jiayan's return and her unwavering commitment to the task, felt a sense of balance within themselves. In this atmosphere of diligence and determination, the hours swiftly passed. As the assessment instructor's vessel descended, many students squinted their eyes, mechanically maneuvering their controls. "Students, the assessment has concluded," Yu Yong announced, his gaze traversing the crowd. Astonished to observe a noticeable enhancement in the mecha operation skills of the students after a day of rigorous evaluation, he turned to Li Yuntao beside him, expressing his astonishment. Their movements appear to be more agile. Surely this cannot be mere illusion? Indeed, every student's proficiency in mecha operation has visibly improved. Li Yuntao affirmed. Good heavens! In my 3 decades of teaching, I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. These students are remarkable. I must prepare a research report on this assessment. I aim to uncover the factors that have contributed to the students' enhanced mecha operation skills and incorporate these insights into future teaching methodologies. Teacher Lee, do you think the research paper should be titled The Significant Impact of Mining on Mecha Operation Enhancement or the Transformation of a Mecha Operator Under 20 Hours of Continuous Labor? Yu Yong pondered aloud, lost in thought. Li Yuntao replied, you should investigate how to create high pressure to stimulate student motivation. I believe we need to reassess our teaching plan. Our students possess more endurance than we had anticipated. High pressure? I find my students quite enthusiastic at the moment. Even after I informed them the assessment had concluded, they persist in mining. Yu Yong shook his head disapprovingly. Shen Jiayun, who had been silently observing, cast a glance at the two instructors. Although she found their teaching abilities mediocre, their dedication to education was quite formidable. Yu Yong, noticing that the students had not yet ceased their efforts, reiterated, the assessment has ended. Everyone prepare for the return journey. In unison, the students turned their gazes toward Shen Jiayun's mecha. Shen Jiayun twitched her lips, exasperatedly saying, why are you all staring at me? The teacher has declared the assessment concluded. Gazing at me serves no purpose. Just heed the teacher. Oh, finally, it's over. One student exclaimed, excitedly kicking a stone beneath their feet. Goodness, the assessment was exhausting. I never want to undergo such trials again. Another student slumped directly into the pilot's seat. Observing their trembling fingers, a classmate panicked. After operating the mech for so long, my fingers seem to be cramping. What should I do? Cramps in my fingers? That's trivial. My entire hand seems to be in inertia. This is unbearable. I wish to cease my mech operations, yet my hand keeps twitching uncontrollably. This student's mech continued to perform a series of actions, digging and tossing earth. Yu Yong and several other teachers glanced at these students, then inevitably turned their gaze towards Shen Jiayun. It was terrifying. This bunch of students had been thoroughly exhausted by her. Accustomed to various scrutinizing stares, Shen Jiayun remained composed. Teacher, I understand you wish to express your gratitude for gathering everyone here. No need for thanks. I am quite eager to return to school myself. Yu Yong's lips twitched, indeed. Her skin was thick. Li Yuntao remarked, we need to pick up a few more people. Lu Wenzhong and the others are not here. Shen Jiayun immediately fell silent, nearly forgetting about those individuals. Being somewhat petty, she certainly would not assist that fellow in the assessment. Taking out her holographic device, she saw Lu Wenzhong's name still languishing in the last position, and she smiled with satisfaction. Preparing for the return, Li Yuntao paused, then addressed Shen Jiayun. Please return the aluminum profile boxes used in the assessment. Shen Jiayun's gaze faltered slightly. What aluminum profile boxes? Oh, the resource packs. Doesn't it mean whoever grabs them keeps them? Why should they be returned? Enough already. You've taken a significant portion of the energy resources from the examination site to sell, and you've lured half the freshmen to go mining. The equipment in the aluminum profile boxes was provided by the mech manufacturing department. We must return them, Yu Yong remarked, exasperated with Shen Jiayun. Had it not been for her adept handling of dimensions, the assessment rankings would have been annulled long ago. To take advantage of so many students, and still wish to exploit the academy. Chapter 122. The Great Theft. As Yu Yong's words fell, the classmates standing beside Shen Jiayun instinctively took 2 steps back. A devil. Truly a devil. Not only had she exploited them, but she had also ensnared the upperclassmen. Of course, some students were indignant, looking plaintively at the assessment instructors. Teachers, you are aware of what she has done during the assessment. Why have you not intervened? She has severely impacted everyone's scores. Li Yuntao cast a sidelong glance at the student, reciting meticulously. The assessment regulations state that intervention by the assessment officer is warranted only under the following circumstances. First, if a student requests to terminate the current assessment, that student may be escorted out by the assessment officer. But their score will be rendered void if they exit without valid reason. Second, in the event of a major disaster during the assessment, the officer must swiftly organize student evacuation. He continued reciting numerous clauses, leaving the student's lips twitching in frustration. He concluded, may I ask which of the aforementioned points resonates with you? The student, overwhelmed by his tirade, stood there with his mouth agape, unable to respond. However, Li Yuntao had something to say. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the students with a pained expression. Can't you all reflect on yourselves? He implored. During the assessment, how did you fall into Shen Jiayun's trap? Was she too cunning? No. It is your innocence that led to this. Her methods were exceedingly merciful. You should be grateful you are still in school. Had this occurred in society, you would find yourselves enslaved rather than receiving any share of profit. The students bowed their heads in shame. Only Shen Jiayun stood tall and proud. Indeed, she deserved such praise. She was indeed merciful, and her classmates adored her. Compliments were music to her ears. While others had labeled her as troublesome and a burden, she had never before heard such commendation. From a different perspective, she realized just how remarkable she truly was. Li Yuntao turned his attention back to Shen Jiayun. You have made tremendous progress since the midterm assessment. Despite your initial shortcomings in physical fitness, do not let pride overcome you. Continue to strive for excellence. Shen Jiayun nodded slightly, recalling Li Yuntao's demeanor during the midterm assessment. Since you have chosen to undertake so much, I trust you can bear the consequences, he continued. Shen Jiayun looked at him in confusion. Consequences? The consequences of sudden wealth? Let the storm of star coins rain down even more ferociously. An hour later, the students departed the assessment planet aboard their spacecraft. In a grand estate on the central star of the Alliance, Qian Liqing gazed at the disappearing spacecraft on the holographic screen, reluctant to turn it off. His junior, standing nearby, quietly reminded him, Great-grandfather, you have been watching the live broadcast of the First Academy's assessment for a day and a night. Shouldn't you take a break? Qian Liqing did not respond, maintaining his previous posture. His thoughts had long since drifted back 300 years. Though still young at that time, he was cherished by everyone. Except for Shun Xiaoyun, who often snatched his food and tricked him, he held her in the highest regard. In those tumultuous times of war, they had stood shoulder to shoulder amidst the chaos, facing countless beasts, with reliable comrades standing behind them. His junior called out nervously again, "Great-grandfather?" Qian Liqing snapped back to the present, chuckling. It has been 300 years, and she remains unchanged. Alas, I have aged. I hope that when we meet again, she will not hold it against me for not answering her communications. No, that number has long since been disconnected. She must think we are all gone. Sighing, he added. It is not yet time. Great-grandfather, who are you speaking of? His junior inquired, tilting his head as he observed the elderly man's wrinkled visage. No. She will not only be angry, but may also mock my old age. Qian Liqing stood up, trembling, took a few steps, and then, frustrated, sat back down. No. I must write her 2 biographies. I'll give her something to be angry about. After finishing his mutterings, he turned to his junior. Has the military funding application for the 4th Corps been approved this year? It seems that discussions are still ongoing, the junior replied softly. Damn it. Are we even stalling on military funding now? With several instances of beastly chaos emerging in the fringe stars, and without any legions to safeguard them. The entire alliance is in disarray. What has become of those people? No, it is those brutes, those monsters. Qian Liqing pounded the table in frustration. His ancestor watched him with concern. Never mind, I can still wait. We have all endured for so long. Qian Liqing ceased his gestures and turned his gaze back to the large screen, his eyes filled with a profound and distant contemplation. As the spaceship descended upon the academy, Shen Xiaoyun had not yet disembarked when she received a communication invitation from Ding Qingyu. While walking out with the others, she accepted the call. Xiaoyun, you've made remarkable progress. Your performance in the mecha assessment truly astounded me. Ding Qingyu was seated on the sofa in the club's first floor, while Fang Yu was beside him. Shen Xiaoyun sensed a subtle complexity in the way the two regarded the light brain. However, she was puzzled, having just completed her assessment. How could they possibly know about her performance? With this question lingering in her mind, she asked directly. Ding Qingyu chuckled. Your academy's assessment was live-streamed on the Star Network. As your captain, I certainly had to keep an eye on you all. What? There was a live stream? Shen Xiaoyun exclaimed. She glanced at Li Shuama, who was walking ahead of her. Did you know our assessment was being live-streamed? No idea. Wait, our assessment was broadcasted? Li Shuama was equally astonished. Shen Xiaoyun, disregarding her response, quickly switched to the assessment rules she had previously received. The regulations were extensive, and she had only initially reviewed the sections pertaining to the examination venue and requirements, overlooking supplementary clauses relevant to the external examination settings of other academies. She promptly searched for the keywords live stream and, indeed, located the related instructions. Li Shuama also found the pertinent information and turned to Shen Xiaoyun, whispering, will we end up on the academy forum for everyone to see? Although those upperclassmen had procured resources from them, many were unaware of the origins of those resources or the practices of inflating prices based on favoritism. Chapter 123. Will you exchange me for money, share and share alike? Shen Xiaoyun inhaled sharply, realizing this was what teacher Li Yuntao had warned about. Li Shuama recalled teacher Li Yuntao's words, her expression shifting to one of nuance. I am implicated too. Shen Xiaoyun gritted her teeth, looking at Li Shuama. If you had known in advance about such consequences, would you still choose the same path? Absolutely. Li Shuama responded without hesitation. That's the spirit. Fortune favors the bold. In an instant, Shen Xiaoyun felt a wave of relief. Indeed, if she was worried about offending first-year students, what were second and third years to fear? Her communication with Ding Qingyu remained open, and he asked, who are you talking to? Shen Xiaoyun excitedly replied, Captain, I found us a new team member. She's incredibly strong. She is my classmate, Li Shuama, who fervently aspires to join our club. With great enthusiasm, she wishes to become one of our members. Li Shuama, please take her to the club immediately, urged Ding Qingyu from across the room. Shen Xiaoyun glanced at Li Shuama, and then leaned closer to her light brain, whispering, Captain, is there a recruitment fee? I've seen other clubs rewarding 10 to 50,000 star coins for new members. Although our club is small, rarity lends value, right? Surely the club must offer at least 100,000 star coins for a new recruit? 100,000 star coins? Shen Xiaoyun, are you trying to be a human trafficker? No one dares to dream that big. How about 5,000 star coins? Don't you know how much your captain has been spending lately? The star coins you earn in a single assessment hardly cover the missions I've taken on. In a matter of moments, Shen Xiaoyun had transformed Ding Qingyu, the typically taciturn captain, into a loquacious chatterbox. Li Shuama, standing nearby, looked at Shen Xiaoyun with disappointment. Weren't you impressed by my abilities and wanting me to join the club? Is it really just for the recruitment fee? Absolutely not. How could you think that of me? Do I look like someone who would sell themselves for such a trivial amount of star coins? Shen Xiaoyun vehemently denied it. Without hesitation, Li Shuama nodded. You do. Ding Qingyu chimed in. Then you might as well forget about that 5,000 star coins. Shen Xiaoyun, disregarding the light brain, quickly tucked it into her back pocket. We can discuss captain duties later, but I will genuinely cry if my lucky star runs away. With a heavy heart, Shen Xiaoyun exclaimed, I don't. Please don't misjudge me. That small recruitment fee cannot compare to the friendship we've forged in battle. Can we not have a little more trust between us? If the roles were reversed, you certainly wouldn't say no. No, I would. Li Shuama shook her head and waved her hand dismissively. Shen Xiaoyun found herself momentarily speechless. Li Shuama continued, can we really obtain 100,000 star coins? If I were to exchange myself for money, will the reward be shared? I feel that 5,000 star coins is a bit unfair. What if I explore other clubs instead? Oh my, Shen Xiaoyun exclaimed. hastily retrieving her light brain from her back pocket and urgently addressing Ding Qingyu through the device. Did you hear that? 100,000 star coins. Not a single coin less. My lucky star is about to run away to another club. What a calamity. Ding Qingyu sighed dramatically. Look at the example you've set. Xiuema is such an earnest child. After just one day with you, she's turned into this. Shen Xiaoyan's lips twitched as she recalled the initially reticent Li Xiuema, who had been so compliant and now appeared to be eyeing her with fervor. Damn, it truly seemed as if she had taught her too well. At this moment, Fang Yu interjected, Xiaoyan, your assessment is also over. When will you be heading to Master Han? He has been waiting for you. As the spaceship's hatch opened, Shen Xiaoyan moved forward with the crowd, responding, of course, I must go to Hanwei. I have acquired so many advanced materials, all for crafting an S-Class Mecha. However, before she visited Hanwei, she needed to ensure that Li Xiuema was familiar with the situation regarding the Qingyu Cup. After all, it was she who had actively encouraged someone to remain at school, and she felt uneasy not having arranged everything properly for her. Fang Yu on the opposite side inquired, do you still have any uncut Mang stones? Indeed. Do you have Mang stones? I want some too. Ding Qingyu, who had just lamented his lack of funds, joined in the chorus. Although they had been watching the live stream from the Alliance Academy, their attention did not solely rest on Shen Xiaoyan. Thus, they remained uncertain whether she had left behind any unprocessed Mang stones. With a tone of certainty, Shen Xiaoyan replied, of course, I've finished all of them. Such large stones take up too much space if left unprocessed. What do you need Mang stones for? You might as well buy materials directly from me. What? You finished them all? Those Mang stones are mentioned in your biography, and they would be worth more if left uncut. Fang Yu exclaimed, his face showing regret. How could materials possibly outweigh the significance of Mang stones associated with Shen Xiaoyan? The allure stemmed from her celebrity status. Even Ding Qingyu expressed his disappointment, saying, if I had found a Mang stone, I would never have cut it. I would have placed it in my collection. While Mang stones are indeed precious, this seemed somewhat excessive, Shen Xiaoyan thought, blinking in confusion. Suddenly, Li Xiuema interjected, what a loss. Teacher Yan Ziguan contacted me wanting to purchase Mang stones, offering 10 million star coins. What? That worthless stone was only valued at 50,000 star coins 300 years ago. Shen Xiaoyan gasped. You know it was 300 years ago. That was a Mang stone of my goddess, Shen Xiaoyan. You think we want the stone itself? We desire the goddess's signature items. Ding Qingyu lamented. Such a fine treasure in Shen Xiaoyan's possession is truly being squandered. Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but twitch her lips. Had she truly become the goddess of the team captain? No, the thought sent shivers down her spine. Could it be true that a similar Mang stone could fetch 10 million? Her fame had a tangible monetary value? Why hadn't she preserved something for her future self to sell as memorabilia? Surely, the shoes she wore could be worth 10 million star coins. Not to mention her notebook. At the very least, the rickety chair she once sat on during interviews could command 500,000 star coins. Alas, how foolish she had been to retain only a paltry sum of star coins, which had depreciated over time. Shen Xiaoyan felt a pang of regret. Li Xiuema, too, was disheartened. A single Mang stone was valued at 10 million star coins, and she had unearthed no less than 10 that day. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's regret. As they disembarked from the spaceship, a cacophony arose nearby. Where is Shen Xiaoyan? Sister Sack, you won to escape today. I will definitely catch you. Chapter 124, Winter Blaze. A meeting with you, where is Li Xiuema? I saw that she was selling false information. Shen Xiaoyan. I caught a glimpse of the live stream clips online. You sold me energy blocks for 50,000 star coins each, yet sold others for only 30,000. Come here and talk to me. Shen Xiaoyan, come out. Do you dare to swindle the money of your seniors? It was Sister Sack. We lost again. The spaceships of second and third year students landed earlier than those of the first year students. A multitude of victims, having seen the live stream replay on their holographic devices, converged towards the spaceship carrying the first year students. Shen Xiaoyan and Li Xiuema exchanged glances once more, with Li Xiuema exclaiming in astonishment, the situation has been exposed. Has the consequence foretold by our teacher arrived so swiftly? Quite normal. One must risk wealth for fortune, Shen Xiaoyan replied with an air of calm, having experienced the world. However, upon spotting several familiar faces in the distance, she exclaimed, oh no, it's the bag team again. We must flee. Without waiting for another word, she immediately dashed in a different direction. Li Xiuema, unaccustomed to such treatment, was momentarily taken aback but quickly set off in pursuit. A freshman shouted, they're running. Toward the school gate. Chase after them. Today, I must catch that bag sister. Don't let her escape. This isn't about money. My ancestors have known for generations that I'm a fool. My mother watched the live stream and said I lack sense. Shen Xiaoyan, you scoundrel, don't run. The unfortunate pursuers were quite pitiful. Li Xiuema couldn't help but feel sympathy for them. Yet, upon hearing their words, Shen Xiaoyan quickened her pace. She turned to Li Xiuema and said, let us head to the club. We want to return to school tonight. There might still be people lurking around the dormitory. The club has a lounge. At dawn, I'll take you to compete in the Qingyu Cup. Li Xiuema nodded and took out the half bottle of nutrient solution from her pocket, draining it in a single gulp. Instantly, she felt invigorated, gripping Shen Xiaoyan's arm tightly before sprinting with all her might. Shen Xiaoyan was nearly yanked off her feet. The wind whipped against her face, her bangs blown back, revealing her astute forehead. With determination, she declared, I'm going to buy a flying device. Once I earn money, I will. Let us not dwell on the extensive details of how Li Xiuema successfully filled out the applications and joined the X-Blaze Club. The following morning, as dawn broke, Shen Xiaoyan pulled Li Xiuema toward the arena for the Qingyu Cup in Xinghuan City. Naturally, they were not alone. The other members of the club accompanied them as well. With no flying devices of their own, Shen Xiaoyan borrowed one from Ding Qingyu. Upon understanding the situation, Ding Qingyu waved his hand and addressed everyone. Since the academy assessments have concluded and the winter break has begun, let us embark on the journey to conquer the winter leaderboard of the Qingyu Cup during this holiday. Zhuang Yuezha, prone to idleness during breaks, was told to participate in the competition without any rest. Yuan Yao, too cautious during the assessments, had remained in one spot. Lacking the sharpness of a mech pilot, she needed more competitive experience. Given that this was Li Shuima's first time participating in the Qingyu Cup, they decided to go together. Zhu Yuanyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, her cautious approach had led her to miss out on seizing resources, resulting in no encounters with Shun Zhaoyun and the others during the assessments. Zhuang Yuezha sighed, having only gotten one night's sleep. He had hoped to relax for a couple more days. Now, with the Qingyu Cup looming, there would be no time for respite. He cast a wretched glance at the instigator, Shun Zhaoyun. How could she be so relentless? Could they not have a single day of rest? Before the flying device even reached the arena, Shun Zhaoyun had already begun matching with her competition. She turned to Li Shuima and said, "Just watch how I perform and how I earn star coins, and see how enthusiastic the audience can be. The Qingyu Cup is indeed a splendid venue." Beside her, Zhuang Yuezha and a few others were puzzled by Shun Zhaoyun's words. Before they could comprehend, Li Shuima had already agreed with enthusiasm. At 9:20, Shun Zhaoyun received news regarding the competition. Y55 stage, Rabbit Brother, A-Class Mecha versus I Am Your Ancestor, D-Class Mecha. Shun Zhaoyun shared the audience votes with her companions and prepared to head backstage. At that moment, Ding Qingyu suddenly remarked, "You must post about your competition on your personal account. You need to learn how to manage your social presence." Huh. Shun Zhaoyun was momentarily taken aback, not understanding which account Ding Qingyu referred to. "You don't mean to say you haven't even registered for a personal Star Network account?" Ding Qingyu questioned, perplexed. "I have," Shun Zhaoyun replied, pulling out her holographic device and displaying her Star Network account to Ding Qingyu. Upon seeing the account name, Ding Qingyu was momentarily speechless. Quad A, I Am Your Ancestor, selling mecha system, private customization available. Astonishingly, the latest post urged followers not to purchase mechas or to message her privately. Yet, despite such a quirky account, she had amassed nearly 100,000 followers. Unbelievable. Ding Qingyu inhaled sharply and inquired, "May I see your private messages?" Here, Shun Zhaoyun casually opened her private message box for Ding Qingyu. He was met with a staggering number of nearly 1,000 messages from fans. He randomly opened one to read, "Little Ancestor, when does the competition start?" Shun Zhaoyun's response was, "Once I sell a mecha system, I will participate in the competition." The fan continued, "Little Ancestor, do you think I'll unfollow you just because you pretend to sell?" "I won T." Shun Zhaoyun replied, "What a waste of time." Ding Qingyu couldn't help but twitch his lips several times. He opened another message at random, which also inquired about her competition schedule. Yet, Shun Zhaoyun remained steadfast in promoting her various products. Zhuang Yuezha, who had also leaned in to take a look, couldn't help but exclaim, "That's so unfair. Why does someone like her have so many followers? She sells products, and yet so many people pay attention to her. Meanwhile, I post pictures of my abs daily on my personal account, and all I attract are freeloaders. Barely anyone follows me." Ding Qingyu glanced at Zhuang Yuezha, feeling increasingly exasperated. If only these two could find a balance. Unable to hold back, he said, "Zhuang Yuezha, stop trying to get close to commenters by calling them dear all the time." Shun Zhaoyun interjected, "Could you refrain from constantly advertising? Learn from Zhuang Yuezha, and post some training photos, and stop berating the fans." Shun Zhaoyun waved dismissively. "If I don't sell anything, this useless account won't serve any purpose." Ding Qingyu shot her a glare. Shun Zhaoyun scratched her head and revised, "How about I let you manage it today? I have a competition and am quite busy." "Alright." Ding Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. He then logged into Shun Zhaoyun's social account using his holographic device and immediately posted a message. "Winter Ignition. Today at 9:40, we will meet at Y55 stage. Chapter 125, My Ancestor. Let's change the advertisement." As soon as the announcement was made, numerous replies flooded in below. "Ah, at last, my ancestor. Are you finally set to compete? I have awaited your return for an entire week. The event begins at 9:40. Goodness, just look at the time. By the time I arrive with my flying device, half an hour will have passed, and you will have already completed your first match, won't you? Heavens, what fortune. I am currently at the Qingyu Cup competition venue in Xinghuan City. I shall return the ticket I just purchased to acquire one for you, my ancestor. Ever since I witnessed your last match, I have been eagerly anticipating your return to the arena. I have been refreshing your account daily, and I am elated to finally see the announcement of your competition time. I am heading to watch your match right away, although you may be infuriating and occasionally irksome. And despite your incessant promotions that resemble a dogged advertisement, I cannot help but admire your prowess. I may be lowly, yet I find immense joy in watching your competitions. Dear ancestor, your fan base has surpassed 100,000. Might you consider accepting endorsements from more than just a single company? I have never heard of this damping system you promote, and I am at a loss to support you. Perhaps we could explore a different product together? Alas, I shall miss the live event. My ancestor, could you possibly announce the next competition a day in advance? For now, I am left to watch the broadcast on StarNet." Ding Qingyu was astonished by the rapidly accumulating comments. Within less than a minute, he found himself unable to keep pace with the influx. He murmured to himself, could it be that Shun Zhaoyun truly has the potential to become an idol competitor akin to Sherlin Qingfeng? Yet, Shun Zhaoyun does not seem to maintain her fans in the same manner. During her matches, she rarely offers a pleasant demeanor to the audience, and the private messages earlier were devoid of kind words. It was all about selling products, a stark contrast to the approach of other star competitors. So, where lies the issue? On the other hand, Zhang, The manager who had been closely monitoring I Am Your Ancestor finally awaited the announcement of competition content beyond mere product promotions. It was no easy feat for Manager Zhang. He had never encountered a being like I Am Your Ancestor. The day he followed their account, he had envisioned strategies to recruit this unique talent into his club. Yet, his initial message of hello, I have something to discuss was met with a perplexing response. What do you wish to buy? Mecha systems? Modification plans? To which he curtly replied, not interested. And just like that, he found himself blocked. Blocked. Despite being a follower, a fan, this individual had the audacity to block even their supporters. Nevertheless, undeterred by this setback, and considering the impressive fan base amassed from only 3 competitions, he resolved to overcome any obstacle in order to sign I Am Your Ancestor. With determination, he excitedly instructed his assistant, we must head immediately to the Qingyu Cup competition venue in Xinhuan City. I Am Your Ancestor is competing today, and we must secure a contract with them. But manager, you have an appointment with Lin Xing at 10 o'clock today, the assistant cautiously inquired. You inform him that the meeting must be rescheduled. Manager Zhang declared resolutely. Recently, Lin Xing has exhibited a somewhat unfavorable attitude, prompting him to seek the underlying reasons. However, now that I have appeared as your ancestor, the matter concerning Lin Xing can be postponed. Very well. The assistant nodded in response. Manager Zhang suddenly interjected, do not disclose to him that I altered the schedule to sign with you as my ancestor. Simply state that I was summoned for a meeting by the higher-ups. Indeed, he could not allow Lin Xing to discern his intention to finalize the contract with the esteemed ancestor. Lin Xing had previously suffered a defeat against this ancestor, and the memory of his previous humiliation still lingered. Should Lin Xing discover that he abandoned his responsibilities to pursue a signing, it would surely infuriate him further. Understood. The assistant nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Lin Xing received a message from his cousin, Xia Xingyu. Shall we go watch? Shen Zhaoyan is participating in the Qingyu Cup today. Did we not agree to study her techniques and seek revenge in the future? The opportunity has arrived. Lin Xing's brows furrowed in contemplation. He certainly wished to attend. Although they currently maintained a good relationship with Shen Zhaoyan, the indignation from the Qingyu Cup still festered within him. The thought of his green mechanical arm still hanging from Shen Zhaoyan's machine swelled his frustration anew. However, his manager had scheduled a conversation with him at 10 o'clock. Just then, he received a message from his manager indicating a meeting would cause a delay in their discussion. He immediately turned to Xia Xingyu and said, let's go. We must leave at once. Unbeknownst to Shen Zhaoyan, her seemingly casual competition would attract considerable attention. While backstage awaiting her turn, she remembered to message her team captain. Captain, please promote that competition announcement, and don't forget to share my advertisement as well. I will send you my advertisement script and product price list. The person on the other end, Ding Qingyu, simply replied with 2 words, shut up. Shen Zhaoyan brushed off his curt response and persisted, Captain, upon reflection, I believe it would be better for someone else to manage my account. Shui Mo is a sales talent. I feel she could enhance my account's performance. After sending this message, she couldn't help but commend her own wisdom, nearly forgetting that Li Shuima's primary profession was sales. Now was the perfect moment for Li Shuima to showcase her abilities. After a minute, Ding Qingyu responded, do not indiscriminately post advertisements on your account. You are our club's most promising star player. Please refrain from such actions that could diminish your prestige. Shen Zhaoyan found his words perplexing. She understood only that her skills must be her primary focus. Nevertheless, she cleverly chose to comply with her captain for the time being. Especially since she and Li Shuima had just received a bounty of 100,000 from him the previous day. As the announcement for the start of the competition resonated, Shen Zhaoyan descended gracefully from the platform in her machine, landing on the left side of the arena. Her opponent, the formidable Tu Gu Weiwu, occupied the right side. In comparison to Shen Zhaoyan's strikingly silver, black, red, and green machine, Tu Gu Weiwu's otherwise unremarkable gray machine appeared unusually impressive. Meanwhile, the audience below continued to fill the stands, eagerly awaiting the match to commence. Shen Zhaoyan blinked her eyes, intending to greet Li Shuima and her companions seated to her left. Suddenly, Rabbit Brother boomed with impressive vigor. Thank you all for being here. Please follow my personal account XXX. Shen Zhaoyan's lips twitched. This rhetoric seemed oddly familiar. No, it was her own words. Chapter 126. You do not walk the old path at this moment. Rabbit Brother was basking in his triumph. Over the past few weeks, the Qingyu Cup had witnessed a plethora of popular match highlight clips. However, one competitor had captured his attention early on, his current opponent, I Am Your Ancestor. As a seasoned competitor, Rabbit Brother had made it his daily routine to study various players. Last week, he compiled data for comparison, and after examining 100 opponents, he discovered that I Am Your Ancestor had only participated in 3 matches yet amassed a considerable fanbase. Rabbit Brother felt he had unearthed a treasure trove of wisdom, thus dedicating 2 consecutive days to analyzing I Am Your Ancestor's matches in hopes of uncovering the secret to her success. Yet, the enigma of her fan attraction remained elusive. Perhaps I Am Your Ancestor was formidable, but there were numerous S-rank competitors in the Qingyu Cup who were equally as strong. Yet, their fan growth did not match hers. Moreover, I Am Your Ancestor was rather brazen in her promotional tactics. Logically, this did not add up. Thus, he continued his research until he finally concluded that I Am Your Ancestor's secret to gaining fans was her audacity. Consequently, he resolved to shed his own inhibitions and adopt her approach, leaving her with no avenues to escape. As it turned out, once Rabbit Brother's introduction resonated, the audience on his right erupted in cheers. Little Rabbit, how adorable. Rabbit Brother is so cute. Rabbit Brother struck a pose, preparing for his entrance. Rabbit Brother, come show us your handsome face. We want to see those abs. Initially, Rabbit Brother operated the mech with exuberance, bouncing around like a playful rabbit. Eventually, he even opened the mech's hatch, half unbuttoning his shirt. Shen Jiayun watched in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted by his fervor. She was mistaken. Rabbit Brother had not merely appropriated her words or tread her path. He had forged a new avenue altogether. Yet this was unacceptable. The audience was captivated by him. Who would pay attention to her offerings? Even if she failed to sell a single item, she could not allow her rival to snatch away her future clientele. However, shedding her clothing was not an option for her. Nevertheless, she had her own strategy. Since her rival had usurped her words, she would employ a thunderous voice to captivate the audience's attention. Quickly, she retrieved the advertising script recorded by the system previously, adjusting it to the maximum volume. Previously, while repairing her mech, she had intentionally spent 1,000 star coins on a second-hand loudspeaker, which was now perfectly installed. Then, a familiar voice resonated throughout the venue. To all the fans present, if you have any needs for mech modifications, please contact ID number. Your idol, I am your ancestor, will create the most advanced, powerful, and suitable mech for you. The fervent fans in attendance, harboring any desire for mech modifications, were urged to contact a specified ID. Their idol, I am your ancestor, would craft the most advanced and formidable mechs tailored to their needs. This message was repeated incessantly, leaving the audience in a state of shock. The left side of the audience, filled with fans who had come to support Shen Jiayun, had initially awaited a greeting from their idol with great enthusiasm. However, the idol was not merely silent. She was entirely disengaged from promoting herself. Instead, the audience was bombarded with advertisements. They found themselves not only hearing, but also mentally repeating the phrase about creating the most advanced and powerful mechs tailored for them. Unable to contain their frustration, they hurled their water bottles into the air, shouting, "Enough! I shouldn't have supported you. Can you show us some consideration?" A few harsh words would be preferable to this incessant advertising. You've gone too far. I should never have had such high hopes for you. This is excessive, truly excessive. This bottle was meant for your rival, but here it is instead. Seeing this familiar scene, Shen Jiayun finally felt a sense of relief. This was the reaction she had hoped for. It proved that her audience still cared for her and had not been swayed by her rival. Let it continue for another 2 minutes. The memories will be even more profound. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the valiant Rabbit Brother was energetically performing, suddenly feeling a chill on his exposed torso, especially as the audience's focus had shifted away from him, amplifying his discomfort. Below, Li Shuama covered her ears and leaned toward Zhu Yuanyao, asking, "This isn't right? Didn't Ti Xiaoyan say the audience was warm and generous toward her? Why are they now throwing water bottles at her?" "It's just a different way of expressing themselves," Zhu Yuanyao remarked, gazing at Li Shuama. Although puzzled, she looked up at Shen Jiayun on stage with admiration, somewhat reluctantly stating, "Even if there are too many flaws that could hinder unity, those things shouldn't be voiced." Zhuang Yuezha was utterly in awe, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "I've learned. I'm going to install loudspeakers on my mech too," blasting the audience during performances and creating a commotion on the streets at night. On the other side, Ding Qingyu was inhaling deeply, his cheeks gradually puffing out. Finally, he could hold his breath no longer and pulled out his light brain to contact Shen Jiayun. "Quickly turn off your speakers. You're going to lose fans. I taught you to be enthusiastic with fans, not like this. You're going to lose fans. Losing fans. Respond to me. Turn off the speakers. I'm going to dock your salary." A flurry of messages flooded in, causing Shen Jiayun's light brain to vibrate incessantly, making it impossible to ignore. The captain's words were to be heeded, especially regarding such a serious matter as salary deductions. After all, she had already run an entire cycle of ads, and the previous slogans lacked novelty. She decided to record a fresh advertisement upon her return, ready to engage once more. For now, she could afford to pause. Satisfied, she gently tapped her console, and the loudspeaker system finally fell silent. The audience on both sides joyfully tossed water bottles into the air in celebration. Shen Jiayun waved enthusiastically, expressing her gratitude for their affection. "Without further ado, I welcome everyone to connect with me privately. Please take note of my personal social ID." The formidable Brother Rabbit, having just donned his attire, rebuked, "You do not adhere to the traditional path. You lack martial ethics." He shed his garments, humbled himself, and displayed his prowess. Feeling aggrieved that the attention he had painstakingly garnered was snatched away by someone he deemed an inferior, his frustration and helplessness were palpable. Shen Jiayun blinked, pondering the meaning of martial ethics. "We have yet to engage in battle. I shall not let you escape." Brother Rabbit bellowed once more. As a seasoned participant of the Qingyu Cup, he possessed ample strategies to subdue newcomers like Shen Jiayun. Moreover, he had devised methods to counter her tactics, intending to impart that seeking attention is futile and that true strength speaks through capability. At that moment, the announcement signaling the commencement of the match resonated. Brother Rabbit's fingers danced swiftly over his control panel as a luminous blade ascended from his back. He maneuvered the right arm of his mech, advancing rapidly towards Shen Jiayun. His loyal supporters erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Brother Rabbit, show them your rabbit kick, then sever their limbs." Close combat was his forte, captivating to behold. While it posed a potential disadvantage for Shen Jiayun. Close combat. How intriguing. Shen Jiayun sat upright, swiftly placing her left hand on the control panel. With a deft tap, a long spear emerged behind her. Gripping the weapon with her mech's right arm, she aimed directly at her opponent. Her decisive approach elicited a smirk from Brother Rabbit, who mused that such a brash novice, clad in tattered armor, dared to challenge him. In a swift mental shift, he swung his long blade towards her shoulder. Shen Jiayun activated her thrusters with one hand, while rapidly striking the control panel with the other. The spear in her mech's grasp met the descending blade with precision. Brother Rabbit recoiled, astonished. Your reflexes are impressive. No wonder Lin Qingfeng fell to you. Enough with the chatter, shall we fight? Shen Jiayun extended her spear, sweeping it across. She had momentarily forgotten to inquire with her captain whether her account had been entrusted to Li Shuama for operation. Judging by the audience's earlier reactions, she anticipated numerous private messages. She hoped to bask in the fortune of the lucky and sell a few system packages. Thus, she aimed to conclude her skirmish with Brother Rabbit swiftly. However, to Brother Rabbit, her words conveyed nothing short of disdain. Do not be overly arrogant. Do not presume that winning 3 matches makes you invincible. I have scrutinized all your battles and discovered several of your weaknesses. I shall make you aware of who truly reigns. As he spoke, he maneuvered his mech, its gray legs springing into action. Vaulting to the right side of Shen Jiayun's mech, another strike aimed at her head followed. What weaknesses? Shen Jiayun leveled her spear, intent on counterattacking. Yet, upon sensing her intent, Brother Rabbit swiftly retracted his blade and leaped back. Shen Jiayun could not help but twitch her lips in irritation. This fellow truly lives up to the moniker of Brother Rabbit, exhibiting remarkable agility. Yet, only moments ago, did he not issue a stern warning to her, urging her to temper her arrogance and recognize her place? Why, upon receiving a blow, does she retaliate, while he evades with such swiftness? If he doesn't deliver a decisive strike, she might genuinely believe herself invincible. How could I possibly divulge my strategy to you? Such revelations would render my tactics futile. Brother Rabbit once again lay in wait for an opportune moment. He acknowledged that today was indeed his fortunate day. Having just concluded his analysis of the match footage titled I Am Your Ancestor, by sheer coincidence, he found himself matched against I Am Your Ancestor. After extensive study, he must surely have devised his own tactics. What are the strengths of I Am Your Ancestor? An extraordinary capacity for calculation and prediction, unexpectedly effective countermeasures, and infuriatingly provocative remarks. Alas, the strengths are numerous. Yet, the weaknesses are equally apparent. For instance, her mech is rated D class, constrained by the limitations of such a grade, suffering from insufficient energy reserves. Additionally, the mech is constructed from inferior materials, rendering its exterior rather fragile. Thus, he need only focus on exploiting these 2 vulnerabilities. His primary strategy involves targeting the mech's weak points. If he cannot land a hit, he will retreat. The secondary strategy is to deplete the energy reserves of I Am Your Ancestor's mech if he finds it impossible to breach its protective layer. Therefore, as long as he safeguards his own mech from damage and provokes his opponent into relentless action, exhausting their mech's energy, victory shall be his. In summary, the advantage lies with him. Brother Rabbit, brimming with confidence, bellowed with fervor. I shall represent Lin Qingfeng and obliterate you. I am here to avenge him. A trash mech like yours does not deserve to be on this stage. He then bounded forward with a powerful leap, brandishing his blade with formidable flair. Below, Lin Qing, who had just taken his seat alongside Xia Xingyu, could not help but glance up at the stage. Who is this brainless fan of his? Dredging up his less than glorious past. Unable to contain her amusement, Xia Xingyu patted her cousin on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Lin Qing, your popularity endures. Even a week later, there are those who wish to represent you and seek vengeance on your behalf. Lin Qingfeng frowned, irritably swatting her hand away. Meanwhile, on stage, Shen Jiayun raised her spear to block Brother Rabbit's formidable blade, wholly unfazed by his boisterous proclamations. Her relationship with Lin Qing remained amicable. They bore no grudges. As for the state of her mech, she found his criticisms rather accurate. Nevertheless, in the heat of competition, she was bound to retaliate. She aimed her firearm directly at his right arm, seeking to disarm him. Yet, Brother Rabbit deftly evaded once more, his speed commendable. Shen Jiayun could not help but exclaim. You've spouted enough nonsense, but could you refrain from running off so quickly? Let us engage in a fair fight. Do you think I am like the fiery phoenix? I shall not be swayed by your provocations. I remain unperturbed. Brother Rabbit is well aware of how the fiery phoenix met her defeat at the hands of I Am Your Ancestor. The flame phoenix succumbed to an overwhelming surge of emotions, influenced by the scathing remarks of I Am Your Ancestor, which led to a significant loss of discernment, ultimately resulting in his defeat. In contrast, the formidable Rabbit brother remains a composed veteran, wielding influence over others. Below, Xia Xingyu clenched her fists, rising in indignation, her mouth spouting expletives. Who is this Rabbit brother? Who is acting impulsively? Who is losing their temper? Is he seeking his own demise? Wishing to be bombarded by my firepower? Steady, steady. Do not be rash. Lin Qing implored, attempting to restrain her. Yet, Xia Xingyu remained unyielding, springing up like a spring pig, forcing her back into her seat. Incensed, Xia Xingyu pinched Lin Qing, exclaiming, your fandom is truly exasperating. So mouthy. Lin Qing grimaced in pain. Meanwhile, an audience member beside them was introducing the situation to their companions. You do not know who the Flame Phoenix is? I was unaware too, until I watched the videos of I Am Your Ancestor and the Flame Phoenix, which made me a fan of the former. The Flame Phoenix indeed possesses a fiery temperament. Xia Xingyu's face contorted in rage. Did you hear that? Lin Qing murmured. They are not mistaken. Your temperament does need adjustment. The audience member continued. You must have noticed how provocative I Am Your Ancestor can be, right? During that match, every word uttered by I Am Your Ancestor infuriated the Flame Phoenix, turning the entire event into a barrage of attacks. Rabbit Brothers' evaluation is spot on. Xia Xingyu's lips twitched in irritation. Lin Qing, donning an elegant smile, offered reassurance. It's all right, it's all right. At that moment, the audience member began to speak of Lin Qingfeng. Lin Qingfeng. Elegant, grand, and cultured. He has numerous fans, is quite handsome, and his mecha skills are impressive. Yet, even he pales in comparison to I am your ancestor. His mecha arms were dismantled by I am your ancestor. Having been in the arena for so long, I am your ancestor must surely be Lin Qingfeng's lifelong rival. Now, Lin Qing's expression began to twitch as well. That rabbit brother truly deserves his fate. Agent Zhang has already stated that fans are indifferent to his past week's embarrassment, but with rabbit brother bringing it up, everyone will surely remember it once more. Seeing her cousin in such a state, Xia Xingyu couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. She feigned a smile, comforting, cousin. It's fine, it's fine. I wish for Shen Jiayan to break rabbit brother's legs. Lin Qing gritted her teeth in agreement. It must be said that at this moment, Lin Qing and Shen Jiayan seemed to share a certain unspoken understanding. Oh, not in a romantic sense. This narrative is devoid of any romantic subplot, so do not misconstrue. The so-called connection lies in the fact that Shen Jiayan has indeed taken an interest in targeting rabbit brother's two legs. What manner of legs are these? They are two exceptionally ostentatious legs, akin to two large chicken drumsticks dangled before one who is not even hungry, enticingly swaying. They run swiftly, leap high, and respond with remarkable agility, seemingly crafted from notably special materials. Shen Jiayan initially aimed to conclude the match swiftly, yet the allure of those two legs compelled her to prolong the contest. Once again, the formidable rabbit brother leaped before her, brandishing his blade against her mech. Shen Jiayan feigned drawing her weapon, contemplating a counterattack. The astute rabbit brother, however, nimbly sprang away, vanishing from her sight in an instant. Observing the mech's display, Shen Jiayan analyzed the opponent's movement trajectory and reaction speed. The system further alerted her to the exceptional agility of the enemy's mech legs, indicating that her own leg performance paled in comparison. A hint of frustration nearly escaped her lips. She swallowed hard and tentatively remarked, "Your mech's legs appear quite impressive." Resolute in his intent to remain unaffected by Shen Jiayan's words, rabbit brother could not resist responding when she mentioned his mech's legs. "Haha, do you know why I am called rabbit brother?" he retorted. "Why?" Shen Jiayan advanced, eager to probe the data behind those legs. She approached without drawing her weapon, opting instead for a sweeping kick aimed at his right leg. Rabbit brother, momentarily reveling in his prowess, only evaded her strike at the last moment, leaping from harm's way. Once he had successfully dodged her attack, he boasted, "Because of my mech's legs, my opponents fear my reaction speed the most. And my speed is entirely dependent on these two legs, modified by an elite mech engineer. With them, I can close in on my enemies at will. Just like the extraordinary rabbit, I am swift and agile. My fans originally coined the phrase rabbit brother is formidable, hence my name." Shen Jiayan gazed at those enticing legs, her desire intensifying. What to do? She wanted them. Are these remarkable legs a result of utilizing advanced materials? She continued. Advanced materials are certainly a factor. However, the most crucial aspect is that the mech engineer employed an innovative system inspired by a creature renowned for its speed, rabbit brother divulged, unable to contain his eagerness to share details about his mech. Fortunately, his strategy involved expending time to deplete her energy reserves, so engaging in conversation would not hinder his tactics. It seems contemporary mech designers are not entirely lacking in skill, Shen Jiayan remarked with satisfaction. Yet, this only intensified her resolve to study his mech further. At that moment, rabbit brother once again approached, eager to provoke her. Shen Jiayan, undeterred, thrust her weapon towards one of his legs, intent on assessing its reaction speed. "How dare you target my leg after my kind introduction? I shall break both of your legs. Just wait." Rabbit brother is not to be trifled with. He bellowed, exasperated. The audience, witnessing his fury, anticipated a counterattack. Yet, in the next instant, rabbit brother executed the same maneuver as before, swiftly retreating. The scene before us has repeated itself over a dozen times since the competition began between these two individuals on stage. Each time, the valiant rabbit brother initiates the attack, only to be met by a retaliatory strike from I am your ancestor, who brandishes their spear with intent. Just as the spear is about to pierce rabbit brother, the latter deftly dodges with remarkable speed. The audience, growing increasingly frustrated and bored, could no longer contain themselves, and someone shouted, "Rabbit brother, are you even going to fight or not? Is it true that the loudest insults come from the swiftest feet? Who taught you that trick?" Others in the crowd echoed this sentiment. An irate spectator pounded on their seat, exclaiming, "Legs, legs, legs. I demand you keep those legs moving. I am your ancestor, and I urge you to break his legs. If he won't strike you, then you must strike him. In any case, one of you must leave the stage with a broken leg today." Another audience member yelled at the silver black red green mech, "I am your ancestor. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Are you just going to watch him prance around before you?" With a smirk, Shen Jiayan raised her mech's middle finger towards the audience. She responded nonchalantly, "I am the ancestor of you all." Having returned from 3 centuries past, her ancestral status was beyond reproach. Yet, to the ears of the audience below, it sounded as if Shen Jiayan was merely insulting them and taking advantage of their presence. Consequently, the crowd turned their attention back to I am your ancestor, urging rabbit brother to demolish her mech. "Rabbit brother, if you can maim her, I shall follow you. Yes, I will unfollow I am your ancestor and turn my attention to you. Rabbit brother, a real man must keep his word. You promised to break I am your ancestor's legs. So do not go back on your word. I am your ancestor. You are truly asking for it. Even those who wish to assist you feel exploited." Ding Qingyu, watching the spectacle, sighed in exasperation. He could not comprehend why Shen Jiayan couldn't simply engage with the audience in a friendly manner. At that moment, Li Xuemo, with a worried expression, turned to him and said, "Captain, are fans going to unfollow? Wouldn't that cause Xiaoyan to lose followers? What should we do? Unfollow? What a ludicrous notion." Just as Shen Jiayan hurled her sharp retort, her follower count surged once again. Zhuang Yueza, peering at his holographic device, murmured in astonishment. He had been following Shun Jiayin's account and noted a curious phenomenon. The more impolite she was to the audience, the faster her follower count increased. It had happened twice now. Once when she threw a water bottle, and now again. Zhuang Yueza found himself increasingly perplexed. Why did Shun Jiayin's lack of courtesy endear her to the audience even more? Upon hearing his remarks, Ding Qingyu immediately logged into Shun Jiayin's social media account, only to discover that her follower count was on the rise. Looking back at the stage, he saw Shun Jiayin provocatively beckoning to the audience. You've got the wrong person. He can't defeat me. Bring someone else. Ding Qingyu couldn't help but facepalm. No matter how it appeared, her audacious attitude seemed to attract even more admirers. He was utterly baffled. However, amidst the audience, there was someone who truly understood the situation. Zhang, Lin Qing's manager. Zhang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the silver black red green mech on stage. He muttered to himself, incredible. This is a born idol competitor. No one taught her. She has flawlessly captured her persona. Lin Qing had to be repeatedly reminded to maintain her persona, while this one, whose every move radiates brilliance, is your ancestor. Manager. Why do I only see the audience cursing at her? Didn't you always teach Lin Qing to be courteous to the audience? You also mentioned that the ranking for the Qingyu Cup is insignificant. Winning the hearts of fans is what truly matters, as they are our bread and butter. The assistant, holding a notebook, cautiously inquired. Agent Zhang, in an excited tone, replied, you don't understand. Everyone has grown weary of the personas of elegance, cuteness, politeness, and tranquility. Sometimes, the sudden emergence of an arrogant and cool competitor is extraordinarily refreshing. But manager, I do not perceive arrogance or coolness in her. All I see is shamelessness. The despicable little assistant pointed out, more cautiously. Agent Zhang gaped, staring blankly at the stage. What transpired on stage? The formidable rabbit brother continued to implement his strategy of exhausting his opponent's energy with relentless determination. He swung his weapon once more, but after encountering him numerous times, Shun Jiayin had already discerned his operational habits. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Shun Jiayin smiled at the sight of the long blade approaching on the large screen. Her right hand glided over the control panel while her left hand pushed the joystick to the right. The long spear stood upright, causing Rabbit Brother to instinctively retreat. Inside the mech, Shun Jiayin's lips curled into a smile, eagerly anticipating this moment. Her right hand danced like a butterfly across the control panel, and a dozen buttons below illuminated in unison. Let us see whether your legs are faster or my modified mech is swifter. Rabbit Brother declared without hesitation. Of course. It's me, Rabbit Brother, who is the mightiest. However, as he uttered this, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Wu-style leap activated. The silver black red green mech suddenly tilted and slid, evading the incoming blade and brushing past the opponent's gray mech to position itself behind. Rabbit Brother gasped. How are you so fast? This is impossible. My ancestor's mech speed has completely surpassed any previous encounters he had witnessed. Moreover, he couldn't comprehend why my ancestor had not displayed such speed from the outset. Could this be the opponent's scheme? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He needed to jump and escape quickly. There was no escape. Shun Jiayin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Her hands danced once more on the control panel. The angled long spear twirled elegantly on her wrist, then was vertically tossed behind the mech, precisely landing in the designated slot. Simultaneously, the silver black red green mech leapt onto the back of the gray mech, firmly adhering to it as if they were one. What are you doing? Get off my mech's back. At this moment, Rabbit Brother could no longer maintain his composure, shouting in panic. What is she planning? Naturally, she intends to study the opponent's mech. However, she could not say this outright, or else the opponent might abandon the competition. Shun Jiayin did not miss the opportunity to provoke. Let's see your skills then. Did you not claim you would put on a good show for me? Here I am, perched on your mech's back, no matter how swift your legs are. They are of no use now. You are but a mere disappointment. Your fans must be thoroughly disillusioned with you. With a quiet determination, she activated the versatile tool on her mech arm, intending to commence the disassembly from the waist. To detach the two legs, this was undoubtedly the swiftest approach. Unbeknownst to Brother Rabbit's formidable prowess, Shun Jiayin was consumed with her own thoughts, while he was incensed by her words. He exclaimed, despicable, shameless. We are in the midst of a competition. If you cannot outrun me, how dare you cling to my mech? Is there no shred of dignity in your solitary mech combat? Why not face me head-on in a fair match? If you possess the capability, strike me. If you cannot land a blow, then concede. You would do well to surrender promptly. Though Shun Jiayin taunted him to yield, her hands were deftly at work. She meticulously removed screws, seeking to study the entire system structure while ensuring the integrity of her opponent's mech remained intact, refraining from employing any tools of destruction. As she disassembled, she committed the layout of his structure to memory. Just a little more dismantling, and she could afford to be more aggressive. Inside Brother Rabbit's mech, the system's malfunction alerts continued to blare incessantly. Attention! Mech P328, P329, P404 damaged. H943, K455 under attack. What on earth? What is malfunctioning? Brother Rabbit pounded the control panel in frustration. However, his commands were executed flawlessly by his mech. What could possibly be wrong? Was the mech truly malfunctioning? Damn! I am still in a competition. Fuming with anger, Brother Rabbit recklessly maneuvered his mech, swinging the long blade behind him. The command was executed seamlessly, suggesting no actual fault in the mech. As Shun Jiayin deftly evaded the swing of his long blade, misfortune befell Brother Rabbit. His blade struck his own back, effectively delivering a self-inflicted wound to his opponent. The alerts within his mech grew louder and more pervasive. Attention! Mech back ribs, M644, M098, M933, please note, K873. The spectators below were left in shock, witnessing the two mechs entangled in such a manner. Many, like the assistant to manager Zhang, found the tactic to be utterly underhanded. Onlookers to the right could not restrain themselves, shouting, "You cannot fight like that. Compete fairly with Brother Rabbit." Brother Rabbit's greatest strength lay in his legs. Now, striking his opponent only resulted in self-harm, rendering surrender all the more humiliating. How could Brother Rabbit face such an opponent? His previous adversaries had always engaged in honorable combat. Never imagining that one could counter his moves in such a manner, the rabbit kick technique was rendered ineffective. Despicable, shameless, utterly disgraceful. Get off Brother Rabbit's back. Do you not know the creed of the Iron Heart? Fair and just combat. The audience on the right continued to hurl insults. Yet those on the left were not pleased. One individual stood up, addressing the right side. Where's the dishonor? I am your ancestor. And this has always been my way of fighting. Regardless of the tactics employed, capturing a rabbit is a triumph. Someone exclaimed, well done. I am your ancestor. Hurry up and destroy the opponent's mech. Another, hands on hips, laughed at the audience. This is exactly how it should be done. Forget about any notions of a heart of steel. But wait, if I am your ancestor, why isn't the opponent's mech being shattered immediately? Let us wrap this match up. No, what is she doing? At that moment, Xia Xingyu in the audience seized Lin Qing's arm and shouted, is she eyeing some part of Rabbit Brothers' formidable mech? No, she isn't merely observing. She is evidently dismantling it. No one understands Shen Xiaoyun's maneuvers better than she does. For it was her own mech that Shen Xiaoyun had once disassembled. And now, her Fire Phoenix leg is clinging to Shen Xiaoyun's mech. Lin Qing, gazing at the green mech's arm on stage, nodded in silent agreement. He was also familiar with Shen Xiaoyun's technique. If only he could contact Rabbit Brother, he would urge him to concede immediately. At this juncture, Rabbit Brother finally sensed something amiss. What are you doing? Are you dismantling my mech? Why are you doing this? A smirk graced Shen Xiaoyun's lips as her hands remained in motion. Rather than respond directly, she continued to taunt him. Are you scared? Your mech is surely doomed. You should concede. Rabbit Brother's heart sank. The thought of conceding felt utterly humiliating. Indeed, if he surrendered now, he would lose all dignity. What if future opponents employed this very tactic against him? No, he had to resist. If you have the skill, stay glued to my mech. He gritted through clenched teeth. Suddenly, he commanded his mech to soar high into the air, accelerating before crashing downward. Internally, he cursed, if you are my ancestor, then you should remain on my mech's back. I will make you my scapegoat and obliterate the opposing mech. Ah, you truly excel at minimizing my workload. Shen Xiaoyun couldn't help but chuckle. As the gray mech descended halfway, her fingers danced deftly across the control panel. The circular saw on the mech's arm emerged once more, poised to slice through the previously dismantled section. The delightful sound of cutting filled the air, and Rabbit Brother, in horror, realized he had lost control of his mech. The system alerts blared incessantly as more malfunctions occurred. The warnings expanded, nearly overwhelming the normal operation interface displayed on the large screen. The gravity of the situation was evident. No. Rabbit Brother's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing. His mouth could only repeat that phrase like a broken record. Yet, the worst was yet to come. At that instant, Shen Xiaoyun expertly maneuvered her mech, ensuring the cutting was nearly complete, and swiftly retracted the circular saw. Huh, done, she exclaimed with a smile, her hands swiftly tapping the control panel. The silver black red green mech, which had been clinging to the gray mech, instantly detached. In a desperate bid to distance herself from the gray mech, one leg of the mech delivered a fierce kick to it. Subsequently, her mech soared away with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the descent of the gray mech accelerated once more. No. Brother Rabbit frantically pressed the takeoff button, malfunction. The crouch button, malfunction. The landing button, malfunction. Undeterred, Brother Rabbit continued to press, clinging to a flicker of hope for revival. Alas, he had initially intended to intimidate, but soared to great heights instead. He had planned to halt this momentum once his opponent retreated, yet he never anticipated losing complete control over the mech. He had dealt a harsh blow to his opponent. And now the consequences of his actions were solely his to bear. He pressed and pressed, malfunction. Just 1 meter from the ground, Brother Rabbit, in despair, closed his eyes. No, bang. 2 sounds echoed. The sound of the mech crashing to the ground drowned out Brother Rabbit's desperate cries. In an instant, dust billowed, shrouding the stage in a white haze. Everything transpired too swiftly for the audience below to comprehend. What just happened? Hadn't I Am Your Ancestor already fled from Brother Rabbit's mech? Why was there still a crash? If I am not mistaken, Brother Rabbit had initially soared high to escape the entanglement with I Am Your Ancestor. However, if I Am Your Ancestor had indeed departed, why was Brother Rabbit still plummeting? Indeed, given that I Am Your Ancestor had vacated that position, Brother Rabbit should have been able to halt the descent of his mech. Brother Rabbit, being a seasoned veteran, should have executed his plan successfully under the circumstances. So what went awry? After a lengthy pause of several seconds, the surrounding dust began to settle. The spectators finally discerned the situation on the stage. Beside a massive crater crouched a silver black red green mech. Oh, it still had its back turned to the crowd. Instantly, the audience erupted in astonishment. Goodness, what a colossal pit. Brother Rabbit hit a dead end. Brother Rabbit is done for. The fallen mech must be in ruins. Did Brother Rabbit inadvertently dig his own grave? Just moments ago, he had been so ostentatious. And who would have imagined the outcome would twist so dramatically? This was the first time witnessing such a foolish defeat. Brother Rabbit, I shall remember you. No, Brother Rabbit can rise again. Get up, Brother Rabbit. While some lamented for Brother Rabbit, others cheered for I Am Your Ancestor. Wow, My ancestor, you are incredible. Awesome, awesome. Congratulations to I am your ancestor for outsmarting Brother Rabbit. I am your ancestor. You are magnificent. Truly magnificent. I am your ancestor. I love you. I shall no longer give you the finger. Hurry and turn around. Let me capture your shining moment. My revered ancestor, could you please stop crouching? After such a splendid battle, we must stand tall. Exude some majesty. Don't resemble someone squatting in a restroom. This position isn't photogenic. Shun Xiaoyan couldn't care less about the audience below. How could one not squat? She is currently assisting Rabbit Brother in the meticulous dismantling of his mech. At this moment, Rabbit Brother's mech is on the verge of disassembling itself. Thanks to a sudden stroke of genius from Rabbit Brother, he has lost the ability to resist, allowing her to quietly and diligently take apart the mech. Thus, she can devote herself fully to the task, carefully grinding and sawing to achieve a more thorough separation of the mech. She grinds with fervor, and is on the brink of breaking through. Shun Xiaoyan operates the mech with great delight, almost humming a little tune. Meanwhile, inside the mech cockpit, Rabbit Brother is still immersed in the recent events, staring blankly at the now completely dark screen. Indeed, his mech is broken. He mutters to himself, what on earth happened? Why did my mech malfunction? I had everything calculated perfectly. I had planned how to pause the descent, so why? Lost in his thoughts, he has completely forgotten that someone is outside assisting in the dismemberment of his mech. Shun Xiaoyan, with her focused demeanor, has clearly grown adept at this kind of work, her speed surpassing that of many mech manufacturers. As she dismantles, she also studies the structure of the mech. The audience below is growing anxious, uncertain about what is transpiring in the pit. At that moment, the official Qingyu Cup seems to adjust the camera angle, and on the immense screen, the gray mech, nearly separated, is finally displayed clearly. Oh, and there goes the mech arm sliding swiftly, reminiscent of my ancestor. As soon as the image appears on the big screen, Xia Xingyu slaps her thigh in excitement, exclaiming, I knew she would do that. Has she set her sights on someone else's mech again? Lin Qing watches Shin Xiaoyun's skilled maneuvers, unable to suppress a smirk. Ding Qingyu, observing Shin Xiaoyun's actions on stage, hands his light brain to Li Shuima, saying, you help her manage her social media account. She was just asking for your assistance. After speaking, he turns his face away, unable to face the situation any longer. Little Yun has tasted success before, and now she must have her eyes set on a particular part of Rabbit Brother's mech, who taught her that one can directly dismantle parts of another's mech. It was the blazing phoenix and the stone forest breeze. What fault lies with little Yun? She is merely led astray by others. Yes, blame those two rascals. Li Shuima takes over the Captain S account, gazing up at the stage with admiration. Is this what Zhao Yun meant by defeating an opponent, leading them to obediently surrender their belongings? I understand now. Ding Qingyu, still trying to evade reality, turns his head towards her in alarm, asking, what did Shin Xiaoyan tell you? Hurry up and recount everything. Zhu Yuanyao and Zhuang Yuza also turn their attention to Li Shuima. Li Shuima blinks, stating, Xiaoyan mentioned that everyone in the Qingyu Cup is exceptionally talented. The audience is warm and delightful. A mere wave of the hand brings forth abundant emotional value. Well, I just witnessed that. Although everyone was throwing water bottles, which differs slightly from what she said, the audience's reaction was indeed enthusiastic. She continued, she also mentioned that the opponents in the competition are wealthy and generous. If we defeat them, not only will they refrain from cursing, but they will also present us with mech components. The ticket revenue share is remarkably high. Zhu Yuanyao couldn't help but burst into laughter. The captain's head must be throbbing even more. Zhuang Yueza looked at the captain with a sympathetic expression. Ding Qingyu took several deep breaths before stating, do not heed her words. She is mistaken. Have you read the Steelheart Doctrine? Yes, I have. However, I find it to be mere nonsense. Li Shuima replied earnestly. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Yueza erupted in laughter. Li Shuima truly lives up to her reputation as Xiaoyan's guide into the club. Ding Qingyu rubbed his temples. It is wrong to dismantle someone else's mecha. Alas, I suppose I shall have to teach you again when we return. For now, do not focus on Xiaoyan's performance on stage. You shall assist her in managing her account. Oh, Li Shuima readily complied, obediently opening the captain's holographic terminal, though her gaze still wandered towards the stage. Xiaoyan had instructed her to attentively observe her match. Well, the captain's words came later, while Shun Xiaoyan's came first. She adhered to the principle of precedence. Aside from Ding Qingyu and the others being astonished by Shun Xiaoyan's actions, the audience below also turned their attention to I am your ancestor's maneuvers. It was unavoidable. Her mecha's design was strikingly unique, albeit initially overshadowed by the match itself. Now that Rabbit Brother's formidable mecha was incapacitated, the most conspicuous figure on stage was indeed I am your ancestor. Moreover, she had once again begun to target her opponent's mecha, making it hard for anyone not to take notice. An excited veteran fan exclaimed, The red and green limbs of Ancestor's mecha seem to have been acquired from her previous opponents in the last 2 matches. Is she now eyeing Rabbit Brother's upper body as well? But Rabbit Brother is still in the cockpit. Is she planning to drag both the pilot and the mecha away? Immediately, someone retorted, what nonsense. She clearly wants those 2 rabbit legs. Did you not see that her mecha's head is directed solely towards those limbs? The veteran fan who had spoken initially quickly countered, taking the legs would be futile. Did she not already claim the legs of the Fire Phoenix mecha? She has fully assembled them onto her own now. If she were to modify her mecha next, it would surely be the upper body. Chapter 129. Whose fan are you? Isn't that color scheme of her mecha intentionally designed by her? You uncouth and foolish mecha pilots. Do you even understand what you are talking about? A mecha engineer interjected. A friend of that engineer questioned, how could that be impossible? I've seen certain mecha engineers acquire second-hand parts in mechas. Isn't that a simple matter? Didn't I help you inquire about second-hand mechas before? The mecha engineer clarified, it's not the same. The circumstances are entirely different. When we mecha engineers acquire secondhand mechas, they are meant for use on mechas of the same series and level. Did you not see the information on the competitors? I Am Your Ancestor's mecha is a D class, while Rabbit Brothers is an A class. These two mechas are fundamentally different. Surely, the mecha known as the Blazing Phoenix you mentioned earlier cannot also be classified as a D-grade mecha, can it? If that were the case, then modifications could indeed be made. The surrounding mecha operators listened intently to the words of the mecha designer. No sooner had he finished speaking than a frequent attendee of the Qingyu Cup interjected, the Blazing Phoenix is piloted by an A-grade mecha. Moreover, there is also Shilin Qingfeng, who pilots an A-grade mecha as well. The green mechanical arm of my ancestor's mecha is exactly the same as that of Shilin Qingfeng. Previously, my ancestor's mecha was in a silver-black color scheme, but it has now transformed into silver-black with red and green accents. The patterns on the red portions are identical to those on the Blazing Phoenix's mecha. The mecha designer remained skeptical and exclaimed, "Are you deceiving me? I have never seen anyone modify a mecha in such a manner. Which mecha designer assisted in modifying my ancestor's mecha? I must inquire with him." His friend immediately replied, "She did it herself. Have you forgotten those ubiquitous advertisements from your ancestor that are as persistent as a stubborn rash? Just moments ago, you were so taken aback that you covered your ears. But, Xiaoyu, are you certain that modifications between different grade mechas are unattainable?" Xiaoyu is the name of this mecha designer, a second-year student specializing in mecha manufacturing at the Alliance's first academy. His academic performance ranked among the top in his cohort, and he even harbored hopes of studying under the esteemed SS-grade mecha master, Sun Jiao, in the coming year. Xiaoyu replied without hesitation, "It is the structure system that must precede the components. Upgrading a lower-grade mecha with higher-grade materials requires a meticulous selection of compatible materials. Crafting components from scratch based on the structural system. Utilizing mature components from another mecha involves two distinct structural systems. Have you ever witnessed a completed mecha undergoing structural modifications for the sake of a few components?" His friend murmured, "Is the modification of mechas truly that stringent?" Yet the components of my ancestor's mecha were indeed dismantled from the Blazing Phoenix and Shilin Qingfeng's mechas. Could it be that the modification system mentioned by my ancestor truly works? Should I consider purchasing a system from her for examination? Xiaoyu responded resolutely, "It's a ruse. You cunning mecha operators consistently collaborate with subpar mecha designers, perpetuating deceptive advertisements. This must surely be some marketing scheme." At that moment, an audience member declared with conviction, "I am a fan of Shilin Qingfeng. The mechanical arm of my ancestor's mecha is indeed that of Shilin Qingfeng, even if it were reduced to ashes. I would not mistake it. I trust my ancestor. Her advertisement must be authentic. I will place an order immediately." Xiaoyu retorted without reservation. "You claim to be a fan of Shilin Qingfeng? No, you are undoubtedly a supporter of my ancestor. Otherwise, why are you seated here watching my ancestor's competition? And did you not just cheer for her? Now you still believe the advertisements of your idol's opponent. You must be a false fan of Shilin Qingfeng." The audience member, standing firm in his defense, asserted, "What do you know? I am merely helping my idol uncover the flaws in my ancestor's claims. The one cheering is certainly not me. You are mistaken. Regardless, I am determined to purchase a system from her, analyze it thoroughly, and inform my fan club." Upon hearing this, the nearby audience members were all enticed. "Fans of Shilin Qingfeng, are you all here to inquire if I am your ancestor? No. I shall also ask who I am to you. What is the matter with her mecha modification plan? Who can recall the social media account of I Am Your Ancestor? Hurry, I wish to add her for a private chat." The moment these words were uttered, the surrounding individuals did not need to consult any records, immediately revealing Shun Xiaoyun's social account. "How could you not remember this? I have memorized it perfectly. The social account is indeed. I have recited it so many times that it is engraved in my mind." At this moment, the power of Shun Xiaoyun's loudspeaker is evident. On stage, she finally separated from the imposing mecha of Brother Rabbit. With a fierce pull, she yanked one leg out of the pit and then squatted back down, knocking on the cockpit. "Brother Rabbit, do you wish to come out?" Inside the mecha, Brother Rabbit, feeling mighty, dared not emerge. The bravado he had displayed earlier was swiftly followed by a facepalm, and his performance in this competition had been rather foolish. Unsure of how to face the fans and the audience, he severed all connections to the outside world. Thus, he only wished to remain alone in silence within. After all, I Am Your Ancestor has already triumphed. She will leave with pride and satisfaction. He, however, would wait until the crowd dispersed, departing alone in a melancholic solitude. He did not require an audience. His world should remain as dark and disconnected as the screen of his blackened mecha. He even dared not glance at his light brain. Fearful of the messages from friends, he desired no disturbances, for his world was devoid of light. Shun Xiaoyun awaited a response, knocking again on the mecha cabin. "Is the sensor malfunctioning too? I forgot. Your mecha system might be disordered, and you may not hear my voice. No matter. I shall assist you in removing the mecha cabin door. I will rescue you at once." Shun Xiaoyun sharpened her resolve, striving against the mecha cabin. She secured a triumphant prize. Rescuing Brother Rabbit was her way of repaying him. While Shun Xiaoyun toiled, Li Shuama was also aiding her efforts. Initially, Li Shuama had been covertly glancing at Shun Xiaoyun on stage when suddenly her captain's light brain began to vibrate incessantly. Li Shuama looked down to find that 5 or 6 individuals had messaged simultaneously. She exclaimed, someone is inquiring about Xiaoyun's system. I don't understand." Ding Qingyu remarked casually, "That's impossible. She has been selling for so long without selling a single system. How could it be that the moment you use your light brain, someone wants to buy? Surely, it is another attempt to deceive her for signatures and photos." Chapter 130. The Golden Salesperson emerges. Indeed, Xiao Yun's advertisements are ubiquitous. Does anyone still inquire about that broken system? Zhuang Yueza leaned over, his eyes widening in disbelief. Oh my, they are truly asking about the system. Xuema, could it be that what Xiao Yun said is true, and your destined profession is indeed sales? Li Xuema looked at her. Captain, what sales? I know nothing about it. Captain, how should I respond? What should I reply? Ding Qingyu was equally bewildered. Li Xuema turned to Ding Qingyu. Did she provide you with any sales scripts or manuals? Ding Qingyu suggested. She didn't have time to send them to me. As you all witnessed, I suddenly wanted to log into her account. I still find it hard to believe that anyone would wish to purchase a system. It seems far more likely that fans desire to generate revenue for their idols and present gifts. Why not simply upload a recitation video of Ironheart and price it at 3-star coins? The fans would eagerly place their orders for the video themselves. A common method of revenue generation for renowned competitors is to include links to various items on their personal account pages, allowing fans to place orders. These items often include clothing identical to that worn by their idols or practice manuals authored by them. However, the various systems and components listed on Xiao Yun's homepage are priced quite high. Encouraging fans to order a system could come across as exploiting their affections. Thus, creating a gift link for 3-star coins would be much more effective. At that moment, Li Xuemiao interjected, Captain, I told everyone that purchasing the system requires patience. It's not convenient right now due to insufficient manpower. After hearing my words, they placed their orders even more swiftly. What? Not purchasing Ironheart? Opting for the system instead? Ding Qingyu exclaimed in astonishment. Even Zhu Yuanyao couldn't contain her curiosity and leaned in to see how Xiao Shui was responding to Xiao Yun's fans. Qing Feng Ziya, how is the system sold? What is this custom-made system? Washi and I Zuzong system? Dear, I suggest that you refrain from ordering the system for now. Everyone is quite busy at the moment, and we are temporarily unable to assist you. Qing Feng Ziya, is it that your mech manufacturers are occupied with someone else's orders? Hence, you are unable to provide service? Washi and I Zuzong, not at all. It's just that I currently cannot assist you. I'm a new customer service representative and am not well versed in anything yet. Qing Feng Zia, new customer service representative? This clearly indicates a reluctance to sell. Ugh, surely someone has already beaten me to purchasing the system. I want to place an order now. Please put me in line. Following that, notifications of the other party placing orders flooded in. Zhu Yuanyao looked at Li Xuemiao in shock, realizing that this was indeed how to sell merchandise. The pinnacle of salesmanship lies not in bargaining with the client, but in holding out for the right price, creating a sense of urgency that compels them to act quickly. Zhuang Yueza, who frequently dealt in second-hand goods, was already fervently adjusting his selling tactics on his platform using his light brain. Li Xuemiao gazed at everyone in confusion. What about the sales pitch? Was there no strategy? How does one sell Ironheart? Ding Qingyu's lips moved as he glanced between Li Xuemiao and his light brain. His expression a mix of bewilderment and helplessness. He simply did not comprehend it. Selling what? Ironheart. Just sell the system. Zhu Yuanyao, unable to restrain herself, playfully tapped the captain's head. Oh, Li Xuemiao still appeared bewildered. What about the system sales pitch? How does one sell it? Who will come to her rescue? She looked up at the stage, where Xiao Yun was still dismantling another mech. On stage, Shen Xiaoyun was diligently working, blissfully unaware that the gold medal sales representative below was mired in a professional identity crisis. Amidst the clamor of sawing and cutting, Shen Xiaoyun finally managed to create a small fissure in the hatch. The still disheartened brother rabbit turned his head in confusion. Who? I am your ancestor. What are you doing? His commanding voice resonated through the crack. Shen Xiaoyun replied excitedly. I'm helping you. I noticed you hadn't emerged for quite some time. Is your mech malfunctioning? Preventing you from getting out? Leave me be. I have lost. You should go. Brother Rabbit declared, retreating further into the confines of the mech. He could hardly fathom that his ancestor was still lingering around. Since I am your ancestor, surely the audience outside has not left. No, he cannot appear now. Today he has lost face tremendously. Patience. I have a matter to discuss with you. Step outside so we can negotiate. Shen Xiaoyun continued to knock on the cabin door. Rabbit brother, be brave and urge him. There is nothing to discuss. Just leave, hurry. He imagined that the audience below was surely laughing at him. Earlier, he had boasted provocatively, claiming to be her ancestor, but in the end, he had failed to even scratch the paint of the opposing mech and had instead created a significant pit for himself. No, he just wanted her to leave. I am genuinely interested in your mech. Do you still need the fallen components? If not, I shall take them. Shen Xiaoyun said politely. Although the Fire Phoenix had informed her that one could capture parts of the opponent's mech upon victory, she noticed how badly Rabbit Brother had lost today and decided to offer him a choice. If he was unwilling, she could simply dismantle and document the system structure on site. Upon hearing components, Rabbit Brother assumed she merely desired some fallen protective panels. Since everyone had entered the Qingyu Cup, they were all prepared for some mech wear and tear. If the opponent wanted them, so be it. His sole demand now was for her to exit the arena promptly. He longed for solitude, not even wanting to face the staff. Thus, he immediately replied, take them. Just hurry and go. Seeing him so generous, Shen Xiaoyun wished to assist him further. You truly need not worry. My skills in dismantling mechs are unparalleled, and I assure you, I will not damage your mech excessively. No need. It's not that I cannot leave. I simply do not wish to. Can you please go quickly? Once you have taken your things, just leave. Rabbit Brother urged. With such urgency in his tone, Shen Xiaoyun had nothing more to say. She lazily rose in her mech, casually dragging Rabbit Brother's gray legs, and slowly walked away from the giant pit. The legs of the mech scraped against the ground, stirring up dust and creating a sound. Hearing the thunderous noise from outside, Rabbit Brother felt something was amiss. Nevertheless, he had resolved not to reveal himself as long as the audience remained. Therefore, he would not go out. Inside the mech cabin, Shen Jiayan crossed her legs and lightly tapped the buttons. She dragged Rabbit Brother's lower body, joyfully heading towards the lift platform. Her victorious pose, reminiscent of a hunter claiming her prize, instantly ignited screams from the audience below. Chapter 131. Consecutive victories in the higher level competition. How cool. You are the most handsome. My ancestor. Congratulations on securing 4 consecutive victories in the Qingyu Cup. Oh, my ancestor, compete once more? Ah, my ancestor, give me a Cupid-like middle finger. Come on, I love you. Congratulations on achieving 4 consecutive victories in the Qingyu Cup. Congratulations on maintaining an undefeated record for consecutive victories in the A-level competition. Commencing the higher level competition. Higher level competition, higher level competition. Shen Jiayan was startled by the sudden uproar of cheers, just as she was about to step onto the platform. What were the spectators below clamoring about? Yet, their enthusiastic cries reminded her that today's primary objective was not the competition itself, but to familiarize Xiaoxue with the Qingyu Cup. Xiaoxue should have grasped the essence of the match after watching, right? She paused, scanning the audience to her right, and spotted the captain amidst the crowd. She waved at Li Suimuo, and when Li Suimuo turned her gaze towards her, Shen Jiayan signaled an OK gesture. This was a common sign she made to Li Suimuo whenever she completed her tasks during assessments. She believed Li Suimuo would understand her intent. However, to her surprise, despite her gestures, Li Suimuo did not react, while the audience had already risen to their feet, shouting enthusiastically. All right. She has agreed. I am your ancestor. And you are the best. Shen Jiayan was bewildered by the audience's reaction. What had she agreed to? Were these spectators out of their minds? She chose to ignore them and directly maneuvered her mech onto the upgrade platform, subsequently vanishing from sight. Below, Li Suimuo was equally baffled by the audience's cheers. She looked at Zhuang Yuezha with confusion. Hadn't they just thrown water bottles at Xiaoyan? Why were they more excited than they were now that Xiaoyan had won? Because Xiaoyan had showcased her prowess. The strong are always celebrated. Those who openly criticized Xiaoyan were, in fact, her staunchest supporters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have calmly received a middle finger from her. Zhuang Yuezha was answered by Zhu Yuanyao, who was now watching Xiaoyan on stage with great excitement. Zhuang Yuezha echoed. Indeed, Xiaoyan is truly remarkable. This isn't even her peak performance. Her strength hasn't been fully unleashed yet. That Rabbit Brother is too arrogant. Xiaoyan could easily outsmart him. Zhu Yuanyao added, Rabbit Brother's combat skills are actually quite commendable. He is an experienced player. He may have underestimated Xiaoyan simply because she is a newcomer. Among all the people I know, Xiaoyan possesses the strongest combat skills. Her abilities have always been constrained by her physical stamina and the mech she operated. However, with her recent mech modifications, she has transcended those limits, enabling her to secure such an effortless victory. Zhuang Yuezha nodded in agreement. Indeed. I never anticipated that Xiaoyan would win this match without a scratch. I wonder which opponent she will face next. He was particularly eager to see Xiaoyan's forthcoming battles. At this juncture, Ding Qingyu, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Xiaoyan had achieved 4 consecutive victories in the A-level arena, granting her a chance to challenge an S-level competitor. If she chose to challenge an S-level opponent and lost, her personal points would not be deducted. However, should she win, she would receive double points and a 50% share of the ticket revenue. Winning consecutive matches in the higher tier was highly favored by the audience, and the Qingyu Cup officials would grant favorable exposure, ensuring the Star Network's live broadcast would be prominently featured. Is this the higher tier competition that the audience is shouting about? Is it only unlocked after 4 consecutive victories? Li Shuima was captivated, hardly paying attention to the incessant flashing of the captain's holographic display. Yes, it was indeed the advanced match. If they triumphed in this contest, Xiao Yun would have the opportunity to compete in the S-level arena, just like the captain. Zhuang Yuezha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Typically, competitors of a specific mecha tier are paired against those of corresponding levels. However, a contender who proves their prowess through remarkable achievements can challenge opponents beyond their rank. Of course, the previous instance of Xiao Yun, a D-tier competitor matched against an A-tier, was an anomaly caused by a system glitch. Zhuang Yuezha had yet to secure a winning streak, and with his skills not reaching S-level, he remained confined to the A-tier competitions. If winning brought such advantages, Xiao Yun would undoubtedly participate. Li Shuima declared without hesitation. It's not that simple. Although Xiao Yun could best A-tier competitors, her mecha was slightly inferior to even the standard A-tier models. The disparity between mechas was significant. How could she possibly compete against S-level opponents? Participating now would only jeopardize her mecha. Ding Qingyu lamented as he rubbed his forehead. Li Shuima paused for a moment, then responded, then let us not participate. She had just signaled an okay gesture to the audience. She had made a promise to them. Ding Qingyu sighed. That gesture was meant for me. Li Shuima exclaimed anxiously. Xiao Yun's little routine was something they frequently employed during assessments. She was all too familiar with it. The audience assumed she was signaling to them. Ding Qingyu glanced at the increasingly animated crowd, who were already discussing strategies to secure tickets for the upcoming advanced match. Chapter 132. To flake or not to flake? Zhuang Yuezha, hearing the captain's words, couldn't help but grimace. Had she truly dug her own grave? Not participating was no longer an option. No. I must teach her a lesson next time, to refrain from making such gestures in front of a large audience. Sigh, I suppose we'll skip this one. It's not as if the audience would pelt her with water bottles in the future. After all, she wasn't T1 to pander to the audience. And they would surely understand if she misspoke or misled them. Ding Qingyu pondered for a moment, ultimately concluding that it would be best not to enter this advanced match. Xiao Yun had only participated in 4 competitions with that single mecha. If it were to break down today, that would be a terrible loss. Li Shuima chimed in. It's fine. Xiao Yun has deceived many. After all, Disappointing the audience is nothing new for her. Reflecting on yesterday's assessment, Xiao Yun had already let down numerous students from the first, second, and third years. Thus, she believed that disappointing the audience was trivial compared to her previous actions. At this moment, Li Xuema was completely oblivious to the fact that since associating with Shun Xiaoyun, her moral compass had been steadily declining. We must hurry and stop her from competing. Let us slip away now, before the audience realizes what is happening. Zhuang Yueza sprang to his feet. He had a flying device and needed to retrieve Shin Xiaoyun immediately to make their escape. Meanwhile, in the audience, Lin Xing and Xia Xingyu were equally astonished by Shun Xiaoyun's audacity. She intends to compete against S-level contestants with the meager advanced components salvaged from our mechs. Xia Xingyu doubted her own perception and pinched Lin Xing's thigh. Lin Xing gasped in pain and lamented, I never imagined she would so readily comply with the audience. My agent is still pressuring me, forbidding me from stepping onto the S-level stage. You are different from her. You are constantly preoccupied with maintaining your fragile image. Avoiding this and that, even wearing a mask to watch the competition. Naturally, you wouldn't dare to participate. Yet Shin Xiaoyun is a different story. Her audacity is remarkable. She shows no fear of offending anyone during the academy assessments, willing to ensnare a whole crowd. Did you not see the forum last night? Over 30 posts featuring a photo of Shun Xiaoyun. She has become the target of a manhunt. Countless people spent the night lurking beneath her dormitory, eager to confront her. Xia Xingyu chuckled at the thought of the throngs gathered below the dorm. Although she shared a decent relationship with Shin Xiaoyun, she had also fallen victim to Shin's schemes more than once. Thus, even with their amicable rapport, it did not hinder her enjoyment of Shun Xiaoyun's unfolding drama. Lin Qing, reflecting on the events of the previous night, also expressed her astonishment. Shin Xiaoyun had gained notoriety throughout the academy. Where could she have hidden last night to evade capture? Upon stepping out today, she noticed many junior students with dark circles under their eyes, likely from keeping vigil at the entrance. Indeed, it was said that everyone was so aggrieved they stayed up all night. Wait, do you think she might not even intend to participate in the advanced competition? Competing would inevitably damage her mech, and given her frugality, she wouldn't want to bear the repair costs. Could she be planning to leave us in the lurch? Deceiving a multitude of spectators into waiting here? Xia Xingyu could not help but entertain such conspiracy theories. She had witnessed too many individuals falling victim to Shun Xiaoyun's tricks. Lin Qing was taken aback. Could it be? But that line of reasoning. Goodness. It seems quite plausible. Shun Xiaoyun's character was indeed questionable. Wait, let me contact her, lest we remain here foolishly waiting while she slips away. Xia Xingyu gritted her teeth and retrieved her light brain to reach out to Shun Xiaoyun. At the same moment, Lin Qing's agent was anxiously slapping his thigh. Youthful exuberance. Youthful exuberance. Hurry and find me a way to contact her. Tell her not to participate in this advanced competition. Manager, I can't reach her. The assistant scratched his head. Agent Zhang glared at him. Do you have any use at all? She has provided her contact information so many times. How can you not get through? Do you realize that if she enters this advanced competition, she will surely lose? She is in the prime of building her reputation. What will happen if she loses and all her hard-earned audience vanishes? Manager, it's not that I can't reach her. It's just that her account is set to customer orders, so only then will customer service attend to it. Her system sells for over 100,000. The assistant replied, feeling aggrieved. Agent Zhang, in frustration, retorted, are you really that foolish? Just place an order. You can always cancel it afterward. The manager, you haven't approved my reimbursement from the month before last. I simply do not possess that much money. The assistant explained while retrieving a dozen reimbursement forms from the holographic terminal. Manager Zhang waved his hand dismissively, saying, all right. I will transfer you 100,000 star coins. The assistant proceeded to select a package of 100,000 star coins when he suddenly exclaimed, Manager, I just messaged customer service, and they replied that only clients with 300,000 star coins receive service. Manager Zhang, cursing under his breath, initiated the transfer. The assistant attempted another order, only to be astonished again. Wait, it has changed. Now it's 500,000 star coins. I will send you 100,000 star coins, and you must refund the previous order to accumulate the 500,000 star coins. Manager Zhang urged, hurry up. I am your patron, the one who has faith in you as a newcomer. I am eager to teach her how to maintain her reputation. Manager, that's impossible. I don't know when the setting was changed to disallow refunds. The assistant exclaimed in shock. Where did you find this customer service? Manager Zhang lamented helplessly. He could not retrieve his money. What use was that wretched system to him? Meanwhile, Shin Xiaoyun, the center of attention, remained oblivious to her commitments. She was delightfully admiring the robust legs of the rabbit brother. The value of these legs lay not solely in the materials used, but also in the design of the system. The design appeared to utilize S-Class Mech technology, precisely what Shin Xiaoyun lacked. She was poised to delve into the study of S-Class Mechs. Upon her return, she planned to dissect those legs. How she wished she could compete against some S-Class contenders right now. She yearned to see how her current mech stacked up against the latest S-Class models. Unfortunately, the captain's mech had recently been sent to Master Han. Otherwise, she would have already dissected the captain's mech. As Shin Xiaoyun prepared to stow away the rabbit brother's mech legs, her holographic terminal vibrated unexpectedly. It was a message from the captain. She had just received a bonus from the captain today, so she promptly accepted the captain's holographic communication. Captain, are you urgently seeking me because my performance on stage impressed you again? What are you bragging about? Hurry to exit A8. Xiao Zhe is waiting there to take you back to school. Ding Qingyu thought, staring at the smiling face displayed on the terminal, his headache intensifying. Shin Xiaoyun waved her hand. Return to school? I haven't even seen Shui Mo compete yet. I told you, I want to familiarize her with the Qingyu Cup today. Ding Qingyu rubbed his forehead. Do you understand the good deed you just did? You promised the audience you would participate in the S-Class cross-level competition. If you don't leave now, don't you fear the audience will expose you and put you in a sack? What cross-level competition? When did I agree to that? Shen Jiayan questioned, though she soon brightened. Captain, are you saying I can participate in the S-Class competition? Yes. Ding Qingyu, observing Shen Jiayan's growing excitement, exclaimed. You don't actually want to compete in the S-Class, do you? Your current mech is merely a modification of a low-level mech. You'd just be a punching bag for others. Why not? I relish the chance to compete against stronger opponents. Shen Jiayan replied nonchalantly. Chapter 133. She is now immensely wealthy. Upon hearing of the opportunity to participate in the S-Class competition, Shen Jiayan could scarcely devote time to thoroughly examine her newly acquired spoils. She needed to organize her belongings. But her immediate priority was to ascertain what preparations were required for the S-Class event. Ding Qingyu, upon hearing Shen Jiayan's response, exclaimed emphatically, You are not yet ready for the S-Class competition. If you persist, your mech will sustain damage, and you shall face defeat. You may suffer a most humiliating loss. Captain. Shen Jiayan halted her mechanical operations and gazed intently at the holographic screen, asserting, No one can guarantee victory, whether in the past or the future. I have never engaged in battles where I felt assured of triumph. While I cherish the exhilaration of winning, I treasure even more the journey of becoming stronger. The sacrifices I make in pursuit of strength are always worthwhile. 3 centuries ago, she had dared to risk her life fighting ferocious beasts for mere scraps of materials. Now, 300 years later, what was there to fear in a mere S-Class competition? Ding Qingyu, observing the unwavering determination on her face, found himself at a loss. He could not fathom that the seemingly naive Xiaoyun possessed such profound resolve, which starkly contrasted with her usual persona. How he wished she could showcase this fearless aspect of herself before the audience. Yet, the timing was truly inappropriate. He persisted, I understand your sentiments. But your mech has just been refurbished. Should it be damaged, the repair costs will demand a significant amount of star coins, resulting in a considerable loss for you. Shen Jiayan responded with remarkable bravado. Oh, star coins. I recently earned a substantial sum during my assessment. I am quite wealthy now. Captain, I might even have more money than you. It seemed Ding Qingyu had forgotten that she had made a small fortune during her evaluation. She was now quite affluent. During her assessment, she had sold various items to her classmates and upperclassmen, and her account now boasted a staggering 30 million. This marked a monumental leap in her financial status. If she were to sell the biological materials given to her by Li Xuema, she could scarcely imagine the additional wealth she might accumulate. Yet, she hesitated to sell, preferring to keep the treasures for her own use. However, with her newfound wealth, she was contemplating how to invest every coin into her mech. Thus, her eagerness to learn the manufacturing methods for S-Class mechs was palpable. She was eager to expend her funds. Ding Qingyu could not suppress a roll of his eyes upon hearing her boast of being wealthier than him. Fine. I won't dissuade you any longer. I am fully aware of your newfound wealth. Early this morning, no fewer than a dozen robots delivered packages to your door, ranging from premium nutrient solutions to the latest fashion garments, all purchased by you. Since you dare to declare my poverty, I shall see to it that you return to your previous state of financial straits. Let us all align on the same economic level. With an exasperated tone, he declared, Go ahead and participate. You understand the price of an A-class mech. Now consider whether your funds can suffice to acquire one. The price of an A-class mech approached 20 million star coins, and he was skeptical that she had amassed such wealth. Shen Jiayan shook her head, her ambition shining through as she replied, A-class mechs? I find them beneath my notice. You have your sights set on S-class mechs? You should prepare at least 50 million star coins. Ding Qingyu cautioned her, noting that 50 million star coins was merely the price for the most basic model of an S-class mech on the market. If further assistance from the master is required for modifications, the cost could be exorbitant. Otherwise, Xiaozhe would not have found himself reduced to scavenging for scraps on Garbage Star. It is certainly the reason for his current financial plight. Must I bear such an exorbitant expense through sheer effort? Shen Jiayan felt her wallet shrink considerably. What is happening? She sensed that her earning pace could not keep up with the rising prices. I am not a mech engineer. I merely wish to convey that one should not indulge extravagantly upon earning a bit of money. The path of mech engineering ultimately leads to a dead end, lamented Ding Qingyu, expressing his own melancholy. Shen Jiayan's previously elevated head drooped slightly. No wonder Xu Weming has been reduced to such a state. She mournfully patted her significantly diminished pocket. This will not do. She must promptly return the substantial order of barbecue-flavored nutrient solution placed earlier that morning. Satisfied with his succinct remarks, Ding Qingyu grounded the lofty Shen Jiayan back to reality. He continued, Do you still wish to participate in the advanced competition? Indeed. Shen Jiayan raised her head once more, resolutely stating, I earn to spend, and I am willing to invest in mechs. Only through practical experience and direct interaction with S-class mechs can she truly comprehend their essence and discern what her modifications lack. Very well. Since there is still some time, I shall send you some explanatory materials on S-class mech dueling. Make sure to study them thoroughly. Ding Qingyu thought to himself, regardless of his earlier intentions to disengage. He could not bring himself to do so. He promptly retrieved some study materials he had previously organized for Zhuang Yuezha and Zhu Yuanyao, now redirecting them to Shen Jiayan. Thank you. Shen Jiayan received the materials and began to peruse them immediately. Ding Qingyu carefully elucidated. Only S-class physical practitioners can pilot S-class mechs. The physical strength, reaction speed, and pressure tolerance of S-class practitioners form the physiological foundation for maximizing the speed and attack intensity of mechs. When human physical capacity and pressure resistance surpass a threshold, multi-threaded attention distribution can be achieved, at which point the synergy between the intelligent system and the human operator becomes apparent. Previously, someone had informed me that the SS-Class Mechs, even more advanced, are primarily driven by intelligent systems. Shen Jiayan swiftly reviewed the information before promptly closing the document. Indeed, the distinction in mech classifications mirrors that of human capabilities. The evolution of mechs is still reflected in their materials, energy capacity, weaponry, and overall size, she noted, finding the information consistent with her prior online research. However, there are differences. S-Class mechs exhibit swifter reaction times and varied weaponry, coupled with a higher computational system for enhanced accuracy in attacks, Ding Qingyu clarified. In that case, I must witness it firsthand. Shen Jiayan promptly ascended to the Qingyu Cup platform to register for the advanced competition. 3 minutes later, a message suddenly flashed across the grand screen in the central hall of the Qingyu Cup. Advanced competition announcement. Congratulations to I am your ancestor, D-Class Medium Mech, for successfully applying for the advanced competition. 15 minutes later, at the S11 competition stage, the Whip's Circle, S-Class Light Mech, was set to face I am your ancestor, D-Class Medium Mech. Chapter 134, The Forgotten Ones. At this moment, Zhuang Yueza, who had been overlooked at the A8 exit, remained dutifully on guard. The air conditioning blew briskly, tousling his hair, yet he refused to budge from his post. Suddenly, he noticed an announcement flashing across the large screen. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What? I actually registered successfully? No one informed me she was going to participate. Is our captain so inept? I must return to investigate." He hurriedly turned to seek the captain for clarification. Simultaneously, Xia Xingyu, whose numerous messages had been met with a busy signal, also caught sight of the announcement. She slapped Lin Qing with fervor, urging, "Quickly buy tickets." Goodness. Shen Jiayan truly has the audacity to enter the advanced competition. Oh my, her mech is still classified as a D-class? No time to waste. Buy the tickets. There will be even more spectators. Without hesitation, Lin Qing completed the ticket purchase in one fluid motion. Upon receiving the tickets, he expressed relief. These tickets are indeed in high demand. With my swift fingers, I only managed to secure seats S1123 and S1124. Let us go to the S11 competition stage. Xia Xingyu seized him and hurried off. On another front, the assistant of manager Zhang had also managed to secure tickets. The assistant exclaimed excitedly, "Manager, I got seats S1121 and S1122. This time I didn't make a mistake. Don't interrupt me. I'm currently requesting a refund from the official customer service." He retorted in frustration. "What do you mean I can't get a refund? The customer service said we didn't read the terms carefully, so no refund." He lamented. "How can I retrieve my hundreds of thousands of star coins? What use is the system of I am your ancestor?" Manager Zhang furiously tapped at the chat record with customer service, having vented his frustrations for quite some time, yet all his efforts yielded no reimbursement. "Manager, I just secured tickets for the advanced competition of I am your ancestor. We can still watch the match." The assistant beamed with pride. The manager hadn't even assigned him a task, yet he had already secured tickets. "Listen, others nearby are also eager to grab tickets for the advanced competition. Yet they failed. What? I am your ancestor has indeed registered for the advanced competition?" This time, Manager Zhang finally paid heed to his assistant's words. "Indeed. Let us hurry. Many people wish to witness this battle between D-Class and S-Class mechs." The assistant continued to bask in his glory. "Damn. What does my earlier investment count for? Can my luck worsen? Must I am your ancestor be so overzealous? If she loses this match, I will not sign her. She is quite difficult to manage. Utterly unmanageable." Manager Zhang declared, his feet moving faster towards the stage than even his assistant. The advanced competition between D-Class and S-Class mechs indeed ignited a fervor in the Qingyu Cup region. Even those unfamiliar with the name I am your ancestor found themselves irresistibly drawn to this extraordinary matchup, prompting an immediate frenzy for tickets. Not only were live tickets being snatched up, but the StarNet streaming platform simultaneously broadcasted the announcement of this advanced competition repeatedly. The S11 competition stage appeared desolate. Yet a considerable number of spectators from the Star Network had already purchased tickets and rushed in to await the event. After registering her name and replacing the energy block of her mecha, Shen Jiayan proceeded to wait behind the lift platform. Through the large screen in the backstage area, she observed that the S11 stage could accommodate an even greater number of viewers, with attendees continuously streaming in to take their seats. Within less than 10 minutes, the audience section was nearly filled. Shen Jiayan was certain that in all her previous competitions, she had never encountered such a vast crowd. Each individual present could be equated to a fortune in star coins. Moreover, it seemed the ticket prices for the S-Class arena had risen, and she would only receive a 50-50 split from this match. Thus, her captain had deceived her, claiming that the mecha field would ultimately lead to a dead end. Clearly, this was a prosperous avenue. The waiting time for the advanced match would be somewhat longer, and the competition had yet to commence. So she lowered her head to continue reviewing the information her captain had provided. Meanwhile, her opponent, known as Whip, was equally coveting the audience tickets. Not only was he envious, but he had even begun to presume that the ticket profits were rightfully his. He was chatting with a friend, exclaiming, "I can't believe I have such good fortune today, having matched up against a competitor in the advanced match. And to top it off, my opponent pilots a D-Class Mecha. It's astonishing that someone with only 4 prior competitions would dare to enter the advanced match." He continued, upon investigating her background, "I discovered she is from the X-Blazing Flames Club, and her captain is Ding Dong, the one who always says you'll be defeated. I had no idea that Ding Dong would actually allow her to compete. What a stroke of luck for me. You shouldn't compete today. Come over and witness the spectacle instead. I'll get you a free ticket." He then proceeded to boast to friends B, C, D, and E, the individual being ridiculed. "Ding Dong, was none other than their captain, Ding Qingyu. At that moment, Ding Qingyu and the others had already settled into their seats. Even as they sat down, he couldn't help but chatter incessantly. I used to think that Xiao Zhe was the troublemaker in our club, but now that I've met Xiao Yun, I realize what a true menace really is. After speaking, he sighed and patted Zhuang Yueza on the shoulder. However, Zhuang Yueza seemed unappreciative, hesitating before responding. Captain, upon reflection, I actually believe that if given the opportunity, I would participate in the advanced match too. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yuanyao couldn't contain her laughter. Ding Qingyu shot Zhuang Yueza a scornful glance. Forget it, those two old accounts are essentially useless. I still have a new recruit to work with. He turned to the newcomer, Li Xuemo, forcing a gentle smile. Li, it's your first time at the Qingyu Cup. Feel free to ask me any questions. In the future, avoid bothering those three. Ding Qingyu's intention was not to genuinely address any inquiries, but rather to take advantage of Shun Xiaoyun's absence to quickly influence Li Xuemo's mindset, ensuring that she wouldn't be led astray by Shun Xiaoyun later on. Li Xuemo looked up in confusion. She had been assisting Shun Xiaoyun in selling merchandise and had no other concerns. Her only thought was that she was so engrossed in selling that she wanted to switch her major. The earnings were incredibly easy to acquire. She gazed at her captain earnestly and said, Captain, I'm contemplating whether it's too late for me to switch to studying mecha manufacturing. Huh, what are you doing? Don't think that way. Ding Qingyu was startled, jumping up from his seat. Fine, if you want Xiaoyun to take you, let her do so. I shall no longer concern myself with your matters. He could not comprehend how he, as the captain, could be perceived as such a failure. Merely speaking a word caused the new team member to contemplate switching majors. However, Li Xuemo interjected, it's not that. It's simply that Xiaoyun's system is astoundingly marketable. Someone has placed 3 or 4 consecutive orders. In the final 2 orders, Xiaoyun didn't even know what to sell. She merely listed a price to deter casual buyers. And they still purchased. Chapter 135. Are you infatuated with her? Who would be so foolish? Could it be that they made an error in their order? Ding Qingyu was equally astonished. He was all too familiar with the peculiar systems listed on Shun Jian's homepage, such as the exclusive custom system for wealthy women and the AAA Shaoshan similar system, each appearing rather dubious. Who would actually place an order for such things? Surely this individual must have too much money to burn. Zhuang Yueza chimed in. This person must have made a mistake. They'll surely cancel soon. They cannot. Li Xuemo exclaimed, still somewhat bewildered. I was inundated with inquiries and couldn't respond in time. The details page clearly states that refunds are not permitted, and the official review has also approved it. Perhaps she had indeed strayed from her path. Creating and selling mechas might truly be her rightful avenue to wealth. There truly are such fools. Ding Qingyu leaned in closer, noticing that this person's ID was surprisingly local. They must be a fan of Xiaoyun, having watched her competition and come to purchase the system as a way to reward her. How generous. It seems Xiaoyun's participation in this advanced competition was not in vain. The fans' response was fervent. No, I must send a message to Xiaoyun to garner fan goodwill. In that moment, Ding Qingyu forgot about guiding Li Xuemo and began to devise the content of his message. Unfortunately, after several attempts, his suggestions were all dismissed by Zhu Yuanyao and the others. Ultimately, it was Zhuang Yueza who remarked, at this moment, a quote from the great poet and writer Shi Qin is particularly fitting. What is it? Everyone turned to him in unison. Zhuang Yueza lifted his head and recited. The winds howl, the waters of the Yi River grow cold, the brave shall depart, never to return. This was indeed a line from Shi Qin's poetry, evoking a profound sense of heroism, as if one were transported back 3 centuries to witness the valiant poet facing death for his comrades and the people. Our Xiaoyun embodies a similar spirit of nobility. Even if she ultimately loses, she can still garner goodwill. Remarkable. You are truly cultured. Ding Qingyu could not help but praise him. Zhuang Yueza smiled modestly. Our history teacher is Yan Zigong. He often shares such stories with us. I am not like Xia Xingyu, who has heard them a dozen times, yet still fails to remember these historical allusions. Meanwhile, Xia Xingyu, the subject of Zhuang Yueza's jest, was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Can you guess what she witnessed? She spotted Lin Qing's agent, who was supposed to be attending a meeting, secretly watching Shun Xiaoyun's competition. Oh heavens! She had anticipated this moment for so long. Was Lin Qing about to have a falling out with his agent? After all, Shun Xiaoyun had just dismantled Lin Qing's mecha. She maliciously nudged Lin Qing's arm and chuckled. Look at the fellow next to you, engrossed in his device. He seems oddly familiar. Lin Qing turned his head to check, his eyes widening in surprise. He then rolled his eyes rather ungracefully and remarked, Zhang, weren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Huh? Zhang. The manager slowly lifted his gaze, his cheeks clenching in alarm as if he were about to leap up. However, at that moment, he summoned his formidable willpower to resist this instinctual reaction and, feeling somewhat guilty, stammered. What a coincidence. The assistant beside him gawked at Lin Qing. Her mouth agape. Goodness, this is a disaster. Huh, you stood me up for her? Weren't you just lamenting about her yesterday? Lin Qing looked at Zhang with a cool demeanor. Xia Xingyu feigned innocence. Oh, Lin Qing, your mech arm is still hanging on the IAM your ancestor mech. I senti it? How could your manager neglect you to watch her match? Zhang's expression stiffened, and he quickly retorted, that's not the case. I was also stood up by someone else. My meeting partner had a last-minute emergency, so it couldn't happen. Is that so? Then why are you here? Lin Qing's eyes brimmed with skepticism. He pressed on. Is it because I lost to her that you have taken a liking to her? Just yesterday, you criticized her for being reckless, saying she couldn't even achieve a steel heart, and that she was mercenary and unworthy of being a mech soldier. What has changed? Planning to sign her now? Absolutely not. How could I possibly be interested in IAM your ancestor? She doesn't even compare to you. Zhang exclaimed. She's so foolish, challenging an S-Class mech as a D-Class. I came here to document her match process to devise a combat plan for you, so you won't lose to her next time. Zhang insisted fervently. Lin Qing elegantly nodded, revealing a subtle smile. Oh, I forgot to mention, I know her. I have her contact information, and I shall convey your words to her. By heavens. Zhang's eyes widened. Lin Qing continued to smile. Zhang, your words lack elegance. Have you developed feelings for her? Zhang gritted his teeth, and then displayed a forced grin. Absolutely not. How could I be interested in her? All my energy and resources are dedicated to nurturing you. That I am your ancestor is rude to fans. They surely don't like her. Her mech is a wreck, and her fighting style is just. As Zhang struggled to find words, his tone became increasingly vague. Even the assistant couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. Xia Xingyu clutched her stomach, laughing heartily. If his expression while speaking isn't so pained, I might actually believe him. Lin Qing crossed his legs, revealing the red soles of his shoes, and slowly said, Zhang, I am your ancestor is indeed a remarkable individual. No, I must disagree with your assessment. Zhang shook his head vigorously. At that moment, two mechs slowly appeared on stage. On the left stood I am your ancestor silver, black, red, and green mech, while on the right was another competitor S-Class yellow mech, 3 times larger than the previous one. As the two mechs emerged, the audience erupted in cheers. Ancestor, go for it. Ancestor, go for it. Whip-S Edge. You have 5 minutes to take down the opposing mech. 3 minutes. I yearn to witness the conclusion of this match. I am your ancestor, and you exhibit such courage. Regardless of victory or defeat, my support remains unwavering. The S-Class arena boasts a more expansive area, enveloped by a transparent protective layer, to enhance the viewing experience. Countless miniature cameras are strategically positioned around. At this moment, a colossal projection screen looms behind the two mechas, amplifying their images multiple times. In terms of size and presence, the silver, black, red, and green mechas appear significantly diminished. Shen Jiayun sits within the cockpit, gazing at the imposing yellow behemoth opposite her. She can't help but marvel, as it is constructed entirely from premium materials. This will be a formidable challenge. However, she soon lowers her head. Sneering, is the S-Class mecha merely an upgrade in materials and size? If the distinction between lower and higher tier mechas is solely these aspects, I can only lament the lack of filial piety. Therefore, it is imperative that she does not disappoint me. Shen Jiayun observes the whip of surroundings mecha, which, in turn, scrutinizes her own. Yet, after merely 2 glances, the whip of surrounding cannot suppress a sigh and a shake of the head. What courage do you possess? Have you truly come to the arena in a D-Class mecha? It appears your mecha has been modified from the original Zero type, does it not? The black components of the opposing mecha are composed entirely of relatively inferior synthetic metals. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about mechas could instantly recognize that the materials used are those of the current generation of the original Zero type mecha. Shen Jiayun activates the voice amplification system, smiling as she explains, not at all. I believe my mecha should be classified as an A-Class. It is merely that the Qingyu Cup's rating system is somewhat outdated, consistently categorizing it as D-Class. The whip of surroundings expression turns derisive. Regardless of whether your mecha is A or D, you stand no chance against me. However, in gratitude for your acceptance of this cross-tire match, I shall endeavor to preserve your mecha's integrity, minimizing your losses. Allow me to witness the prowess of an S-Class mecha. Shen Jiayun immediately straightens her posture, her gaze fiercely fixed on the mecha's large screen. If the S-Class mecha is merely superior in materials and size, the outcome remains uncertain. Your demeanor is indeed audacious. The whip of surrounding chuckles lightly. No wonder you dare to accept a match spanning so many levels. You possess a distinct personality. The exchange between the two is openly conveyed to the audience below. Li Shuima clenches her fists, turning to her captain. Captain, does Xiao Yun truly stand no chance of victory? The S-Class mecha seems only slightly larger than the A-Class, does it not? Huh. Zhuang Yuezha chuckles at the phrase slightly larger. This is not a mere increase. It is several times greater. Li Shuima persists. It is simply that the materials are of higher quality. It is not just a matter of size and materials. In terms of tactical synergy, the S-Class mecha is equipped with an intelligent system, granting it a distinct advantage in man-machine coordination. Ding Qingyu sighs, as he too harbors doubts about this match. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun has certainly made a name for herself through this cross-tire contest. After all, few possess the courage to ascend from D-Class to S-Class competition. Observing the outrageous systems sold by Xiao Yun, one can discern that this strategic move was indeed not misguided. While Shen Jiayun's teammates expressed their concern for her, the onlookers were utterly captivated by the drama unfolding on the battlefield. Fans on both sides began to vocally support their idols, with the supporters of S-level competitors vastly outnumbering those of the lower tiers. In an instant, the cheers from the audience on Shen Jiayun's left were drowned out. As the crowd erupted in excitement, the Qingyu Cup had duly positioned this match in the 10th spot on the list of events in Luotian District. Cross-tire match. D-level mech challenging S-level mech, a historic moment not to be missed. This blunt yet striking headline instantly drew countless viewers into the live broadcast. At this juncture, it is pertinent to introduce an outsider. In an unnoticed corner, Shen Jiayun's previous opponent, the formidable Rabbit Brother, finally emerged from his mech. Finally, it's clear. I've waited so long. I need to re-strategize, intensify my training. Next time, I must triumph. As Rabbit Brother leaped from the cockpit, his eyes widened in shock, emitting a sharp cry. No, my rabbit legs. I am your ancestor, you incompetent fool. What parts? Is that even a part? That is clearly the lower half of my mech. Unfortunately, Rabbit Brother's response came too late. Shen Jiayun could no longer hear his lamentations. Simultaneously, The official announcement rang out. Whip's Embrace, S-level light mech, versus I am your ancestor, D-level medium mech. Commencing now? As the voice reverberated, Whip's Embrace arrogantly declared, I shall allow you 3 moves. Otherwise, I fear that if I strike first, you won't even have the opportunity to participate before the match concludes. It is well known that cross-tire matches attract a particularly large audience. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, Whip's Embrace was determined to use this contest to garner more fans and elevate his fame. Thus, he had to demonstrate his magnanimity and the fortitude of his iron heart within this limited time frame. Allowing a few moves to this D-level contender would not affect the outcome, but it would certainly help him win the favor of the spectators. And thus, the weaponry battle commenced. A smile of eager anticipation graced Shun Jiayan's lips. She had no intention of being courteous. Since he was willing to relent, she would gladly accept. Engaging in a heated weaponry contest would allow her to explore the capabilities of this S-level mech. She needed to understand its construction first. With one hand resting on the control panel, her fingers danced like butterflies across various buttons, while her other hand forcefully activated the thrusters. A silver lance sprang forth from her back, which she grasped firmly with her left hand. The mech leapt into action, hurtling toward the opposing yellow mech at the angle of the lance's trajectory. In less than 20 seconds, the lance was poised to pierce the neck of the yellow mech. Trajectory calculation shield activated. Whip's Embrace remained motionless, attentively listening to the mech system announcement. At this moment, his hands finally sprang into action on the control panel. With a sudden thud, Shun Jiayan's lance collided with a small blue protective shield. She frowned, realizing that it hadn't even made contact with the mech's exterior. Undeterred, she pressed on. With one foot firmly on the ground, the mech soared into the air, landing behind the yellow mech. The long spear twirled swiftly in her wrist, and she lunged once more at the yellow mech's back. Yet again, her attack was thwarted. Heh, you still need to put in more effort. The taunting voice of Whip Enclosure echoed. Shun Jiayan narrowed her eyes. Each of her assaults was met with the protective shield. Activating the mech shield consumed a significant amount of energy, and it also complicated the operation of the mech. Thus, in mid to low-level competitions, contestants typically refrained from engaging the shield. But why did the S-Class Mech contender dare to utilize it? Was it because partial activation consumed less energy than full activation? How could he possibly predict the trajectory of her attacks? Suddenly, a thought crossed Shun Jiayan's mind. Recalling the captain's mention of the advantages of the synergy between the intelligent system and human operators. So, the S-Class Mech had delegated some of its functions to the intelligent system? You seem to be taking an eternity to respond. Are you considering surrendering? Whip Enclosure remarked leisurely. To give up now would be a wise choice. Surrender? The word surrender does not exist in my vocabulary. Shun Jiayan pressed her lips together firmly. Clenching the thrust lever with her left hand, her right hand danced rapidly over the control panel once more. The mech ascended again, charging directly towards the yellow mech. This time, her target was an oval-shaped shield located at the rear of the mech, a common spot for placing sensors. Yet, just as before, her spear had yet to make contact when the shield flashed again, blocking her assault. Very well. That concludes your 3 attempts. I shall grant you one last chance. Do you concede? Whip Enclosure boasted haughtily. If you do not concede, you may very well lose your mech. As Whip Enclosure's words fell, the audience below turned their gaze toward the silver black red green mech. Whip Enclosure's fans shouted in unison. Whip Enclosure is so graceful. Little one, just admit defeat. I am your ancestor. Hurry up and concede to preserve your mech. 3 attempts are over. How can you still have the audacity to continue fighting? The crowd rallying for Shun Jiayan also chimed in. Ancestor, let us surrender for now. Once we hone our skills, we shall defeat that big yellow one. Ancestor, if you dare to participate in the higher level competition, we will support you. Right? I'll purchase a couple of your affordable items to show my support. Your system is too expensive. I can't afford it. Concede, and we shall come back for revenge. Zhuang Yueza, witnessing this, could not help but clench his fists and urged, Little Yun, just concede already. You cannot possibly win like this. The reaction speed of an S-Class mech is on an entirely different level from that of an A-Class mech. Indeed, she can't even break through the opponent's shield. How can she continue to fight? Zhu Yuanyao was also tense, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Was this the overwhelming pressure of an S-Class mech? Even Little Yin seemed at a loss. Ding Qingyu sighed, contemplating that had he known of her immense courage, he would have retrieved his mech from Master Han at the outset to subdue her. One can discipline their own child without causing lasting harm. Li Shuima interjected, Captain, our Xiaoyan cannot be easily subdued. The others paused, subsequently sighing in agreement. Indeed, she could not be beaten into submission. Shun Jiayan surveyed the raucous audience below, clamoring for her surrender, and couldn't resist delivering a dismissive gesture in response. With a scoff, she declared, You feeble-minded lot, cease your focus on me. The audience, stung by her disdain, instinctively reached for their water bottles. However, her next words, but I am your ancestor, compelled them to begrudgingly set their bottles back down. Truly, they were pitiful. If they wished to fight, then let them. Why all the chatter? It was merely a mech. Their ancestor could withstand defeat. With her head held high and fingers poised, she deftly manipulated the controls. Her mech soared 10 meters away from the yellow mech in an instant. Well then, do not say I did not warn you. The whip of the surrounding mech was activated. The mechanical system's prompts flashed continuously across the large screen. Attack initiated. Whip of the surrounding, angle calculation, right arm angle elevated to 90 degrees. A fearsome, luminous whip materialized on the right arm of the yellow mech. In the blink of an eye, the mech approached Shun Jiayan's side. The whip rose, preparing to strike her mech. Such speed. Shun Jiayan tensed her shoulder, propelling her left thruster into rapid motion. Crack. The whip missed its target, striking the ground instead. Shin Jiayun observed a deep, long trench left in its wake, perfect for laying pipes. Before she could finish the self-invented advertisement forming in her mind, another whip lashed toward her. What the hell? How did you know I would dodge to this position? Shin Jiayun exclaimed in frustration. She felt it once more. Her opponent had calculated her trajectory. This sensation mirrored her own experiences of predicting and overpowering others in battle. The whip swung again, prompting Shin Jiayun to roll away. The whip of the surrounding mech intercepted a fleeting electrical signal from the system. Based on the opponent's fighting habits, predict the next action and intercept from the right. Even without deliberate control, the mech's whip instinctively struck towards her mech. Shin Jiayun quickly raised her gun to block. Clang! The long gun emitted a blinding spark, shattering and leaving its lower half to plummet to the ground. Shin Jiayun clenched her teeth, her right hand swiftly maneuvering the controls, attempting to roll away. Yet, she was still struck. The whip's tail, with residual force, left a gruesome scar across her mech. The silver, black, red, and green mech lay in tatters, the black protective casing around her waist having fallen away to reveal intricate internal components. Below, Xia Xingyu held her breath, witnessing the damage to Shin Jiayun's mech. She slammed her knee in frustration, lamenting, "It's ruined. She truly cannot win. The S-Class mech is terrifyingly powerful. Why is there no capacity for counterattack?" Had she known, she would never have agreed to participate in this advanced competition. Lin Qing's gaze was fixed intently on the silver, black, red, and green mech on stage. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of confusion and frustration. How could a mech capable of defeating him be so effortlessly vanquished? S-Class, he needed to strive harder. He must ascend to S-Class swiftly. Beside him, Manager Zhang gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "This is disastrous. I told you not to take the stage. You've squandered my money and ignored my messages." Lin Qing immediately turned his attention to Manager Zhang, demanding, "Who are you accusing of wasting your money? Who is ignoring your messages?" Manager Zhang, his focus still on the stage, replied defensively, "I'm talking about myself. I'm the one who squandered the manager's funds." That's what the manager meant. In an impulsive moment, the assistant lunged forward, striking Manager Zhang across the face. Startled, the assistant's eyes widened. He merely intended to silence the manager. Chapter 137. The superiority of human intellect or artificial intelligence. Manager Zhang roared in anger. "What the hell? Who hit me?" Lin Qing gasped in shock. "You dared to hit him?" The assistant timidly retracted his hand, cautiously glancing at Manager Zhang. "Manager, I was wrong. I'll write my resignation letter upon my return." Regaining his composure, Manager Zhang quickly gestured toward the stage, "Stop with the despairing remarks, and watch the match. It's about to escalate." Lin Qing, still skeptical, chose to prioritize the competition over the bizarre antics unfolding around him. He would set aside the peculiarities for now. Meanwhile, on stage, Shin Jiayun had maneuvered her mech to a secure location. "Well done. You really calculated that perfectly." Shin Jiayun chuckled derisively as she observed the warning symbols flashing on her mech's screen. Leaning against the pilot's seat, she took her time to pursue. Knowing that the system she had meticulously trained with was reliant on a vast amount of data, she had even input her opponent's previous match data into the system. It could predict her opponent's trajectory with ease. With the sluggish speed of a low-tier mech, even without the assistance of the intelligence system, she could easily outpace her adversary. "You're pushing me to my limits." Shin Jiayun inhaled deeply, discarding her broken spear. "So, the intelligence system can calculate, can it? I refuse to believe that it can surpass the agility of the human mind." It was time to determine whether her cognitive prowess could outshine that of the artificial intelligence. A cold smile crept across Shin Jiayun's lips as she attentively monitored her opponent's movements. She then retrieved 2 vials of nutrient solution from her pocket, breaking them open and consuming the contents eagerly. The refreshing liquid slid down her throat as she stood up with agility, her fingers dancing swiftly over the control panel. As she operated, the mech's large screen was inundated with a flurry of alerts. Speed control deactivated. Warning. New set speed has exceeded the host's physical limits. New skill creation set. Warning. New set skill has exceeded the host's physical limits. Custom skill activation. Warning. 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 The screen flickered incessantly. But Shin Jiayun remained undeterred, her hands moving with remarkable speed. To hell with it. What doesn't he kill me only makes me stronger. She was determined to overcome all obstacles. Shin Jiayun was apprehensive about the imminent assault from Whip Surround. Yet, in truth, Whip Surround himself was even more eager for the match to prolong. "You possess quite a sense of humor." Whip Surround remarked dismissively to Shin Jiayun before turning to greet the audience below, eliciting a chorus of enthusiastic screams from his fans. He genuinely hoped that the match would extend, granting him ample opportunity to showcase his prowess. Although he was an S-Class mech warrior, his skills were not particularly remarkable within this elite tier. He felt immense gratitude towards I Am Your Ancestor for providing him with such a platform. He understood that the outreach of a cross-tier match was notably expansive, bolstered by the support of the official Star Network live streaming platform. He mused that many individuals on the Star Network had already come to recognize him, and upon the conclusion of this bout, he anticipated a considerable increase in his fanbase. Indeed, Whip Surround's assumptions were correct. At that moment on the Star Network, the audience's attention was undeniably fixated on him. When 2 mechs competed on the same stage, the stronger fighter effortlessly captivated the crowd. However, given the apparent lack of suspense regarding the match's outcome, some spectators could not resist mocking I Am Your Ancestor. I expected this challenger in the cross-tier match to possess some extraordinary abilities, but it seems they lack even the capacity to retaliate. The disparity between S and A classes is substantial, not to mention the chasm between S and D classes. Nevertheless, The officials have certainly put forth an impressive display for this match. The title is splendid. Even if it were a contest between two inferior mechs, I would still be compelled to watch. Is I Am Your Ancestor simply affluent with no outlet for their wealth? To challenge an S-Class contender with such limited skill is merely serving up a feast for Whips Around. If the mech is damaged, it would be a waste of money. Whips Around ought to be grateful to I Am Your Ancestor. If not for her, I would have never learned of this competitor. Fortunately, I did not purchase a ticket for the match, with no suspense in the outcome. Simply watching from outside suffices. Of course, alongside the jeers directed at Shun Xiaoyun's overestimation of her capabilities, there were also spectators who had followed her through several matches, coming to her defense. How many individuals possess the courage to challenge an S-Class mech warrior as a D-Class? Moreover, it was not I Am Your Ancestor who recklessly sought to participate in the cross-dire match. It was the audience's insistence following her previous bout that led her to agree. Our generation of mech warriors has become overly timid. Is it so severe to participate in a match that you must mock her? If she loses, I will visit her homepage and purchase items to support her in building a mech. Regardless of your opinions, I Am Your Ancestor has more guts than many S-Class contenders, and I admire her. On the competition stage, Shun Xiaoyun swiftly worked to lift the various restrictions she had previously imposed on the system with her left hand, while her right hand gripped the thrust lever tightly. At that moment, having sufficiently interacted with the audience below, Whips Around initiated an assault on her mech. With her left hand deftly maneuvering, and her right hand pushing the lever to its limit, she executed a series of 2 Wu-style leaps, evading to Whips Around's rear. Analysis of the Wu-style leap flying system beyond levels. The Whip of the Circle received a prompt from the system and praised, advanced skill Wu-style leap flying, quite impressive. No wonder you managed to secure 4 consecutive victories in the A-class arena. Frankly, even he had yet to master this skill himself. Thank you for the compliment. Shun Xiaoyun casually deflected the praise, her fingers dancing faster across the control panel. Fortunately, she had been utilizing this control system frequently of late. Otherwise, she would have hesitated to modify it during the competition. Just a bit more time, give her 2 minutes, and she would be able to lift the safety restrictions she had previously set for the system. The Whip of the Circle, interpreting his opponent's words as mockery, furiously maneuvered his mech, hastening his assault. P.S. I have read all of your comments and would like to express my gratitude for your encouragement and the gifts you have sent. A special thanks to the user Empty23 for the recognition of a master author. It is the first of its kind I have received since I began writing. Additionally, some of you have already helped promote my work on various platforms, for which I am immensely grateful. I noticed many of you mentioned that you came to read after seeing the reviews, but the current rating is quite low. I humbly ask for more reviews to help raise the score and attract more readers. This book had no initial showcase, and during its first reveal, it garnered only a few hundred new readers. Subsequent metrics have not improved, and to date, the influx has been minimal, primarily consisting of loyal readers. By the standards of profitable online literature, this book might be deemed a failure and could be cut. Yet, I am able to persevere solely due to your support. Your encouragement means the world to me. Thank you all. Chapter 138. A buzz cut assistance. A long whip radiating arcs of light darted through the air, pursuing the silver black red green mech's rear. Just wait until I unleash my ultimate move. You'll see, Shun Xiaoyun declared defiantly, her left hand thrusting the thruster, propelling her mech in wild circles around the arena. Her other hand moved so swiftly across the control panel that it seemed to create afterimages. You wish to unleash your ultimate move against me? I shall do so first. The Whip of the Circle let out a laugh reminiscent of teasing a monkey. His fingers lightly tapped the control panel, and the system's predetermined trajectory shifted instantaneously. The yellow mech surged upward, then soared directly in front of the silver black red green mech. Before the opponent could react, the long whip lashed out, ensnaring one of the silver black red green mech's legs. Shun Xiaoyun's mech was caught. While maneuvering the control panel, she cast a glance at the mech screen, which was displaying a countdown timer for the modified settings. Just over a minute remaining. The silver black mech, abandoning its escape, suddenly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick towards the heart of the yellow mech behind it. The unexpected strike caught even the Whip of the Circle's intelligence system off guard. Instantly, a massive dent appeared in the chest of the yellow mech. Below, the fans of your ancestor erupted with praise. Well done. What of the S-Class mech? It can still be bested. Ancestor, give him another kick. Just one more. Beautiful. The S-Class mech is nothing special. Our ancestor is the best. Haha. With that kick, even in defeat, our ancestor remains the mightiest. Inside the mech cockpit, Shun Xiaoyun's excitement was palpable. It appeared she had discerned a method to confront the intelligence system. Yet she recognized that the moment was not ripe for action. Anxiously, she cast a glance at the time progress bar displayed on the colossal screen of the mech. Suddenly, the Whip S-Circle, caught off guard, scowled in humiliation. This was a disgrace. An S-Class mech soldier had been injured by a D-Class mech soldier. If he did not retaliate with ferocious force, how could he maintain his standing on the Qingyu Cup competition stage? In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You seek death. I showed you a modicum of mercy, yet you insist on pushing your luck. Then perish." Merely damaging his mech was insufficient to quell the fury boiling within him. He yearned to render Shun Xiaoyun incapacitated. His hand slammed down heavily on the control panel as he altered the intelligence system's attack strategy. In a dramatic ascent, the yellow mech rose into the air. Its mechanical arm swung upward, ensnaring Shun Xiaoyun's mech's long whip, and yanked it with great force, spinning her mech around in dizzying circles. The silver black red green mech transformed into a pendulum, whirling rapidly before crashing down to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience collectively gasped. Xia Xingyu could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "That Whip S-Circle is ruthless." I hope Xiaoyan inside ISNT knocked unconscious. Operating a mech already demanded immense resilience against various pressures, and now the Whip S circle was treating Xiaoyan's mech as a mere ball to be hurled and smashed, clearly intent on rendering the occupant unconscious. Being injured by a lower-tier mech feels like an affront, hence the desire for revenge. Lin Qing remarked with a furrowed brow. I told you not to participate. Serves you right. She might just be knocked out inside there. Who knows I am your ancestor. Someone hurry and get her to the medical bay. Manager Zhang lamented, pounding his thigh in frustration. Ding Qingyu and others had indeed risen, hastily making their way to the backstage to retrieve her. Through gritted teeth, Ding Qingyu cursed. The next time I encounter this Whip S circle, I will not let him off lightly. Damaging the mech is one thing, but why harm the person inside? I hope Xiaoyan is alright. She better not have fainted. Zhu Yuanyao urged. Captain, the Qingyu Cup has a medical bay. Let us assist. Meanwhile, Shun Jian's situation was markedly different from what the others had surmised. She observed the exterior visuals of the mech, which were now spinning chaotically, while inside the damping chamber, the mech continued to rotate. The head and feet of the mech whirled, yet Shin Jiayuan remained seated steadily within the cockpit. She couldn't help but chuckle. You think waving is effective? It's futile. Thanks to her ingeniously redesigned damping system, she could sit comfortably without succumbing to dizziness. However, as she listened to the cacophony of sounds emanating from the exterior of the mech, her heart ached at the thought of her mech sustaining damage. She could not allow her opponent to continue the assault. The cost of mech repairs was exorbitant. Quickly, she rose, placing both hands on the control panel, and deftly began to operate the controls. The familiar circular saw slowly ascended on the mech's arm. Once again, as she found herself in closer proximity to the yellow mech, Shin Jiayan swiftly maneuvered her machine to leap onto it. Without hesitation, the circular saw mounted on her mech targeted the nearest area, plunging directly into the head of the yellow mech. A series of sharp, sizzling sounds echoed as the saw flattened the pointed tip of the mech's helmet, which sparkled with golden light before crashing to the ground. The top of the yellow mech still flickered with crackling arcs of electricity. Warning. Mech sustained damage. My mech. Whip's enclosure quickly responded, operating the mech. The yellow mech, as if beset by a plague, flung the silver black red green mech violently to the ground. Heh. You brought me close to your mech. An opportunity not to be missed. Shin Jiayan exclaimed with delight. Let me give you a flat top. No need for formality. She deftly maneuvered her mech to soar, performing 2 graceful rolls before landing firmly. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. Wow. Whip's enclosure's mech has a flat top now. Ha ha ha. This outcome is quite unexpected. How did that I am your ancestor not faint? Quite impressive. The figure referred to as I am your ancestor resembled a cockroach, seemingly impossible to defeat. My ancestor, how did you manage to stay conscious? Li Xiuama, who had already reached the passageway, halted abruptly upon hearing the audience's cheers, turning back to check. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she seized the arm of Zhuang Yueza. Zizong, stop running. Xiaoyan is fine. Zhuang Yueza also turned to look and quickly pulled the captain and Zhu Yuanyao back. How did she survive that situation? Zhuang Yueza couldn't help but remark. Whip's enclosure's mech appears to have lost its head. This is bad. Whip's enclosure will be even angrier. Ding Qingyu leaned against the doorframe, gasping for breath before waving his hand dismissively. Calamities last for a millennium. There's no need for us to worry. Let's head back. Meanwhile, Xia Xingyu jumped up, exclaiming. My Yun is amazing. A comeback against the odds. A D-Class mech has reduced an S-Class mech like this. Truly impressive. Absolutely thrilling. The little assistant clapped joyously. Manager Zhang joined in the excitement, bouncing and shouting, sign her. Sign her. Even if she loses, I still want to sign her. Chapter 139. The Virtue of Adult Kindness. Initially exhilarated and sharing smiles, Lin Qing's expression flattened upon hearing Manager Zhang's words. He cast a ghostly gaze towards him, murmuring, Zhanggu, what are you saying? Manager Zhang replied excitedly, I want to sign her. The assistant, recovering quickly, pinched the manager's waist fiercely, twice, no, thrice. He was certainly not taking the opportunity to retaliate against his superior. Manager Zhang glared at the assistant. What are you doing? I will dock your performance bonus. The assistant raised his eyebrows, gesturing for the manager to look at Lin Qing. Lin Qing elegantly tilted his chin at a 45-degree angle, smirking, hee, Zhanggu. Who do you wish to sign? Xia Xingyu hurriedly sat down to enjoy the spectacle unfolding, feeling overwhelmed with busyness. She longed to witness the excitement of the competition on stage, while also not wanting to miss the thrill off stage. Alas, she lamented having only 2 eyes. Hee. Agent Zhang faced Lin Qing's deathly gaze and forced a couple of dry laughs. No. Lin Qing's sharply heeled red shoes struck the ground heavily, emanating an aura of dominance. What? No. I didn't say I de-sign anyone. I want to find that I am your ancestor for a signature. Agent Zhang found himself in a predicament, caught between opposing forces. His assistant was of no help, having purchased the wrong tickets, leaving him to confront this chaotic scenario. At such a crucial moment, the assistant should have intervened to shift the conversation. Xia Xingyu's left eye darted to the stage, while her right remained fixated on the audience. Her attention predominantly on the latter. There was no way she would allow this agent to evade the situation. She promptly exclaimed, Cousin, I heard it. He just said he wants to sign I am your ancestor. That's not true. You misheard. Agent Zhang stamped his foot and shook his head, vehemently refuting her. He adamantly declared, I can barely nurture you. How could I possibly take care of anyone else? Is that so? Lin Qing smiled. Agent Zhang nodded emphatically, indeed. Lin Qing maintained her smile. Well, I've heard that Master Han Wei is currently in Luotianxing. I believe my mech needs some modifications. Wow, your smile is quite sinister. Xia Xingyu smacked Lin Qing's shoulder hard. What? Agent Zhang's eyes widened. Yet, upon meeting Lin Qing's elegant, spring-like smile, he could only return a similar grin. I'll contact Master Han tomorrow. After all, one must acknowledge the soldiers they bring forth, even if they face setbacks. Lin Qing gestured toward the stage. That will be quite a task for you. The competition up there is becoming even more thrilling. Unbeknownst to the stage performer Shen Zhaoyan, someone below was grappling with the repercussions of being deceived because of her. She was currently ensnared in a frenzied barrage of whips. The pressure was indeed substantial. The whips, true to their name, ensnared her like a cage. Shen Zhaoyan's mech was suffering from peeling paint. She could only occasionally shield herself with her arms against the lashes aimed at critical parts of her mech. Thanks to the gifts from the Blazing Phoenix and Lin Qing, her mech was equipped with some advanced materials, allowing for temporary resistance against the onslaught. She had never been pushed to such extremes. Ultimately, her current mech was insufficient. After this competition, she intended to upgrade her mech. S-Class Mechs. She too would create her own S-Class Mech. I want you dead. I want your mech in ruins. The whip-wielding assailant struck the silver black red green mech's head with frenzied force. Yes, he intended to sever the head of I am your ancestor. He swore he would succeed. Shen Zhaoyan swiftly maneuvered her mech to roll out of the way, narrowly avoiding the whip aimed at her mech's head. However, her mech's right shoulder bore yet another lash mark, and several components clattered to the ground. The mech's speed was inadequate. She couldn't escape far enough. At that moment, a message appeared on Shen Zhaoyan's mech screen. Settings modified successfully. Note: personal body protection has been lifted. Please monitor your physical condition. Finally, success. The earlier chaos caused by the whip barrage had delayed her settings adjustment slightly. Now, her mecha configuration has been successfully modified. Let us see who will outshine whom. Shen Zhaoyan roared with fervor, completely disregarding the various malfunction alerts flashing in the bottom right corner of the mecha screen. She stood tall, her posture upright, hands firmly gripping the mecha's control panel. In her excitement and exertion, the veins on the back of her hands bulged prominently. Her slender fingers danced swiftly across the controls, as violet and azure lights flickered and burst forth in a dazzling display. The ethereal glow illuminated her chin, accentuating the severity and intensity of her expression at that moment. Her gaze was fixed intently on the external visuals synchronizing on the mecha screen. I will crush you. The whip of wrath bellowed. In perfect synchrony with its intelligent system, the mecha reacted swiftly, launching a kick towards the fallen silver black red green mecha. Just as the yellow mecha's foot was about to make contact, the silver black red green mecha suddenly pushed off the ground with both arms, evading the strike in the blink of an eye. Ah, the timing is off. The whip of wrath was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, ah, my mecha, where did you kick? At that very instant, while he was dazed, the silver black red green mecha delivered a swift kick to his mecha's head. Why target the head, as if mocking its flattened appearance? This was a grave misjudgment of Shen Zhaoyan. Her previous maneuver had been a magnificent backflip. The act of landing had naturally positioned her foot to strike upward, and thus, the kick to the head was entirely coincidental. However, upon witnessing the whip of wrath's concern for his mecha's head, Shen Zhaoyan felt a flicker of goodwill. She blinked and declared loudly, I will shatter your head. P.S. I am immensely grateful for everyone's encouraging messages, for your reviews, and for the gifts you have bestowed upon me. Your generosity surpasses even the daily revenue from the site. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Li Ben Li for yet another certification of my prowess. Quick, who will come and pinch my philtrum? I am overjoyed. I recall this dear friend has previously gifted me as well. Thank you. Once again, my sincere gratitude for your unwavering support and for your fondness for Zhaoyan. Chapter 139. Too cunning Shen Zhaoyan was determined to take on his head. As her words echoed, she wasted no time. Her hands immediately leaping into action on the control panel. The silver black red green mecha soared once more, and before the yellow mecha could react, it executed a flying kick to the yellow mecha's head. A thunderous crash resonated as the yellow mecha was struck squarely. The whip of wrath, taken aback, muttered, I didn't expect you to be so unscrupulous, even while speaking. He gritted his teeth and commanded the system. Help me reassess the trajectory of the opponent's attack and coordinate with my maneuvers. Show no mercy. I intend to obliterate the head of my adversary. No, I shall annihilate her entire mecha. Entering S-Class combat mode, the system will assume partial control of the user's maneuvers to execute this command. Although the intelligent system sometimes lacked the flexibility of human intuition, its direct control over the mecha ensured a zero response time in executing commands. After all, one must control the mech through manual operation. The time it takes for hand movements to be relayed to the mech's central hub is excessively prolonged. To circumvent the rigid mechanical flaws of intelligent systems, human-machine coordination has become the prevailing trend in the development of S-Class mechs. However, in the chaos of battle, the numerous variables often render the pilot's control paramount. Now, in an effort to enhance the mech's speed, Whip's enclosure has relinquished a portion of its control to the mech system itself. Sacrificing half of its commanding authority has indeed resulted in a significant increase in speed. Whip's enclosure merely needs to focus on the direction of Shen Zhaoyan, adjusting the thrusters to block the opponent from various angles. At this moment, two mechs on stage engaged in a fierce struggle. The yellow mech, wielding a whip that crackled with arcs of light, relentlessly lashed at the silver black red green mech. Meanwhile, the latter had also unleashed its full capabilities, cunningly closing in on the yellow mech. The circular saw in its grasp occasionally carved gashes into the exterior of the yellow mech. Shen Zhaoyan gritted her teeth, her brow furrowing as the muscles between her temples tensed with exertion. All her attention was fixated on the screen before her, her mind racing to calculate. This angle could allow her to approach. There was a gap on the right side. Squeeze through. No, the whip is about to strike her mech. Jump. And immediately latch onto the enemy. Close combat. Intimate warfare. She aimed to cling tightly to her opponent, preventing the whip from being effectively deployed while using the circular saw on her mech's arm to shred the adversary. In this moment, she felt immensely grateful for the versatile tool she had modified. Without the circular saw, she would have been unable to breach the opponent's armor. Now was the time. Circular saw spinning and slicing. It immediately carved a gash into the enemy mech, forcing its protective shield to fully deploy. Shen Jiayan's mech was violently shaken back. On the other side, Whip's enclosure, with the aid of the intelligence system, was consistently able to maintain distance between the two mechs through calculated responses and faster reaction times. Moreover, the opponent's mech, constructed from inferior materials, allowed Whip's enclosure to easily tear off a piece of armor. However, I Am Your Ancestor was too slippery, always managing to evade before he could react. This time, he struck the mech's energy core at the chest, prompting the entire protective shield to spring forth. Enraged, he slammed the control seat, exclaiming in frustration, "How cunning." He promptly distanced himself, leaping 10 meters away from I Am Your Ancestor. No, he could not rely on the whip any longer. The whip was his signature weapon, and its use was his hallmark combat technique. While effective against other opponents, it had turned into a tactic detrimental to him against I Am Your Ancestor. Frustrated, he manipulated the mech, flinging the whip to the ground in exasperation. Why abandon that whip? Shen Jiayan lamented mid-sigh, only to be suddenly beset by a wave of suffocating pressure in her chest, prompting an involuntary fit of coughs. She recognized this was due to her physical stamina faltering. As she relaxed her body, a dull ache radiated from her head. She retrieved a vial from her pocket, deftly breaking the seal with one hand, and continued to take her medication. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience erupted with fervent cheers, exclaiming, "My ancestor! I adore you! Incredible! I am at a loss for words to express my exhilaration. You have forced the whip of boundaries to relinquish its whip. You are the first to bring it to such a state. You surpass even those S-rank mechas. Come on, press the attack. Bring it down." The audience's reactions were not only intense in the venue. The combat unfolding on stage captivated viewers tuning in from across the Star Network. Wow. It's my first time seeing an S-rank mecha being cornered by a D-rank mecha. Truly remarkable, daring to challenge an S-rank mecha with a D-rank. I'm a fan now. Oh my goodness. The Whip of Boundaries has ceded half of its authority to the AI and is being outmaneuvered by my ancestor. How is my ancestor so formidable? I can't take it. I must upgrade to a premium ticket immediately. I can't clearly see my ancestor's maneuvers from down here. I missed that incredible moment, and I'm furious. I shall upgrade too. I initially planned to hold off, but after seeing the Whip of Boundaries discard its whip, I must upgrade. My friend shared this live stream with me, saying a D-rank mecha has driven an S-rank mecha mad. What am I witnessing? That devilish mecha on stage is the same one from my freshman year. I must inform my roommates who are still waiting in the dormitory. Why are they still waiting? The action is happening at the Qingyu Cup. My blood is boiling. It's been ages since I felt this way. I want an upgrade ticket. I wish to sit upon my ancestor's shoulders. I must share this live stream with my friends. It is far more entertaining than the mundane underdog dramas they usually watch. A D-rank mecha triumphing over an S-rank in a live competition is something they must witness. Clearly, with the Whip of Boundaries toss, the excitement ignited the Star Network viewers. And what was once an overlooked ticket began to sell rapidly. As the fervent sharing continued, more viewers flocked into the live stream. The operators of the Qingyu Cup had not anticipated such a thrilling match in this underdog showdown. They quickly enhanced the live stream's visibility. On the planet Luotian, many netizens browsing the Star Network simultaneously encountered the promotion for this underdog match and eagerly clicked in. Chapter 140. Cousin, it's time to switch clubs. The operators, observing the constantly rising viewer count, were filled with joy. It appeared that the selection of this live stream had been fortuitous, drawing a considerable audience to the Qingyu Cup. They mused, with this number of viewers, ticket sales for this match might exceed 20 million star coins. If my ancestor wins, I could secure half of the earnings. Indeed, being a mecha pilot is lucrative. However, amidst all this, Shen Jiayan on stage had no time to ponder the potential earnings. After the Whip of Boundaries cast aside its whip, it had gone completely berserk. If it were not for the intelligence system aiding in the control of the battlefield, Shen Jiayan believed that Whip's enclosure would certainly resort to demolishing the competition platform. At this moment, Whip's enclosure abandoned the whip, opting instead to wield a blade recklessly. The yellow mech relentlessly pursued Shen Jiayan, striking at her heels. Shen Jiayan narrowly evaded, but the blade met the platform instead. The ground fractured, dust swirling in the air. Whip's enclosure drew his sword anew, continuing the chase. No, it was more accurate to say he utilized the speed of the mech to flash directly in front of Shen Jiayan. With widened eyes, she hastily retreated, yet it was too late. With a resounding crash, the newly donned green mech arm was severed, plummeting to the ground. Whip's enclosure, having only managed to sever the arm, furiously struck at the fallen limb. In the audience, Lin Qing leapt up in outrage. Damn it! He dared to slice my mech arm. This is unacceptable. I must confront him. Lin Qing cursed vehemently. Calm down. You cannot possibly defeat him. Besides, that arm is no longer yours. Xia Xingyu quickly restrained him, forcing him back into his seat. Calm down. Is it merely about the mech arm? He struck Shen Jiayan. Lin Qing gazed at the silver black red green mech on stage, now missing an arm, straining against Xia Xingyu's hold. He was again pinned down, his legs lifted in the air. On the other side, Manager Zhang was too preoccupied to notice Lin Qing's plight, busy venting his own frustrations. What does it matter whose mech arm it is? The point is, Whip's enclosure dared to assault my ancestor's mech. Damn it. Where's my water bottle? I want to smash that Whip's enclosure. Unable to locate his water bottle, Manager Zhang caught sight of Lin Qing's conspicuous red-bottomed shoe and snatched it away. With bloodshot eyes, he hurled the shoe onto the stage. Take that, Whip's enclosure. You ought to be ashamed. She fought so hard, and yet did not sever your mech arm. Manager. No. The assistant reached out to intervene, but it was futile. The shoe sailed through the air. Lin Qing turned to look at Manager Zhang. Xia Xingyu did the same. Oblivious, Manager Zhang continued his tirade. What a worthless shoe. It's less useful than a water bottle. Lin Qing, with one bare foot, kicked Manager Zhang's leg. Whose worthless shoe? It's my shoe. Manager Zhang, suddenly aware, widened his eyes and cast a pleading glance at Xia Xingyu. She averted her gaze, patting Lin Qing's shoulder. Cousin, it might be time to switch clubs. The assistant softly inquired. Brother Lin, may I join you? Lin Qing smirked coldly at Manager Zhang before turning back to the competition. As for Manager Zhang, he found himself abandoned by all. Xia Xingyu stifled a giggle, continuing to pat her cousin's shoulder. Oh, don't be upset. Forget about Manager Zhang. Speaking of Whip's enclosure, since Xiao Yun's mech arm is broken, why not offer her your other arm? After all, you're about to switch to an S-Class mech. That's infuriating. Lin Qing was now wholly aligned with Xin Zhaoyun. Meanwhile, Ding Qingyu and the others were equally enraged by Whip's enclosure's actions. Zhuang Yueza exploded in outrage. Severing a mech arm is one thing, but why continue to strike it? What a despicable person. Just moments ago, he presented himself as a paragon of chivalry, yet in truth, he is nothing more than a frantic scoundrel. Zhu Yuanyao scolded him vehemently. Li Shuama murmured. Having lost a mechanical arm, the battle ahead will be even more arduous. Victory seems elusive. That is sufficient. Xiao Yun has done enough. Although Ding Qingyu felt anguish over Shun Zhaoyun's damaged mech, this level of impairment was, in fact, anticipated. His prior estimation had been that Shun Zhaoyun could endure at most 10 minutes, after which her indomitable spirit or sharp tongue would lead to her mech's destruction and her exit from the arena. But now, he glanced at Li Shuama's holographic device, which was fixated on Shun Zhaoyun's personal social media account. Following the loss of her mechanical arm, Shun Zhaoyun's follower count began to surge. Observing the rising numbers, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. With this influx of followers, he could already envision a bright future for the X-Blazing Flame Club. Having forced an S-Class mech pilot to this extent, she had not faltered. Even if she were to lose this match, she had undeniably showcased her prowess. With her inherent charm, she had captivated numerous spectators. Furthermore, even the audience surrounding the whip of the arena found themselves denouncing it in support of Shun Zhaoyun. This is the power of charisma, the undeniable allure of Shun Zhaoyun. Thus, the loss of a mech is of little consequence. Sacrificing one mech in exchange for such a multitude of admirers is exceedingly worthwhile. Fortunately, he had refrained from intervening, unable to restrain the obstinate team members or prevent Shun Zhaoyun from taking the stage. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. He murmured to himself, fight. Continue the fight. The longer it lasts, the more devastating it becomes, and the more followers she garners. If this D-Class mech becomes irreparable, we shall procure a brand new, superior A-Class mech. Meanwhile, Li Shuama clutched the captain's holographic device, which vibrated incessantly. This familiar tremor indicated that someone was placing an order for Shun Zhaoyun's system. However, she could hardly focus on sales. Her complete attention was fixed on the competition. Xiao Yun was currently being relentlessly pressured. On stage, the silver black red green mech, having lost an arm, indeed found itself at a disadvantage. It was besieged by the yellow mech, forced to evade attacks. Inside the cockpit, Shun Zhaoyun panted heavily, her fingers dancing across the control panel. She dared not draw too close to the whip of the arena. Having lost an arm, she had halved her counterattack capability. The whip of the arena was formidable now, and her mech had sustained multiple strikes. Thankfully, her expertise in mech construction allowed her to avoid critical damage. Nevertheless, due to the numerous assaults, her mech now appeared battered and torn. The rear casing was frayed, exposing various components, and the legs of the mech were dented and cracked. Chapter 141. At this juncture, enough is enough. The two mechs engaged in a relentless exchange, each pursuing the other in a stalemate. Shun Zhaoyun's stamina was waning. The response time of the S-Class mech was astonishing, even though she endeavored to prevent the opponent's intelligent system from familiarizing itself with her maneuvers. The instantaneous response of the opposing mech always allowed it to swiftly close the gap. The situation could no longer persist. She needed to swiftly identify the vulnerabilities of the opposing mech. Shun Zhaoyun's gaze was fixed intently on the S-Class mech displayed on the screen, murmuring to herself. Where is the sensor hub of the S-Class mech? It seems somewhat located in the chest area, yet also possibly in the back. Regardless of the classification, every mech possessed sensors. Dismantling these would render the mech nearly incapacitated. Her ongoing skirmish with the Whip S enclosure was solely to discern the location of the opponent's sensors. Regrettably, her knowledge of S-Class mechs was woefully insufficient, making it challenging to pinpoint their location. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the yellow mech darted behind hers, raising its long sword to cleave down towards her mech's head. Alarmed, Shun Zhaoyun regained her focus, thrusting the thrusters forward with her left hand while her right danced across the controls. The mech sidestepped to the left while advancing swiftly, but alas, it was too late. The silver black red green mech narrowly evaded the strike aimed at its head, yet the right shoulder suffered a direct blow. Warning. Structural integrity compromised. The right shoulder has sustained damage. The glaring red alert on the mech screen was distressing. The sole intact arm of the silver black red green mech hung limply at its side, with electric sparks flickering at the juncture of the arm and shoulder, various conduits exposed. both arms rendered useless. Without the capacity to retaliate, how could she continue the fight? Was defeat imminent? The audience below sighed in dismay. Indeed, the tale of the underdog triumphing over the strong was merely a fabrication of others, before absolute strength. No matter how hard the weaker party struggles or refuses to concede, it ultimately amounts to futile resistance, does it not? The feeble, in their utmost efforts, merely end up more damaged. When gauging the prowess of the S-Class Mech, one ought to cut losses promptly. No, from the very beginning. She should never have overestimated her capabilities by challenging such a formidable opponent. Some spectators even turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. On stage, the Whip S enclosure erupted in gleeful laughter, exclaiming, "You are finished. You are certain to lose." He clapped his hands on the controls, chuckling with arrogance. "Run. Go ahead and run." Yet, Shen Xiaoyun remained silent, her attention unwaveringly fixed on the mech S screen, completely disregarding the incessantly flashing warning symbols on the right side of the mech. Mockingly, the Whip S enclosure declared, "This is your ancestor's mech. One arm has been severed, and the other is merely tethered by a few wires. Do you wish to concede? You still have time to surrender. You'd better yield, or your head will truly explode." The silver black red green mech merely shifted slightly, its occupant remaining silent. "Very well, then do not blame me for shattering your head." The Whip S enclosure arrogantly pressed buttons on the control panel. The right arm of the silver black red green mech lifted slightly, only to droop again amidst a flurry of sparks. The audience could no longer contain themselves. "Ancestor, concede. We have witnessed your strength. Indeed, this has gone far enough. Ancestor, let us end this. We concede. You are my ancestor, and you have done wonderfully. In this level-up match, you are the true champion in my heart." Oh, had I known it would come to this, I would not have urged her to participate in the level-up match. Xia Xingyu fixed her gaze intently upon the silver black red green mech on the stage. Surrendering was simply surrendering. What did it matter if it was just 2 arms? I shall return and dismantle 2 arms from my own mech for you. Just surrender first. Once I reach S rank, I will obliterate the one from the Whip S enclosure. How dare he sever my mech S arm? Yes, he did indeed cut off my mech S arm. Lin Qing chimed in agreement. Manager Zhang also stared intently at the silver black red green mech, reiterating that surrender was merely surrender. Losing was not a catastrophe. Lin Qing had lost before, hadn't he? You lost, and I will still sign you. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yuezha tugged persistently at Ding Qingyu's sleeve. "Captain, you must avenge Xiaoyun. If you do not help her, I shall withhold your payment. I will not let that Whip S enclosure escape unscathed. I have already messaged several acquaintances I frequently contact. From now on, anyone who faces the Whip S enclosure must dismantle his 2 arms." Ding Qingyu nodded vigorously. Xiaoyun is still so young, having participated in only a handful of competitions. Yet that Whip S enclosure struck so ruthlessly. The sentiment remains true. One's own child is always cherished, and he would find a way to avenge Xiaoyun. Zhuang Yuezha urged, "Xiaoyun, please surrender swiftly." "No, she shall not yield." Ding Qingyu sighed. Beside them, Zhu Yuanyao and Li Shuama also sighed in unison. Yet on stage, Shen Xiaoyun was resolute in her refusal to concede. As the yellow mech closed in once more, the silver black red green mech deftly dodged and leaped. "Run all you want. I refuse to believe you can evade indefinitely. Your inferior stamina cannot possibly surpass my S rank endurance." The Whip S enclosure prowled like a tiger, relishing in the sport of toying with its prey. He even deliberately slowed his movements, delighting in the sight of the silver black red green mech's drooping right arm, struggling to lift it, only to have it fall again in a pitiful manner. Shen Xiaoyun dared not pause even for a second in her operation of the mech. She vowed that upon her return, she would modify her mech. She sighed, truly driven to this extent? A vulgar phrase echoed in her mind, by big or by small. Once purchased, never let go. A seasoned gambler must adhere to principles, wagering wealth, and even life itself. As the Whip S enclosure approached once more, she gritted her teeth and stood tall. "It is you." Death S entanglement. Summoning all her strength, she maneuvered the controls with fervor. The Whip S enclosure, reveling in his machinations, mocked, "I am your ancestor." Suddenly, he noticed the silver black red green mech, which should have surged forward, pivoting instead. Then, the silver black red green mech began to dance erratically around his own. Next. No, there was no next. He yearned to see more. But the warning sound of the system blared in his ears. Warning. Opponent S mech is initiating chaotic attacks, accompanied by the piercing alarm of the intelligence system. His mech's display plunged into darkness. His mech was rendered inoperable. The Whip S enclosure slammed the control stick in frustration, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Intelligence System, Chapter 142, Deceitful Death S Entanglement. At that moment, the 2 mechs on the competition stage were tightly entwined. The head of the silver black red green mech was firmly embedded in the back of the yellow mech. Indeed, the sharp protrusion on the silver black mech's head had completely penetrated the yellow mech's interior. At that moment, the yellow mech suddenly collapsed onto the ground, followed closely by the silver, black, red, and green mech tumbling into a heap. This unexpected turn of events left the spectators below in stunned silence. What had transpired? What was the situation with the whips around? Why had they fallen? And what was the meaning behind the "I am your ancestor" mech? Did anyone witness the events that just unfolded? Who could elucidate the current circumstances? Just moments ago, wasn't Whips around so confident of victory? How could both mechs suddenly become immobile? How did they end up leaning against each other? Inside the mech cockpit, Shen Xiaoyun slumped in her pilot's seat, gasping heavily. She leaned against the armrest, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Well done, Shirchin. What a splendid death embrace. Truly an effective ultimate move." Memories of a past escort mission flooded her mind. It was another familiar task, and only she, Shirchin, and Xiao Wanquan set off. Unfortunately, their intel was flawed, and on their return journey, they encountered 3 advanced alien beasts. They fought valiantly and managed to slay 2, but were unable to defeat the last one. At that moment, Xia, the wealthy lady, was injured and on the brink of death. Shirchin, the reckless gambler, suddenly declared that he thrived in adversity and was about to unleash his ultimate move. She believed his wild claims and permitted him to proceed. He chanted cryptically, "Buy big, buy small, one spot, never let go. Bet wealth, bet life. Behold my death embrace." She had thought that this death embrace was a technique he had painstakingly developed, capable of instilling a sense of mortal peril in the enemy. But what was the reality of this so-called death embrace? With great anticipation, she relinquished the primary offensive position to Shirchin. Then she witnessed him, full of bravado, leap straight into the jaws of the alien beast, clutching a package. What death embrace? What ultimate move? A gambler would always gamble, even risking his life at a critical moment. Fortune favored him, as he managed to annihilate the beast, albeit at the cost of his own survival. In the end, she alone dragged the 2 injured comrades back to base. Later, she asked Shirchin why he would take such risks when they could have worked together for a chance at survival. Leaning on his cane, he replied, "If someone in the team must sacrifice, I wish for it to be me. I am a gambler, and a gambler deserves no good fate. I should not be alive. Yet here I am, alive twice over, while you all must live on to be the heroes." Shen Xiaoyan sighed, gently caressing the controls, pondering whether he was now enjoying a good life somewhere, likely residing in a mansion and dining on exquisite food, free from financial worries, and surely no longer gambling. After all, gambling could lead to dire consequences. However, today she too had placed a bet, and she was a gambler. Indeed, she had made a wise wager. Though her arms were incapacitated, the mech's head was still operable. She had only one opportunity to select the location of the whip surround sensor. After careful observation, she deduced that the sensor was situated between the chest and back, and she chose the back. After making her choice, she maneuvered the mech and flashed to the rear of the whip, plunging directly into his back, with both arms rendered uncontrollable. The only part of her mech she could deftly command was the head, which forced her to mount an offensive using only that. Yet, this was insufficient. Aware that the materials of an S-Class mech were not easily destructible, she resolved to ensure her victory by creating chaos within the mech's systems. Decisively detonating her own mech's head, the explosion of her mech's head would simultaneously obliterate the sensors of the whip. All of this was a singular opportunity. Ultimately, it was evident that her gamble paid off. A satisfied smile crept onto Shen Xiaoyan's lips. She glanced at the flickering warnings on the screen and mused, "TSK, armless, headless, with a crippled leg. This mech, which I had just repaired and used for only a few days, truly has a tumultuous fate." However, it was all for the 50% ticket revenue share and to crush the whip's head. Worth it. Perhaps the murmurs of confusion from the audience below grew too loud, as the colossal screen on the competition stage suddenly began to replay the earlier footage in reverse. The silver black red green mech, cornered by the yellow mech, which had appeared pitiable and helpless just a moment ago, abruptly ceased its linear retreat. Instead, in a confined space, it deftly maneuvered around the yellow mech's blade, shifting and twisting like a specter, executing a 360-degree leap and elegantly flipping behind the yellow mech. Then, with reckless abandon, it thrust its head into the left ribcage of the yellow mech. The footage looped incessantly, virally commandeering everyone's attention. Manager Zhang, though not a mech pilot himself, couldn't help but exclaim, "What an impressive display of agility, such an unexpectedly brilliant maneuver." Next to him, Xia Xingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, even without an arm, she can attack like this? Truly inspiring. She's deserving of the Inspirational Alliance Award. Lin Qing was equally speechless. Having participated in mech competitions for so long and witnessed numerous pilots, he had never seen anyone initiate an attack with just the mech's head. It was neither entirely right nor entirely wrong, merely peculiar. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he could only exclaim, "She's truly remarkable." Li Xuema cheerfully shouted, "Xiao Yun is incredible. A comeback against the odds. Captain, Xiao Yun avenged herself without needing your aid." Zhuang Yueza clapped his hands in delight. Who would have imagined that Xiao Yun, with both arms broken, could force the whip beneath her mech? He mused that had the situation been reversed, the captain would have had to concede defeat. Yet Xiao Yun retaliated. Such strength was a testament to her willpower and intellect, unbound by the limitations of mere mech classification. Ding Qingyu, called over by Zhuang Yueza, shot him a sidelong glance and coolly remarked, "Just remember to settle your debts." Zhuang Yueza snapped back to reality, realizing he had misspoken and inadvertently provoked the captain. Even Ding Qingyu and Lin Qing were astonished by Shen Xiaoyan's maneuvers, let alone the other spectators. As the footage looped for the 5th time, the audience finally grasped the situation and erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Had the once arrogant whip truly been vanquished? "I am truly impressed, my ancestor. I too shall become an admirer. How astounding. This spectacle stirs my blood, and I never expected such a twist at the end. Are both mechas now incapacitated? Is it a draw?" A D-class mecha soldier has astonishingly matched an S-class soldier. Upon hearing the word draw, Shen Xiaoyan, who was still recuperating, could not remain still. Chapter 143, the same tilted mecha. Shen Xiaoyan could not afford to rest. After tirelessly battling, she did not fight merely for a stalemate. She refused to slump down. Even if she were to faint, she would rise again. Diligently, she began to inspect the mecha. One arm was utterly severed and rendered useless. Yet her other arm retained some mobility. During her earlier combat with the whip surround, she had tested it. It merely sparked when she lifted it. experimenting with the mecha. She confirmed that indeed, raising the shoulder and arm joint produced sparks, while lowering it caused no such effect. She executed other maneuvers splendidly. Though she could not raise her arm, she could still perform intricate operations. Her versatile tool remained functional. She understood that this tool was her means of earning. Learning from this experience, she resolved to invest significantly in installing the versatile tool on both the head and feet of her mecha upon her return. Shun Jiayan's fingers danced swiftly across the control panel as she continued her inspection. The head of the mecha was obliterated. If it must go, let it be so. Out with the old, in with the new, and it is a perfect opportunity to replace it with a new head. Had I known I would need to replace the head, I would not have damaged my own. Having inspected most aspects, it was nearly time to gather some materials to patch up her mecha. She was ready to commence her work. While Shun Jiayan busied herself with her mecha, the whip surround was similarly occupied. However, while whip surround might have been a successful mecha soldier, he was not a mecha manufacturer. Thus, despite his vigorous efforts, he ultimately found himself in a dire predicament. The mecha was inoperable, and the intelligence system had vanished. Slumping in despair against the pilot's chair, he closed his eyes in hopelessness. His mecha was utterly useless, and his heart bled for it. Unable to contain himself, he leaned over the control panel, pounding his leg in self-reproach. Damn it, I truly deserve this. The villain perishes due to excessive chatter. I shall not repeat such folly. He lamented. I was so close to victory, yet my arrogance and carelessness led to my downfall. He was utterly at a loss as to how to face his fans and the audience below. Yet, Whip Surround was perhaps overthinking. The audience's attention was not fixated on his earlier performance. They were engrossed in discussing the outcome of the match. It appeared as though the contest had ended in a draw. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What draw? Look quickly, it's moving. The mecha of my ancestor is moving." At this exclamation, everyone's attention was redirected to the stage. They beheld an arm, previously entangled in the yellow mecha, now moving back and forth. The arm lifted, and after a flash of electricity, it lowered, only to rise again. After 3 successive attempts, it could no longer be raised. A person, visibly anxious, was sweating profusely on their forehead, unable to rise. Was it truly destined to end in a draw? However, as soon as the words left their lips, that familiar circular saw emerged from the mechanical arm, buzzing ominously to life. Instantly, the audience below fixated their gaze upon the saw with rapt attention. What was she planning to do? If the mechanical arm could move, surely other parts of the mech could as well. Quickly, someone kicked that whip-like contraption, exclaimed Xia Xingyu, her hands tucked into her pockets, brimming with fervor. Lin Qing, familiar with Shun Jiayan's style, cast a knowing glance at Xia Xingyu. She might dismantle the mech, just as she did with your Fire Phoenix mech back then. Therefore, our assistance with the mech arm may not even be necessary. Xia Xingyu's lips twitched involuntarily. Could it be true? Though she verbally dismissed the notion, in her heart, she had already begun to align with Lin Qing's assessment. Lin Qing shot her a cool look. It seems you were once her classmate. Shouldn't you understand her better than I do? Oh, I hardly recognize her anymore. My Fire Phoenix is sufficient, Xia Xingyu retorted, unable to suppress a hand over her face. Yet, in the next moment, a commotion erupted around them, reigniting her curiosity. Oh, she asked, standing up. What draw? Our ancestor has triumphed. Laughter erupted. This is the first time I've witnessed such a mech. I'm your ancestor, pulling off the head. Ha ha. Was the previous attempt too forceful? Look, the mech's head has been yanked out. Could a mech truly become incapacitated? Half of its head missing and emitting smoke was one thing, but how could it still not stand upright? It staggered, swaying side to side. The absurdity was overwhelming. Xia Xingyu watched the series of movements from the silver black red green mech, bursting into laughter as she slapped her thigh. Of course, Shun Jiayan heard the laughter from the audience, but she remained unfazed. What did they understand? Did they comprehend the emptiness of her wallet? Did they realize that a single successful venture could lead her to wealth? Her hands flew across the control console, attempting to position the freshly removed half-head upright, but the smoky remnant was slumped against her right shoulder. Watching the display on the big screen, Shun Jiayan could not help but grimace. It did resemble something incapacitated. No worries, it's all good. I'll just swap the head when I return, she assured herself, continuing to operate the mech. The mech bent slightly at the waist, one shoulder drooping. As the circular saw inched closer to the yellow mech's head, she commenced the disassembly, sawing straight, angling the blade. Adopting various postures and angles, she was now the most industrious lumberjack. The majority of the yellow mech's head hung limply to the right shoulder, akin to her own mech's head. The audience, observing the two similarly positioned mechs on stage, erupted into laughter once more. Same tilted, lopsided posture. I'm your ancestor, truly skilled, they exclaimed. Our ancestor is merciful, previously threatening to obliterate the opponent's mech head, now merely reducing it to a stump. I understand now. Is our ancestor planning to dismantle the whip-like mech? Ding Qingyu covered his face, muttering incessantly, it's fine, we'll get used to it. The X-Flame Club's reputation has already taken a significant hit. It's all okay, really. We rely on our strength for sustenance. Beside me, Li Xuema clenched her fists, gazing dreamily at the stage. Indeed, Xiao Yun was right. High risks yield high rewards. I shall upgrade my mecha immediately. I will soon don a superior mecha to compete and earn money. She had learned her lesson. Scrimping and saving was a futile endeavor. To amass wealth, one must embrace risk. She resolved to withdraw all her savings to acquire a new S-Class Mecha, or perhaps an A-Class instead. No, she would not replace her mecha, merely modify it. In the future, she could procure components from her adversaries, just as Xiao Yun did. If she were to replace her mecha entirely, she would have no room for new parts. Yes, she would only allocate a modest sum to enhance her current mecha. Save where necessary, spend where required. I truly find it baffling. Twice now, The system has flagged my writing as vulgar and inappropriate. Yet, I am merely crafting a mecha narrative. How could it be deemed indecent? It's all made of steel. Just a few concise sentences with a handful of verbs. Chapter 144. Armed to the toes. Zhuang Yuezha, equally excited, exclaimed, yes, yes. We must shatter the head of the whip's enclosure. Dismantle it, and smash it. Xiaoyan just mentioned that. Smash it. You've misunderstood. She intends to disassemble it for reuse. Zhu Yuanyao corrected him. Zhuang Yuezha nodded. That works too. I am curious to see what an S-Class Mecha head looks like. The captain never allows us to touch it. Accompanying Xiao Yun will broaden my horizons. However, the head is exceedingly tough. It has taken quite a while to detach it. An S-Class Mecha is not easily dismantled. The materials are simply of a different caliber. Shen Xiaoyan has tried every conceivable angle, yet none succeeded. Moreover, the remaining arm of her mecha could fail at any moment. She was pressed for time. It seemed she must make do with the whip's enclosure. Shen Xiaoyan maneuvered her mecha backward. Then, the silvery black, red, and green mecha delivered several powerful kicks to the yellow mecha, finally rolling it onto its back. Inside the mecha cockpit, the despondent whip's enclosure felt a jolt, and he was suddenly thrown to the ground. What on earth just happened? He looked up in confusion. He was still awaiting the match results. How did the mecha suddenly spring to life? One reason was that he was still gambling, hoping for a draw. Do not ask why he did not exit. He reasoned that aside from the mecha exploding, there was no other way to render his mecha in such a state. If his mecha also exploded, he would not truly lose to the other party. Another reason was that he dreaded facing the audience below. However, could it be that the other party's mecha had not been destroyed? The whip's enclosure stood up and quietly returned to the pilot's seat, carefully surveying his surroundings. Well, it had come to this. He could afford to wait. Little did the waiting whip's enclosure know that Shun Xiaoyan's previous opponent, the formidable rabbit brother, was anxiously calling out to him through the light screen. Hurry up. Whip's enclosure, come out now. If you don't emerge soon, your mecha will be lost. Do not belittle me. I am your ancestor. One must possess a sense of dignity. My excessive pride earlier has led to significant losses. However, our efforts at mutual support seem to have gone unheard by Brother Rabbit. Shen Xiaoyan managed to flip the mech, initially intending to dismantle its head. Yet, maneuvering around the right mechanical arm beneath her saw proved somewhat laborious. She mused to herself, one of my mechanical arms is rendered useless. Then I shall dismantle one of yours. I am not greedy. I sacrificed one arm and a head in exchange for yours. With that, she promptly set to work disassembling the mechanical arm. Once it was removed, she proceeded to detach the entire mech head. Shen Xiaoyan, engrossed in her task, noticed that the whip's enclosure had yet to emerge. She kicked the yellow mech a few times, wondering, what is the hold-up? Are you stuck in there like Brother Rabbit? Should I continue dismantling? Unfortunately, her mech seemed to sense its adversary, suddenly spewing a large burst of sparks. No matter how Shun Xiaoyan operated the mech, that arm remained obstinately unresponsive. With a sigh of disappointment, she acknowledged her inability to continue. She was particularly curious about the structure of an S-Class mech, but regrettably, her own mech was proving unreliable. Upon returning, she armed herself with a universal dismantling tool, even equipping it to her toes. Shen Xiaoyan glanced back at the yellow mech, unable to resist kicking it several more times until it stood upright. Little whip, will you not come out? Can you not emerge? If you do not, I shall take my leave. Inside the mech, the whip's enclosure, having been jolted around for quite some time, could no longer tolerate the confinement. He exited the pilot's seat and opened the mech's hatch. As he did so, he fortuitously overheard the phrase, I am your ancestor. Just moments ago, he had boasted about demolishing her mech. Now he hesitated to show himself. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, igniting a flush on his cheeks. How humiliating. All those grandiose statements made in a moment of pride. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with the audience below. Their stares were filled with curiosity and intrigue. I have lost. Before he could contemplate further, he hastily retreated into the mech cabin, swiftly closing the hatch. Shun Xiaoyan barely had time to observe the internal structure of the S-Class mech before being met with a closed door. She blinked, ready to utter a few more words when suddenly, the audience on the left erupted in loud cheers. Most of these spectators were fervent fans of I Am Your Ancestor. Victory! Victory! The S-Class mech pilot has personally acknowledged defeat to I Am Your Ancestor. The challenge has been successfully conquered. Ancestor, you are the greatest. Ancestor, Ancestor, you have achieved 5 consecutive victories. I am your devoted fan. Let us have another match. Another match. Ancestor, I love you. I am your fan. Whatever you ask, I shall comply. Fans. Upon hearing this term, Shen Xiaoyan's eyes brightened. The subsequent declaration of unwavering support awakened a certain impulse within her. She called out to the audience below, such declarations of love are utterly sentimental. My mech is malfunctioning, and I must return to repair it before I can continue participating in the competition. However, as a token of gratitude for everyone's unwavering support, I would like to present a gift to you all. Below, the fans, still somewhat bewildered, responded foolishly. No need to thank us if you can't participate. Indeed, no gifts necessary. Shun Xiaoyan covered one ear, muttering, I can't hear you. Can't hear you. In a swift motion, her left hand pressed a button on the mech. The next moment, a familiar and thunderous voice resonated throughout the venue. To all the fans present, should you have any need for mech modifications, please contact ID number. Your idol, I Am Your Ancestor, will craft the most advanced, powerful, and suitable mech for you. The fans, filled with anticipation and admiration as they gazed at the stage, were left utterly dumbfounded. Was this a gift? It was clearly yet another advertisement. How foolish they had been to forget that their idol was unlike any ordinary mech competitor. How naive to expect her to reciprocate their support with gifts like Sherlin Qingfeng or Brother Two Wood. They covered their ears, enduring the torturous advertisement. Having such an idol came with its burdens. After all, it was merely an advertisement, and they could endure it. She had fought so hard today. Perhaps they would refrain from throwing water bottles at her for the moment. Meanwhile, Manager Zhang, upon hearing the "I am your ancestor" advertisement, could not help but leap up again. He remembered that he had yet to receive a refund. He had just purchased several systems from "I am your ancestor." Lin Qing turned to him, puzzled. "What trouble are you brewing now?" Manager Zhang turned away, feigning nonchalance. "Nothing. Just a bit of discomfort." Could he possibly tell Lin Qing that he had just been an unsuspecting fool, purchasing from "I am your ancestor"? Certainly not. After finishing, he couldn't help but glare fiercely at his assistant. The assistant, bewildered, scratched his head. "Manager, are you asking me to schedule an appointment for the latest minimally invasive hemorrhoid surgery? But what grade is your hemorrhoid? If it's only mild, you could use Ma Yinglong hemorrhoid ointment." "Be quiet." Manager Zhang shouted. Did he have hemorrhoids? No, his wallet had been wounded. Xia Xingyu cast a sidelong glance at Manager Zhang. "Cousin, your temper as a manager is rather volatile. Why not withdraw from the team? Join me and Xiaoyan's team at the X-Blaze Club. Last night, I received an invitation to join from Xiaoyan, and I think their club is quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Lin Qing immediately interjected. You're joining a club? Aren't you uninterested in such things?" "What? Poor phone, you want to join another club? Didn't you say you were considering joining ours?" Manager Zhang, who had just settled down, leaped up once more. Since discovering that the Fiery Phoenix is Lin Qing's cousin, he has seized several opportunities to approach her, extending numerous invitations to join his club. Yet, each time, she merely cast him a disdainful glance and leisurely responded. "I'll think about it." While it is indeed prudent to deliberate on such significant matters, contemplating joining another club at this juncture is quite unreasonable. Xia Xingyu cast a sidelong glance at her agent and remarked languidly, "You are quite the seasoned veteran in this world. Surely, you must realize that when others say they will consider something, it often translates to a polite refusal." The agent felt a pang of frustration. When others utter that they will consider an invitation, it is merely a formality. Does Miss Xia truly require such niceties? "Why do you wish to join the X-Flame Club?" Lin Qing, uninterested in the theatrics of the overly dramatic agent, continued to address Xia Xingyu. With a haughty lift of her chin, Xia Xingyu declared, "Xiaoyan considers me the most intelligent and promising mech soldier she has encountered. She hopes I will become her teammate and fight alongside her. She claims that if I join the X-Flame Club, I will bring her luck as radiant as gold. I have already relayed all of this to you." The agent retorted, feeling utterly vexed. Moreover, his words were even more extravagant and eloquent. "Why does it become mere consideration when it reaches you? This is not equitable." Xia Xingyu shot a disdainful glance at the agent, retorting, "Do you truly believe that articulating such sentiments from your somewhat dim-witted mind would be beneficial to me?" The assistant couldn't help but chuckle. The agent glared at the assistant once more. Xia Xingyu continued, addressing Lin Qing. "If Xiao Yun were to express these sentiments, it would be entirely different. She is formidable. She acknowledges my prowess and intelligence, asserting that I can bring her luck as dazzling as gold. You know, the strong do not indulge in deceit. Someone of Xiao Yun's caliber would not mislead me. Her admiration for me is so profound that I genuinely do not know how to refuse her. Alas, it is truly tiresome. I do not wish to be so exceptional, attracting so much competition." "All right, enough." Lin Qing averted his gaze, feeling nauseated at the continued discourse. He found it hard to believe that someone who might fail a course on the history of mech development could be deemed intelligent. Of course, he was also oblivious to why Shen Xiaoyun would feign such compliments to her cousin. Meanwhile, the agent grumbled, "Who is Xiao Yun?" "Xiao Yun is none other than my ancestor." Xia Xingyu languidly gestured toward Shen Xiaoyun, who was still on stage, tirelessly promoting advertisements. "Ah, it is her again?" The agent gritted his teeth. Had he once more fallen victim to this ancestor's whims? This was unacceptable. He had suffered too many losses in encounters with her. Thus, to recoup his losses, he must secure her signing. Perhaps he could even negotiate to sign Xia Xingyu alongside her. The agent's eyes blazed with fervor as he gazed at Shen Xiaoyun on stage, oblivious to the covetous gaze directed at her from below. She was preoccupied with communicating with her captain. "Captain, everyone is so fond of my promotion. No one has called for a halt. So please do not concern yourself with when I will step down." Ding Qingyu, observing the audience who were covering their ears and mouthing words, could not resist saying, "How do you know that no one has called for a stop? Is it possible that the volume of your speaker is too loud, preventing you from hearing others?" Shen Xiaoyun raised her head defiantly and retorted, "You are mistaken. Captain, do not attempt to deceive me." The audience at the Qingyu Cup never merely vocalized their discontent. They preferred action, often hurling water bottles at the competition stage. If they were truly displeased, they would indeed throw bottles at me. The fact that they are not doing so indicates their fondness. Shen Xiaoyun stated firmly, casting another glance towards the audience for confirmation. Some spectators were animatedly chatting, while others stood waving enthusiastically at her. A few covered their ears and bowed their heads, but that was inconsequential. She herself was also covering her ears. Ultimately, she resolved that as long as no one threw bottles at her, it was indeed love. Even forced love counts as love. Ding Qingyu pressed his forehead in frustration. He continued earnestly, "You have fought so hard to win. They would not throw bottles at you. Little Yun, come down and spare us some dignity at the X-Lion Club. Your mech is damaged. If you return now, I will allocate 5,000 star coins to sponsor you in acquiring a new A-Class mech. Such a wonderful opportunity. I will go down immediately." Shen Xiaoyun, who had been holding her head high, promptly lowered it. She was in dire need of funds, although she might soon receive a payment. She was preparing to construct an S-Class mech. The cost of creating an S-Class mech would far exceed her earnings. Therefore, she did not find the 5,000 star coins offered by the captain to be insufficient. At that moment, Li Shuima, sitting beside the captain, leaned over to glance at his holographic computer. She exclaimed, "Little Yun, I have even better news for you. Your account has sold numerous system packages." Upon hearing that her products had sold, Shun Jiayun's eyes widened in astonishment. She exclaimed, "Sold? My systems actually sold?" The individuals across from her, including Zhuang Yuezha, fell silent at her words. So, she had been aware that her systems were unsellable all along. Why then had she been advertising daily? Shin Jiayun was oblivious to the thoughts of Zhuang Yuezha and others. She muttered to herself, did my advertisements finally bear fruit? Or perhaps they recognized my extraordinary mech manufacturing ability. Of course, it could also be that Xiao Xue's fortuitous luck played a significant role. Li Shuima shook her head. It has nothing to do with me. I believe someone has noticed your exceptional mech manufacturing skills. A buyer named Xie Yu asked many questions related to mech construction. However, I am not versed in mech manufacturing, so I couldn't provide her with answers. She inquired whether, upon purchasing your modified mech package, it would be possible to install parts from higher class mechs onto lower class ones. Can two different structural systems facilitate such modifications? If so, which package should she purchase? You are asking me which package to buy? Any package will suffice. Tell her that this is not a matter that can be resolved by a single system. Just wait. I will go down right away. Shin Jiayan declared urgently. At this juncture, she could hardly concern herself with advertising. Her immediate priority was to descend and engage in commerce. However, even in her haste to exit the stage, Shin Jiayan did not forget the hard-won spoils of her labor. Though her hands were incapacitated and unable to lift, she still possessed her legs. She swiftly maneuvered the mech. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded on stage. The silver black red green mech delivered a kick to sever the head of the mech ensnared by the whip, then promptly returned to kick the arm of the whip-bound mech. The silver black red green mech trudged forward, step by arduous step, propelling the severed head and arm towards the lift platform. The audience below, witnessing the spectacle, was so mesmerized that they momentarily disregarded the cacophony of advertisements surrounding them. In a tranquil chamber on the central star, Qian Liqing observed the silver black red green mech pushing the colossal mech head and arm, advancing steadily towards the lift platform. A vivid memory seemed to converge with the scene before him, a vision of the mantis ant beast swooping down, ravaging base after base. They pierced through human skulls with their pointed horns, probing with grotesque mandibles to gnaw at the brain within. The air was filled with the anguished cries of children and adults alike, amidst the remnants of those devoured by the beasts. Blood stained the earth and tainted the drainage systems of the bases. To quell this tide of monstrous creatures, orders were dispatched to their unit to locate the beast's nest and annihilate the queen. The queen was the mantis ant beast leader. Only by vanquishing her could they hope to reclaim their ground. There were 120 members in the 302nd unit. At that time, the primary combat attire was exoskeletal armor, which provided some level of protection. Yet, when faced with an overwhelming number of attacking beasts, the armor proved inadequate. Moreover, they were to confront the horned mantis ant beasts, whose sharp horns could effortlessly breach their defenses. Everyone understood the perilous nature of this mission. Survival was deemed unlikely. Death was a common occurrence in those days. Even so, the commander wished to defy orders from above, intent on keeping him and Xiao Yun safe at the base. Yet, they disregarded their captain's pleas and resolutely followed the others. As they approached the vicinity of the queen's lair, only 46 out of the original 120 remained. The commander once again organized a charge list. At times, his stubbornness was endearing. Even at this critical juncture, he placed his and Xiao Yun's names at the end of the list. Those were the days when, despite knowing their time was short, they always bestowed the hope of survival upon the youngest among them, no matter how fleeting or absurd that hope seemed. For children represented the dawn, the continuation of life. The queen's nest was vast and dark, becoming the final resting place for many. The commander perished, along with the third member and Fat Tiger. The wind stealthily seeped into the lair, mourning alongside them. The 302nd unit had dwindled to just 5. Lin Jingguang, Shi Qin, Shin Zhaoyan, Qian Liqing, and Xiao Wanqing. Indeed, in those times, death was a commonplace affair, and the 302nd unit had transformed into the 302nd Squad. He and Xiao Yun supported the bloodied figure of Xiao Wanqing. Lin Jingguang and Shi Qin, utterly exhausted, lay amidst the grotesque amalgamation of mangled corpses in the muddy ground. They had no time to rest, their only desire being to gather the remains of their fallen comrades. Yet the dead had been reduced to mere fragments. Who was Fat Tiger? Fat Tiger bore a mole on one of his arms, but which arm was it? And what of the third brother? The third brother had a pocket still containing the beast fang he intended to gift his sister. He had promised that once the fang was sharpened into a dagger, he would return it to her. But now he was helpless, unable to locate the fang or discern the mole on Fat Tiger's arm. He could not tell one from another. Xiao Yun recognized the exoskeletal armor arm she had designed for the captain. One hand clutched that armored limb while the other dragged the severed head of the ant queen, its sharp horns still intact. In her youth, she could not mask her emotions. It was perhaps the first and only time he witnessed her weep. That moment remained etched in his memory forever. She held the captain's armored arm tightly, her voice choking as she spoke. Captain, the armor I designed is flawed. The protective layer should be thicker and sturdier. I must use a different material. I will create the most formidable armor in the world, and I will protect the 302nd Company. Yesterday you mentioned that the ant beast's horns pierced everyone's bellies. Our armor should also have a horn atop it, to stab fiercely into the bellies of the beasts. You promised me earlier that during this charge, you would place me and Xiao Qian at the back. Next time we embark on a mission, it will be our turn to lead the charge, allowing me to be the first to rush forward. From now on, you will no longer be able to stop me. I will always be the first to charge. She sobbed. If only you could return, I would not compete for that position. I would be content not to be the first to charge. Indeed, both he and Xiao Yun yearned to be the foremost in their company. Yet they could never have imagined achieving this in such a manner. They wept together for a long time. But their tears could not bring back the captain and the others. That vast, dark cavern was truly a natural grave. Once the earth covered them, they would forever rest there. The days spent training, joking, and sharing meals together lay buried alongside them. The moonlight remained as radiant as ever. Yet it remained ignorant of humanity's mortality and farewells. At that time, light was always concealed within the shadows. No one believed humanity could triumph over the beasts. Too many lived as though they were mere walking corpses, and in death, they found release. Thus, who could have anticipated that Xiao Yun would truly create the mech? Emerging from the dawn's light, it stood like a mountain before them, a towering metallic giant, enveloping everyone in its presence. She had indeed safeguarded the remaining members of the 302nd Company. The initial prototype of the triangular-headed mech, albeit somewhat unsightly, played a decisive role in humanity's battle against the beasts. Together, they endured the most terrifying and bleakest of times. Yet, as the first light of dawn broke, they found themselves scattered. On the large screen, the silver, black, red, and green mech had vanished. Qian Liqing could not help but sigh. I should still have a few years left. You must persevere. He had promised the captain that as long as he lived, he would create the most formidable mecha. Stooping slightly, he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly ambled towards the door. He still needed to assist her with some follow-up tasks. Ding Qingyu let out a sigh of relief only when he no longer felt Shen Jiayun's enchanting voice echoing in his mind. He smiled at Zhuang Yueza, saying, "Fortunately, I managed to dissuade Xiaoyun. Otherwise, the audience would have caused a ruckus." No sooner had he spoken than the audience nearby sighed in unison. Is it really over just like that? Oh, my ancestors. We only get to see them once a week, and now that the mecha is damaged, when will we meet again? Why exit the stage so quickly? Right. That advertisement was rather amusing. What harm would it have been to stay a bit longer? Will there be no curtain call? Other competitors relished the spotlight, often lingering on stage for half an hour. It seems our ancestors didn't even bother to greet us properly. Greetings? Just having an advertisement is already a stroke of luck, Ding Qingyu remarked. His expression turning somewhat perplexed. Zhuang Yueza seized the moment to tease the captain, laughing heartily. Captain, I dare say you are out of touch with the times. Today's audience adores competitors with unique charisma. For instance, a hint of abdominal muscles, perhaps? Before Ding Qingyu could retort, he playfully delivered a light tap to Zhuang Yueza. Abdominal muscles have nothing to do with you. Perhaps you should skip a few meals. Shoo, please, let us not disrupt. I want to hear the conversation over there. Li Shuima suddenly interjected. Everyone followed her gaze. A spectator clad in yellow attire, seated in the Whip's Realm section, posed a question to the audience across the aisle. When is the next competition for our ancestors? The audience members seated beside her leaned in, eager to hear more. Aren't you a fan of the Whip's Realm? You're wearing their yellow support gear. Shouldn't you be asking your idol when their next match is? A long-haired female spectator replied, shaking her water bottle. Today's competition was so exhilarating that I didn't even get to use my water bottle. I've made up my mind. I will switch idols. From now on, I shall support you, our ancestors, as my beloved star competitor. Can you tell me where to purchase your support gear? I no longer wish to wear Whip's Realm merchandise. The spectator in yellow continued to inquire. She had only recently become a fan of the Whip's Realm, but today, she was utterly captivated by the indomitable spirit and extraordinary combat prowess of I Am Your Ancestor. Thus, she decided to abandon her previous fandom for a new one. Support gear? Our ancestor does not sell support gear. She only enjoys selling mecha systems. The long-haired female spectator weakly remarked as she tossed her water bottle to the ground. Then go to her social media account and leave a message urging her to design some. Other star competitors all have support gear. We, the fans of I Am Your Ancestor, must have it too. The yellow-clad spectator declared loudly. Let our ancestor design it. She claims her mecha is also designed by her. Can we trust her aesthetic? Will such clothing even be suitable to wear in public? The long-haired female spectator's voice dwindled with each word. You phony fans. Just moments ago, I heard you claiming to be fans of our ancestor. What are you saying now? The yellow-clad spectator asserted with fervor. As long as it is recognized as support gear by I Am Your Ancestor, I will wear it. The yellow-clad spectator proclaimed confidently. Then I will wear it too. I will leave a message on our ancestor's social media platform, asking her to provide a link. The long-haired female spectator replied enthusiastically. The audience clad in yellow exclaimed, I am Sun Lian. I will create a group for everyone to join. In the future, whenever there are competitions or merchandise related to our ancestors, we will share the information within this group. No way. I shall be the one to establish this group. The role of the fan leader should be mine, as I am a seasoned supporter. Another voice chimed in. You, a mere fan of Whip of the surrounding, have yet to fully appreciate her. Do not attempt to compete with me. I have been devoted since the very first match of our ancestors. I am Fang Yinzhao. Everyone, please add me. A long-haired audience member stood up, raising their light brain towards the surrounding spectators. No way. You wish to peel away layers? I shall do so right now, since it was my suggestion. The fan leader should rightfully be me. Sun Lian immediately removed her clothing, revealing her slender figure, and declared fiercely. Ding Qingyu was once again taken aback. Wait a minute. How has Xiao Yun only participated in a few matches, yet a fan group has already formed? He overheard. Merchandise can be sold, and support outfits can be marketed. Li Shuima's focus was entirely on this aspect. She lowered her head, rapidly typing on her light brain to message Shen Jiayun. Xiao Yun had previously mentioned that any matters related to finances should be closely monitored and communicated. If we possess wealth, we must share it. Captain, are you prepared? I thought these matters were organized by the club. Zhu Yuanyao turned to Ding Qingyu. However, it seemed that on Xiao Yun's side, the fans were eager to assist. Ding Qingyu scratched his head in confusion. I didn't expect it to happen this quickly. My own fan group was only established once I reached S rank. He wouldn't admit to feeling a twinge of jealousy. Captain, don't hold me back. I must post a picture of my abs on social media tonight, Zhuang Yueza declared, holding his head high. He too desired a fan group. The sales of merchandise were secondary, as he simply craved the affection of fans. We are all inadequate. Only Xiao Yun is capable. Ding Qingyu patted Zhuang Yueza on the back. Whether Ding Qingyu felt envy or not, it was certain that manager Zhang, who witnessed the entire scene, was overwhelmed with jealousy. Let him be the manager. Let him form groups, develop merchandise, and take charge. What do you mean by saying, I am the model of your ancestor's mech, the clothing your ancestor loves to wear, the book your ancestor cherished last week, the essential goods your ancestor swears by, and the light brain your ancestor uses? He envisioned it all too vividly, exclaiming, I must sign her. However, the next moment, Lin Qing's devilish voice echoed once more. Heh, brother Zhang, whom do you intend to sign? Xia Xingyu urged, forget about him. I need to find Xiao Yun to discuss joining her club. Lin Qing helplessly raised one bare foot, contemplating why he should remain with manager Zhang. After all, it wasn't his fault that his shoes were discarded. He turned back to manager Zhang. Brother Zhang, can my shoes still be retrieved? I'll help you find your shoes. Manager Zhang immediately stood up and headed towards the aisle. But in the next instant, he realized that Xiao Yun was indeed I am your ancestor. And he turned back, Fire Phoenix. Are you all going to find I am your ancestor? Can you take me to meet her? Why do you want to meet Xiao Yun? You have no connection with her. After Xia Xingyu finished speaking, she turned her gaze towards Lin Qing, her cousin, unless he intended to sign Xiao Yun. Before Lin Qing could respond, manager Zhang hastily interjected. That's not the case at all. I'm just dealing with something. What matter? Lin Qing looked at manager Zhang with suspicion. Faced with Lin Qing's scrutiny, manager Zhang suddenly found himself at a loss for words and quickly turned to the assistant. The assistant, in a moment of desperation, blurted out. The manager bought the I am your ancestor system. After saying this, he looked at the manager with a hopeful expression, seeking praise. Manager Zhang lamented, oh no. It's too late to return it. Oh, you actually bought Xiao Yun's system? What on earth do you need it for? Show me the order. I can't possibly allow just anyone to be presented to Xiao Yun. Xia Xingyu expressed her skepticism. Curiosity piqued, and with a wealth of resources, manager Zhang felt a pang of distress. He still let the assistant pull out the order from the holographic device for Xia Xingyu to inspect. As Xia Xingyu leaned in to take a look, it was indeed a complete system. Before she could utter a word, the assistant, out of habit, scrolled again, revealing multiple purchase orders for various systems. Xia Xingyu immediately exclaimed, your curiosity is quite remarkable. It seems you've purchased all of Xiao Yun's systems. Lin Qing remained silent, merely chuckling coldly. In an attempt to salvage the situation, manager Zhang said, Lin Qing, I assure you, it was purchased for you. Do you believe me? Lin Qing, exasperated yet amused, replied, I believe you. So I will communicate with her myself. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. You can lend me your shoes while you wait here for the assistant to retrieve yours. That sounds splendid. Just the two of us, my cousin and I, can go find Xiao Yun. Xia Xingyu nodded vigorously. 5 minutes later, manager Zhang found himself barefoot, staring blankly at Lin Qing's departing figure. Unable to contain himself, he tugged at his clothing and bit down on it. He was in quite a predicament. The assistant whispered, Manager, should I go buy you shoes? Or should I retrieve your own? Or perhaps take you to a doctor for your hemorrhoids? Manager Zhang turned around. What do you think? Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the melancholic reminiscence of Qian Liqing, the forlorn fans, and the unfortunate manager Zhang, Shun Xiaoyun was positively elated, sitting comfortably in the mech pod. She crossed her legs and joyfully reviewed the system orders on her holographic device. Her fingers danced across the screen, repeatedly chanting, complete yours, complete yours. Too many spicy orders. There are simply too many clients purchasing systems. No, I must promptly contact AAA Xiao Wang and urge him to expedite the production. Ever since I tricked Xiao Wang into signing a loss-making contract, I have drawn him quite a few enticing prospects. However, in reality, I had only sent him an order for a Daning Ning. I was almost too embarrassed to reach out to Xiao Wang. But now my systems have truly sold. I can finally provide Xiao Wang with the real deal. Shun Xiaoyun, unable to contain her excitement, didn't even bother exiting the mech pod and directly found Xiao Wang's contact information to send a message. I am your ancestor. Xiao Wang, you're about to strike it rich. Get ready for your sharp and explosive success. I ascend to great heights. I charge forth with unwavering resolve. I ignite boundless energy. I unleash fervent passion. I am invincible. And I am unstoppable. Clever as she is, Shun Xiaoyun, in her quest to conjure the awe-inspiring sensation akin to a sales performance report, refrains from consolidating all orders into a single link. Instead, she diligently captures screenshots of the system orders, sending each image individually. Upon witnessing the 2 lines of punctuation from AAA Xiao Wang, Shun Xiaoyun smiled with satisfaction. The effect was commendable, yet she believed it could be further enhanced. She promptly continued to send messages. How about this? As I have mentioned, align with me, and wealth will be within your grasp. Do not merely accuse me of making empty promises or of having you toil in vain. I simply chose not to sell you the copyright, but opted for a more favorable profit-sharing arrangement. As I have stated before, you can triumph through volume. Have we not just sold numerous sets of the system at once? Enough chatter. Send me your address. I am on a business trip tomorrow, and I will visit you then for our first meeting. Shun Xiaoyun felt a surge of contentment upon reading this message. It seemed that she and Xiao Wang had become acquaintances, albeit without having met face to face. Xiao Wang had once claimed that completing one of her orders would not even yield enough for 2 spaceship tickets. Now, it appeared that Xiao Wang had discerned the potential for immense wealth through her. Xiao Wang, hold on. I have a materials list and a new inspiration. We can prepare for a new collaboration. Are you interested in S-Class Mechs? Perhaps you could bring some used materials from your warehouse to invest in our new project? What the heck, you trickster. Do not speak so harshly. We are allies, not adversaries. Your master is quite amiable. He informed me that there are several materials in your warehouse that are of no use. When did you infiltrate our inner circle? I will steal my master's light brain and block you immediately. Chapter 148. 2 penny pinchers listen to my defense. No, let me explain. System prompt. You and the other party are not friends. The content you sent cannot be received by the other party. Before Xin Jiayan's message could be sent, this notification appeared. She sighed, realizing that Xiao Wang's temper was becoming increasingly irritable. This scenario repeated itself, and soon enough, he would add her back to request her address. Moreover, blocking one account, AAA Xiao Wang, did not eliminate the other accounts, AAEA Xiao Wang and AAA Xiao Wang. Xin Jiayan shook her head, retrieved the AAEA Xiao Wang account, and sent the address message. However, the system promptly notified her again. You and the other party are not friends. The content you sent cannot be received by the other party. Undeterred, she decided to switch accounts once more. System prompt. You and the other party are not friends. The content you sent cannot be received by the other party. Xin Jiayan scratched her head, feeling that Mr. Wang was rather irritable. Never mind. She decided not to take the initiative this time. After all, Mr. Wang would need to buy spaceship tickets soon, and he would have to relent. Just then, she heard Zhuang Yuez's excited shouts from outside. Xiaoyan, why are you still in your mech pod? I have good news for you. How did you find me here? Are you that reluctant to part with me? My mech is broken, and I can't compete anyway. I was just about to come find you. Xin Jiayan opened the mech pod door and lazily leaned against the black frame. She had just finished the competition for a short while, and the entire club had rushed over. She had no idea she was this popular. Her words made Zhuang Yueza, who had been eager, recoil in disgust. Ding Xingyu felt the throbbing at his temples intensify. He looked helplessly at the elevated Shun Jiayun and waved. Save such remarks for your fans. They will appreciate them. Fans prefer to hear advertisements. Xin Jiayan stepped down from the mech pod. At that moment, Zhu Yuanyao said, Xiaoyan, the captain mentioned earlier that you have a lot of fans now and suggested you post some links for fan merchandise on your account. Selling fan gear should earn quite a bit. I originally planned to wait before launching these fan items, but I noticed many spectators discussing your fan group and merchandise. Our mech infantry S core income source, besides mission commissions, also includes revenue from the fan economy, Ding Qingyu added. Xin Jiayan blinked, finding it all rather grand. What do I need to do? At that moment, Li Shuama stealthily took out his light brain and leaned in closer. Xiaoyan, look. This is the fan merchandise sold by Whip Circle, priced at 588 star coins per set. He claims he personally designed it, and many have purchased it. What? They dare to sell such an ugly piece of clothing for 588 star coins? My entire outfit doesn't even add up to 188 star coins. Xin Jiayan frowned, full of disdain. You mean to say this outfit costs 188 star coins? Too expensive. If I were to buy, it shouldn't exceed 99 star coins. Li Shuama looked her up and down, taking in her black training attire, and then wore an expression of disbelief. Xin Jiayan held her head high, defiantly stating, That's impossible. I haggled so much the owner almost bled. You two cheapskates, that's enough. This is not the time for such discussions. Ding Qingyu clapped his hands. Zhuang Yueze squeezed past the captain and leaned in to ask, 99 star coins for a training outfit? Where can I buy it? Is there a men's version? Share the link. I'll give you the link later. For now, let us listen to the captain. Li Shuama casually replied, then turned to Xin Jiayan, Xiaoyan. The captain just said you should sell fan merchandise. A set of fan gear can sell for 599 star coins. Let us do it. Xin Jiayan immediately clapped in agreement. Ding Qingyu exhaled, then continued. So, would you like me to find someone to help you design it? Do you have any specific requirements? Or would you prefer to design it yourself? I will design it. No one understands design better than I do. All of my mechs are designed by me. Xin Jiayan proudly pointed to the nearby mech, which was missing a head and hands. Ding Qingyu glanced at her silver, black, red, and green mech. Recalling the comment from a fan about whether her outfit could be worn outside, it must be said that her fans truly understood her. Ding Qingyu mused to himself. Upon reflection, I think I shall hire a designer. Zhu Yuanyao chimed in. Xiaoyan, the support outfits must align with the idol's style and temperament. Ahem. This differs from mechs and is rather challenging to design. Captain, since you have plenty of money, just give it to me. Is it fitting for my temperament? I already have some inspiration. If such an ugly outfit as the whip of the surrounding can be sold, what I design will surely be a bestseller. Xin Jiayan pulled out her holographic computer, swiftly recording 3 outfits from her mind. Li Shuama looked over, reading word by word, promotional slogans, account highlights, system advantages, price details, and blurred images of mech patterns in vibrant colors like red and yellow. Are you creating a poster? Is this designing clothes? Zhuang Yueze found it increasingly puzzling. Xin Jiayan cast him a sidelong glance. Just tell me, does it fit my style and temperament? Perfectly, exclaimed Li Shuama. Xiaoyan, you are truly clever. With such outfits, how many systems could you sell? Ding Qingyu remained unconvinced and continued to struggle. Generally, the support outfits would match the colors of the star player's mech. For instance, the fans of Shilin Xing Phone wear green, while my fans wear blue. Therefore, red and yellow may not suit you. Matching the mech's colors? That makes it even easier. When I return, I will add some color to the mech. No, I should add another color to my mech in the future, which will allow for a different colored advertisement on the support outfit. Xin Jiayan looked at Ding Qingyu with delight. Li Shuama leaned in. Once I make a name for myself at the Qingyu Cup, I will also place advertisements on my support outfit. I could even rent out advertising space year-round for extra income. Why rent out advertising space? Just display my mech system advertisements. Today, I sold several sets of systems. Shen Zhaoyan said excitedly. Ding Qingyu, witnessing this, felt his vision darken. Had he known this would unfold, he would have directly handled it without consulting Xiaoyan, instead of allowing her to mislead another seed candidate. Chapter 149. Bold revisions. Li Xuema, however, was oblivious to the captain's inner turmoil. With renewed determination, she declared, I will upgrade my mech as soon as I return. Once my mech is upgraded, I will promptly participate in the Qingyu Cup. Tomorrow, I will go to Hanwei to learn about S-Class Mechs. Once I master it, perhaps I can help you with your modifications. Shen Zhaoyan assured her by patting her shoulder. The mention of S-Class Mech from her lips seemed simpler than growing cabbage. Ding Qingyu hastily interjected. You should purchase an A-Class mech. Xiaoyan, your mech was previously modified from a D-Class mech. Although you did an excellent job, the materials of a D-Class mech are still too inferior. This time, your ticket can be split 50-50. Just look at how much you've earned. If the funds are sufficient, consider acquiring a brand new A-Class mech. If it is insufficient, Zhuang Yueze gazed longingly at the captain, hoping that he might utter the words more money to lend, thus seizing the opportunity to borrow a little more. Moments ago, the technician Fong had informed him that Master Han Wei had conceived new weapon designs. If he had the funds, he could utilize these innovative concepts. Alas, he was utterly broke. Ding Qingyu, noticing Zhuang Yueze's yearning gaze, quickly interjected, Xiao Yun, if you're short on funds, you should focus on repairing your mecha and continue competing to earn money. He had initially intended to generously offer to lend some money, but upon feeling the emptiness of his pockets, he could not muster the audacity to boast as he once did. Sighing, Zhuang Yueze contemplated returning to his father's assets. Perhaps he could appraise his father's collectibles more accurately. He recalled his mother mentioning that among his father's treasures was a pen once used by the poet Shirqin. However, he dared not sell such a precious item. He feared for his safety. Perhaps he should pursue his mother's finances instead, selling her ostentatious collection of handbags? But even that seemed too risky. Meanwhile, Shen Zhaoyan was discussing her plans with Ding Qingyu. I can no longer rely solely on A-grade mechas. I intend to compete in S-grade contests, so I must modify my mecha accordingly. She began to examine the back-end information for the Qingyu Cup on her holographic device. In the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. I did it. After 2 matches today, I've earned over 16 million star coins. 16 million star coins? How can that be possible? Ding Qingyu exclaimed, equally astounded. He had anticipated a few million at most. You earned 16 million star coins in a single day? No way. I must return home to find a way to make money, even if it means enduring my parents' wrath. Zhuang Yueze shouted. Look, only by enhancing our skills can we earn substantial wealth. My investment in mechas is an investment in my future. Shen Zhaoyan began to calculate. With 20 million star coins plus 16 million, and an additional 5 million, I have amassed over 40 million star coins. A basic S-grade mecha has a market value of 50 million star coins, and she had suddenly gathered a significant sum. Initially, she had considered a cost-saving approach, gradually upgrading her current mecha from D-grade to A-grade. But now, with such ample funds, she felt empowered to make bold changes and procure superior materials. Beside her, Li Xuema and Zhu Yuanyao were also calculating their prospects. Zhu Yuanyao exclaimed, with this amount, not only can you buy an A-grade mecha, but you could almost afford an S-grade one. Li Xuema stated resolutely, I am determined to participate in the Qingyu Cup. I need to upgrade my mecha immediately. In just a day, she witnessed Shen Zhaoyan's fortune multiply. How many years would she need to work as customer service to earn such sums? Although the prize money for surpassing ranks was considerable, it seemed implausible to amass that much. Ding Qingyu remained perplexed. It appeared the bulk of the earnings stemmed from the Star Network's streaming ticket sales. I observed that buyers of my system had left comments. They discovered my competition on the Star Network and found my mech system intriguing. After seeing my advertisement and learning about my mech system, they felt it was distinct from both the Angelash series and the Gulliu series, prompting them to consider purchasing it for further exploration. It has been proven that advertising is indeed effective, and I shall continue to promote my system. Shen Zhaoyan declared resolutely. If she had not advertised on the competition stage, how could anyone have noticed her mech? Without attention, there would be no purchases of her system. The 5 million star coins she just calculated represented the profit margin from her sales today, although it was less than what she earned from competitions. Opportunities for high-commission events like the cross-level tournament are rare. Moreover, her system can be sold indefinitely. Ding Qingyu had grown indifferent to Shen Zhaoyan's words, as he realized he could no longer deter her. At that moment, a voice called from outside, inquiring about the Angelash and Gulliu mech series. Everyone turned to see 2 figures standing at the door. Those 2 were Xia Xingyu and Lin Qing. Undoubtedly, it was Xia Xingyu who had posed the question. You finally arrived. Shen Zhaoyan joyfully approached her. Before the captain and others had come, Xiao had informed her of her intention to join the X-Blaze Club. What brings you here? And why did you bring your boyfriend along? Zhuang Yueze glared at Xia Xingyu. They had been so close during the final assessment yesterday. Was she still so affectionate now? Boyfriend? Where did that come from? Xia Xingyu looked somewhat bewildered. Lin Qing, standing beside her, lowered her voice and said through gritted teeth. Last time, you deceived them into thinking that we were in a romantic relationship. After saying this, Lin Qing shot her an annoyed glance. This girl's poor memory was certainly deserving of a retake of the history of mech development course. Zhu Yuanyao glanced at Xiaozhe, then at the 2 standing at the door. Unable to suppress a chuckle. Some time ago, Lin Qing had informed her that Xiaozhe was pursuing his cousin, and to reject him. She had fabricated a story about having a boyfriend, who was none other than Lin Qing herself. Zhu Yuanyao couldn't help but laugh again at the tangled triangular relationship among the three. Moreover, it was amusing to see how eagerly Xiaojia had spoken when Xia Xingyu first appeared. Clearly, he had not moved on. At that moment, Xia Xingyu recalled the lie she had previously told. She had lost quite tragically to Xiao Yun in the Qingyu Cup competition, and, not wanting Xiao Yun to know she was the Blaze Fire Phoenix, had kept her identity concealed. However, now that she was joining the X-Blaze Club, wouldn't Xiao Yun discover her true identity? Even worse, she had just mentioned that she would give Xiao Yun a discarded mech leg. All this time spent with Xiao Yun during her tutoring sessions had made her overlook these details. Shen Jiayun was oblivious to the private thoughts of others. All she remembered was the captain's promise that for every new member brought in, she would receive 100,000 star coins. After earning 50,000 star coins from Li Xueming's referral yesterday, she immediately thought of Xia Xingyu. This one would also be worth 100,000 star coins. Chapter 150, 100,000 star coins received. Shen Jiayun abruptly pulled Xia Xingyu closer. Have you filled out the form? Send it to me. I will have the captain sign it right away. After joining the club, we can train together and participate in competitions. Our captain can even help you devise a training plan. When the Qingyu Cup holds its team event, we can participate in the team competition. Have you ever taken part in the Qingyu Cup? Xia Xingyu's expression froze. Had she ever participated in the Qingyu Cup? Not only had she participated, but she had also lost to Shen Jiayun with the Fire Phoenix leg. Suddenly, Xia Xingyu felt as though she had dug a pit for herself. Reflecting on her performance at the competition, would it tarnish her image as a clever individual in Xiao Yun's eyes? More importantly, she had lost and lied to Shen Jiayun about it. The player IDs for the Qingyu Cup were unique to each participant. They could not be cancelled or replaced. Oh dear, was it still possible for her to retract her statement? Desperate, Xia Xingyu glanced at Lin Qing for help. Lin Qing scratched his nose and then took 2 steps back. Normally, it was Xia Xingyu who reveled in his misfortunes, but today, it was finally his turn to witness her embarrassment, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. With his arms crossed, Lin Qing chuckled. Captain Ding is quite excellent. Xia? Your choice is commendable. Xia Xingyu shot Lin Qing a glare and replied, I really want to join the X-Lion Club, but I'm worried that I won't meet Captain Ding's expectations. Yes, it would be best if Captain Ding did not accept her. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayun couldn't help but smile. How could the captain possibly disagree? Just yesterday, the captain had encouraged her to recruit more members. It was a sure thing. The 100,000 star coins were as good as in her pocket. She immediately turned to Ding Qingyu. Captain, I've brought you a great asset. Qingyu is very eager to join our club. Let me tell you, she is truly exceptional. Ding Qingyu shot a sidelong glance at Shen Jiayun. He was genuinely impressed by her. Just yesterday, due to her bringing in the promising Li Xuema, he had praised her a couple of times. While complimenting her, he had even declared that as long as the recruits she brought had a mech level of A grade, he would accept them, and the 100,000 star coin incentive for new recruits was always valid. Yet, less than 24 hours later, she had indeed brought in another member. Her initiative left him astounded. However, his wallet was now rather empty. The funds from his tasks had not yet warmed up, and he was already facing another expense of 100,000 star coins. He wondered if Shen Jiayun would allow him to incur some debt for this. As for the B-grade task from the Rose Club, he was beginning to hesitate about accepting it. Perhaps they could postpone Xia Xingyu's induction? Shen Jiayun was oblivious to Ding Qingyu's inner turmoil. Like a vendor extolling the virtues of her wares, she enthusiastically praised Xia Xingyu. Captain, Xingyu is an A-grade mech soldier. She possesses exceptional combat ability, resilience, bravery, generosity, and a willingness to help others. Ding Qingyu clutched his wallet tightly. He was struggling to contain himself. Meanwhile, Xia Xingyu could no longer suppress the smile creeping onto her face. This was too much. Even her own parents had never praised her so extravagantly. Listen, Xiao Yun praises her intelligence, her bravery, and her generosity. It's overwhelming. No one can resist such accolades. She can hardly contain herself. Nearby, Zhuang Yueza and Lin Qing glance at Shen Jiayun, then at Xia Xingyu, both beginning to doubt their own perceptions. Is Shen Jiayun truly referring to Xia Xingyu? Shen Jiayun, noticing the captain's delayed reaction, calls out with even more fervor. She is honest. She is intelligent. I sign on. I will add her immediately. Ding Qingyu and Xia Xingyu echo her enthusiasm simultaneously. Ding. The sound of a transaction resonates in Shen Jiayun's mind. 100,000 star coins have been credited. Without hesitation, Shen Jiayun seizes Xia Xingyu's hand, exclaiming passionately, Wonderful. Let us warmly welcome X-Lion, a teammate of extraordinary intellect, courage, and generosity. Ding Qingyu, coming back to his senses, clutches his pocket and steps back. This is it. He too will be in debt. Xia Xingyu, regaining her composure, covers her mouth and retreats. Oh no. Xiao Yun is going to uncover that she is indeed Lian Huofeng. Surely, Xiao Yun wouldn't think less of her because of this, would she? Shen Jiayun, unfazed by their reactions, pulls out her holographic device and moves closer to the captain. 250,000 star coins. Captain, please scan the code for the transfer. I wish to hear the delightful sound of the transaction immediately. A look of realization spreads across Zhuang Yuez's face. How could he have forgotten about the bounty fee? Li Xuema claps her hands in excitement, eager to earn a bounty too. Unfortunately, her social skills do not match those of Xiao Yun. Meanwhile, Xia Xingyu feels somewhat bewildered. Why is Xiao Yun suddenly so eager to collect money? Why not continue with the compliments? Ding Qingyu, pressed for the payment, pushes Shen Jiayun's holographic device aside and whispers, There's no rush. Let's discuss something later. Shen Jiayun looks at the captain with suspicion. Surely discussing matters shouldn't delay the transfer. Ding Qingyu retorts, What kind of look is that? Do you think I would owe you money? The priority now is to welcome Xingyu. He then turns to Xia Xingyu. Xingyu, since we are at the Qingyu Cup venue, Would you like to register your personal information and check your mecha? Upon hearing this, Lin Qing, who thought the fun was over, immediately straightens up. Registering personal information and the fact that her cousin is Lian Huofeng. How intriguing. Xia Xingyu widens her eyes, wishing they would continue discussing the monetary matters instead. Just moments ago, Xiao Yun had praised her combat strength, yet she had performed so poorly in her previous matches. Looking around, Xia Xingyu hastily shifts the conversation, saying, I have already registered my information. There's no need for you to accompany me, as it would only waste time. Shen Jiayan nods in agreement, deciding to retrieve her damaged mecha first. She turns to assess the catastrophic state of her mecha. It is indeed in a pitiful condition. She must quickly learn from Han Wei and see how the current S-Class mechas are progressing. She is determined to create the most formidable mecha. While thoughts of an SS-Class Mecha are ambitious, an S-Class Mecha is a necessity. Otherwise, she would stand no chance in the upcoming Qingyu Cup. Meanwhile, Ding Qingyu notices that Shun Zhaoyan has released him from her focus. His attention finally shifts back to Xia Xingyu. He pursued the previous topic and inquired, Xingyu, what title do you hold in the Qingyu Cup? Xia Xingyu's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated such a question. In a moment of quick thinking, she devised a new topic to interrupt Ding Qingyu. Xiaoyan, could you elaborate on what the Angeloshu and Gulyu series mechas are? As Shin Zhaoyan was tidying up the mechas, she heard the question and scratched her head, responding, the Angeloshu and Gulyu series mechas refer to different schools of mecha manufacturing. It is well known that Angeloshu Academy is a cradle for mecha manufacturing masters, currently boasting 10 SS-level mecha manufacturing masters, although they are referred to as masters from Angeloshu Academy. The more accurate term should be Shu series mecha manufacturers, for the founder of Angeloshu Academy is the mecha master Shu Xing. Hence, those who have learned from Angeloshu are called Angeloshu Shu series. Lin Qing shook his head and retorted, aren't all S-level mechas in the entire alliance derived from the Shu series? Besides the Shu series, there are no other mechas, right? This classification of mecha manufacturers seems rather pointless. Silence. You know nothing about mecha manufacturing, yet you deem it useless. Xia Xingyu glared at Lin Qing, recalling how her cousin had failed to assist her and instead enjoyed the spectacle. Lin Qing countered, this isn't merely about whether I should be silent or not. The largest mecha company in the alliance, Shoelite Company, even if one does not purchase from Shoelite, commissioning a mecha manufacturer for a custom job is still the same. What D-level and above mecha could a manufacturer claim is not influenced by Shu Xing? Your mecha, my mecha, all are. Shu Xing is heralded as the individual who contributed the most to mechas. Have you forgotten that during the multi-school joint competition, students from the Imperial Academy and Angeloshu Academy boasted that Shu Xing was the foremost in mechas? Xia Xingyu, dissatisfied, squatted down, bowing her head in silence. Lin Qing, observing her demeanor, chose not to press further. He then turned back to Shun Zhaoyan, asking, and what about the Gulyu series mechas? Shun Zhaoyan continued, the Gulyu series mechas are essentially those developed independently by non-academic mecha manufacturers, based on the content I publicly shared on the mecha forum. To put it differently, they are often referred to as subpar mechas or obsolete mechas. I dislike the jokes people make about them, so I term them Gulyu series mechas. Although some of their ideas may be immature, they are indeed intriguing. They embody the original spirit of mechas. Oh, so those are the mechas, Lin Qing remarked, shaking his head even more vigorously. He no longer had any inclination to delve deeper into the topic. Shin Zhaoyan was not at all surprised by Lin Qing's reaction. Why is the current mecha field dominated solely by the Shu series? Because they have mastered numerous mecha manufacturing techniques. And aside from those aspiring to learn advanced techniques facing excessively high entry barriers, they also monopolize several patents in mecha manufacturing. Mid to low-tier mecha manufacturers are required to pay licensing fees to utilize Shu series technology. As for advanced mecha manufacturers, they must be part of their own ranks. What vexes Shin Zhaoyan is the realization that some technologies were originally her creations from 3 centuries ago. Unfortunately, due to a delay in their publication on the forum, they have now become patents of the Shu system. Shin Zhaoyan recalls the master from AAA Xiao Wang's family, who often bemoans the issues of patent rights. And she cannot help but shake her head again. This master, Hu Jingjia, is a budget mech manufacturer. He has confided in her that the factory profits most from agricultural industrial mechs, which are not of the Shu system and thus incur lower patent fees. The Xiao Wang family is not averse to selling advanced mechs. They simply find the profit margins too slim to justify. Initially, when Shin Zhaoyan struck up a conversation with Master Hu, he willingly assisted her in creating models without any expectation of profit. When she boasted about her ambition to study S-Class mechs, Master Hu even shared his inventory materials with her. This camaraderie and understanding among non-Shu mech manufacturers is profound. Naturally, Master Hu hopes that Shun Zhaoyan will forge a path distinct from the Shu mechs, enabling the Wang factory to venture into combat mechs as well. Shun Zhaoyan ponders confidently that she can achieve this. Once she comprehends the technology behind Shu mechs, she will develop her own advanced mech patents to disrupt the Shu monopoly. As she is filled with determination, Xia Xingyu suddenly interjects with discontent, asserting that Shin Zhaoyan is indeed the one who contributes most to mechs and is the foremost figure in this field. I will no longer purchase mechs from Shula Company. Lin Qing cannot help but roll his eyes, thinking that Xia Xingyu has yet to comprehend the reality. He bluntly states, you won't buy from Shula Company. But your mechs are still manufactured by masters from the Angaluo Shu system. There is no distinction. Once you reach S-Class, you will have no choice but to use Shu mechs. The others nod in agreement, acknowledging that their mechs are all from the Shu system. In truth, there is only one Shu system. The others are merely subpar, a fabrication by Xiao Yun. Xia Xingyu's expression darkens further. Indeed, she has no options. She cannot help but lament. Why are other mech manufacturers so inept? Can't they develop a unique S-Class mech? I have the funds. Research. Funds. Those words trigger something in Shun Jiayan's mind. She squats down and leans closer, asking, Xiao Xia, do you desire a non-Shu S-Class mech? Xia Xingyu looks over and nods. Yes, I'll help you with the research. Just cover the material costs. Shun Jiayan declares without hesitation. Xia Xingyu's response is to stand and head towards the door. Although she is generous with her money, she wishes Xiao Yun wouldn't portray her as a gullible fool in front of everyone. A single soldier mech producing an S-Class mech? It's absurd. Although Xiao Yun shares her name with her ancestor, how many possess the same capabilities? Shun Jiayan persistently rises and follows closely behind. Xia Xingyu brushes off her clothes, turns to the crowd, and says, I just remembered, I have matters at home. I must return now. See you at the club. With that, she quickens her pace towards the exit. She needed to make her escape swiftly, taking advantage of Captain Ding's distraction as he pondered over names. Hey, Xiao Xiao. Haven T, you inform me whether you would like my assistance in researching the S-Class mech? Shun Jiayan inquired, leaning against the doorframe. Once you enhance your mech, if I find it satisfactory, I shall reward you with a substantial sum. A great deal of money. Xia Xingyu called out from a distance, quickening her pace. Is that truly the case? You will grant me a significant amount of money? Shun Jiayan disregarded all preliminary conditions. For her, it was a mere formality. She planned to report to Master Han tomorrow, and she would soon craft an S-Class mech unique to the Shun family. Chapter 151, Captain. I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. Enough already. Xiao Xiao has just joined the club. Do not empty her wallet as well. Ding Qingyu could not help but interject. Did Xiaoyan not notice how she scared Xiao Xiao away? Shin Jiayan turned to the captain. Captain, I just remembered. You haven't transferred the money to me yet. Ding Qingyu stumbled slightly, hastily making his way outside with his hands behind his back. The others, inspired by Shin Jiayan, returned to the club to engage in rigorous training. They were eager to elevate themselves to the S-Class competition level within a day. Shin Jiayan, with a towel draped around her neck, was training her stamina in the club's gravity chamber. Despite her progress, her stamina still fell short for the S-Class competition. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she focused on running relentlessly. A gust of wind swept past her. Shin Jiayan looked up, and, indeed, it was Li Shuama. After a hearty meal, even the exotic beasts could not outpace her. This marked the 15th lap that Li Shuama had surpassed her. If this continued, she would surely catch a cold from the wind. Not far away, Ding Qingyu watched Li Shuama's speed, his grin nearly splitting his face. Who would have thought that in his club, the first to reach S-Class stamina would not be Zhu Yuanyao, but the newcomer, Li Shuama. Soon, he would be able to take the ex-Lian club members on missions without constantly relying on the Rose Club's tasks. Displeased by the captain's unrestrained laughter, Shin Jiayan approached him and collapsed onto the ground, turning her back. I'm exhausted, utterly drained. Ding Qingyu crouched beside her, exclaiming, You've only run a few laps. Get up and continue. The corresponding stamina for S-Class mechs is S-Class. You 1T manage like this. I refuse to run any longer. If enhancing my stamina to S-Class and then piloting an S-Class mech is the only way, you might as well let me be reborn. Shin Jiayan retorted bluntly, turning away once more. Upon reflection, Ding Qingyu realized she had a point and ceased his persuasion. After all, Shin Jiayan's matters were never within his realm of understanding. Meanwhile, Li Shuama noticed Shin Jiayan had stopped training and quickly approached her. Training consumed energy, and with energy depletion came the necessity for more nutritional supplements, which required spending. It was only the first day of joining the team, and with everyone training, she felt it inappropriate to stand idly by. Upon seeing Li Shuama, Ding Qingyu's eyes sparkled with joy. Xiao Xiao, make sure to rise early tomorrow. I will take you to see the mechs. Your B-Class mech is no longer sufficient. Coincidentally, Xiaoyun is visiting Master Han tomorrow. You can accompany her. Master Han may possess some mechas suitable for you. It is precisely due to the amicable relationship established with Han Wei during this period that Ding Qingyu felt emboldened to suggest bringing someone to purchase mechas from him. No need. My mecha, Xiaoyun, has already informed me that she will assist in modifying it. Li Shuamo remarked without lifting her head. It's on me, Shin Jiayan declared, patting her chest in assurance. This is her lucky charm. How could she allow Han Wei to exploit the fortune of her cherished mecha? The mechas from Han Wei are not inexpensive. Master Han is a distinguished expert from the SS-level Mecha Research Institute. Should you miss this opportunity, you might come to regret it. Ding Qingyu elaborated to Li Shuama. Is he from the SS-level Research Institute? Li Shuama admitted to feeling a stirring of interest. Shin Jiayan shot her a glance and casually remarked, I heard from Xiaozhe that he has already transferred nearly 80 million star coins to Han Wei for the mecha modifications. Ding Qingyu retorted, 80 million star coins for a bespoke mecha is worth it, especially one tailored to the specifications of an S-level mecha. Once Xiaozhe's physical capabilities reach S-level, he can continue to utilize it. Shin Jiayan cast a sidelong glance at Ding Qingyu, noting that the captain had invested his entire fortune into modifying his mecha. The captain still owes me 200,000 star coins because he claimed he is so impoverished that he resorts to seeking wealthy women at the Rose Club. Li Shuama widened her eyes, curiously gazing at the captain. Not far away, Zhu Yuanyao and Zhuang Yueza also eavesdropped. Ding Qingyu hurriedly covered Shin Jiayan's mouth, saying, All right. I was wrong. You modify it. I want to compete with you. But it was too late. Zhuang Yueza immediately shouted from a distance, Captain, does the Rose Club require A-level solo mechas? I'd like to accompany you on a mission. I want to compete for a wealthy woman. I simply need some money. Zhu Yuanyao exclaimed, Captain, I never imagined you were this kind of person. Ding Qingyu firmly responded, That is not the case. Am I really that kind of person? Don't listen to Xiaoyun's nonsense. Oh, I was just speaking whimsically. You don't owe me any money, Shen Xiaoyan stated matter-of-factly. Zhuang Yueza immediately affirmed, wow. What Xiaoyan said is indeed correct. Generally, you have to interpret Xiaoyan's words in the opposite manner. Zhu Yuanyao added, Captain, you truly sacrifice so much for us. Ding Qingyu's lips twitched in irritation as he shot a glare at Shen Xiaoyan, fearing that the captain might forego the mission with the Rose Club due to her words, thus jeopardizing the return of her money. Shen Xiaoyan emphasized, I misspoke earlier. The captain has no affiliations with the Rose Club. Zhuang Yueza nodded in understanding. Ding Qingyu gazed heavenward in exasperation. Not daring to linger any longer, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, Li Shuama whispered, I think I will still have Xiaoyan assist me with my mecha. The Rose Club might not take me on a mission. Without accompanying her on tasks, she wouldn't earn as much money as the captain. Ding Qingyu stumbled slightly, tripping over his own feet. Steadying himself against the wall, he hastened his pace. Shen Xiaoyan sighed skyward and then patted Li Shuama's shoulder, saying, For your sake, I might incur a loss of 200,000 star coins. She felt certain that the captain would avoid the Rose Club's tasks to prevent any misunderstandings. For my sake? Li Shuama looked at Shen Xiaoyan in confusion. Tomorrow, you should accompany me to visit Hanwei. Allow me to show you what that fellow's mechas are like. Shen Xiaoyan recalled the prices of the mechas that Feng Yu had sent her. Ah, it seems that the renowned mecha manufacturing masters truly earn a fortune. Well then, tomorrow. Aside from training, I have nothing else to attend to. Li Shuamao nodded in agreement. By training a little less, she could save some money for nutritional supplements. Are you all going to seek out Master Han tomorrow? Then I shall go as well. I haven't laid my hands on my mecha for an entire day. Zhuang Yuezha nostalgically reminisced about the mecha he had invested 80 million star coins in. If it weren't for the fear of angering Master Han, he would almost wish to be fused with his mecha. Let's go together. The maintenance technician Feng requested me to come over to record some data, Zhu Yuanyao added. Very well. We shall not train today. Let us return to the academy early to rest. I find the bed here too soft. I had a restless night as sleep at the club. Shen Xiaoyan stretched lazily. No sooner had she spoken than her wrist-mounted holographic device began to vibrate incessantly. What does Feng Guang want? Shen Xiaoyan glanced at the communication message flashing on her device and casually connected to the video call. Li Shuamao curiously peered at the screen displaying Feng Guang. In the image, Feng Guang was covering a swollen eye, desperately exclaiming, Shen Xiaoyan, help me. You must come to my rescue. Wow. Old Feng, who did this to you? Shen Xiaoyan asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Chapter 152. Fighting for the academy. At that moment, Feng Guang was hiding in the men's restroom, while voices could be heard conversing outside. Where did he run off to? He escaped. You should not have acted impulsively and struck him in the eye. I had initially intended to catch him to lure Shen Xiaoyan out. Indeed, during the assessment, Shen Xiaoyan managed to bait them. We can do the same. Upon hearing this, Feng Guang's expression grew even more despondent. With a mournful face, he addressed Shen Xiaoyan on the holographic device. Because I caused trouble for our classmates during the assessment, I was cornered in the restroom by them. Some upperclassmen are also seeking you to help them corner me. Hearing Feng Guang's words, Shen Xiaoyan and Li Shuamao exchanged glances, then both inhaled sharply. Shen Xiaoyan looked at Feng Guang with sympathy and asked, Everyone has finished their exams. Shouldn't they be busy packing to go home? Logically, they should have evaded yesterday's chaos. Why are they still free to corner you? I had thought so too, but I didn't expect you to cause such a catastrophe. You really know how to draw ire. The more Feng Guang spoke, the more he felt unfortunate. He had only offended his peers. Yet the bruise around his eye was left by an upperclassman. Clearly, it was those upperclassmen that Shen Xiaoyan had deceived. At this moment, Zhu Yuanyao beside Shen Xiaoyan remarked, Next semester, the academy will begin selecting students to participate in the inter-school joint competition. Therefore, everyone is likely staying at school to train in preparation for next year's selection. An inter-school joint competition? How was I not aware of this? Shen Xiaoyan turned to Li Shuamao, asking if she knew about it. Li Shuamao shook her head, replying, I am unaware. I have been occupied with my part-time job. Oh. Shen Xiaoyan nodded. She had merely asked out of curiosity. Xiaoxue seems even less noticeable at school than she does. Typically, it is the second, third, and fourth-year students who participate in the selection process, while first-year students lack the necessary skills and can only observe, Zhuang Yueza added wistfully. What is the purpose of participating in a multi-school joint competition? Do you wish to join? Shen Xiaoyan inquired, glancing at Zhuang Yueza. Of course, I must participate. This is a chance to bring honor to our academy, affecting the ranking of the First Alliance Academy among higher education institutions. The rankings of these multi-school competitions are directly tied to the allocation of resources by the Alliance Central. A century ago, our first academy of the Alliance was the top institution in the Alliance. Back then, senior students didn't need to spend their own money to purchase mechas. They received them on the very first day of enrollment. It's nothing like today, where we must toil and save to buy our own mechas. Subsequently, our academy fell behind in the joint competitions against other schools, leading to a decline in our ranking and a reduction in financial allocations. Now, many distinguished professors have departed. Look at the students of the Imperial Academy. They don't need to pay for their own mechas, a privilege that was once enjoyed by students of our First Alliance Academy. Zhuang Yueza's tone grew somewhat melancholic as he spoke. A rival from his high school had been accepted into the Imperial Academy and often mocked him for attending a lesser school. How could the First Alliance Academy be deemed inferior? It was established by the war hero Lin Jingguang and blessed by the founder of mechas, Shen Xiaoyan. It was once possible to receive mechas free of charge. Shen Xiaoyan, too, lamented as she clasped her pocket. Heaven knows how much she had sacrificed to possess a mecha after her rebirth. Now, someone was revealing to her that her struggles had been unnecessary. Beside them, Li Shuama counted on her fingers. The money for a second-hand mecha could sustain me on nutritional supplements for 10 years. Zhu Yuanyao chimed in. The multi-school joint rankings not only influence the distribution of resources within the institution, but also affect our job prospects after graduation. Generally, the higher the ranking of the school, the better the job assignments available. For instance, the current top-ranked Imperial Academy, due to its abundance of resource planets and internship bases, affords its students numerous internship opportunities during their studies. With ample internship experience, these students often accumulate significant military achievements, enabling them to choose to work in more prosperous star systems upon graduation. All of these privileges were once ours in the First Alliance Academy. Thus, every student from the First Alliance Academy is compelled to fight for its honor. Zhu Yuanyao's fists tightened as she spoke. Shen Jiayan and Li Shuamal were invigorated by their words, eager to join the competition as well. They did not seek free mechas. They simply wished to fight for their academy. Meanwhile, the group huddled together, murmuring excitedly, when Feng Guang, on the other side of the communication screen, lamented. Could you please stop chatting for a moment? Help me. There's someone blocking my way outside the restroom. Wait, you haven't ended the call yet? Shen Jiayan glanced up at the holographic screen. Feng Guang's mouth twitched. He realized that seeking help from Shen Jiayan might not be a reliable option. Shen Jiayan blinked and remarked, if you give me 10,000 star coins, I would be willing to risk my life to distract them outside the men's restroom. Huh, thank you, but do you take me for a fool? I would rather sacrifice another eye to their blows than part with that sum. With that, Feng Guang decisively ended the communication. He chose to remain steadfast within the restroom, doubting that anyone outside could find him throughout the night. Resolute in his decision, he felt a slight numbness in his legs and slowly rose, assuming a horse stance. Humph, was he truly trapped in a restroom? No, he had merely discovered a tranquil training ground. Shen Jiayun gazed regretfully at the disconnected device, pondering Feng Guang's ineptitude in negotiation. He ought to have haggled with her at this moment. After all, they were allies, and she would not hesitate to assist for a lower price. Indeed, in fact, if he offered me 1,000 star coins, I would gladly go and divert their attention for him. Li Shuama concurred. Nearby, Zhuang Yueza and Zhu Yuanyao, overhearing their exchange, instinctively stepped back. Shen Jiayan shot a glare at Li Shuama, exclaiming, your price of 1,000 star coins is far too low. We do not condone such undercutting here. You are faster than I. My initial intention was to ask him for 5,000 star coins, and then share 2,000 with you to help him. Chapter 153. Han Wei is in no rush. Upon hearing Shen Jiayan's words, even Li Shuama retreated to Zhuang Yueza's side. Shen Jiayan was indeed quite cunning. Stretching languidly, she mused, I suddenly find the club's bed rather comfortable. Perhaps I shall continue to sleep here tonight. Returning to the academy was out of the question. Especially after witnessing Feng Guang's bruised eye, she felt as if someone was still blocking her at the dormitory entrance. She silently thanked Feng Guang for his warning message. Li Shuama added, I too feel more secure sleeping here. Tomorrow, as soon as we awaken, we can head out together to meet Master Han. Are you too afraid of being beaten? Zhuang Yueza interjected, unable to stifle a laugh at their conversation. Shen Jiayan placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. Do you still wish to keep your S-Class Mecha damper? Instantly, Zhuang Yueza stood at attention. Master Han had invited Shen Jiayan to assist him in researching the operation of the S-Class Mecha damper. Should Shen Jiayan succeed in this endeavor, she would be able to pilot the S-Class Mecha without waiting for her physical abilities to upgrade. Satisfied, Shen Jiayan nodded and ambled toward the second-floor lounge. The following morning, Shen Jiayan rose at 7. Before she had the chance to eat breakfast, she spotted a luxurious flying vehicle at the entrance of the club. Yawning, she called out to the captain, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book. Captain, has someone from the Rose Club come to collect you? The vehicle was sleek and striking, its golden exterior more radiant than the sun. Naturally, its price was exorbitant. Shen Jiayan had seen its advertisement, with a price tag exceeding 15 million star coins. Such an extravagantly priced flying vehicle could hardly belong to their modest X-Flame Club. Thus, she concluded that it must belong to the Rose Club, which the captain had recently made acquaintance with. Ding Qingyu shot Shen Jiayan a glare upon hearing her words and remarked, at last, you've risen. This aircraft was dispatched by Master Han Wei to fetch you. It has been waiting outside since 5 o'clock. Shen Jiayan exclaimed in surprise, huh? Why is that old man in such a hurry? I intended to visit him this afternoon. Ding Qingyu replied, you may not be aware, but he has been urging Feng Yu daily to bring you over. The more he ponders over your damping device in the workshop, the more impatient he becomes. However, since you need to prepare for your final assessments and attend to other matters, Feng Yu has been shielding you from his insistence. I also have an appointment with Xiao Wang today. He wishes to discuss order-related matters with me. Scratching her head, Shen Jiayan took out her holographic device and messaged Xiao Wang, who had added her back the previous night. I am your ancestor. Where are you? Can we meet before 9? Xiao Wang responded promptly. AAA Xiao Wang. I might be a bit late, probably around 11. What's up? Are you busy today? With a sigh, Shen Jiayan continued to reply. I am your ancestor. I previously mentioned that I would be assisting a master in mecha manufacturing at a research institute during the holiday. I am collaborating on some research with him, and he is teaching me about S-grade mechas. The master has quite an impatient temperament, and the aircraft has already arrived at my doorstep. Immediately, Xiao Wang messaged back. AAA Xiao Wang. No way. Is that really true? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Then what are you hesitating for? Hurry and go learn from the master. I'm not in a rush. I have other matters to attend to. So we can meet up later. I am your ancestor. I appreciate your understanding. In her heart, Shen Jiayan silently commended Xiao Wang, a true scion of wealth, for his commendable emotional intelligence. AAA Xiao Wang. You must study diligently. Whether we can sell S-grade mechas depends on you. You're interested in the materials for my family S warehouse, right? I'll contact my father shortly to request them for you. Upon reading that message, Shen Jiayun's eyes widened in astonishment. She quickly replied with fervor. I am your ancestor. Wow. I will study hard. Please send the materials over first. Ding Xingyu observed the myriad expressions on Shan Jiayan's face, unsure if she was troubled or simply excited, and offered a suggestion. Can you leave? If not, remember to inform Fangyu. After all, Master Han has been waiting for quite a while. A little more time won't matter. Shen Jiayan swiftly placed the holographic device in her pocket and declared, let us go. We must hasten to create the S-grade mecha. Xiao Wang's family warehouse awaits my exploration. Missing out on it would be devastating. Ding Xingyu nodded, agreeing that this was indeed a good course of action. As Master Han had been waiting for a considerable time, I will go fetch Xiao Shui and Xiao Zhe. He rose to head towards the training room, where the two had gone for their morning training. Before leaving, he reminded them to accompany him when they set off. Han Wei's temporary workshop on Luotian Star is conveniently located near the Alliance's first academy. Generally, there would be no need for an aircraft. But his insistence on urging Shen Jiayan to come to the workshop necessitated it. At this moment, several individuals had arrived at Han Wei's studio, becoming acquainted with the environment under Fang Yu's guidance. Fang Yu pointed to the large machines surrounding them, his face filled with envy as he remarked, though Master Han is merely using this space temporarily. The equipment and instruments in this studio are arranged according to the specifications he established on Central Star. The instruments here can not only manufacture S-Class Mechas, but can even produce SS-Class Mechas. Shen Jiayan nodded repeatedly, realizing why Fang Yu had seldom returned to the club since he began working with Han Wei. The resources available here are an irresistible temptation for any mecha manufacturer. Ding Xingyu and Li Shuama curiously gazed around, knowing they could not comprehend these machines, deciding instead to serve as competent background figures. Fang Yu continued, Xiao Yun, Master Han has reserved a workspace for you. He mentioned that all the equipment here is at your disposal. Of course, Shen Jiayan responded calmly, understanding that a workspace must be allocated for her now that she would be working here. Meanwhile, in an adjacent office, Han Wei sat in his chair, unable to suppress his muttering. Didn't they say they had arrived? Why haven't they come over yet? He stomped his foot, glancing at the scattered documents on the table, and added, what on earth is going on with that damping system? That foolish Zhuang Yueza, even after I subtly hinted that his mecha had been modified in terms of weaponry, is still just fixated on money. Why hasn't he urged Shen Jiayan to join me in researching the damping system? Do I really need his money? Should I go out and see what is taking so long? Han Wei stood up and took a couple of steps forward, only to stop himself a moment later. No, as a master, how could I rush out in such a manner? After pondering, he felt that it would be beneath his dignity to eagerly greet an assistant. Never mind. I shall wait a little longer. Fang Yu should be bringing Shen Jiayan over shortly. He fidgeted at the door before returning to his seat. What was the reality, however? Fang Yu initially intended to give Shen Jiayan a brief introduction to the studio's environment before leading her to meet Master Han Wei. However, upon seeing his mecha, Zhuang Yueza was adamant about not leaving. As if that weren't enough, he dragged Shen Jiayan along to admire his mecha. Shen Jiayan gazed up at the towering machine beside her, her hands itching to dismantle it. Zhuang Yueza, excitedly tugging at her, began to introduce, look, this is my mecha. My dream machine, which I intend to cherish for a lifetime. To continue modifying this mecha, I even informed my father yesterday about selling his collection. Though he threatened to break my legs, it is all worth it. Shen Jiayan's gaze instinctively wandered towards the dismantling equipment nearby. The resources here are so comprehensive. It truly tempts one towards mischief. She murmured, I wish to examine it more closely and thoroughly, from the inside out. Eager to boast, Zhuang Yueza immediately replied, you want to take a look inside? Then go ahead. This is my mecha, and I permit you to see it. He assumed that Shen Jiayan wished to enter the cockpit of his mech to take a look, given that he frequently examined the mech. Master Han had long since entrusted him with the key. Thus, Shen Jiayan's modest desire posed no inconvenience to him. Feeling a bit shy, she remarked, isn't that a bit inappropriate? But since you insist, I shall not stand on ceremony. What's there to be formal about? Come on. Zhuang Yueza waved his hand nonchalantly. After all, it was merely a matter of observing the cockpit. It wasn't as if she intended to dismantle his mech. Since you say so, I shall not hesitate. Shen Jiayan responded, promptly making her way toward the nearby machine. The mech appeared particularly new, having been recently assembled. She was pleasantly surprised by Zhuang Yueza's generosity in allowing her to explore it. Zhuang Yueza's mech was positioned between A and S class. Although it was constructed according to S-class specifications, certain systems were modified to a class due to Zhuang Yueza's physical limitations. However, with Shen Jiayan's damping system, the situation was somewhat altered. Ultimately, the classification of the mech would depend on the compatibility of the damping system. Nevertheless, in Shen Jiayan's eyes, it was already an S-class mech. She had longed to disassemble an S-class mech to gain insight into its internal structure. With Zhuang Yueza's consent, she immediately activated the colossal mechanical arm of the dismantling apparatus, intending to remove the energy compartment's outer shell first. Having climbed into the mech's cockpit, Zhuang Yueza turned to see a massive mechanical arm working on the energy compartment's entrance. He exclaimed, what are you doing? Didn't you come to look at my mech? I'm going to dismantle your mech. She declared matter-of-factly. How else can I examine its interior if I don't take it apart? No. I meant for you to observe the inside of the cockpit. Zhuang Yueza quickly countered. The onlookers, Fang Yu and Ding Xingyu, exchanged bemused glances, realizing the vast disconnect in the thought processes of the two. Shen Jiayan, feeling a twinge of disappointment, halted the equipment. Well, I thought I could take it apart. Reassemble it. Quickly put back the screws you removed, Zhuang Yueza urged, rolling his eyes. At that moment, Fang Yu interjected, actually, there's no need to put it back together. Master Han intended to modify the internal structure of this mech. However, he couldn't proceed without Xiao Yun's presence. Now that she's here, it's about time to begin. So, your mech will eventually be dismantled regardless. Very well. Zhuang Yueza sheepishly touched the cold metallic shell of the mech. I shall not hold back then. Excited, Shen Xiaoyan restarted the equipment. Seeing her enthusiasm, Fang Yu couldn't resist joining in. Truth be told, he was also eager to get his hands on the mech's disassembly. He leaned closer to the large screen of the equipment, adding, dismantle the energy compartment, and then take off the back cover. By the way, I have some structural diagrams here. Would you like to take a look? Shen Xiaoyan inquired. Won't showing me that upset Master Han? Not at all. Master Han has already assigned me part of the work. This falls within his directives. Fang Yu promptly sent the materials to Shen Xiaoyan's holographic device. After he sent the message, he felt an unsettling sense of having forgotten something important. What could it be? As he pondered, Zhuang Yueza approached, eager to join the conversation. Master Fang, could you send me a copy of my mecha schematic? I'm quite curious and would love to understand it better. It would be even better if you could explain it to me as well. Shen Xiaoyan had already begun reviewing Fang Yu's data. Come over here, and I'll explain it to you. I'll dismantle a section while you listen. Fang Yu chimed in. You should listen to Xiaoyan. She has recently refreshed her knowledge on mechas, and she often helps me when I have questions. Now, not only Zhuang Yueza, but also Ding Qingyu and Li Shuama had gathered around. As Shen Xiaoyan dismantled the mecha, she remarked, the weapon system of the S-Class Mecha is significantly more advanced. The defense system has also been upgraded to allow for localized protection. However, the S-Class still adheres to the structural patterns of the A-Class Mecha. Let's take a look at the energy chamber we are currently disassembling. Notice how it contains several times more energy than the A-Class Mecha. Fang Yu found himself attentively engrossed, completely forgetting the matter that had been on his mind. Wow, all that money I spent was indeed worth it. Zhuang Yueza exclaimed joyfully, reminiscent of a cat that had just caught a mouse. Shen Xiaoyan shook her head. 80 million star coins? If it were up to me, I could have done it for at least 20 million less. Zhuang Yueza's eyes widened as he covered his mouth. Wait, it was more than 80 million. I transferred money before. Shen Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. You actually spent more than 80 million star coins? She then turned to Li Shuama beside her. If you wish to avoid being a financial fool, I'll modify your mecha for you at a friendly price. Only charging for materials. Li Shuama nodded enthusiastically. Zhuang Yueza protested. Perhaps your modified mecha won't be as good as Master Han's? He is a master at the Shushi Research Institute and has extensive experience. Ding Qingyu, also labeled as a financial fool, added, masters truly are different. An S-Class Mecha modified by a master will always perform better than an ordinary one. Ding Qingyu's words ignited Shen Xiaoyan's competitive spirit. She rolled up her sleeves. Just wait until my mecha is modified. You'll see how I can easily defeat both of you. Li Shuama, seemingly eager to stoke the flames, added, Xiaoyan, if you can defeat the captain, I'll let you modify my mecha. I'll even assist you as customer service for free, no commission needed. Zhuang Yueza immediately cried out, Xiaoxue, that is not fair. I'm your teammate too. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaoyan looked excitedly at Li Shuama. You'd help me with customer inquiries? For as long as I need. Absolutely. Li Shuama replied grandly. Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile. The prospect of having a willing helper to attract business was too tempting to resist. She simply couldn't decline the offer. With newfound determination, Shen Xiaoyan turned to Ding Qingyu. Captain, I may need to apologize to you. Ding Qingyu felt a chill run down his spine. He resolved to seek out Master Han, hoping to enhance his mecha further. Out of money? It's nothing. He can undertake a mission with the Rose Club. He will head over tonight. Meanwhile, Han Wei, who has been on Ding Qingyu's mind, continues to wait in anticipation. He gazes at the incessantly ticking time on his holographic screen, muttering to himself. What is going on with Fang Yu? It has been quite a while. Wasn't he said that he would arrive early? Forget it. I should go and see what is happening. I am not in a hurry to find Shen Xiaoyan, as it is time for me to work. Yes. I need to check on those newly modified mechas and see how to better enhance Zhuang Yueza's mecha weaponry. As Han Wei muses, he finally manages to pull himself out of his room. As he traverses through a series of rooms and arrives at the location housing Zhuang Yueza's mecha, he immediately spots Shen Xiaoyan, who is engrossed in her work. He exclaims, what are you doing here dismantling the mecha? Startled by Han Wei's voice, Fang Yu jolts. Oh no, he suddenly remembers something he forgot. Early that morning, Master Han had informed him that if Shen Xiaoyan arrived, he must promptly escort her to Master Han's office. Shen Xiaoyan is currently comparing the structures of S-Class and A-Class mechas, pondering the upgrade points for both types. It is somewhat peculiar. The structural changes in the mecha are minimal, mainly involving a larger scale and a few upgraded systems. If that is the case, what exactly should she learn? Lost in thought, she suddenly hears Master Han's voice. She looks up and sees Master Han dressed in a white research coat reminiscent of those worn by her researchers in her past life. Habitually, she gestures for Master Han to come over, saying, come here, I have a question for you. Han Wei, who was about to approach Shen Xiaoyan, freezes, unsure whether to advance or retreat. It must be said that Shen Xiaoyan's tone and demeanor bear an uncanny resemblance to that of his superior. However, he is the master now. Shen Xiaoyan is merely the assistant. Is she treating him like a pet? Others around them also gaze at Shen Xiaoyan in astonishment. Zhuang Yueza cannot help but give a thumbs up. Courage, indeed, is embodied in little Yun. Aspiring to surpass the captain is one thing, but summoning the master as if he were a pet is another. Ding Qingyu, who has dealt with enough messes, quickly regains his composure, ready to tackle the new round of chaos. He awkwardly remarks, Master Han, little Yun might be a bit lost in thought. She tends to become oblivious to her surroundings when deep in contemplation. Please do not take offense. Hearing the captain's words, Shen Xiaoyan snaps back to reality. With a smile, she addresses Han Wei, Master Han, you've arrived. Are you here to check on Xiao Zay's mecha as well? Han Wei nods modestly. then places his hands behind his back and continues toward Shin Jiayan. Observing the partially dismantled mecha, he nonchalantly inquires, "Cough. What are your thoughts on this mecha?" Shin Jiayan nods, shuts off her holographic screen, and states directly, "It employs quite a number of innovative materials. These materials seem rather unique. Primarily utilized in the mecha's skeletal structure." Fang Yu, standing nearby, is momentarily taken aback. It appears that the data he provided did not include the material specifications. What does Little Yun mean by this? Han Wei was astonished, exclaiming, "How did you know that?" Even Fang Yu is unaware. Shin Jiayan curled her lips, pressing a button firmly on the device. The mechanical arm, descending from the apparatus, struck the exposed skeletal structure of the mecha with great force, creating a dent the size of a human head in the gleaming silver metal. "Goodness, that's my mecha," Zhuang Yuezhou exclaimed, leaping up in shock. "Calm down, take another look." Shin Jiayan reassured him, patting his shoulder. Zhuang Yuezhou clasped his hands into fists, pleading, "Oh my ancestors. This mecha was custom-made at great expense. If you damage it, I won't be able to afford the repairs. According to the customary rules, any material loss incurred during a master's modification of a mecha must be borne by the individual operator. Thus, if this mecha were to malfunction, Zhuang Yuezhou might indeed be liable for the costs." Shin Jiayan pointed at his mecha, saying, "Open your eyes and take a closer look." "Xiaozhe, that dent seems to be gradually repairing itself." Ding Qingyu, standing nearby, also marveled at the sight. Obediently, Zhuang Yuezhou turned his gaze. To his astonishment, the large dent created by the mechanical arm was indeed flattening. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his head and grinning foolishly. It really is repairing itself. Han Wei squinted at Shin Jiayan, asking, "How did you discover that?" Shin Jiayan casually explained, "The data reveals everything. The structural data you provided shows some discrepancies compared to the data collected by the device. This data resembles the armored shell of a thorn turtle that I have seen previously, but the materials used in this mecha are superior. During the disassembly process, I took care to test it. Coupled with your earlier reaction, I was able to confirm my hypothesis that the exoskeleton of this mecha is constructed from a self-repairing and shape-shifting material." Shin Jiayan gazed intently at the white skeleton, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind. If asked what the greatest achievement of the next 300 years would be, perhaps it would be the advancement of mecha materials. She had numerous ideas to explore. Han Wei was genuinely taken aback. His hands, which had been clasped behind his back, tightened at his sides, and his slightly hunched posture gradually straightened. The active material he had employed in Zhuang Yuezhou's mecha was classified, used exclusively in SS-level mechas. His ability to utilize it stemmed from his role as the materials researcher. How long had Shin Jiayan been here? She had already unearthed one of the mecha's secrets. He opened his mouth, uncertain whether to allow Shin Jiayan to remain. An unsettling premonition washed over him. Would she learn all of his confidential techniques? Surely not. As long as he remained silent and did not offer guidance, even the most brilliant Shin Jiayan could not master the intricacies without a mentor. The workings of the Shu Institute were not so simple. Fang Yu cautiously glanced at Master Han, then regarded Shin Jiayan with admiration. During his time with Master Han, he had witnessed much of the latter's pride and desire for prestige. Yet, now, with just a slight display of skill, Shin Jiayan had managed to put Master Han in his place. At this moment, Han Wei once again assumed the demeanor of a sage and remarked, "Your powers of observation are quite astute. The material processing method of this mech is indeed extraordinary. Aside from the materials, have you made any other observations?" Shin Jiayan cast a glance at the mech and then pointed towards the large screen on the equipment, stating, "I wish to understand the control center of this mech. I suspect the control center is the key distinguishing factor between S-Class mechs and those of lower tiers." Han Wei's expression faltered once more. The fact that she had discerned even this much left him wondering if he could still permit her presence here. He turned to Ding Qingyu and inquired, "Have you allowed her to operate an S-Class mech?" Ding Qingyu shook his head, replying, "No, my S-Class mech has long been sent here to you, hasn't it?" Han Wei looked at Shin Jiayan with confusion, pondering how she could pinpoint such a crucial aspect without ever having piloted one. Shin Jiayan retorted, "While I have not piloted an S-Class mech, I just had a confrontation with the Whip of the Abyss yesterday. The most prominent feature of his S-Class mech is its operating system. During the battle, its response time approached zero delay. All mechs in the Alliance are controlled manually, which necessitates a time lag for executing commands, resulting in a discrepancy between the command and the mech's actual movements." One of Shin Jiayan's primary motivations for coming to Han Wei was to comprehend how the current S-Class mechs achieve zero delay in response. 3 centuries ago, she had theorized that through mental control, one could manipulate mechs to attain zero delay. However, her extensive research had yielded a singular conclusion: mental control for mechs is unfeasible. Upon hearing Shin Jiayan's explanation, Han Wei could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was not as formidable as he had feared. She had merely studied S-Class mechs previously. Otherwise, even if he were eager to explore the damping system of the S-Class mechs, he would not have dared to admit her. Clearing his throat, he had been clandestinely researching some aspects of the Shu Institute here. He intended to experiment with new materials, novel control systems, and those tightly guarded techniques. Would he refrain from his pursuits just because the leader instructed him to? As a master, what could he not accomplish? As long as no one discovered his endeavors, he would proceed in secrecy. Regarding Shin Jiayan, as long as he refrained from instructing her, she would likely remain oblivious. Having mentally prepared himself, Han Wei again placed his hands behind his back. He then resumed the discussion with Shin Jiayan about the topic of zero delay in the operating system. "You are quite correct. The fundamental distinction between S-Class mechs and those of lower tiers lies in the control system. However, you need not waste your time researching it further. The S-Class mechs employ a well-established intelligence system. The patent for this system belongs to the Shu Institute, and any mech wishing to integrate this system must purchase it. This area has been thoroughly explored, rendering further research unnecessary. If you possess the capability, it would be wiser to dedicate your efforts to refining your damping control system. Yet, Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow and responded, I am currently more intrigued by the control systems. Aside from the intelligent control system, does the Shu Institute have no other research directions? How could it possibly be that there is nothing? Recently, Han Wei reflexively countered. But he quickly realized and hastily corrected himself, saying, no, there is nothing worth researching about the control system. Shen Jiayan, who had merely posed a casual question, eyed Han Wei with suspicion. It seemed there was something amiss. Fang Yu could not help but steal a glance at Master Han. Zhuang Yueza boldly declared, Master Han, please tell us. We won't disclose it to anyone. What is there to disclose? This matter does not concern you. Han Wei shot a fierce glare at Zhuang Yueza before turning to Shen Jiayan. Let us discuss the damping system. Observing his demeanor, Shen Jiayan became increasingly convinced that Han Wei was concealing something. No worries. As long as she remained present, nothing would escape her notice. She smiled at Han Wei, saying, Master Han, the damping system is quite simple. I have just disassembled this mech, and, in conjunction with certain structural diagrams of the mech, I have formulated some ideas regarding the modification of its power system. Han Wei immediately inquired, what ideas? Tell me, I have all day today. Not just today. I have ample time throughout your entire holiday to thoroughly discuss the power and damping systems with you. Master Han, you may have time, but I might not. You know I am a mech solo operator. Besides training, I must also revisit the S-Class Mech curriculum. Lately, my interest has shifted towards the control system, and I devote my free time to it. Shen Jiayan shook her head and walked over to the disassembled mech beside Zhuang Yueza. Her refusal to collaborate unmistakable. Ding Qingyu and the others looked on in astonishment. Little Yun truly had a bold spirit, daring to reject a Master-S request. Han Wei hurried to catch up, saying, I have already promised to teach you the knowledge of S-Class mechs. You agreed to assist me in developing a suitable damping system for S-Class mechs. But the power system is not part of our exchange. Leaning against the leg of the mech, Shen Jiayan regarded Han Wei with keen interest. Han Wei was momentarily taken aback. The current dynamics were all wrong. Until now, it had always been others seeking his assistance. Mech solo operators solicited his help for modifications, and mech manufacturers implored him for guidance on altering mechs. Yet here, with Shen Jiayan, it felt as though he was the one seeking her favor. This was unsettling. Han Wei retorted, enough. I do not believe you. The power system cannot be altered at your whim. He angrily turned away. Shen Jiayan smirked and continued. Not only do I have ideas about the power system, but I also believe that the structure of this mech can be further refined. Chapter 155, Master Han, my apologies. Han Wei halted, promptly turning back to face Shen Jiayan. In what ways can the structure be improved? Enlighten me. I wish to ascertain the validity of your claims. Zhuang Yueza, nearby, nodded eagerly. If Little Yun asserted that his mech could be enhanced, that would be splendid. The sooner it was improved, the better. Shen Jiayan lowered her head and sketched a rough outline of a mech structure on her holographic computer, adding a few lines of text before raising it for Han Wei to see. Han Wei glanced over, his eyes widening in surprise as he murmured, modular structure, skeletal deformation. He reached out, attempting to seize Shen Jiayan's holographic computer, but she promptly retracted it. Master Han, my apologies. As I previously mentioned, my spare time is dedicated entirely to researching the control systems, Shen Jiayan stated decisively before nimbly climbing into the cockpit of the mecha. The bait had already been cast. Now it was a matter of what big fish could be caught. She had earlier heard Fang Yu mention that Han Wei was somewhat difficult to interact with, proud, impatient, and overly meticulous. To glean knowledge from him, one must flatter his ego. Only by pleasing him would he be inclined to share some insights. Last night, Fang Yu, concerned that she might offend Han Wei, had sent her a lengthy summary of his habits, repeatedly advising her to adhere to the guidelines therein. Shen Jiayan briefly scanned those stipulations. Master Han detested purple clothing, and it was best to avoid wearing it in the research institute. Moreover, he disliked being contradicted. Should one challenge his words, he was prone to outbursts. Master Han had a particular fondness for Aero Star's barley juice, and when ordering meals for him, one must remember to include a serving of it. When Master Han was in good spirits, posing questions then would likely yield answers. Such trivial documents had been swiftly discarded by Shen Jiayan upon her initial glance. She understood that those with some prowess often became arrogant, relishing the flattery of those beneath them. However, she was preoccupied, lacking the energy or time for such sycophancy. She recognized that in environments marked by hierarchical disparities, individuals must demonstrate their worth to earn the right to speak on equal footing. Yet, she did not perceive herself as the disadvantaged party. If Han Wei was meticulous, she could be equally so. If he desired something from her, he must offer something of equivalent value in return. Observing Han Wei linger in the workspace, a smile crept upon her lips. Outside, Han Wei paced anxiously beside the mecha. Bad temper? Lack of patience? To her eyes, these traits were rather advantageous. She turned her attention back to studying the mecha's operating system. Fang Yu, inexplicably armed with a towel, vigorously cleaned the surrounding equipment. Even with robots available for such tasks, he insisted on competing with them for work. Occasionally, he glanced at Master Han as he scrubbed away. Ding Qingyu remained beneath the mecha, occasionally addressing Shen Jiayan's inquiries regarding operational maneuvers. How do you set the ratio for S-Class Mecha's master control and intelligent control? Shen Jiayan's fingers danced swiftly over the buttons, her gaze fixed on the information flashing across the large screen. You must first import personal driving data. The intelligent system will then compute and establish the settings. Ding Qingyu replied swiftly. Nearby, Li Shuima diligently noted down the captain's words, determined to soon pilot an S-Class Mecha herself. Cough, cough. Han Wei glared at Ding Xingyu and began to clear his throat loudly. Ask him. He is still here. Why wasn't Shen Jiayan inquiring of him? Fang Yu's device screen gleamed with a polished brilliance, yet his hands continued to wipe mechanically. What did he witness? Master Han, astonishingly, had not been driven away by Xiao Yun and was still awaiting her presence. Meanwhile, Ding Xingyu, who was being glared at, failed to catch Master Han's gaze. He had lowered his head to instruct the diligent and hard-working Li Suimuo. He felt profoundly moved. After several months, his club had finally welcomed such a dedicated, industrious, and obedient player. Captain, the protective shield of the S-Class Mecha seems quite different from that of the A-Class. Shen Jiayun's voice resonated once more. Indeed, it is distinct. I will send you a comparative dataset for your reference, Ding Xingyu promptly replied. Xiao Yun excelled in every aspect, except for her aversion to studying. It was rare for her to be so eager to learn today, especially with her upcoming S-Class competition. He needed to impart as much knowledge as possible. Ding Xingyu navigated his holographic interface, seizing the opportunity to compile an array of materials encompassing S-Class Mecha combat techniques, power comparisons, and weapon usage strategies into a single data package. At that moment, Li Suimuo chimed in. Captain, I want one too. Of course. Ding Xingyu nodded approvingly and promptly forwarded a copy to her. Meanwhile, Shen Jiayan, engrossed in studying the S-Class Mecha operating system, couldn't help but twitch her lips upon seeing the substantial data package received by her holographic device. The captain's quirks have resurfaced, she thought, shaking her head as she sifted through the information for the data she sought. Outside, Han Wei had completed a circuit, observing that everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, which heightened his agitation. Accidentally, his left foot struck a mecha component lying on the ground, producing a cacophony of sounds. Master Han, could you please lift your esteemed foot? This component may be damaged, Zhuang Yueza lamented, watching the mecha part crushed beneath Han Wei's foot. After much restraint, he could no longer contain himself. He had yet to pilot his new mecha, and should the components be damaged, he would have to bear the cost. Han Wei turned and shot Zhuang Yueza a glare. If it gets broken, I'll compensate you. Oh. Zhuang Yueza nodded repeatedly, retreating to conceal his presence. No need for him to spend money on new materials. Han Wei could trample as he pleased. Disturbed by the commotion, Han Wei sensed that his demeanor was amiss. Raising his gaze toward the mecha cabin door, he cleared his throat and said, Xiao Yun, feel free to ask me any questions directly. Your captain's trivial knowledge is insufficient for your learning. Did you not mention that your time is limited? Whatever you wish to know, just inquire. I promise to teach you about S-Class Mechas. The time you save can be spent on exploring new concepts together. Fang Yu's mouth fell agape, the cloth slipping from his hand unnoticed. What had he witnessed? He saw the usually prideful Master Han attempting to coax someone. Moreover, Xiao Yun had just previously rebuffed him. With such an attitude from Xiao Yun, it was remarkable that Master Han was still willing to placate her. Truly a sight to behold. Ding Xingyu also glanced up at Master Han, but chose not to speak. Redirecting his attention back to Li Suimuo. Within the confines of the mech cockpit, Shen Jiayan reclined in her pilot seat, her gaze fixed upon the expansive screen before her. A gentle smile graced her lips. Look, the fish has taken the bait. Surely, the esteemed Master Han can articulate his thoughts now, with decisive grace. She deactivated her holographic interface and addressed the exit of the cockpit, remarking, Master Han speaks wisely. It would indeed be beneficial to devote the saved time to further research. Han Wei exhaled in relief and continued, then come to my workshop. Shen Jiayan disembarked from the mech, trailing behind Han Wei as they stepped outside. After only a few strides, she turned back to the captain and Xiao Shui, calling out to Han Wei ahead of her. Master Han, my teammate Li Shuima wishes to try out your S-Class mech. Shen Jiayan recalled how the captain had previously sought to borrow Master Han's S-Class mech for Xiao Shui. Perhaps her earlier demeanor towards Master Han had dissuaded the captain from making such a request. Since the captain hesitated, she decided to voice it herself. Ding Xingyu and Li Shuima exchanged astonished glances at Shen Jiayan's words. Ding Xingyu had indeed contemplated returning home with Li Shuima, mindful of Master Han's mood. In his view, given their proximity, if borrowing was unfeasible today, they could always return when Master Han was in better spirits. Casually, Han Wei remarked, an S-Class mech? You may head to warehouse number 1. There, I have a collection of several S-Class mechs. Xiao Yu, please escort them there. Certainly, Master Han, Fang Yu responded respectfully. Shen Jiayan nodded, adding, Engineer Fang, could you kindly send me a copy of the data collected from Xiao Shui's measurements? Han Wei halted, turning to Shen Jiayan. What do you need the data for? If you desire S-Class mech data, I have an abundance. There is no need to squander time analyzing those statistics. You should focus on researching the damping system of the S-Class mechs, their new structures, and your modular design. Han Wei's urgency grew with each word. Shen Jiayan's intellect was too formidable. She ought to remain at the research institute to delve into new discoveries alongside him. Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow. I intend to construct a mech for Xiao Shui in the future. Understanding her operational habits in advance is essential. Without hesitation, Han Wei declared, whichever mech she desires, I shall sell it to her. Ding Xingyu's lips curled into a grin, ready to support Li Shuima's acceptance of the offer. However, before Ding Xingyu could speak, Li Shuima interjected, I do not want it. Ding Xingyu's half-formed smile faltered. This was a mech promised by Master Han himself. How could Xiao Shui refuse such an opportunity? Did she not comprehend the magnitude of what she was declining? If given another chance, he would ensure that Xiao Shui remained silent until he had spoken. Coughing in surprise, Zhuang Yueza echoed the astonishment. This was Master Han's mech, a creation he would sacrifice everything to fund. Moreover, if Xiao Shui did not want it, he would gladly accept it for himself. He could resell it secondhand and profit handsomely. Shen Jiayan gazed at Xiao Shui with a look of profound satisfaction. Truly, her luck was remarkable. When it came to crafting mechs, she would indeed deliver. For her sake, even the master had been turned down. This level of trust was something she had yet to witness from the captain. Driven by the trust that Xiao Shui has placed in her, she is determined to study diligently and strive to ensure that Xiao Shui can soon utilize an S-Class Mecha. Han Wei cast a stern glance at Li Suimuo, reminding her that for Shen Jiayan's sake, he would grant her one more opportunity to reconsider. No, Li Suimuo resolutely shook her head. She patted her pocket. Feeling despair, she simply could not afford it. While a mecha crafted by a master might not include complimentary after-sales service, the one that Xiaoyan constructs for her would undoubtedly come with such assurances. With her chin held high, Shen Jiayan addressed Han Wei, asserting, "She has entrusted me with the task of building her mecha. This is my responsibility, so do not encroach upon it." Han Wei, although somewhat powerless, reiterated, "Your primary obligation remains to conduct research alongside me. All other matters must take a back seat. That will not suffice. I must also modify my mecha," Shen Jiayan countered, shaking her head in refusal. While research is indeed significant, enhancing her own mecha is equally vital. As a mecha pilot, lacking a usable mecha leaves her feeling insecure. To be precise, research is merely a secondary concern to her mecha modifications. Han Wei narrowed his eyes, questioning, "What mecha do you even have left to modify? Isn't your A-Class Mecha already completed?" Shen Jiayan calmly shot him a glance, stating, "No, it has become useless again. This time, I have resolved to transform it into an S-Class. The skeletal materials must be replaced, the exterior customized anew, the operating system upgraded, and both the power and protection systems revamped." Han Wei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you modifying a mecha or constructing an entirely new one? How will you find the time to conduct research with me? You might as well take an S-Class Mecha from me for modification." Ding Qingyu's eyes widened as he interjected, "Yes, Xiaoyan wants it." He was determined not to let Master Han's words be trampled upon by his teammates a second time. "No." Shen Jiayan chimed in simultaneously. "Yes, indeed." Zhuang Yueza awkwardly reminded Shen Jiayan with a cough. Everyone turned their attention to him. Shen Jiayan suddenly comprehended. "Oh, I want it. Huh, I shall not sell it. You should focus on modifying your A-Class Mecha," Han Wei declared. "Regardless, I shall be on Luotian Star for a while. I have the time, patience, and I can wait." Han Wei shot a glare at Zhuang Yueza before storming off to his workshop. Ding Qingyu glared at Zhuang Yueza, admonishing him. Li Suimuo sighed in regret, wishing that Senior Zhuang had waited until Master Han was absent to speak. Shen Jiayan echoed, "You were too hasty. We can discuss it when we return next time." "Captain, I realize my mistake. I shall remind them to sell second-hand items discreetly next time," Zhuang Yueza lamented. Ding Qingyu was exasperated, asking, "Is it about selling second-hand items? Do you dare to sell a Master S Mecha? Aren't you afraid of offending him? I wouldn't sell anything that isn't a Master S. Only a Master S Mecha is worth selling second-hand," Zhuang Yueza replied, adopting a look that suggested the captain didn't understand the market. He then turned to Shen Jiayan, stating, "This is the second time. Last time Master Han wanted to sell your mecha, I had already warned you to accept a second-hand deal, 50-50, have you forgotten?" Shen Jiayan responded, "That is not the same. Last time, you mentioned that you would split the expenses evenly. Yet now you find yourself devoid of funds and in debt to the captain." Zhuang Yueza glared intensely. Upon receiving his fierce gaze, Shen Jiayan hastily corrected herself. "You know how it is. One often overlooks the necessity of spending their own money. Moreover, I have ceased to rely on selling second-hand items for profit. It has been quite some time since I engaged in such transactions." Chapter 156, The Foolishness of the Shoe System. Zhuang Yueza continued to glare. Ding Qingyu sighed, acknowledging that he could no longer manage these team members. He patted Feng Yu beside him, saying, "Master Feng, please lead me to Master Han's warehouse." Feng Yu exhaled as well, noting the altered atmosphere within the club. "My head is throbbing even more," Ding Qingyu lamented. 5 hours later, Shen Jiayan and Han Wei were still deeply engrossed in a spirited exchange within his workshop. The master, indeed, possessed a certain pride in his expertise. Throughout these hours, Shen Jiayan gained a clearer understanding of S-Class Mechas. The S-Class Mechas, after all, did not deviate much from the fundamental prototypes, making it relatively easy for her to comprehend. Within the materials Han Wei presented, she even recognized the results of some research projects she had left for the Institute 300 years ago. Initially, she believed it would take a decade or more before the results were showcased before her. To her astonishment, in the blink of an eye, she witnessed the outcomes in less than 6 months. Time, indeed, is the greatest creator. Many aspects were familiar to Shen Jiayan. Thus, whenever Han Wei elucidated a point and she followed with inquiries while reviewing the materials, she quickly mastered the concepts. This left Han Wei somewhat taken aback by her capabilities. After yet another explanation regarding mecha structural evolution, Han Wei cautiously inquired, "Do you have any questions?" Shen Jiayan set down her pen, glanced at the luminous screen on the wall, and shook her head. "None. The S-Class Mechas follow the path of giantization. Structurally, there is little difference from the initial Zero Series Mechas. Frankly, I find this structure rather outdated. Given the discovery of so many new materials, why not innovate and harness their potential?" Leaning back in her chair, she couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Han Wei observed her posture, feeling an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. Here it comes again. Despite being the master and the elder imparting knowledge to Shen Jiayan, he inexplicably felt as though he were being questioned by a superior regarding research outcomes. Taking a deep breath, Han Wei explained, "You see, since Xu Xing was inspired by the manuscripts left by Shen Jiayan and subsequently developed the Infiltrator Mecha, the current state of mechas has largely been established. The entire Shu Research Institute's mechas have evolved along this model. This is the core of the Shu Research Institute. While others have explored different mecha structures, many mediocre mecha manufacturers have conducted their own studies. Yet can you find their creations on display? Shen Xiaoyan's expression turned icy as she retorted with a single word, foolish. Indeed. You also believe those mediocre mecha manufacturers are foolish, don't you? Despite the existence of successful cases and shortcuts, some persist in their misguided pursuits, ultimately resulting in the creation of mechas that lack value. I consider myself quite astute. I recognize that the Shushi school represents the current mainstream in mecha development. From the moment I embarked on my journey to master mecha manufacturing, I resolved to infiltrate the Shushi Research Institute. With the credentials I amassed within Shushi, my worth has significantly increased. Regrettably, the talent cultivation system within Shushi is flawed, overly reliant on connections. Numerous individuals, who are neither direct descendants of Shushi nor apprentices to its mecha masters, find themselves excluded from access to core technologies. This flawed system of nurturing talent even extends to Angolo Academy. As Han Wei spoke, he gazed towards the north with a determined glare. Nevertheless, he had already pilfered some knowledge, and if he was denied the opportunity to research, he would clandestinely pursue it on his own. Once he succeeded, he intended to establish a research institute akin to Shushi. Shen Xiaoyan shook her head, asserting, "No, what I mean is that the individuals from Shushi are foolish." This contradicted her original intention in creating mechas. She envisioned a flourishing of diverse innovations under the collective wisdom of humanity, ideally overturning her own designs from 3 centuries prior. Yet, what did she observe? She witnessed individuals monopolizing resources and technological expertise, shutting the door to newcomers, welding it shut. They even ridiculed those who could not gain entry as worthless. So, who truly embodies foolishness? Is it not evident? Han Wei failed to comprehend Shen Xiaoyan's perspective. Assuming her youth rendered her naive, he merely laughed and remarked, "What do you know? How can the people of Shushi be foolish? The mechas from the Shushi Research Institute are now sold throughout the entire alliance. When it comes to advanced mechas, everyone only knows about Shushi. Even your captain and teammates sought me out to purchase mechas solely because of my esteemed title as a master from the Shushi Research Institute. They are not foolish. They are remarkably clever." His feelings towards Shushi were complex, as were those of many like him within Shushi. They had gained much from the institute: knowledge, technology, fame, and wealth. Yet, because they had learned so much while lacking the qualifications to ascend to the pinnacle of Shushi, resentment brewed within them. They privately cursed Shushi while simultaneously lamenting their own inability to belong. Shen Xiaoyan coldly retorted, "You are the foolish one. Humph, what do you know, you little brat? Look at your clubmate Fang Yu. Why is he willing to work tirelessly for me? Is it not because he covets the knowledge I possess about Shushi? Let me tell you, there are countless mecha manufacturers in the alliance like him, pleading for just a few words from me to resolve confounding questions they have faced for years or even decades. You, buoyed by your cleverness and unscathed by hardship, dare to speak so boldly. However, you are indeed fortunate. Having not studied at Angolo Academy and encountering a benefactor like me, you have learned so much." This was not the first time Han Wei had been chastised by Shen Xiaoyan for his supposed foolishness. He could swear that she was the quickest thinker he had ever encountered. Thus, when Shen Xiaoyan labeled him as foolish today, it was, in fact, an objective truth. However, this foolishness can only pertain to the acquisition of knowledge and the study of technology. In terms of interpersonal relationships and social experiences, Shen Xiaoyan is indeed decades ahead. Thus, he passionately retorted this time, "Forget it, it's pointless to reason with you." Shen Xiaoyan shook her head, deciding to continue her studies. Han Wei, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, began to persuade her anew. "Shen Xiaoyan, I reiterate my earlier suggestion. Why not withdraw from the First Alliance Academy? After leaving, you could join Ingalowo Academy to study mecha manufacturing. I still have some connections at Ingalowo. Once you graduate, you would be qualified to join the Shushi Research Institute. With your intelligence, not pursuing this path would be a waste. As long as you can join the Shushi Research Institute, its regulations will not hinder you. I firmly believe that a century from now, you will undoubtedly become an SS-level mecha master of the Alliance." Han Wei was still quite eager about the Shushi Research Institute, as there were aspects within that he was not qualified to access. While he couldn't engage with it himself, he could nurture someone to enter. He truly coveted the control systems employed in SS-level mechas. Shen Xiaoyan shook her head, replying, "There is no need for that. I am currently quite satisfied with my life at the First Alliance Academy. This is a school founded by Lin Jingguan. Although she did not witness its establishment in her previous life, she wishes to see it flourish once more in this life." Han Wei persisted. "What is so great about the First Alliance Academy? In the competition among the 6 major academies, your academy ranked last. The glory of the First Alliance Academy has long since faded, over a century ago. Your school lacks the financial resources and military strength of the Empire Academy, and does not possess the mecha research technology of Ingalowo Academy, which ranked second." Shen Xiaoyan noticed that Han Wei was rambling again. She kept her head down, analyzing the data she had just acquired on her holographic device. Han Wei, undeterred by her silence, continued to grow more animated. "The worst part is that you are studying the mecha combat specialization at the First Alliance Academy. If luck is not on your side after graduation, you might end up assigned to patrol the border planets governed by the 4th Legion, battling alien beasts day in and day out. If fortune smiles upon you, you might be dispatched to another star system. However, the military merits you earned during your studies will pale in comparison to those of students from the Empire Academy. In a simultaneous enlistment, others would already be your superiors." Shen Xiaoyan let his words flow in one ear and out the other. Her Immortal Dawn mecha could indeed be upgraded to S level, but she felt somewhat dissatisfied with the intelligent control system used in current S-level mechas. She had realized this during her combat with the whip of the enclosure. No matter how agile the intelligent system, it relies on the preliminary data collected about its operator and the analysis of foes. Sufficient data must be preloaded for the intelligent system to function reliably, maximizing its zero-latency capabilities. However, if an adversary deviates from conventional tactics, it can disrupt the system's judgment. This is why, despite having a system, human cognition is still indispensable. Overall, she was not entirely content with this system. What should she do then? Lost in thought, Shun Xiaoyun unconsciously tapped her fingers against the chair. Meanwhile, Han Wei remained oblivious to the fact that Shun Xiaoyun's mind had drifted far away. He was still excitedly conducting a personal career analysis for Shun Xiaoyun. I never even mentioned whether your physical abilities would suffice in the military. If you choose not to enlist, will you continue to follow your club captain? Relying solely on competing in the Qingyu Cup, can you truly become a top contender in the entire league? Can you achieve fame across the league? As for private teams taking on missions, your captain still has to scavenge behind other clubs. If you were to join Angolo Academy and the Shushi Research Institute, even if you cannot become an SS-level mecha manufacturing master, I assure you, you could become a mecha manufacturing master akin to myself. I firmly believe that since you are only a freshman, transferring to Angolo Academy and changing your major would be the wisest decision. Shurqin aptly states that those who recognize the times are the true talents. One should be a bit more pragmatic in life. Shun Xiaoyun looked up at Han Wei, asking, does the Shushi Research Institute engage in research on other control systems aside from this intelligent control system? Han Wei paused for a moment before replying yes. Are you considering joining the Shushi Research Institute? Did you not know? Shun Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow. I can't. That system is designed for SS-level mechas. I am unable to access it. However, if it were you, you might find a way. Han Wei gazed at Shun Xiaoyun with anticipation. Shun Xiaoyun frowned and shook her head. Forget it. I will focus on researching S-level mechas for now. It would be best for her to develop her own control system. However, there is no rush regarding the control system. First, she should upgrade her S-level mecha. The materials that can be molded for skeletal frameworks imply the potential for transformation. Yet, mere simple transformation seems rather meaningless. What if it were combined with modular design? Morphological modules, morphological modules. Shun Xiaoyun propped her chin with her pen, intently staring at the structural diagram of the S-level mecha Han Wei had provided earlier. Han Wei, who had been waiting for Shun Xiaoyun to respond, found her suddenly lost in thought rather dull. At that moment, a wheeled robot glided into the workspace, announcing, Master, Zhang Huaishan from the Giant Wing Club is awaiting you in the reception room. Who is Zhang Huaishan? Han Wei slapped his forehead, realizing too many people were seeking him. Zhang Huaishan from the Giant Wing Club is willing to exchange 2 pieces of stone crocodile skin for an opportunity to customize an A-level mecha. You agreed to this trade yesterday, as recounted meticulously by the wheeled robot. Shun Xiaoyun, who had been deep in thought, immediately turned to Han Wei upon hearing about the 2 pieces of stone crocodile skin. The stone crocodile is a high-level exotic beast that thrives both in water and on land. It is called a stone crocodile due to its soft yet resilient skin. Many attacks against it feel akin to striking stone. The attack power is severely diminished, as much of the energy is negated. Thus, stone crocodile skin is a high-grade and rare material for mecha manufacturing. This is perfect for upgrading her mecha's exterior. Moreover, she happens to have a little bit. Shun Xiaoyun blurted out, Can you sell me your stone crocodile skin? Do I look like someone who lacks money? Han Wei replied, raising his head and turning to walk out. Upon reaching the door, he paused and looked back at Shun Xiaoyun. Come with me, and I will show you the status of a mecha manufacturing master. Shun Xiaoyun blinked and inquired, having witnessed the esteemed status of a master mecha manufacturer. Are you able to sell me the skin of a stone crocodile? No. Having recognized the prestige of a master mecha manufacturer, I will inform you where you can procure the stone crocodile skin. He believed that Shun Xiaoyun, due to her youth and inexperience, was unaware of the true nature of a master mecha manufacturer. Today, he was determined to showcase to her the noble standing of a master mecha manufacturer within the alliance. Perhaps, upon realizing this, she would be inclined to follow the path he had envisioned for her. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, manager Zhang, and Xia Xingyu were indulging in desserts and beverages at Han Wei's reception. Xia Xingyu shot an irritated glance at Lin Qing. Why did you drag me here for your own mecha? Lin Qing, elegantly reclining on the sofa with her legs crossed, replied, Well, you'd be bored at home. So I thought I'd bring you along. Chapter 157. How many can deceive Xiao Yun? After speaking, Lin Qing cast a lingering glance at manager Zhang, who was insistent on having his cousin join the club. Manager Zhang was still hopeful about recruiting her into the club. Given that he had sacrificed 2 pieces of stone crocodile skin to secure Master Han's assistance in crafting a mecha, Lin Qing decided to indulge manager Zhang's wishes. However, manager Zhang might be in for a significant disappointment. Are you saying I have nothing to do when I actually do? Xia Xingyu retorted, rolling her eyes at Lin Qing. She had recently joined the X-Blaze Club and had intended to invite Xiao Yun for training today. Manager Zhang, with a beaming smile, announced, Today, we will be upgrading Lin Qing's mecha. Perhaps Lin Qing thought that having another person would yield more suggestions. You often train with Lin Qing, so you are quite familiar with his driving habits. It was not merely suggestions. Manager Zhang wished to demonstrate to the Fire Phoenix the financial and material prowess of his club, as well as the substantial investment in his own members. He aimed to convey to the Blaze Fire Phoenix that few clubs could rival the Giant Wing Club in terms of investment should one choose to pursue the path of club development. Upon hearing that Xia Xingyu intended to join another club, he immediately contacted Master Han to assist Lin Qing, knowing that Lin Qing would eventually need a new mecha. He thought it would be a fortuitous opportunity to showcase the club's strength to the Blaze Fire Phoenix. Xia Xingyu glanced at manager Zhang, nodding coldly. At that moment, Lin Qing casually remarked, "Cousin, you just joined the X-Blaze Club yesterday. Everything is going well, I hope?" Xia Xingyu promptly replied with a smile, "Not at all. Everyone is quite nice. Mainly, with Xiao Yun around, I find it very enjoyable." Before Xia Xingyu could finish, manager Zhang exclaimed in astonishment, "What? You joined the X-Blaze Club so quickly? Such an important matter, and you didn't take time to consider it?" Typically, the process of joining a club involves receiving an invitation, pondering it for a few days, meeting both parties, and then deliberating for another couple of days before making a decision. Why had the Blaze Fire Phoenix completely omitted those 2 days of consideration? This was highly irregular indeed. There's no need to deliberate. No club could be worse than the one Lin Qing is currently in. Moreover, the X-Flame Club is graced by the presence of the astute Xiao Yun, whose intelligence renders her nearly impervious to deception. It is indeed a rarity for her to deceive others. Xia Xingyu articulately presents her analysis. In her view, Lin Qing ought to withdraw from the Giant Wing Club, which is excessively preoccupied with fame and fortune, lacking the grounded essence of the X-Flame Club. The camaraderie among members at the Giant Wing Club pales in comparison to the amiable atmosphere of the X-Flame Club. Xia Xingyu has overheard Lin Qing's grievances regarding the rampant factionalism within the Giant Wing Club. Agents and competitors alike engage in a relentless struggle for resources, fostering an environment rife with distrust. The mere thought of it leaves Xia Xingyu feeling drained. Her words pierced the hearts of both Lin Qing and Agent Zhang, rendering them momentarily silent. Lin Qing closed her eyes in contemplation, wishing to avoid further conversation with Xia Xingyu. Agent Zhang reclined against the sofa, engulfed in a blend of frustration and sorrow. When Han Wei and Shun Jian entered, they beheld the trio, each ensconced in their own worlds. Standing at the threshold with an air of arrogance, Han Wei proclaimed, "Who is Zhang Huaishan? Who seeks my expertise in crafting mechas?" Shen Jiaoyan, who had intended to greet Xia Xingyu, found herself at a loss for words. She nearly forgot that Master Han had a penchant for posturing. Agent Zhang rose, donning a respectful smile as he addressed Han Wei. "Master Han, we hail from the Giant Wing Club. We have heard of your quest for stone crocodile skin and have brought it to you." With his hands clasped behind his back, Han Wei remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Jiaoyan, subtly indicating his esteemed status. Without missing a beat, Agent Zhang, perceptive to Han Wei's demeanor towards Shen Jiaoyan, inquired, "Master Han, is this your apprentice?" Han Wei neither affirmed nor denied the question, merely stating, "Her name is Shen Jiaoyan. She is currently studying under my guidance." "Greetings, Master Shen. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I have a token of our meeting for you," Agent Zhang announced, swiftly retrieving a small black case from beneath the table and placing it before them. Upon gently opening it, they discovered over 50 vials of mental energy restoration potions. Agent Zhang clearly understood the nuances of ingratiating oneself with a master. Offering gifts, particularly those related to mental energy, is a customary gesture among mecha artisans. "You are too kind. Please feel free to express any mecha manufacturing requirements you may have," Han Wei remarked, directing his words towards Agent Zhang. Though his gaze lingered on Shun Jiaoyan, were it not for the presence of others, he would have eagerly questioned her thoughts on witnessing a masteress stature. It is not too late for her to transfer to Angolo Academy and pursue mecha manufacturing. Surely a more promising path than remaining a mere mecha infantryman. Shun Jiaoyan met Han Wei's gaze, deciphering the unspoken message in his eyes, before gently turning her head away. A mere vial of mental energy restoration potion held little allure for her. Her mental fortitude was formidable, rendering such trinkets inconsequential. Perhaps a delectable nutrient solution would yield more favorable results. Agent Zhang interjected, "It is Lin Qing from our club who requires the mecha fabrication." At this moment, Lin Qing, instead of hastily discussing the mech affairs, curiously turned to Shun Jiaoyan and inquired, "When did you become a mech manufacturer? Were you not a mech infantry?" He then directed his attention to Manager Zhang, exclaiming, I am your ancestor. The very individual you have longed to sign." "What? How do you know that?" Manager Zhang's smile faltered. This was troublesome. How did Lin Qing discern his desire to recruit, "I am your ancestor"? Hadn't he managed to keep it under wraps until now? Lin Qing cast a sidelong glance at him. "We are not merely acquaintances of a day or two." Manager Zhang involuntarily twitched at the corner of his mouth. What did his previous commitment to have Lin Qing invite a master to create a mech signify, if Lin Qing was already privy to the truth? Had he known in advance, he need not have offered such extravagant gifts. Beside them, Xia Xingyu observed the continuous shifts in Manager Zhang's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Han Wei, puzzled, turned to Manager Zhang. "What is I am your ancestor?" "Oh, that was my ID for the Qingyu Cup," Shun Jiaoyan lazily replied. She then glanced at Manager Zhang. "What do you wish to sign me for?" Manager Zhang assessed both Han Wei and Shen Jiaoyan. He was not blind. He recognized that Master Han held Shen Jiaoyan in high regard, possibly viewing her as his successor. If he were to propose a signing now, he might offend Master Han. Should Master Han take offense, he could very well withdraw from this project. However, if given the choice between a master-level A-class mech and a promising contender destined to become a star in the league, the decision was clear. He would undoubtedly select the latter. Masters are common, but talented competitors of such potential are rare. Gifts can always be returned for another master's creation. Master Sun Jiao also seemed to be available lately. Yet, if he sidestepped Shen Jiaoyan's forthright inquiry now, how would she perceive him if he broached the subject of signing her again in the future? Would she think him insincere? Would she doubt his commitment? Would she deem their club untrustworthy? His thoughts drifted to Shun Jiaoyan's performance at the Qingyu Cup, her soaring fan base, and the fervent admirers. With a star player on hand, he could have anything he desired. Manager Zhang's mind raced, and with resolve, he declared, "Our Giant Wing Club wishes to sign I am your ancestor. After professional evaluation, we believe I am your ancestor has the potential to become a renowned star in the league." Before Manager Zhang could finish, Han Wei interjected with a scowl. "What did you say?" "She is with me." Shen Xiaoyun, previously languid, straightened up at the unfolding drama. Lin Qing stared incredulously at Manager Zhang, unable to fathom his audacity to challenge a master. Similarly intrigued, Xia Xingyu leaned in, eager for more excitement. He said he wants to sign Xiao Yun. He envisions her competing in the Qingyu Cup in the future, believing she can become a star in the league. Han Wei fixed a piercing gaze on Manager Zhang, demanding, "Is she right?" "Indeed." Agent Zhang snapped shut the box containing the spirit-enhancing potion he had just opened, bringing it back to his side. Shen Xiaoyun gazed languidly at Han Wei. Is this what Master Han has always emphasized as the so-called dignity and status of a master? Even the gift intended for her has been retracted. Han Wei watched in dismay as the box, meant to be given to Shen Xiaoyun because of him, was taken back, his expression darkening considerably. Yet Agent Zhang remained undeterred, his face flushed as he looked at Shen Xiaoyun, exclaiming, "I am your ancestor. I have long desired to sign a contract with you. I believe your current club will not provide you with a clear path for your future. Remaining with your present club will yield no prospects. If you transition to the Giant Wing Club, I will furnish you with the richest resources, the most luxurious mechs, and the finest instructors in combat, etiquette, image management, and public speaking." Both Shen Xiaoyun and Xia Xingyu turned their gazes towards Lin Qing. So this fellow attends these classes every day? Lin Qing's mouth twitched as he glared at his agent. This guy has no filter. Meanwhile, Agent Zhang became increasingly animated. Gesturing towards the azure sky outside, "I am your ancestor. I will strategize and manage your campaign for the Qingyu Cup, transforming you into the league's new generation of beloved idol competitors. Your name will resonate throughout the entire galaxy, and you will shine brighter than the sun." Shen Xiaoyun was taken aback by the fervor in Agent Zhang's eyes and politely declined. "I'm afraid I cannot, as I am already affiliated with the club. Moreover, Master Han just admonished me today, stating that with my current qualifications, I cannot become a top competitor in the Qingyu Cup. Nor can I be the new generation of idol competitors you envision." Having been publicly humiliated, Han Wei finally found his voice, disregarding any pretense of superiority. He had just been indoctrinating Shen Xiaoyun about the futility of the Qingyu Cup, and now this individual was slapping him in the face. He glared at Agent Zhang. "What Qingyu Cup? There's no future in that. She intends to switch to mech manufacturing. Why are you making a fuss?" Agent Zhang responded emphatically, "Switching to mech manufacturing? What can she possibly learn? Are you aware of her innate talent in mech combat? She has participated in only 5 matches, including one against a higher rank, and emerged victorious. With her incredible ability to attract fans, it would be a pity not to compete in the Qingyu Cup. Do you understand? She has the potential to become a master in mech manufacturing. Not pursuing that would be wasteful." Master Han raised his chin, disdain evident in his gaze towards Agent Zhang. "She is neither surnamed Shu nor a student of Angolo. She might not even reach your level in the end. Those mech systems she sells are not profitable. It would be better for her to continue competing in the Qingyu Cup." Infuriated by Master Han's gaze, Agent Zhang discarded all forms of respect. In truth, selling mech systems can be quite lucrative. As Shen Xiaoyun, who was enjoying the unfolding drama, attempted to correct Agent Zhang's statement, he promptly retorted, "I am your ancestor. You must believe in your potential. If you sign with our club, I will ensure you earn much more." Han Wei glared at Shen Xiaoyun. Don't engage with him. Had he known that today he would encounter such an eccentric individual, he would have never brought Shen Xiaoyun along. Initially, he wished for Shen Xiaoyun to witness the reverence bestowed upon a master of mecha fabrication, but who could have anticipated that this fellow would undermine his intentions? The mere recollection of the words just spoken by Han Wei ignited a desire within him to summon a robotic assistant to intervene. Meanwhile, the innocent Shen Xiaoyun, feeling a twinge of hunger, deftly circumvented the two individuals engaged in a heated stare-down and settled beside Xia Xingyu. Pouring herself a cup of tea, she sampled a delectable pastry, savoring its exquisite flavor. Truly, Master Han's lavish hospitality was reflected in the delightful delicacies, which were typically beyond her indulgence. Xia Xingyu leaned closer, inquiring, "How did you end up mingling with Master Han?" "I aspire to upgrade my mecha to an S-Class, and he offers free instruction here." Shen Xiaoyun took another bite of the pastry and sipped her tea. "An S-Class Mecha? Is that within your capabilities? He values you highly. Why not ask him to assist in modifying one for you?" Xia Xingyu gestured subtly towards Han Wei. "No, his expertise is insufficient," Shen Xiaoyun replied without hesitation. Her disdain palpable. At that moment, Lin Qing, who had been glaring at the manager, turned upon hearing her words. "Master Han's mecha fabrication skills are lacking?" "Master Han's skills are commendable," she replied. "However, he is currently unable to create an S-Class Mecha suitable for low-level physical drivers. I must rely on my own abilities." After finishing her water, Shen Xiaoyun continued, "An S-Class Mecha suitable for low-level physical drivers? No one in the entire alliance can construct such a thing." Xia Xingyu retorted immediately upon hearing Shen Xiaoyun's explanation, while Lin Qing shook his head in agreement. "Low-level physical drivers operating an S-Class Mecha? Surely you jest. If low-level physical capability could pilot an S-Class Mecha, why would he even seek a master to fabricate an A-Class? He would simply ascend to S-Class directly. In truth, his physical capabilities were already on the brink of A-Class peak, poised for a breakthrough into S-Class. Yet, due to consistently facing A-Class opponents, he had been unable to progress. Unfortunately, Manager Zhang had always advised him to maintain an air of effortless elegance during competitions, which had become part of his persona. Thus, He chose to enhance his A-Class Mecha instead. He scrutinized Shen Xiaoyun for a moment, sensing that her expression was devoid of false bravado. After swallowing the last morsel of her pastry, she declared, if it's not possible, then it must be made possible. To compete on the S-Class stage, I must utilize an S-Class Mecha. As you have seen in my cross-tire matches, lacking an S-Class Mecha makes victory exceedingly challenging. Indeed, Xia Xingyu exclaimed. The S-Class arena is terrifying. However, if I could pilot an S-Class Mecha, I would yearn to represent our academy in the multi-school joint competition. Her fists clenched with determination. She aspired to restore the glory of the foremost academy in the alliance. Regrettably, she had only recently broken through to A-Class physicality. And with the selection for the multi-school competition commencing next semester, she felt ill-equipped to compete against third-year students. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she couldn't help but cast a glare at Lin Qing, whose physical capabilities had already reached a critical threshold, potentially positioning her for selection. Shen Xiaoyun paused her fingers around the cup and turned to Xia Xingyu, pondering whether possessing an S-Class mech would enable their academy to triumph over others, including the Imperial Academy and the Angolo Academy. If the academy could secure 2 more S-Class mech units, they might indeed surpass the 2 institutions currently ranking above them. Xia Xingyu scratched his head, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Lin Qing interjected candidly, declaring that defeating the Imperial Academy and the Angolo Academy was a far-fetched dream, as both possessed SS-Class mech units, while their own academy had none. Shen Xiaoyun nodded in agreement, not surprised by this assessment. Nevertheless, it was imperative that they develop an S-Class mech capable of surpassing the competition. As the group engaged in their lively discussion, Han Wei suddenly called out to Shen Xiaoyun, instructing her to follow him, as he had some materials yet to share. Nodding, Shen Xiaoyun rose and made her way towards the door. Han Wei cast a glance at Manager Zhang, commanding the others to disperse to their respective destinations. Manager Zhang, with confidence, addressed Lin Qing, insisting that he accompany him, as he intended to arrange for Master Sun Jiao to forge a mech for him. He then turned to Shen Xiaoyun, intercepting her, and proposed exchanging contact information for their first meeting. Shen Xiaoyun blinked, unable to resist glancing at the now visibly perturbed Han Wei. Noticing her silence, Manager Zhang produced the gift box once more and offered it to her, apologizing for the humble offering. He was resolute in establishing a pleasant first encounter with Shen Xiaoyun, having learned from past mistakes that had hindered his ability to sign the Flame Phoenix due to unfavorable impressions. This time, he vowed not to repeat his previous errors. As Shen Xiaoyun regarded the gift box, the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. It struck her as rather amusing that the mental energy restoration potion had found its way to her again. Once more, she glanced at Han Wei, whose earlier annoyance had transformed into a noticeable agitation. Xia Xingyu couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that the day's events had been worth the visit. Han Wei's irritation grew as he saw the box, and he felt his composure slipping. His original intent in bringing Shen Xiaoyun was to showcase the significance of being renowned as a mech manufacturing master, followed by persuading her to transfer to the Angolo Academy. However, due to Manager Zhang's lack of tact, she was left with the impression of being belittled. Take your worthless gift, and your pathetic stone crocodile hides with you, he exclaimed, tugging at Shen Xiaoyun's sleeve to leave. Manager Zhang, however, grasped her other arm, asserting, Master Han, the gift is my introduction to your esteemed ancestor. You have no right to refuse it on her behalf. Shen Xiaoyun glanced at her left hand and then her right, contemplating that she currently needed the knowledge residing in Master Han's mind more than the potion. She turned to him and said, thank you, but I do not require the mental energy potion. Manager Zhang quickly retrieved his light brain, proclaiming, I am your client. I have previously ordered several of your systems. Let us exchange contact information with my order ID. As Shen Xiaoyun was about to leave, the corners of her mouth instantly lifted at a sharp angle. She recognized that ID number. It belonged to a significant client, one even the price protection system had acknowledged. Ah, had I known you were my client, I would have acted sooner. Allow me to add your quantum communication number right away. She swiftly dismissed Master Han and deftly retrieved her quantum device. The 2 devices touched, and her interface promptly displayed a notification. Alert, the harassment and scam account has been blacklisted. Please remain vigilant against fraud. Zhang, the agent, widened his eyes. I knew it. That's why I received no replies to my messages. Shen Xiaoyun quickly retracted her device. She couldn't be blamed. Her account was open to fans. Yet some non-purchasers chose to harass her with various excuses, necessitating their blacklisting. Nearby, Han Wei glared, questioning the need to add anyone at all. The agent hastily explained, this account might be flagged due to frequent business contacts. I'll switch to another one. Perhaps, Shen Xiaoyun chuckled, when their devices touched again. Her interface once more displayed the alert. Alert, the harassment and scam account has been blacklisted. Please remain vigilant against fraud. Zhang felt a bit dazed. Was he really that disliked? He usually garnered quite a bit of popularity. Yet, before Shen Xiaoyun could speak, he interjected, this account might not be frequently used. It has likely been flagged as well. As the primary responsible party, Shen Xiaoyun realized for the first time the advantages of dealing with someone who knew the ropes. People truly rushed to shoulder the blame. Zhang inhaled deeply, reassuring himself, no worries, I have another small account. Finally, when their devices touched once more, Shen Xiaoyun's interface no longer displayed the blacklist notification. They were connected at last. Zhang was so thrilled he nearly dropped his device. The money spent on that inferior system had not been in vain. With a lever in hand, he could potentially shift the entire Ratian star. Hence, once he had added the quantum communication number of I am your ancestor, he had numerous means to recruit individuals to his club. Indeed, Shen Xiaoyun nodded. Zhang Huaishan was a valuable client. Whatever mech systems she developed in the future would be sold to him without hesitation. The two exchanged satisfied glances. While Han Wei stood nearby, frowning, urging, "Let us go." He strode out, and Shun Jiayan followed, suddenly recalling something. She inquired, "Master Han, you still haven't told me where I can acquire a large quantity of stone crocodile skin?" Han Wei's pace faltered, and he retorted, somewhat embarrassed. "You should ask Zhang Huaishan about that." He had initially intended to assist Shin Jiayan in inquiring about the stone crocodile skin from Zhang, but the altercation that ensued had taken him by surprise. Shin Jiayan fell silent. She had presumed Han Wei understood, but it appeared this was part of his intended showmanship. Fortunately, she had successfully added Zhang Huaishan's quantum communication number. Having exited the building, Zhang Huaishan was surprised to receive a message from Shin Jiayan. "You, I am your ancestor, are inquiring about where to obtain stone crocodile skin? The 2 pieces I currently have were redeemed using Qingyu Cup points. Didn't you know that stone crocodile skin is a newly listed material from last week? The Qingyu Cup has captured the hearts of the entire league, not solely due to its unparalleled star-making system, but also because its points repository frequently introduces items that money alone cannot procure. These include masterfully crafted mechs, rare materials from exotic beasts, cutting-edge potions for physical and mental enhancement, and even mineral planets. The organizers of the Qingyu Cup endeavor to ensure that anything worthy of display finds its way into the points repository. This is precisely why the Qingyu Cup continues to attract countless mech warriors willing to sacrifice their machines for the chance to compete." As Xia Xingyu was about to leave, she glanced at the points repository, noting that items could be exchanged starting from a mere 100 points, having only participated in 5 matches. She pondered whether Xiao Yun would even consider perusing the repository. "How many points does a stone crocodile skin cost?" Lin Qing inquired curiously, as he had not checked the Qingyu Cup resource repository in quite some time due to his preparations for final exams. 200 points for 1 stone crocodile. That amounts to 400 for 2, Agent Zhang replied, casting a subtle glance at Lin Qing. These points were all purchased within the club. The Giant Wing Club boasts a plethora of competitors, which results in a higher accumulation of points from matches. However, a portion of the points earned by competitors is deducted and added to the club's communal pool for resource exchanges. This time, I've certainly made a significant investment to modify Lin Qing's mech. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing's previously sullen expression lightened. Given the considerable expenditure of points, he decided to set aside any grievances with Agent Zhang. That evening, considering her own safety, Shun Jiayan opted to remain at the club for rest. After a full day of study, she finally found time to check her messages. Upon reading Agent Zhang's response, she felt a headache brewing. 200 points for the stone crocodile skin from the Qingyu repository? I only have 30 points. Competing in A-level matches earned her 5 points each, while S-level matches granted her 5 points as well. Thus, her total stood at a mere 30 points, while a single stone crocodile skin demanded 200. The functionality of the stone crocodile skin had sparked her inspiration for mech modification. She was intrigued by how the stone crocodile absorbed attacks. Believing that energy does not vanish but rather transforms, she yearned to uncover the fate of the absorbed attacks. After simulating the various data pertaining to the stone crocodile skin, she hypothesized that the energy was either absorbed by the creature or redirected elsewhere. Consequently, the energy absorption capability of the stone crocodile skin could significantly enhance the overall defense of a mech. She desired it. Yet, with 200 points, she found herself lacking. When faced with uncertainty, one must consult the captain. Shin Jiayan retrieved her holographic communicator. "What? You wish to exchange 200 points for the stone crocodile skin from the Qingyu repository?" Ding Qingyu, clad in his pajamas and mid-shave, was momentarily taken aback by Shun Jiayan's request. "No, wait, Captain, if my hypothesis holds true, constructing an S-level mech might require 3 stone crocodiles. Surely, after years of navigating the Qingyu Cup, you've amassed quite a few points?" As she spoke, she logged into the back end of the Qingyu Cup points repository. As she gazed at the array of items before her, she could not help but acknowledge the drool forming at the corners of her mouth. There were so many enticing things. As she scrolled through, her eyes suddenly widened at the sight of a vial of stamina enhancement serum. From the Central Star Gene Academy's latest D-grade stamina breakthrough serum. When combined with a special training regimen, it has a chance to achieve a low-level stamina enhancement. It has undergone biological testing and is free of side effects. Point requirement, 500 points per vial. Limited time release, countdown, 25 days. Shen Jiayan's eyes grew wide with astonishment. This was not merely a stamina recovery serum, but a stamina breakthrough serum. Previously, due to her low stamina, she had contemplated using such a serum. However, she soon realized that stamina breakthrough serums were exceedingly difficult to procure without special connections. To her surprise, she had stumbled upon one in the Qingyu repository today. Yet, this single vial demanded 500 points, and it was also a limited time release. While the stone crocodile skin was not time restricted, its supply was also finite. Once sold out, it would certainly not be restocked. Together, these 2 items would require over 1,000 points. She finally understood why the captain had emphasized the importance of Qingyu points. Everything displayed was something she desired. At that moment, Ding Qingyu had finished washing his face and was tallying his own points. Feeling a bit sheepish, he remarked, "Ahem, I only have 80 points. I sold my points to the Rose Club to gather funds for the mech. Captain, did you not say that Qingyu Cup points should not be squandered?" Shin Jiayan was taken aback. Ding Qingyu explained, "I did not waste them. Upgrading the mech is also a crucial matter, is it not?" With gritted teeth, Shin Jiayan replied, "Captain, I still wish to acquire the stamina breakthrough serum." She patted her pocket, contemplating whether she could also purchase points if they could be sold. "You don't order what you want. I want it too. I also desire a weapon from the Qingyu repository. I even want a planet to serve as the X-Flame Club's base." Ding Qingyu scrolled through the items on the holographic screen and resolutely closed it. Chapter 159, Alliance Star Network Virtual Team Competition. He could no longer bear to look. If he gazed any longer, he would be tempted to sell his underwear for something. Alas, he thought, underwear is worthless, and points cannot be bought. Captain, I can offer 20 million star coins. How many points can that buy? Shun Jiayan rummaged through her pockets, ultimately managing to scrape together 20 million star coins to exchange for points. The remaining funds were needed for mech construction. She could no longer afford to be frugal, or she would not even have enough for assembling a decent mech. Ding Qingyu said without hesitation, you cannot buy them. There are no places to acquire them. Unless someone is genuinely in need of money, no one is willing to sell. He would never have sold his points if not for the rare opportunity to have Master Han construct a mech. Those who frequented the Qingyu Cup clutched their points as if they were more precious than life itself. Extracting their Qingyu Cup points was more challenging than prying money from them. But the items I desire require over 1,000 points. My mech is not yet complete. I won't even be ready for the competition. Shun Jiayan lamented, staring at the 2 items that had just been added to her shopping cart on the holographic screen. Is she destined solely to construct shabby mechas? If she casually assembles an A-Class Mecha to compete in an A-Class tournament? No, she has triumphed in an S-Class match. So can she still participate in an A-Class competition? Yet, even if she can, how long will it take to accumulate enough points to exchange for rewards? If her mecha is destroyed mid-battle, one must also account for the time needed for repairs. Gritting her teeth, Shin Jiayan pondered whether she should inquire with Zhang Huaishan about acquiring points. However, he does not seem to be in dire need of money. Given that he can afford her complete system, Shin Jiayan scratched her head, her stray hairs standing upright from her anxious gesture. At that moment, Ding Qingyu remarked, is the mecha not ready? It seems that none of us have completed our mechas. How about we initiate a team competition within our club? After all, we have enough members now, and it is indeed time to begin our collaborative training. What is a team competition? Shin Jiayan had been oblivious to external matters during this time, her focus solely on earning money and acquiring the latest knowledge in mecha manufacturing. Ding Qingyu elaborated. The Qingyu Cup features various types of team competitions, one of which does not require mechas. The virtual team competition on the Qingyu Cup Star Network. This event necessitates a minimum of 4 participants from a team. Previously, our club only had myself, Zhu Yuanyao, and Zhuang Yuezha, which was insufficient for a team competition. Although we later added you to the mix, you have been busier than anyone else, so I refrained from suggesting the virtual team competition. Now, with the addition of Li Xiuama and Xia Xingyu, we have long met the basic requirements for participation. Upon hearing that they could compete without mechas, Shun Jiayan joyfully shook her head. She inquired further, how many points can one earn from winning a team competition? In an A-Class team competition, each member earns 10 points for a victory, Ding Qingyu replied. Shun Jiayan questioned, why do virtual team competitions yield higher points than individual matches? Because the points are taken from the opposing team. Each member of the losing team loses 5 points, which are awarded to the victorious side, while the Qingyu Cup only grants 5 points to each member. Due to this deduction system, few clubs are willing to engage in team competitions. Moreover, the participation in team competitions is relatively low, making the opponents not just limited to teams from Luotian Star. By initiating a virtual team competition, teams from various planets within the Alliance could potentially be matched against us. This is one of the highlights and advantages of the Star Network virtual competition. As Ding Qingyu spoke, he couldn't help but delve into his pocket. In truth, if everyone had mechas, he would prefer to start with real team competitions. Real team competitions only involve battling teams from Luotian Star. Although mechas may sustain damage, the competition is not as fierce. In contrast, though the virtual team competition spares their mechas from destruction, they would be competing against all participants in the Alliance, which could result in significant losses for his team. He wondered if the remaining points would suffice to cover such losses. Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, the club members would eventually need to commence team training to hone their collaborative instincts, as future missions would necessitate teamwork. The current distinction lies merely in the willingness to invest in honing team spirit or to cultivate cooperative awareness through the Qingyu Cup points. Shun Jiayan recalled Ding Qingyu's mention of the A-grade virtual team competition and inquired, if there exists an A-grade team competition, is there also an S-grade? What differentiates the A-grade from the S-grade competition? Ding Qingyu elaborated that if a team includes an S-grade mech soldier, it qualifies for the S-grade team competition. Upon hearing this, Shun Jiayan remarked without hesitation, this classification is indeed simplistic and rather crude. Captain, you must be preoccupied with tasks for the Rose Club lately. So I suggest you refrain from worrying about the team competition. She was well aware that the captain was an S-grade mech soldier, and she didn't want him to elevate the difficulty of the team competition. Currently, she aimed to accumulate points and preferred to avoid challenging competitions for the time being. However, you should ascertain whether anyone is willing to join you in the team competition. If you're short on participants, I can forego the task with the Rose Club. Ding Qingyu pondered, realizing that his own club's matters were far more significant than merely earning money from tasks. Shin Jiayan found his reasoning quite persuasive. Not everyone shared her pressing need for points and was willing to risk losing them by participating in this team competition. I will send a message to the group and see how many are interested in joining the team competition. Shin Jiayan quickly located the chat group established by the captain, aptly named X-Fiery Family. I am your ancestor, Shin Jiayan. I am currently in need of some Qingyu Cup points, and my mech is not yet ready. Is there anyone willing to join me in the virtual team competition? After sending her message, she glanced at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. At this hour, she presumed that most people would be resting and few would respond. She might have to wait until tomorrow to gauge their thoughts. Just as this thought crossed her mind, responses began to flood in. I am not Xia Xingyu I'm in. I've always wanted to participate in the team competition. Still looking to take your life. Zhu Yuanyao, I'm currently preparing for the inter-school competition and was just lamenting the lack of practice partners. No pretense. I'm just surnamed Zhuang. Zhuang Yuezha short on participants and points? Call me brother, and I'll help you out. Money, 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 money. Money, Li Shuama, if little Yun needs participants, I'm definitely in. Shen Jiayun was profoundly touched by the flurry of responses. This was the strength of her influence. It was her good character that allowed her to rally such support with a mere call. She immediately turned to Ding Qingyu across from her, exclaiming proudly, Captain, rest assured to complete your tasks and earn your money. I've gathered 4 participants. Are you certain? Ding Qingyu queried while sending a message in the group. Ding dong. Let you be soft. Ding Qingyu, please familiarize yourselves with the rules of the virtual team competition. Losing will incur a deduction of 5 points. And she isn't just short on a few points. She is lacking significantly. As soon as Ding Qingyu's message was dispatched, responses flooded in once more. Still looking to take your life. Zhu Yuanyao, sorry, I'd like to retract my previous message. No pretense, I'm just surnamed Zhuang. Zhuang Yuezha points deduction? I will also retract my earlier statement. Money, 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 money. Li Shuama Xiaoyun is short on people. I am certainly willing to join. But I lack the points to contribute. Apologies, I've mistakenly entered the wrong venue. Shen Jiayun gazed at the responses from the group. Her previously uplifted lips gradually settling into a flat line. Where were the promised teammates? Was this the behavior they deemed acceptable? How could they so casually retract their words? Was her character truly so fragile? She wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead and hastily addressed Ding Qingyu, who sat across from her. Captain, I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from participating in the Rose Club's mission for now. After all, this is the club's inaugural team competition. And as the captain, your presence is essential. Ding Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Ignoring his amusement, Shen Jiayun continued. Captain, since you haven't declined, I shall take that as your agreement. At that moment, another message popped up in the group chat. I am not Xiada. Xia Xingyu, how many points does Xiaoyan lack? Without hesitation, Shen Jiayun replied. I am your ancestor, Shen Jiayun, not much. I am just short of a little over 1,000 points. Look again, it's going to cost you. Zhu Yuanyao, wow. The captain has never even possessed 1,000 points for the Qingyu Cup, right? Not pretending, I just have the surname Zhuang. Zhuang Yuezha, a little over 1,000 points? You truly have the audacity to think that. Money, 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 money. Li Shuama, I just reviewed the rules for the team competition. Winning a match earns a player 10 points. Xiaoyan, how many matches do you intend to play? I am your ancestor, Shen Jiayun first. I will compete in team matches to gather 400 points to exchange for some biological materials, and then construct an S-Class Mecha. Once the Mecha is built, I will participate in individual matches. I have a holiday period. I should be able to accumulate a substantial amount. Shen Jiayun was acutely aware that relying solely on team matches might not yield enough points, yet she could also transition to individual matches, which would consume less time. The reason for initially spending 400 points to acquire the stone crocodile was simply that she couldn't gather enough for 3 stone crocodiles at once. The priority was to construct the mecha first. I am not Xiada. Xia Xingyu, I will join you for the team matches. Moreover, I currently have a way to lend you 200 points. I can give them to you right away. Upon seeing Xia Xingyu's response, Shen Jiayun's eyes widened in astonishment. 200 points could procure a stone crocodile. Where did this little angel come from? She swiftly typed away on her device. I am your ancestor, Shen Jiayun Xia. You are truly a rare gem. You are even kinder to me than my own mother. I will promptly return the money I owe you for the ammunition sold during the final assessment. After sending her message, she turned to Ding Qingyu, who was still on the line. Captain, look how wonderful Xia is. Bringing her into our club was indeed a wise decision, wasn't it? While neither of us could gather 200 points, she managed to do so effortlessly. A teammate so generous and kind is a once-in-300 years occurrence. Ding Qingyu, too, was taken aback by Xia Xingyu's generosity. He had always played the role of the one providing resources, and it was the first time he had witnessed someone in the club who shared his spirit. He nodded in agreement. Xia was indeed a remarkable person. I will cover the points for Xiaoyan. I, along with Xiao Xia and our captain, have gathered a minimum of 4 members for the team competition. Shen Jiayun joyfully counted the heads on her fingers. With enough participants secured, she planned to lead everyone to earn points the following day. Cheerfully, she lowered her head, ready to announce this news to the group, only to notice that others had already sent new messages. Zhu Yuanyao, I see, Xiaoyan is gathering S-Class Mecha materials. I'll join you for the team competition. Zhuang Yuezha, you need to collect mecha materials? You should have mentioned it earlier. I retract my earlier statement. I will also participate. Li Shuamo, can someone lend me some points? I want to join too. Captain, do you have any extra points? Shen Jiayun's eyes widened once more. Then, with a gleeful expression, she proclaimed, I told you, with my intelligence, how could I not gather teammates? Captain Ding Qingyu interrupted before she could finish, stating, you have enough people. I will not participate in the team competition tomorrow. Shen Jiayun immediately objected. Captain, you misunderstood. I wanted to ask if you still wish to participate tomorrow. After pondering for a moment, Ding Qingyu replied, let us hold off for now. It's better for you to compete in an A-class venue during your first collaboration. Once your levels increase or your teamwork improves, I'll join you. If he were to participate in the team competition, he would only be matched with S-Class teams. However, he was currently the only S-Class Mecha soldier in the team. If they match with a team consisting entirely of S-Class Mecha soldiers, they would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, this virtual team competition was initiated primarily to help Xiaoyan gather points, so they could not afford to lose excessively. It was also sensible for the group to gradually practice from lower to higher levels. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jiayun agreed that the captain had a point. In her previous life, new recruits also needed an adaptation period when entering the battlefield. She was not afraid of team competitions, having become accustomed to teamwork. But it was uncertain how the others would fare. Then, Captain, you go ahead and attend to other matters. Once you complete your tasks, we will tackle the S-Class competition together. Tomorrow, after I watch you finish a match, I will then join the Rose Club. As Ding Qingyu spoke, he sent a message to the group. Ding Qingyu, tomorrow, everyone except me will participate in the team competition. The X-Flame Club, having been established for less than 2 years, is finally embarking on a new chapter. I will prepare 15 points for each of you. And I hope that everyone in our X-Flame Club will be brave and fearless. Let us work hard. I eagerly anticipate the day we fight side by side. He truly wished to avoid undertaking missions with members from other clubs. Chapter 160. Is it easy to hide behind a mask? Upon reading the Captain's message, Shen Xiaoyun felt a familiar warmth envelop her, as numerous images from 300 years ago flashed through her mind. Unsure of what to say, she simply remarked, Captain, once I learn to construct S-Class Mechas, I will take care of all future team mecha modifications. The members of the group immediately began to send messages, expressing their loyalty. Zhu Yuanyao Captain, my most adorable Captain, today you stand at an impressive height of 2 meters 1. Not pretending, I'm just surnamed Zhuang. Zhuang Yu as a magnanimous Captain. Could you possibly postpone repayment until next year? I asked my father for money today, and he ended up giving me a thrashing. Money, 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 money. Li Shuama generous Captain, may I borrow a mecha from you? I am not Xiada, Xiaxingyu greetings Captain. This club is far superior to Lin Qing's. Upon sending her message, Xiaxingyu immediately privately messaged Lin Qing to boast about the club's team atmosphere. She had initially intended to ask what one should be mindful of in team competitions. As this was her first collaboration with teammates, she sincerely wished not to hinder anyone. Just look at how busy I am this holiday. I have to juggle tutoring sessions and training for team competitions with the club members. Unlike my cousin, who seems to have nothing to do. Why don't you transfer to the X-Lian Club as well? In the midst of managing his image, Lin Qing's expression soured as he read his cousin's message, causing his facial mask to tumble to the ground. He indeed had never participated in the team competitions of the G Club. His agent, Zhang, had advised against pursuing the path of team competitions, as it could hinder the cultivation of his personal fanbase. He glared at the incessant notifications on his device. Reluctantly, he replied, you plan to join them in the team competition? Are they already aware of your identity as Lian Huofeng? If I recall correctly, an identity can only register one account in the Qingyu Cup. Xia Xingyu, who had been drinking water, nearly choked upon seeing Lin Qing's reply. The robot quickly dried her face as she hastily responded, please refrain from calling me Lian Huofeng from now on. I have spent a substantial amount to purchase a name change service. From now on, my title in the Qingyu Cup shall be I am not Xiada. Do not mistake it. Upon reading Xia Xingyu's reply, Lin Qing found amusement in the situation. Changing your name won't be of much use. As long as they check your match history, they will still find you are Lian Huofeng. Furthermore, if I accidentally let it slip, Xia Xingyu widened her eyes and immediately called Lin Qing. Cousin, I was wrong. I truly admit my mistake. I will place an order for the latest model you wanted last month right now. Seated on the sofa, Lin Qing crossed his legs. Next week, Zhao Xinran's match starts at Central Star, and I cannot secure tickets. Want to watch Zhao Ran's match? I will contact a scalper to buy you tickets immediately. My personal spaceship will be en route to your yard shortly. Xia Xingyu implored her cousin, eager to appease him. How could she not rein in her tongue? Why was she always compelled to boast of her cousin? Not receiving a response from Lin Qing, she pleaded, cousin, I truly apologize. Please don't remain silent. Speak up. Please. Lin Qing finally leisurely replied, alright, I won't let anything slip. However, if they choose to investigate your match history or analyze your combat style, that is beyond my concern. They won't find anything in the match records. I played numerous matches last week, effectively overshadowing my previous games with Xiao Yun. As for analyzing combat styles, that is even less likely. They are not instructors. Moreover, unlike you, I do not possess a distinctive persona. As long as I refrain from disparaging others, all shall be well. Xie Xingyu declared with utmost conviction. As long as she restrained herself from frivolously spending star coins and did not pursue the opposing enemies with heavy artillery, she would merely be an unremarkable, featureless mech soldier. Lin Qing could not help but chuckle upon hearing Xie Xingyu's later remarks. Given his understanding of her, her expenditure on a name change seemed a waste. He wondered if she could endure 2 days before her true nature was revealed. No, he needed to swiftly acquire the model and tickets. I believe you are well prepared. They will not suspect a thing. Therefore, I shall come by your place early tomorrow to collect the model. Also, you should place an order with the scalper right away. Xie Xingyu frowned, sensing something amiss in his tone. No, you are mistaken in your perception. Just remember to deliver the items promptly, Lin Qing retorted, denying it outright. The following morning, the group did not immediately commence the team competition. Although the Qingyu Cup virtual arena did not require physical matches, the virtually generated mechs were still based on real parameter data. Li Shuamo, currently piloting a B-grade mech, had borrowed Captain Ding Qingyu's mech to gain an advantage in the competition. While her physical data was quite similar to the captain's, the mech, being outside her original configuration, required the cooperation of a maintenance technician for calibration. Additionally, Shen Xiaoyun had a morning appointment with General Wang from AAA, leading everyone to unanimously schedule the team competition for the afternoon. Having been frightened by Lin Qing the previous night, Xie Xingyu, in an effort to conceal her true identity, dared not rest. Even if she only had half a day, she stealthily ventured to the Qingyu Cup arena to improve her individual competition records. Fully aware of everything, Lin Qing couldn't help but mock her for her stubbornness, suffering for the sake of pride. At an upscale beverage shop near the club, Shen Xiaoyun maintained a constant smile while observing the young and old seated across from her. The young one was none other than General Wang, named Wang Fa. It was said that the inspiration for his name stemmed from a famous quote by the great poet Shurqin, uttered 3 centuries ago, Wang Defa. Shen Xiaoyun indeed remembered Shurqin mentioning those 3 characters, which he had explained to her bore complex meanings, capable of praising others' prowess or expressing one's own virtuous emergence. Naturally, General Wang had told her that his father omitted the character for virtue, rendering the meaning more straightforward. It was hoped that he would lead the Wang family to prosperity. As for the elder, he was none other than Master Hu Jingjia, a frequent contact of General Wang's family. Before them lay a table adorned with 3 servings of food and drink, accompanied by 5 or 6 storage buttons. Beneath these buttons rested a list of high-grade materials, detailing the contents within the storage buttons. Shen Xiaoyun could not help but smile broadly at the sight of the storage buttons on the table. General Wang, I must say, you are being overly generous. While I did mention needing your sponsorship for some high-grade materials, you need not bring an entire haul from your family's warehouse. However, did you not depart yesterday? Was your so-called busy schedule actually a trip home to gather materials for me? Chapter 161. Eating from all sides? No, 3 sides. Hehe. Do you really think I would take the initiative to deliver materials to you? You ought to express your gratitude to Master Hu. Young Wang glanced at Master Hu beside him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was it not rather absurd that he returned yesterday to fetch materials? It was not merely because he had inadvertently let slip that Master Hu learned that Shen Xiaoyun was studying the creation of S-Class Mechas under the tutelage of Master Han Wei. Upon hearing that Shen Xiaoyun had commenced her studies on S-Class Mechas, Master Hu took it upon himself to gather these materials from the warehouse without consulting him. Moreover, he rushed over upon receiving the news. Young Wang truly wondered what kind of enchantment Shen Xiaoyun had cast upon Master Hu. As soon as Shen Xiaoyun heard Young Wang's remark, she immediately poured a full cup of tea for Master Hu. Master Hu, how has the power structure of the D566 Industrial Mining Mecha I modified fared? Has the client reported any issues after a month? Hu Jingjia, brimming with joy, replied. Your modification of that power system was simply superb. The client has informed us that the current model's excavation depth is 3 times that of the previous version. Just last week, that planetary miner placed an order for 50 more of the same model. In her excitement, her neatly combed bangs had fallen over her forehead. Young Wang looked at Shen Xiaoyun in astonishment. You modified the power structure of the D566 Industrial Mining Mecha? Young Wang, who primarily focused on market operations, was unaware that Shen Xiaoyun had the capability to modify their flagship product. Hu Jingjia shot Young Wang an exasperated glare and stated, I have told you long ago that Xiao Yun is exceptionally talented. Although her damping systems have yet to sell in large quantities, the issue lies not with the product, but with your promotional efforts. When Xiao Yun successfully creates S-Class Mechas, you will undoubtedly fulfill your father's expectations of you. Young Wang, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his forehead. Here it came again, just as Master Hu had been drumming it into him daily at home. He quickly replied, that may be true, but we must wait for client feedback. She has taken on several orders, and once we complete those, we shall see what the clients say. However, my father did mention 2 days ago that he would provide me with a sum for promotional expenses. At the mention of promotional funds, Shen Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled. She promptly exclaimed, I have just the promotional plan, which is truly worthwhile, but I am just short of a little money. Then Shen Xiaoyun presented her design support uniforms and promotional plan to Young Wang. After listening to her, Young Wang calculated the cost of the proposal. He was momentarily speechless before regaining his composure. So, you mean to say that these support uniforms will serve as promotional materials? According to your design, various colored advertisements will be printed on them, and then sold to your fans? Ultimately, the cost of these garments will be deducted from the promotional funds? With a proud tilt of her head, Shen Xiaoyun responded, don't you think my idea is brilliant? I must say, it is truly unfortunate for your fans. I am willing to cover the manufacturing costs of the clothing, but are you certain that your fans will purchase such promotional materials? Xiao Wang never minded that Shen Xiaoyun was benefiting from both sides. Initially, the contract stipulated that the promotional expenses were his responsibility, and Shen Xiaoyun's proactive efforts in promotion were essentially fulfilling his duties. If it weren't for this circumstance, he wouldn't have tirelessly provided her with various promotional scripts. If Shen Xiaoyun could deliver the advertisements to such a precise target audience, he would only feel gratitude towards her. Now that Shen Xiaoyun was unafraid of losing her fans, he had even less to worry about. Upon hearing Xiao Wang's words, Shen Xiaoyun immediately pulled out her holographic device to message the captain. Captain, I found a manufacturer for the support outfits myself. This manufacturer is charging a remarkably low price, only 30 star coins each for a minimum order of 600 pieces. It's even cheaper than the one you found, and the quality is excellent. I understand you're short on funds right now, so I'll cover the cost for you to reimburse me later. Great. Ding Qingyu, on the other end, felt a surge of joy upon reading Shen Xiaoyun's message. 30 star coins each was indeed an exceptionally low price, and it was thanks to Xiao Yun's bargaining skills. It would be perfect if Xiao Yun were willing to modify that advertisement design. He wondered if the fans would be willing to make a purchase once the link was up. Well, they might as well try it out. Shen Xiaoyun smiled with satisfaction upon receiving the captain's reply. She had already secured funds for the clothing and would earn money from selling the outfits as well. Ultimately, if she could sell the system, she would profit even more. In any case, she was bound to come out ahead. She turned to Xiao Wang. Please contact the manufacturer I provided you. I will post the link on my Qingyu Cup account shortly. I have to participate in the virtual team competition this afternoon, and there will likely be many old fans watching the match. If they tune in, they might just place an order. Xiao Wang's lips twitched. He thought to himself that he doubted she would sell a single outfit. Surely no one would be foolish enough to buy. Don't concern yourself with the intelligence of others. Just place an order for a few outfits first, Shen Jiayan replied. She had already made quite a bit from selling those systems. Hu Jingjia, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up to support Xiao Yun, unable to argue against his own mentor. Xiao Wang could only instruct his subordinates to contact the manufacturer. Shen Jiayan chose not to elaborate further and simply added, if you have time today, you can also check out my team competition. At 3 in the afternoon, several members of the X-Lian Club, including Xia Xingyu, arrived at the Qingyu Cup competition venue aboard a luxurious aircraft. For the sake of fairness and safety in the competition, even though virtual devices had become quite common, the Qingyu Cup organizers still mandated that participants use the equipment provided by them for the virtual matches. Xia Xingyu, witnessing the venue she had just left half an hour ago, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, other than for the end-of-term assessments. She had never gone through such trouble. She had already played 5 matches in the morning, and she could only imagine how many more matches awaited her in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yueza, observing the throngs of people around him, couldn't help but exclaim, why are there even more people during the holidays? It's not surprising to see so many people. The holiday is a peak time for team competitions. Students like you are on break and have time to gather together. The mech soldiers, who have been busy all year, also join in the fun and compete during their downtime, Ding Qingyu explained. Tomorrow marks the new year, and I would like to extend my heartfelt wishes for a joyous celebration in advance. May the delightful snow sprinkle good fortune upon everyone, and let us embrace abundant blessings in 2026. Chapter 162. The noisy mech appearance Ding Qingyu was poised to speak further, but was interrupted as the staff called their number. He gathered the necessary documents and proceeded to complete the formalities for their club's assembly, leaving the others to wait nearby. A considerable number of spectators had gathered. However, it was unfortunate that Xiao Yun's mech had not been repaired in time. Otherwise, today would have likely yielded a substantial share of ticket revenues. Zhu Yuanyao noticed that many attendees arrived in pairs. Yet, as these individuals passed by, their conversations predominantly revolved around which competitors they were eager to watch. With scant mention of the team competitions, among those mentioned by Zhu Yuanyao was Shun Xiaoyun, who was huddled with Li Shuima, whispering intently. Xiaoyun, are we limiting the quantity this time? Li Shuima inquired, glancing at the latest system introduction page. Shun Xiaoyun lifted her chin and replied without hesitation, no limits. However, the price for this customized system will need to be increased. She recounted, you know what Lin Qing's agent remarked? He said my system is exceptional. The selling price is still too low. It ought to be raised to reflect my efforts. Li Shuima regarded her with skepticism, asking, are you really taking his advice? What if your system doesn't sell? Shin Jiayan turned her head away defiantly. I'm not worried if it doesn't sell. I might even venture to create an S-Class system in the future. The price was already slated for an increase. Furthermore, she harbored doubts that anyone would actually purchase the highest price system, which she deemed merely a bait for unsuspecting buyers, akin to a certain agent who was easily deceived. With this thought, she added, it should definitely be set as non-refundable. Li Shuima cast her a glance, unable to respond further, and lowered her head to adjust the pricing. She had become quite the competent saleswoman. Meanwhile, as Shin Jiayan observed Li Shuima modifying the prices, she continued to sketch and revise on her light brain, designing the appearance of her virtual mech. Although the virtual mech was generated based on individual actual data, aspects such as its appearance and skin, elements that bore no impact on combat, could be creatively distinct from the physical mech. By investing in the virtual streaming platform of the Qingyu Cup, one could not only select mech appearances akin to those of their idols, but also design custom skins. Despite her criticism of the Qingyu Cup organizers for their money-grabbing tactics, the typically frugal Shin Jiayan had, the previous night, charged 1,800 star coins to her account, purchasing 3 design attempts for skins, and promptly creating 3 distinct appearances for her virtual mech. She understood that certain expenditures were non-negotiable, such as advertising costs. Even Xiao Wang, fully aware of her intentions to resell promotional materials, was willing to invest in such expenses. As Shin Jiayan examined the 3 design concepts, she encountered a dilemma. She raised her light brain to show Li Shuima, asking, Xiao Shui, which design do you think is more appealing? The one with a silvery sheen? The one that amplifies my personal contact account? Or the third one, featuring an enlarged system introduction? Li Shuima could not help but twitch her lips at the sight of the 3 mech design concepts. She was at a loss as to which one to choose, for each model appeared overwhelmingly garish. Never before had she thought of describing mechs as loud. 3 sets of mechs were presented, featuring a black base, a silver base, and a silver-black combination. Adorning these bases were advertisements in red, yellow, silver, black, and green, each with varying fonts, sizes, and shades, scattered haphazardly across the mech surfaces. Given their substantial size, the mechs could accommodate even more advertisements, which, more importantly, emitted a dazzling glow. Surely, it was not sufficiently eye-catching. The cursed Qingyu Cup organizers had profited from skin sales, yet when I sought to incorporate additional functions during the design phase, their system utterly failed to support my requests. I'll send them a message suggesting improvements later, Shin Jiayan mused, while glancing at Li Suinuo, who appeared unresponsive. Li Suinuo shut her eyes, still overwhelmed by the glaring visuals. Wasn't it too much? She couldn't help but rub her already strained eyes. It was excessively loud. Even with her eyes closed, the advertisements continued to flicker in her mind. Private custom system by the ancestor, please contact. Exclusive driving system for the affluent, offering you an unparalleled experience. Please contact. Beside her, Xia Xingyu noticed Li Suinuo's peculiar reaction and leaned in for a closer look. She too promptly closed her eyes and rubbed them. What an obnoxious mech. It was then that Li Suinuo remarked, the light is too intense. It only needs to be highlighted in key areas. However, Shun Jiayan countered. But do you remember my advertising slogans? Li Suimuo nodded slightly, then exclaimed, I recall them vividly, as if imprinted in my mind. The first mech has the best effect. Let us go with that. Xia Xingyu, seeing Li Suimuo's unreliable nature, quickly interjected, Xiaoyan, the captain won't allow you to alter the mech's appearance like this, will he? No. The captain will undoubtedly support me wholeheartedly. Shun Jiayan lifted her chin slightly, gazing confidently into the distance, exuding an air of control. What do you mean by wholeheartedly supporting you? Ding Qingyu, having completed his paperwork, happened to overhear Shun Jiayan's comment. Captain, you should take a look. Xia Xingyu stepped back a couple of paces, daring to point at Shun Jiayan's holographic display. Ding Qingyu leaned closer for a better view and was taken aback. Zhu Yuanyao and Zhuang Yueza also leaned in to observe. Xiaoyan, are you trying to intimidate your opponents? Zhu Yuanyao spoke before the captain could respond. Zhuang Yueza crossed his arms, chuckling. Xiaoyan, your mech's design is lacking. If you struggle to choose, you could consider my mech's appearance. I specifically purchased a skin modeled after my favorite idol. When the team competition begins, it will surely intimidate our foes. Xia Xingyu nodded eagerly. Xiaoyan, I recently laid my eyes on a skin worth 888 star coins, but I already have another appearance. How about I recharge your account, and you use that skin? Together, we shall conquer the league. Forget about idol mechs and the 888 star coin skins. You must choose the silver black one. Ding Qingyu pushed these two aside. Speaking with fervor, Xia Xingyu widened her eyes in shock. Huh? Zhuang Yueza, startled, exclaimed, Captain, has your taste declined? Zhu Yuanyao could not help but scrutinize the captain from top to bottom. She too found it hard to believe that these were the words of her captain. Xiaoyan, you truly possess a nimble mind. These three skins are quite similar to your cheerleading outfit. After all, a cheerleading outfit is also a skin, and few fans can resist the allure of matching their idol's style. Ding Qingyu's excitement grew with each word. Initially concerned that Xiaoyan's cheerleading outfit might not sell, he now feared the orders placed with the factory would be insufficient. At this moment, the attention of others shifted towards Shin Jiayan. There's even a cheerleading outfit in the same style. How remarkable. Is anyone actually going to buy it? Shin Jiayan raised her head, casting a sidelong glance at them. You don't understand, do you? This is my style. While a clever approach may win hearts, a distinctive style endures. My fans have taste and prefer to invest in my unique aesthetic. The expression she wore while speaking was enigmatic, yet to others, it appeared rather pretentious. Only Xia Xingyu, in her innocence, foolishly inquired, what is a clever approach? What kinds are there? Selling skin and showcasing abs are all part of the clever approach. Shen Jiayan shot a glance at Zhuang Yuezha, who was rubbing his newly formed abs. Had he misunderstood? Were abs now part of a clever approach? But he had worked hard to achieve those abs. Zhu Yuanyao, grasping the essence of Shen Jiayan's words, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is as you say. Too much of the same can become tiresome. However, a uniquely styled physique remains captivating. At that moment, Ding Qingyu, whose reflexes were a bit delayed, suddenly slapped his forehead and looked at Shen Jiayan. You must quickly contact the factory that makes the outfits and double our order. We shouldn't settle for 600 pieces, we need 1,200. Shen Jiayan shot him a disdainful look. Captain, your reflexes are far too slow. 1,200 pieces? No, I've already placed an order for 6,000. One must commend the audacity of the young Master Wang. His payment was executed with such flair. Ding Qingyu was once again astonished. You are willing to front such a large sum for the cheerleading outfits? Aren't you afraid they won't sell? Ha ha. Zhu Yuanyao could not help but laugh out loud. Shen Jiayan's lips twitched slightly. To be fair, she would not have dared to place an order for 6,000 outfits herself. With a hint of awkwardness, she said, Ahem, never mind that. I've already instructed Xiao Xuet to post the link for the cheerleading outfits. I also informed the fans that I will be participating in the team competition alongside the club members, urging them to purchase tickets promptly. At that moment, Xia Xingyu stealthily retrieved her holographic device, searching for Xiaoyan's social media account. She quickly stumbled upon the promotional message Xiaoyan had previously posted. The Wave Racing Team X Blazing Flame Club competition is about to commence. I am your ancestor, leading you to conquer the arena. Those who do not wish to miss out, do not rush for tickets just yet. First seize the cheerleading outfits and the system. Personal customization system link, wealthy driver system link, XXXX link, XXXXX link, cheerleading outfit link. Xia Xingyu took 2 steps back, casting a furtive glance at Shun Jiayan before turning away, skipping over a flurry of chaotic system links. She swiftly located the cheerleading outfit link and placed her order. Snatch it, grab it again, and again. As she attempted to acquire the 4th skin identical to that of her idol, the system astonishingly indicated that the limit on purchases had been reached. She exclaimed, why should there be a limit on buying a support outfit? What kind of restriction is this? Zhuang Yueza cast a glance in her direction. Xia Xingyu quickly shook her head, saying no. What I meant was someone lamented to me about the limited quantity on idol merchandise. Zhuang Yueza echoed her sentiments. Indeed. I often have to resort to scalpers to purchase models of my idol. It's perplexing, why not capitalize on the demand? Xia Xingyu nodded in silence and sent a message to Lin Qing. Cousin, please place an order for 4 outfits. After sending, she switched to a fan group dedicated to her idol. The group buzzed with excitement due to Shun Jiayan's recent social media updates. Tai Zuzu everyone. Hurry and grab the support outfits. Only 4,000 pieces remain. It's a pity the idol has limited the purchase quantity, otherwise, I would have bought a couple more myself. My majestic ancestor, wow, the support outfits have been released. The efficiency of our idol is astonishing. I must buy in bulk. Starry sparkles. Doesn't anyone think the support outfits are somewhat unattractive? They are laden with advertisements. Yet I couldn't help but purchase one. I feel hesitant to wear it outside. My majestic ancestor, why can't you wear it? Can't you wear it during training? Just put it on after entering the audience section when the idol is competing. Tai Tai Zuzu. Don't we love our idol for her unique style? If she sold me regular clothes, I wouldn't even consider buying them. Upon reading the last reply, Xia Xingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She trembled as she sent a message. Xingyu Xiangzhao, is this the allure of style? However, no one responded, for the group owner had sent a reminder, reigniting the lively chatter. Zhou Zhou Yu Dao Dao, group owner Feng Nianju, a reminder to all members. Don't get too carried away with purchasing support outfits. Our idol will soon be participating in a team competition with the club. Hurry and buy Star Network tickets. You are my grandson, Sun Lian, our Luotian Star S team competition ISNT, particularly appealing to the audience. If you have time, let us boost our idol's popularity. This is her first team competition. It's time to showcase our power as fans. It would be best if everyone shares the ticket purchasing link with friends and family. I was a fan of Bianji Wei and just shared the news about our idol S team competition in the fan group. Although I was kicked out, I have no regrets. Tai Tai Zuzu, learned something new. I was a fan of Tu Wei Wu, and thankfully, I didn't leave the group. I'm going to help promote ticket sales for our idol now. Starry Sparkles, received. Xia Xingyu trembled once more as she sent a message. Xingyu Xiangzhao, while promoting tickets, please also help promote her system and support outfits. After Xia Xingyu sent this message, the group, which had been abuzz with activity, fell silent for several seconds. Then the group owner sent a message. Zhou Zhou Yu Dao Dao, group owner Feng Nianju idol, is that you? Tai Tai Zuzu, did you infiltrate the fan group? That seems like something our idol would do. Xia Xingyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her and quickly exited the group chat. In another room, Agent Zhang was observing the group chat. He glanced at the conversation before returning to check the sales figures for the I Am Your Ancestor merchandise. He murmured, how long has this social media post been out? To think that such unattractive clothing has sold out so rapidly. Her commercial value surpasses even Lin Qing's. And they still wish to participate in team competitions? What a waste of time. I Am Your Ancestor should seize this momentum and engage in individual contests instead. The X-Flame Club is truly squandering talent. How many renowned star teams exist in the Luo Tianqing and the entire league? Do they believe cultivating a team of champions is easy? Team competitions are nothing but a drain on time. P.S. Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you for the gifts. Hehe. My typing efficiency is rather low, so I wanted to express my gratitude and well wishes beforehand, lest the new year passes me by. Enough of that. I shall continue typing away. As I suspected, my typing efficiency is lacking. I intended to start a new chapter, but I ran out of time. So this chapter will encompass two. Chapter 163. Mother, 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 Mother. Despite his earlier sentiments, Agent Zhang proceeded to purchase tickets for the team competition. Meanwhile, Lin Qing received a message from Xia Xingyu, staring at the picture of the merchandise on his holographic device. The I Am Your Ancestor support gear? It appears to be designed personally by her. It's uniquely unattractive. I suppose I shall buy a few pieces as well. He then placed an order for Xia Xingyu and instructed his assistant to procure his own. He wasn't concerned about his cousin discovering that he too had purchased the support gear. He merely wished to express gratitude for the numerous gifts she had recently bestowed upon him. After asking his assistant to acquire the merchandise, he replied to his cousin, I've bought the clothing for you. Please reserve a ticket for me for the team competition. Since this is your first participation, I, as your cousin, would like to review the match with you afterward. On the other side, the assistant, upon receiving the news, widened her eyes in astonishment. The I Am Your Ancestor support gear has actually been produced? I must buy it too. At that moment, Shen Xiaoyan remained blissfully unaware that the support gear she had released had already sold quite well. After completing her business-related tasks, she began preparing for the team competition. Ding Qingyu addressed the group, explaining that there are several modes for mech team competitions. Since we are participating in an A-grade team competition, I shall refrain from joining. You all should discuss and decide which mode to select. I will share the relevant information in the group chat for your review. By the way, once you enter the competition map, you will need to create a new group chat. Communication with the outside world is prohibited within the competition map, so your current group will no longer be usable. Understood, Captain. Shen Jiayan nodded, then began to explore the newly launched competition modes for the Qingyu Cup. Her fingers glided slowly across the holographic device as she sought a mode that could best leverage the team's strengths. Team Deathmatch. Eliminate a specified number of opponents within a given time frame. The strongest team belongs to you and your companions. Capture the flag. Occupy points. Seize signal towers. And wear down your adversaries. Resource grab. The one with the most resources who reaches the destination first wins. The paths we have traversed. A selection of battles that have occurred over centuries across the Alliance, reflecting upon authentic history and simulating genuine battlefield maps. Join forces with your companions to turn the tide of fate. Li Shuama cast a glance and immediately exclaimed with excitement. What about the resource contest? During finals, Xiao Yun and I made quite a fortune by seizing resources. In this mode, Xiao Yun is surely well versed. Zhuang Yuezha, once a victim of the resource heist, shook his head vigorously. No, not at all. Xia Xingyu chimed in. Sounds great. I want to join Xiao Yun in robbing others. I'm all in. Zhu Yuanyao, having surveyed the situation, felt she could embrace any mode. In an instant, Zhuang Yuezha found himself isolated. He straightened his back and asserted, what you all say is irrelevant. We are here to assist Xiao Yun in earning points. We must see which mode Xiao Yun wishes to partake in. He turned to Shun Xiaoyun. Xiao Yun, what is your choice? At that moment, Shun Xiaoyun was immersed in the world, oblivious to Zhuang Yuezha's inquiry. Her hands trembled as she navigated the holographic interface, gradually exploring the battles along the paths she had traversed. Initial occurrences, exotic beasts, everywhere exotic beasts, humanity's dire struggle. The battle against the Queen Ant of the 302nd Brigade, a campaign devoid of mechs and exoskeletons. Flesh and blood transformed into human bombs. Paying homage to the heroes of the 302nd Brigade. The Dawn Campaign, the inaugural battle of the first-generation Zero-type mechs, piloted by the goddess Xin Zhaoyun in a desperate counterattack. The Rat's decision, urban annihilation, unavoidable and inescapable. If it were you, how would you confront it? The Eagle's emergence, they soar. You and your comrades are the prey in a celestial showdown. Having just rescued a city besieged by exotic beasts, Shurqin lay on the ground, gazing at everyone. Heroes should not remain nameless. I am Shurqin, a hero destined for eternal renown. Everyone was aware of his incessant musings about fame, often reciting obscure poetry from his homeland. Thus, it was no surprise when he uttered such declarations. Only Lin Jingguang, who often received chicken legs from Shurqin, enthusiastically supported him, saying, "Then I shall write biographies for everyone. I will certainly document Shurqin's valiant performance. You will undoubtedly achieve lasting fame." While scribbling away, Sun Zhaoyun lazily turned her head at Lin Jingguang's proclamation. With that lackluster writing, who would care to read it? Lin Jingguang, with one foot perched on a stone, replied triumphantly, "How could no one be interested? Once you create your mech, everyone will be curious about your life experiences. I'll write about you, and the rest will be dedicated to everyone else. Just remember to include the part where she calls me mom. Let future generations know that Sun Zhaoyun is part of the Xia family." Sitting on a stone, her face marred with several bloodstains, Xia Wangqin joined the conversation. Sun Zhaoyun widened her eyes at the wealthy Xia. "Is that appropriate?" Xia Wangqin remained silent. Pulling out an anonymous black card. "What about that exotic beast crystal core you fancied yesterday? You mentioned it seemed to contain some energy fluctuations. Do you still wish to study it?" She raised an eyebrow at Xin Zhaoyun. "You treat me better than my own mother." Xin Zhaoyun swiftly snatched the black card, tucking it into her pocket. Lin Jingguang joyfully approached Xia Wanquan, exclaiming, "Mother, I have set my sights on a remarkably powerful firearm. Also, it seems that a 500-year-old renowned wine will be auctioned tomorrow, and Shurqin has moved it beside the stone." Xia Wanquan cast a glance at Shurqin and inquired, "Would you like to include what I just said?" "Absolutely." Lin Jingguang nodded vigorously. Shun Zhaoyun couldn't help but give him a kick. Shurqin pushed Shun Zhaoyun aside, declaring, "What about me? My wine? You're useless. It's not for you." Xiao Wanquan turned away, expressing her disdain. In a flurry, Shurqin asserted, "But I can write poetry." Lin Jingguang proudly brandished his black card, retorting, "Do you really have the audacity to speak of your poetry? Writing a biography is far more valuable." Shurqin glared, gritting his teeth. "What is so great about writing a biography? There are hardly any avid readers. I intend to transform our battles into a dramatic production, creating an interactive game that compels people to spend money and eagerly engage with my designs. I want everyone to know the illustrious name of Shurqin. Do you think people are foolish? We're constantly battling ferocious beasts, often emerging bloodied and maimed. How many would want to watch that?" Lin Jingguang countered, "With wealth, there will surely be an audience." Shurqin retorted defiantly. Xiao Wanquan pulled out a card and handed it to Shurqin. "That's an intriguing idea. If we become part of history, our names might not even grace the annals. However, by creating a dramatic production or a game, perhaps a few will remember us. A grand war, a disease that nearly led to humanity's extinction, could ultimately be condensed into a mere 2 lines in the chronicles of human history. We are ordinary people. We don't comprehend why you pursue such futile endeavors." Shun Zhaoyun shook her head, returning to her notes. "Humph, you don't understand. If one day I were to vanish from here, I would wish for something to prove my existence. Even if I were to be deemed a failure, I would regret not leaving something behind for my family," Shurqin said, gazing somberly at the vast sky while clutching the anonymous black card. "Enough of this. You take the money and still try to play it cool." Xiao Wanquan kicked him lightly. "Indeed, you're not Xiaoyun. You should express gratitude to your benefactor and provide them with ample emotional value in return." Lin Jingguang, cradling the anonymous black card, obsequiously produced a small bottle of water from his pocket. "Here you go, Mama Xia, please freshen up." Xiao Wanquan accepted the wet wipes and handed them to Xin Zhaoyun. "Xiaoyun, take this. This rascal hoards water. Just wait, wealthy lady. In the future, descendants will undoubtedly clamor for my design productions, eager to uncover our history," Shurqin declared, lifting his head with a gaze fixed on the horizon. Young Xin Zhaoyun, amidst the clamor, couldn't help but smile. "Xiaoyun, shall we engage in a resource war?" Li Shuima's voice jolted Xin Zhaoyun from her reverie. She didn't rush to answer Li Shuima's question but instead turned to Ding Qingyu. "Captain, when did the Qingyu Cup commence?" Ding Qingyu, momentarily caught off guard as he awaited their selection of competition mode, was taken aback by Shun Zhaoyun's inquiry. As Ding Qingyu regained his composure, he scratched his head and furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Since my childhood, those around me have always been fond of the Qingyu Cup. After all, the existence of the Qingyu Cup predates my very age. Wasn't the inaugural Qingyu Cup held 150 years ago?" "Incorrect," Xia Xingyu interjected. "In fact, the Qingyu Cup has been around for 200 years. It's just that the first league-wide Qingyu Cup took place 150 years ago." "Was the founder of the Qingyu Cup, by any chance, Shurqin? The historical poet Shurqin?" Shun Zhaoyun pressed on. "Surely not," came the response from Zhuang Yueza. His father, a seasoned fan of history, was well-versed in matters concerning Shurqin. If Shurqin had indeed founded the Qingyu Cup, his father would have boasted about it long ago. Nevertheless, there are numerous speculations that many maps used in the Qingyu Cup were sourced from Shurqin's materials. Though speculation does not equate to truth. Xia Xingyu hesitated, then closed her mouth. "Actually, there are records in my family's historical archives that state Shurqin provided information on many battles for the Qingyu Cup. In fact, The planning documents for the Qingyu Cup were crafted by Shi Qin himself. However, this is classified information within the Xia family and cannot be disclosed. I only learned of it because I stumbled upon it in my childhood. She swallowed hard, suppressing all her words. It must not be shared. Zhuang Yueze turned to Xia Xingyu. What, do you think my statement is incorrect? My father is an aficionado of Shi Qin. Our family even possesses artifacts he once used, his writings, his pens, his shoes, and even the toilet he once utilized. You please stop. Xin Zhaoyun could no longer contain herself and turned her head away. The mere thought of a toilet once used by Shi Qin being preserved as a relic was too much for her to bear. She had to concede that Shi Qin had indeed achieved fame as a historical figure, transforming his belongings into artifacts of history. Xia Xingyu, hands on her hips, scoffed. What do your family's Shi Qin toilets and shoes amount to? I have a whole collection of them. Fearing a quarrel between the two, Xin Zhaoyun quickly redirected the conversation. All right, enough. Let us select the competition mode. I've thought it over and propose we choose the map from the paths we have traversed. Which map do you all prefer? As she spoke, she swiftly navigated her holographic device to allow them to make their selections. Zhuang Yueze cast a pointed glance at Xia Xingyu, suggesting, we have someone here whose grasp of history is rather tenuous. Might selecting this historical review mode put us at a disadvantage? His gaze and tone were unmistakably directed at a particular individual. Before Xia Xingyu could respond, Ding Qingyu and Zhu Yuanyao, standing beside Zhuang Yueze, simultaneously tapped him on the head, offering 2 playful knocks. Captain, Yuanyao. Zhuang Yueze recoiled in pain. Rubbing the spots where he had been struck, that was quite the hit. I might develop a bump. Xiaoze, you truly know how to invite trouble, Xin Zhaoyun sighed. Looking at him, who do you look down upon? Xia Xingyu shot back, decisively declaring, let us select this mode. We shall choose the mouse decision map. However, Ding Qingyu hesitated, voicing his concern. Wouldn't selecting the historical review mode be overly challenging and somewhat obscure? The historical review mode is a convenient term coined by everyone to refer to the paths once traversed. Initially, it was intended for a few individuals to compete for strongholds or engage in fierce team battles. These 2 modes are relatively straightforward. The teams face off directly, and the stronger side prevails. Should private group chats be permitted, Xiao Yun would also have a platform to showcase her abilities. Even in defeat, she is unlikely to lose fans. However, the historical review mode is rife with uncertainties. All task objectives are subject to random matching by the live broadcast system, with task requirements and scenarios being unpredictable. Thus, a decision must be made. There is nothing to fear. Zhuang Yueze also votes for the decision. Others nod in agreement. All right, we shall choose the decision. Shun Zhaoyun declares with finality. Ding Qingyu remarks, fine, he is just being overly cautious, worrying for a few of them. Once the competition map is confirmed, Ding Qingyu hastily ushers everyone into the virtual competition room prepared for the Qingyu Cup. In the brightly lit room, there are several glass-encased virtual devices. To prevent further commotion, he pushes Zhuang Yueze towards one of the devices while saying, each person chooses a device to log in. And remember to create a group. Wait, the historical review mode you selected is a scenario simulation. The task requirements differ, and creating a group may not be possible. Never mind, manage it as you see fit. As Shen Zhaoyun and the others enter the preparation phase, the audience members who have purchased tickets are also receiving notifications. Fang Yanzhou, the fan leader, carefully reviews the notification, and her eyes widen in astonishment. Chapter 165, an opportunity to be close to the idol. Your reserved ticket has new updates. The team of 5 from the peripheral star system, Luotian Star, has chosen the Decision Arena, with opponents from the Central Star System, Fangwu Star, Team Tide, and Ebb, also consisting of 5 members. You may choose to enter the virtual scene, where you have the opportunity to upgrade your ticket. You can opt to become an elderly person in need of rescue on the battlefield, pay 888 star coins for a chance to interact with the contestants. She exclaims in delight. Oh my ancestor actually chose the Decision Arena. 888 star coins? I'm in. Even if I have to simulate an elderly NPC, I will have the chance to shake hands with my revered ancestor. My dear ancestor, please come and rescue me. Although she often criticizes the Qingyu Cup organizers for their relentless money-making schemes, this time she finds the option to upgrade tickets quite appealing. Upgrading the audience ticket to play an NPC does not affect the viewing experience. Within the arena, she can choose between 2 viewing modes. One allows the NPC to move freely during the waiting period, enabling viewers to track the progress of the competition. The other permits a switch to become an NPC at any time. However, until the match concludes, certain actions of the contestants must adhere to predetermined settings, and they cannot disclose any information regarding the competition's progress to the organizers. Nevertheless, after the match ends, interaction with the contestants becomes possible. This presents an opportunity for a multitude of fans to engage with the contestants. The core premise is that one must be rescued by their idol to have a chance to meet them. The 888 coins gamble on this very opportunity. The second fan, Sun Lian, also received a notification. The fiery team from the Edge Galaxy, Luotian Star X, has selected the Mice Decision Battleground, with opponents hailing from the Central Galaxy. The Fangwu Star Title Team. You may choose to enter the virtual scene, where you have a chance to upgrade your ticket. You can opt to become the man engaged in an affair outside the window in the battlefield, pay an additional 888 star coins for a chance to interact with the competitors. Sun Lian widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Mice Decision? Am I really only able to choose the cheating man? Did the ancients indulge in such antics? I do not wish to play this NPC. Yet there is a chance for interaction. Oh well, I'll pay. Soon, many other spectators received similar notifications. All fans of Xin Zhaoyun, despite cursing the Qingyu Cup as a money grab, still obediently opened their wallets. For 888 star coins, the opportunity to interact with their idol, even if just a chance, was worth the gamble. Lin Qing, of course, also received a notification. As an orphan hiding in the sewers, he hesitated, even though his ticket was complimentary, allowing him to upgrade without spending. The idea of hiding in the sewers posed a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, fine. Mice decision. Very few choose this scenario map due to its high randomness and the dark humor of its design. What you start with upon entering the map is purely luck-based. There was even a team that got annihilated by a monstrous beast right at the start. But what if my cousin gets unlucky? Even if she doesn't tea. Shen Jiayan might. Never mind. I'll upgrade the ticket anyway. It doesn't cost me anything. The sewer is just the sewer. As long as I don't mention it, who will know I'm hiding there? Upon seeing the team matched with Shen Jiayan, Ding Qingyu couldn't help but furrow his brow. They had been matched with a team from the Central Galaxy. The Central Galaxy, being wealthier and resource-rich, had teams that trained exceptionally well together. Influenced by the Imperial Academy, teamwork training was a focal point. Although he hadn't heard of the title team, he estimated they wouldn't be weak. Ding Qingyu shook his head, resigning himself to the fact that he wouldn't need to think about ticket costs anymore. Thankfully, it would only be a minor loss of points. The Qingyu Cup's Luotian Star live streaming network suddenly opened a live broadcast for the Mice Decision Battleground. The title of this live stream was quite provocative. Let us get some viewers. Our Edge Galaxy team is facing off against the Central Galaxy. The Central Galaxy audience mocks our Edge Galaxy team for being weak, and their audience isn't supportive at all. Perhaps due to the limited viewership for team matches on Luotian Star, or possibly because many fans of Shen Jiayan had purchased tickets, this live stream quickly gained traction. Some viewers casually browsing the Star Network, upon seeing the inflammatory title, unhesitatingly bought tickets to join. Naturally, there were also some viewers in the Star Network who left comments mocking the situation. Here we go again. Can't sell out tickets for the Qingyu Cup team matches? Are they deceiving us about the viewership? Such titles had been seen last month. Not watching. Last week, I was lured by such a headline. Witnessing the team from the peripheral galaxy being mercilessly defeated by the Central Galaxy team, which left me utterly disheartened. They were not wrong. Our peripheral galaxy team indeed performed abysmally. We could not compete in the Inter-School Alliance or the Qingyu Cup. This has been a consistent pattern. It is hardly surprising. The individual competitions are far more captivating. The abysmal management would have been better off simply informing everyone that this was a mouse finals venue, where one could behold the goddess Shen Jiayun and the youthful warrior Wu Xingfeng. Perhaps more would have been inclined to purchase tickets. Meanwhile, after donning her equipment, Shen Jiayun appeared momentarily dazed, staring ahead. Suddenly, the room around her shattered like a broken mirror, fragments scattering in a chaotic dance. Then, as if reassembling itself, the shattered pieces formed an entirely different scene. She found herself standing within a military training ground, surrounded by meticulously aligned ranks. The familiar sight momentarily disoriented her. In the year 1034 of the Starry Era, Min City is under siege by the monstrous rodents, and the Alliance has dispatched 10 battalions to rescue the residents. However, the beasts are formidable, and more than half of the personnel from the 10 legions have perished. You are a member of the 13th Legion's 5th Battalion, 2nd Company, tasked with entering the city alongside your comrades to rescue more civilians. You are not part of an elite team and lack the qualifications to pilot mechas. Although mechas have been developed in 1034, they are not yet widespread. Your abilities shall guide you in this team competition against the Tide team, where victory is determined by which side rescues more individuals. Damn, what a catastrophic start, Shen Jiayan exclaimed, her eyes widening as she rummaged through her pockets. To her dismay, she found no mecha control device. With a sigh, she acknowledged the reality. While mechas had been created, they had yet to become commonplace. At that moment, she felt a flicker from the light brain on her wrist. Hastily, she opened it to find Li Shuama flooding the group chat with messages. Money. Li Shuama, oh my goodness. Do you know where I am? I'm in the 13th Legion's 1st Battalion, and I'm in the same squad as Wu Xingfeng. She is just so adorable, so charming. Her face is round and dimpled. Not pretending. I'm just surnamed Zhuang. Zhuang Yuez of the group chat is functional. How wonderful. Did any of you acquire a mecha? I don't have one. Take a look, it might cost you your life. Zhu Yuanyao no mecha? Money. Li Shuama little Yun is short on people. I would definitely join, but I have no points to redeem. Sorry, I've entered the wrong venue. I am not Xia Deda, Xia Xingyu Wu Wu. I don't have a mecha either. Seeing that everyone else lacked a mecha, Shen Jiayun felt a wave of relief wash over her. She thought to herself, surely, I cannot be this unfortunate. Fortunately, she had the advantage of knowledge. She retained some memories of this history and knew where to find surplus mechas within Min City. Her expression dimmed slightly. If she waited there, she would surely encounter many mechas. She promptly replied in the group chat, I am your ancestor. I also lack a mecha. Since we have none, our competitors surely do not possess any either. Thus, the current task is to locate the mechs. With them, our objective of rescuing personnel will be expedited. As Shen Jiayan sent out this message, Li Shuama concurrently shared her thoughts. Money. Li Shuama, but I already possess a mech. Who is the one truly cheating? Shen Jiayan widened her eyes once more. Not pretending, I merely share the surname Zhuang. Zhuang Yu as a lucky one indeed. Look again, your life depends on it. Zhu Yuanyao, aren't we on the same team? I am not from the Xia family. Xia Xingyu, did we not agree to go together? Without any mechs, you are still with Wu Xingfeng. Money. Li Shuama, let me help you find a mech. Ah no. I must enter the city first. Shen Jiayan then heard a clamor surrounding her. It is a mech. It is a mech from our alliance, certainly from the elite unit. With mechs, we stand a chance against the alien beasts. I too wish to become a mech soldier. May I inquire how to join the elite unit? We shall undoubtedly eradicate the alien rat beasts in Min City. Alas, my arm is broken. Otherwise, I would surely qualify for the elite forces. Are there any mechs that do not require physical capability? There must be. Perhaps my idol, Shen Zhaoyan, is researching them. Everyone cheered in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they gazed upon the mech units advancing towards Min City. Shen Zhaoyan listened to the familiar sounds around her, almost as if she had returned 300 years in time. Back then, when mechs first emerged, the sight of them filled everyone with hope. Yet, she recalled the memories shared by Wu Xingfeng. In the battle for Min City, we lost more than half of our forces. While mechs are formidable, we failed to harness their potential. Compared to the relentless tide of alien beasts, our mech units were utterly overwhelmed. Professor Shun, if I were a bit stronger, could the mechs perform even better? I wish to protect you all, to safeguard everyone. How did she respond at that time? No, everyone has already given their all. The limitations imposed on the pilots by the mechs are too great. Mechs should be operable by all. Yet, Wu Xingfeng merely smiled, later approaching her to say, Professor Shun, I have devised a technique that allows me to pilot the mech with greater ease and power. I have named it the Wu-style leap. In the future, I can protect you too. Would you care to learn the Wu-style leap? It will surely aid us in vanquishing countless alien beasts. Shen Zhaoyan sent a message to the group. I am your ancestor. Little Shui, prioritize your safety and complete your mission. I will provide everyone with a coordinate. Others, follow me. There should be many mechs there. Not pretending, I merely share the surname Zhuang. Zhuang Yueza, is it still possible to find mechs? Aren't they quite scarce in this era? Look again, your life depends on it. Zhu Yuan Yao, to obtain a mech, one must steal it from the elite forces. I am not from the Xia family. Xia Xingyu I refuse to steal. I would rather don exoskeleton armor and enter the city to rescue people than take their mechs. Not pretending, I merely share the surname Zhuang. Zhuang Yueza indeed. I would rather lose this match than seize their mechs. At this moment, the troops beside Shen Zhaoyan began to gradually surge towards the city gate. Clad in merely simple armor, with much of their skin exposed, they continued to jest and laugh, entering the city without hesitation. Off to rescue. Xiaolu, be cautious of that newly fitted exoskeleton leg of yours. I've heard the teeth of the aberrant rodents are quite sharp. Do not let them gnaw at you. Huh, if they do, I'll just crawl back myself and have the medic fit me with a new exoskeleton leg. The medic said that next time I replace it, it will only cost me 80% of the original price. The speaker had a layer of silvery metal over his right leg, yet walked with remarkable agility. Shen Zhaoyan recalled the exoskeleton arm she had crafted for the squad leader. How familiar it felt. However, the person beside him chided himself. Pa, I misspoke. How could we possibly be that unlucky? With the elite squad assisting us, we may not even need to lift a finger this time. Shen Zhaoyan's gaze shifted to the team behind her. She observed several vibrant youths, shouldering guns and cannons, marching forward with vigor. She could hear their lively exchanges. One boy with a bowl cut exclaimed enviously, the mechs can run faster than our 2 legs. I also wish to pilot a mech, but alas, they require physical fitness standards. And I do not meet those. The girl beside him, sporting a ponytail, raised her chin defiantly. I meet the standards. It's just that this year, there aren't enough mechs available. However, production is set to increase significantly next year. Once we complete this mission, I shall apply to join the elite squad. I know you all envy Wu Xingfeng for her ability to pilot a mech. She cherishes her so much that she won't even let us touch it. But fret not, when my sister returns piloting a mech next year, you all shall have your fill of it. I won't need your help. I have been training from last year to this year. Surely, I will be selected this year as well. I will have my own mech. Another boy declared proudly. They appeared youthful and spirited, brimming with ambition. As Shen Zhaoyan observed their banter, she found herself smiling unknowingly at the corners of her mouth. Time could not be wasted any longer. She too had to hurry to retrieve her mech. Chapter 167. The zeal of my ancestors. Shen Zhaoyan gripped her gun tightly, swiftly navigating through the crowd towards the city gate. Upon receiving news of Shen Zhaoyan's location, Zhuang Yueza and his companions promptly made their way there. Upon entering the city, chaos and desolation reigned. Collapsed buildings revealed exposed metal frameworks, and the ground was strewn with shards of glass stained crimson. As the wind swept through, dust rose, and scraps of paper and plastic danced in the air. Zhuang Yueza followed a team of NPCs, occasionally sending messages to the group. I'm not pretending. My surname is Zhuang. The city looks as if the apocalypse has arrived. These rodent aberrations can truly devour. I am not Xiada. Where have all the people gone? To rescue them, do we need to search floor by floor? Ah, a rat. A giant rat. Just as Xia Xingyu was sending a message, a rodent aberration over a meter tall suddenly lunged towards her. She looked ahead and saw many more aberrant rodents lurking in the distance. They gnaw at various structures, their elongated and sharp teeth crunching against metallic walls. A dozen monstrous rodents congregate, their piercing sounds sending shivers down the spine. Upon spotting Xia Xingyu and a group of NPCs, they scream and rush toward them. Fire the guns. Raise your weapons. Hearing the urgent reminder from a nearby companion, Xia Xingyu hoists her firearm onto her shoulder and aims at the charging beasts, unleashing a torrent of flames. A 2-meter-long jet of fire erupts, instantly transforming the foremost rodent into a massive fireball, yet it continues its relentless charge toward her. Fall back, everyone retreat, echoed the NPCs. Be careful. After stepping back, Xia Xingyu notices a much younger boy NPC frozen in fear, paralyzed in his spot. A flaming rodent is poised to leap upon him. Gritting her teeth, she rushes back to her original position and kicks the boy away. At that moment, the blazing rodent brushes past her, igniting the hem of her clothing. Without a moment's hesitation, she discards her firearm, hurling it at the creature, then rolls away to safety. The NPC beside her has already engaged in combat with another beast. Meanwhile, the burning rodent, still screeching in agony, charges back toward her, its sharp teeth bared, its crimson eyes ablaze with fury, accompanied by a wave of searing heat. No way. Am I about to be eliminated right after entering? With no weapon in hand, Xia Xingyu is at a loss. At that critical moment, the squad leader, who had been directing them, suddenly intervenes between her and the monstrous rodent. Get up, kid. Hide behind me. Clad in rudimentary exoskeleton armor. The leader fears not the flames surrounding the beast, engaging it in fierce combat. Sparks fly, leaving red marks upon his face, yet he stands firm like a human barricade. Xia Xingyu's lips move in a silent call, leader. At that instant, he transcends the role of an NPC. She scrambles to her feet, retrieving her weapon. Her holographic interface buzzing and flickering, demanding her attention. Not pretending, my surname is Zhuang. Xia Xingyu, what's wrong? You're not about to exit right after entering, are you? Money, 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 money. Xingyu, where are you? I have a mech. Should I come to get you? Xinjiayan, observing the messages in the group chat, is taken aback by the fact that Xia Xingyu encountered the monstrous rodents immediately upon entering the city. She hastily types a message to the group. I am your ancestor. These monstrous rodents possess an exceptionally strong vitality. Their teeth and saliva are toxic, so avoid being bitten. Their fur is soft yet resilient. Conventional ammunition will not penetrate their skin. You must use firearms to scorch their hides first. If you do use firearms, ensure you stay at a distance, as they can retaliate. Their fatal weak point lies at the nose, where there is a soft cartilage and thinner skin. Striking that area can penetrate into their brains without needing to burn them. Not pretending, my surname is Zhuang. Goodness, they're so difficult to combat. How did our ancestors manage to fight these beasts centuries ago? As Shen Jiayan received the message, she refrained from responding. How to engage? With one's life at stake. One must act decisively. Taking a deep breath, she continued to message the group. I am your ancestor. Do not entangle with the alien beasts. First, procure the mechas. Once you have the mechas, you can eliminate these creatures. Listen to Xiaoyan. Zhu Yuanyao, our goal is to win the competition. First, we must acquire the mechas. Xiaoyan, how can you be certain the coordinates you provided will lead to the mechas? Aren't they quite scarce here? Not pretending. I just go by the surname Zhuang. I heard from previous participants in this map that one can obtain mechas without entering the city. I am your ancestor. Just follow my lead. Rest assured, they will be there. How could Xin Zhaoyan be unaware of where the mechas were located? In her past life, when she reached Min's city, that place was littered with broken mechas. Though they were a pile of junk, everyone cherished them, hoping to leave them for future generations. They left behind that heap of debris and returned to battle the alien beasts. Her task was to salvage those remnants. After sending the message, she departed from the group and headed in another direction. Xiao Shun, don't go that way. Don't leave the team. There are alien beasts here. We must fight side by side. Shin Jiayan turned back to see Guogai and Xiao Mao anxiously waving at her. Their performance was quite convincing. Turning away, Shin Jiayan took off running. Meanwhile, the upgraded ticket hung in a window, where the second fan, Sun Lian, wrapped a curtain around his waist. Listening to the various gnawing sounds emanating from the room. Why must it be so thrilling? He muttered, glancing down at the 30-meter drop, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Climb back? It would be better to jump. Several alien beasts roamed the residential building. This NPC, who could have joined the others, hesitated, not wanting to be caught by the husband of the neighbor, intending to wait until the couple left before making his move. But who could have anticipated that before he could depart, the alien beasts would arrive first? A chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he stubbornly thought, it's merely hanging in midair. As long as I can wait for my ancestor, this little hardship is nothing. He switched to a live viewing perspective to see where his ancestor had progressed and where the opponents had gone. Chapter 168. NPCs are not allies. Upon switching to Shun Jiayan's perspective, he saw her sprinting at full speed, her gaze resolute, determined to run without pause. My ancestor's tenacity is truly remarkable. However, when he scrutinized the coordinates, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Was the direction mistaken? No. How could she have entered the city? Shouldn't she be acquiring the mechas outside the city? By heaven, were they about to lose? He needed to check the opponent's perspective. In truth, when the members of the X-Flame Club entered Min City, many viewers familiar with this map believed their strategy was flawed. Numerous spectators from the Central Star system openly mocked their approach. The Tide Rising and Falling team is indeed fortunate to have matched with a team from the Fringe Galaxy. Only the fools of the Fringe Galaxy would engage with this map in such a manner. As soon as I realized we were matched with the Fringe Galaxy, I surmised that they would venture into the city. It is well known that in the game of Mouse's decision, the most crucial aspect is to not regard NPCs as human beings. There is no need to heed any narrative developments or speeches from leaders. Upon entering the map, one should promptly proceed to the rear mech maintenance area and eliminate the guarding NPCs to seize the mechs. Once we secure the mechs, we can directly rush into the city to rescue the people. Indeed, the inhabitants of the Fringe Galaxy are heavily influenced by history, often revering the NPCs in the Mouse's decision map as their ancestors. However, the objective of this mission is to save the maximum number of individuals within a stipulated time frame. Time and mechs are the critical factors. The audience from the Fringe Galaxy became incensed upon seeing the comments from the Central Galaxy viewers. Killing NPCs will incur a penalty, regardless of whether they are NPCs. In this map, they are our teammates. Did you not witness that the player, who was originally destined to be eliminated, was saved by the assistance of an NPC? Slaying NPCs is merely exploiting loopholes. Do you justify such exploits? The organizers of the Qingyu Cup designed this competition to encourage players to win by any means necessary. Indeed, teams that achieve victory through the slaughter of NPCs have never received additional points for the competition map, which proves that the organizers do not endorse such actions. I am your ancestor, and whatever I do is right. You foolish lot, do you think it is your turn to laugh? The competition is not yet over. So what are you blabbering about? The audience from the Central Galaxy erupted in laughter upon seeing replies from those bearing IDs from the Fringe Galaxy. Charging into the inner city with firearms, yet one competitor still relies on an NPC for salvation. Who could possibly lose to them? Although one fortunate competitor managed to secure a mech, can her solitary rescue effort surpass the combined efforts of the Tide Rising and Falling team? Haha. Entering the inner city first in the Mouse S decision map is quite the amusing feat. Even more ludicrous is that some from the Fringe Galaxy regard NPCs as teammates. Perhaps you should study a bit less history. Ahem, everyone, let us refrain from laughter. Have you not noticed that the number of teams from the Fringe Galaxy participating in the historical review mode is dwindling? If you keep talking, the foolish ones who deliver points to us will be fewer in number. Alright, enough said about that. Let us return to discussing the operations of our Central Galaxy S Tide Rising and Falling. Shen Zhaoyan's fan, Fang Yinzhao, was infuriated by the mockery from the Central Galaxy audience. Yet, there was little she could do but seethe. Indeed, to triumph in the Mouse S decision competition, it is paramount for a team to secure the mechs first. The strategy of eliminating NPCs to seize mechs is currently the prevailing method of advancing through the game. Players have even devised a route strategy to avoid NPCs and acquire mechs as swiftly as possible. However, for many competitors from the Fringe Galaxy, even if they understand that NPCs are merely fictitious, their upbringing steeped in the historical reverence for heroes makes it difficult for them to accept the notion of defeating those they have idolized since childhood for the sake of victory. Gradually, everyone began to avoid participating in such maps, as the disadvantages became too pronounced. However, I am not here merely to witness the outcome of the competition. I yearn to observe the actions of my ancestors, and it would be even more delightful if I could interact with them. Although Fang Yinzhao professed indifference to winning or losing, she could not resist switching to the perspective of the Rising Tide team. No, I must also witness the match of my ancestors. After some contemplation, she altered her viewing mode. Her fingers danced in the air, and the match scenes of 10 competitors materialized before her. Indeed, none of the Rising Tide team members chose to enter the city. Instead, they rushed towards the base where the mechs were maintained. The captain, the first to locate the area, discreetly entered the mech repair facility, where the staff, dressed in work attire, greeted him amicably. The staff, puzzled, inquired, "Are you from the 5th Brigade? Wasn't the 5th Brigade supposed to enter the city for a mission? Why are you here?" The elite team member, also smiling, replied, "The mechs are needed. I was sent to check on the captain of the Rising Tide team. The remaining 7 mechs are all in good condition and ready for deployment. Would you care for something to eat? I heard from the kitchen staff that you all haven't had time for a meal today." The staff member continued with a grin, retrieving a bowl of food from a nearby table and offering it to him. Sure, the captain of the Rising Tide team accepted it naturally, while his fingers swiftly tapped on the holographic interface. "Captain Lang, hurry over. There are 7 vacant mechs here. We might be short on mechs as some may have been taken by the elite team. There are 10 staff members, all ordinary researchers, with only 2 armed. If you come over, we can easily eliminate them and seize the mechs without delay, rushing straight into the city." Teammate 1, alright. Teammate 2, 7 mechs. That indicates our matched opponents haven't come to seize them. Teammate 3, or perhaps our captain is simply faster. We must act swiftly. Teammate 4, hee. No need to rush. Our matched opponents are from the Fringe Star systems. Those in historical review mode are not focused on winning or losing. They seek to reflect on history and pay homage to historical figures. There are prominent names like Shen Zhaoyan, Wu Xingfeng, and Shi Qin among them. We are assured of victory. This is a free points match. Captain Lang, do not grow complacent. Hurry over. If we encounter opponents without mechs in peril, we should be prepared to assist. Teammate 1. Hee, Captain, who is being complacent? Teammate 2. We're even expected to save our opponents? When did you become so noble, Captain? I understand. We are grateful for our opponent's generosity in providing points. Then, Fang Yinzhao witnessed the members of the Rising Tide team congregating, and without hesitation, they raised their weapons and executed the maintenance staff. The NPC staff lay in a pool of blood, their faces etched with disbelief. The individuals who seized the mechs boarded them and fled in another direction. Fang Yinzhao, heartbroken, closed her eyes and promptly shut off the footage of the Rising Tide team. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "My ancestor, you must defeat them. You must prevail. If you win, I shall hoard 2 additional systems." Chapter 169. Losing people cannot equate to losing the formation. Fang Nianzu glanced once more at the image of her idol, growing increasingly anxious. "Oh, my ancestor, you have been running for quite some time. You must hurry. Your opponent has already acquired their mecha. In our team, only our comrade Qian has obtained a mecha." Meanwhile, Shen Zhaoyan had finally arrived at her designated position, familiar with the habits of the alien beasts. She took a detour around their haunts to save time. She encountered not a single alien beast along the way, being one of the fastest to reach the designated spot. She stepped into a vast, square building, a mecha repair and energy transfer station located within the inner city. However, very few technicians were present at that moment. In the year 1034 of the interstellar calendar, there were still very few individuals knowledgeable about mecha manufacturing and repair. When the alien beasts surged forth, the workers here were among the first to be evacuated for their protection. Various NPCs were frantically rushing and shouting, "Cough, cough, my mecha is out of commission. The main screen indicates an engine malfunction. Is there time to replace it? Replacing the engine is quite troublesome. Currently, we can't even repair the mecha. Let us focus on changing the energy source instead. Cough, cough. I can't hold on any longer. My body can't take it. My mecha is still operational. Whoever can use it, please do. But my teammates still need me. I have no time left. Without a mecha, we still have hands and feet. We can fight with rifles. Someone urged. In the past, we were unafraid of the alien beasts, even barehanded. Let us go. Grab your rifles, and let us do this. Let us slay those creatures. Farewell, my friends. One person caressed the blood-soaked mecha before resolutely sprinting toward the exit. Another grinned fiercely, shouldering a rifle and marching out with determination. Yet another, pale-faced, crawled out from the mecha cabin, anxiously beckoning others to join him in his mecha. Shun Jiayan navigated through the crowd, searching for a mecha that could still be repaired. This one, and this one, I will take them all. She was well acquainted with the first-generation Zero Series mechas. Without needing to scour the area thoroughly, she quickly identified 4 damaged mechas that had been sidelined. She then proceeded to inspect the surrounding equipment. All operational. With the equipment functional, she turned her attention to the spare parts inventory. Thankfully, just as she recalled, many components were in stock. With everything prepared, Shun Jiayan immediately set to work. Operating the mechanical arms, she simultaneously dragged several mechas from the circle, dismantling where necessary and replacing parts where required. Most viewers on the Star Network were focused on the Team Tide Rising Waves, as their thrilling exploits of combat and mecha acquisition were far more captivating than the X-Flame team's lackluster evasion of alien beasts. Once the Tide Rising Waves team successfully commandeered a mecha, the audience finally shifted their perspective back to the X-Flame team. There was little change, but when they saw I Am Your Ancestor actually repairing a mecha, they were left momentarily stunned. Is the X-Flame team accompanied by a mecha engineer for this tournament? It appears that my ancestor has remarkably good fortune. She has run all the way here without encountering a single beast. Indeed, there had been considerations in the past to include a mecha engineer in the team, but those engineers often faced misfortune, succumbing to beasts before they could venture far. Consequently, this arrangement has become quite rare. There are teams that have painstakingly escorted engineers to this location, yet the mecha engineer requires time to become acquainted with these antiquated devices. After finally familiarizing herself with the ancient equipment and commencing repairs on the mecha, she discovers extensive damage, necessitating thorough inspections of each unit. By the time repairs are completed, rival teams, having already plundered mechas, are far ahead. However, it seems that the X-Flame team's competitor has already begun repairing their mechas, which may lead to a different outcome. Yet, what does it matter? The Rising Tide team boasts 5 individual mecha operatives who have already commenced their tasks. The X-Flame team, lagging behind, now has just 4 mecha operatives available for rescue. Victory appears unattainable. Mark my words, if the X-Flame team manages to win, I shall livestream myself performing acrobatics while relieving myself. Ding Qingyu, upon observing the barrage of messages from the audience, felt a wave of indignation wash over him. He quickly replied, I am a dual practitioner of both mecha and engineering. The Rising Tide team cannot possibly prevail. Yet, a plethora of mocking emojis flooded his notifications in response. Dual practitioner? Hilarious. Who still practices both in this era? Do you think you're the mecha queen, Shun Jiayan? Does she even comprehend the repairs? Even if completed, can they make up for lost time? The Rising Tide team cannot win. Your ID reveals you hail from the Outer Rim. I want to waste my breath on you. Ding Qingyu, infuriated, was about to engage in a verbal duel with the audience when a chorus of users from the Outer Rim began to defend him. How dare you insult the X-Flame team, but you mock my ancestor. You've crossed a line. I am a devotee of my ancestor. If anyone dares to insult my idol on the streaming platform, I will cease my work to confront you. My ancestor looks down upon us, and we dare not retort. What gives you the right to insult her? We endured daily disdain from our ancestor, and now that we have a target for our frustration, we shall not hold back. Ding Qingyu stared, taken aback by the sudden influx of replies. Some messages were even entirely obscured by censorship characters, allowing him to imagine the foul language being employed. As he perused the usernames, many appeared familiar from Xiao Yun's account. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Surely they weren't all fans of hers? Quite formidable. Never mind, he thought. He would refrain from further confrontation. His combat prowess was not so robust. Chapter 170. Antique equipment? Antique parts? Antique people? Several fans, discreetly harboring admiration for their idol, continued to rally others into their group. Quick! Our ancestor's first team battle has been ambushed by those from the Central Galaxy. We cannot afford to lose face. If our ancestor falters, we must not. Our ancestor is proud and defiant. As her fans, we must uphold her dignity. Let us retort to those from the Central Galaxy. Indeed, even if our ancestor loses, we shall disdain them with the poise of victors. Her style is our style. To be honest, it seems our ancestor truly possesses the ability to repair mechas. Could it be that the system we purchased was indeed crafted by her own hands? Forget about the system. Let us engage in battle. Little did Shun Jiayan know that while she quietly repaired her mecha, her fans had already fought a battle on the Star Net on her behalf. For her, arriving here felt like coming home. Antique equipment? Antique parts? Antique people? None of that exists. There was nothing unfamiliar. She was soaring in her work. Nearby, the NPC maintenance staff busily attended to tasks, eventually making their way to Shun Jiayan. Our current primary task is to replace the energy source of the mechas and conduct simple repairs. We lack the time for extensive work on them. Shun Jiayan cast a sidelong glance at the NPC and pointed to her military uniform. I am not under your orders. My team requires several mechas. Which you one team need for the time being. Kindly lend them to me. The NPC maintenance worker opened his mouth, shook his head slightly, and replied, Indeed. You are not my colleague. I shall not disturb you further. Shin Xiaoyan found this amusing. The realism of the game was somewhat comical. Just then, her wrist communicator vibrated. Looking down, she discovered the competition leaderboard had appeared. Li Shuama had rescued 3 individuals, earning the team 3 points, while their opponents remained at 0. Excitement bubbled in the group chat. No joke, I'm just surnamed Zhuang. Zhuang Yueza or Shuama is impressive. You've secured 3 points for our team. Hurry up. Zhu Yuanyao applause. Everyone must catch up. I see Xiao Yun has already reached the landmark. We cannot lag behind her. I'm not from Xiada. Xiaxing you little Shuama's luck is truly remarkable. Money, money, money. Li Shuama no need for flattery. Just performing as usual. Shen Jiayan couldn't help but smile. Truly, a lucky star. However, just as she began to speak, the communicator's screen flickered, and the opponent's score suddenly changed from 0 to 2 points. Shen Jiayan frowned. Instantly, the group chat erupted with messages. I'm not from Xiada damn. The opponents have scored. We must hurry. Money, money, money. I spotted several mechas with non-original skins. Hurry up. Zhu Yuanyao, those must be from the Rising Tide team. On this map, participants can freely change mecha skins without altering their parameters. No joke, I'm just surnamed Zhuang. How many mechas did you see? Shen Jiayan awaited a response from Li Shuama, murmuring to herself, it shouldn't be possible for the opposing team to acquire so many mechs all at once. Their team consists of just a single lucky Xiaoxua, who managed to match with an elite unit. Surely, the rest of them cannot all be unfortunate souls. That would be a veritable nightmare. Qian. Li Shuama, I have spotted for uniquely designed mechs. I'm not Xiada. Hurry up and run. Xiaoyan, what is your situation? Shen Jiayan swiftly captured an image of the mech repairs she was overseeing upon seeing Xia Xingyu's message. I am your ancestor. I am already in the process of repairing the mech. Not pretending, I just bear the surname Zhuang. Xiaoyan, I need a mech. Hurry, look again, it might cost you your life. Zhu Yuanyao, they may have seized mechs from the military repair station. We must act swiftly. Upon reading the phrase about the theft of mechs from the military repair station, Shen Jiayan's brow furrowed. She understood better than anyone how precious the mechs were. Having been established 3 centuries prior, to apply for the position of mech operator now required competing against hundreds of thousands. Each mech bore a name, and the military's rearguard would never casually allow anyone to take a mech away unless the owner had relinquished their claim. The personnel responsible for maintaining these mechs were diligent, treating them with utmost importance, often prioritizing them over their own lives. Otherwise, she would not have taken the long detour with her team. Her knowledge of certain rules from 3 centuries ago had enabled her to exploit a loophole. She inhaled deeply and sent a message to inquire further. I am your ancestor. How is it possible to steal? The personnel responsible for the repairs should not allow this to happen, right? Look again, it might cost you your life. Zhu Yuanyao, they must have killed the NPC staff. Qian. They killed NPCs? How could they bring themselves to do that? I'm not Xiada, damn. I was just saved by an NPC. They are not human. Xiaoyan, we cannot allow them to win. We must not let these inhumane beings prevail in this competition. Not pretending, I just bear the surname Zhuang. Xiaoyan, repair the mech. We are counting on you. I am your ancestor. All right, I will make them pay. Shen Jiayan closed her holographic device, her cheeks puffing in determination. Time was of the essence. She approached the NPC staff member who had spoken to her earlier, striding purposefully. With her head held high and a serious expression, she addressed the NPC, follow me. I possess the highest command order from the logistics department of the Mech Research Center, command number. I have now taken control of this repair center. And you are all to heed my commands. I order you to send 3 individuals to assist me. The NPC staff member, bowing his head, began entering commands into an antique communication device. After a brief moment, the device emitted a blue glow and announced, command order verified. Shen Jiayan exhaled in relief. The order was valid. The realism of the scenario was astonishing. The NPC immediately responded with utmost respect, acknowledging the directive and expressing readiness for the leader's guidance at any moment. Astonished, Zhuang Yuezo exclaimed, wow, Xiaoyan, what kind of command is that? It's remarkable. Before Shen Jiayan could reply, Zhuang rushed in, panting slightly, clearly taken aback. You're quite fast, Shen Jiayan noted, glancing at Zhuang, who was catching his breath against a nearby apparatus. Turning to the NPC, she instructed, bring 3 individuals to assist me in repairing the mecha. If any are fixed, I would be grateful to receive one. The NPC, being cautious, welcomed the leader's inspection but proceeded to ask several questions regarding the mecha. However, these inquiries posed no challenge for Shen Jiayan. She could answer them effortlessly. Chapter 171, leading the trend after confirming several details. The NPC turned to fulfill Shen Jiayan's prior instructions. Zhuang Yueza, witnessing the NPC's departure, eagerly approached, filled with astonishment. Xiaoyan, where did you acquire such a command? We all entered the map together. How did you ascend to a leadership position? If you had perused the historical records about Shen Jiayan in the Academy Library, you would have encountered this command. I merely decided to give it a try, and who would have thought it would actually work? Shen Jiayan replied nonchalantly. This directive was specifically designated for the logistics of the research institute and was not applicable to the military. Having visited Min City in her previous life, she recalled using this command once before. At that time, someone had recorded it, and after the footage circulated, the command became obsolete. Even now, remnants of this information lingered in libraries and personal forums that archived Shen Jiayan's historical data. She had not been entirely certain it would be effective, but the map's striking realism prompted her to test it. Who could have imagined that the map's designer had replicated even this detail? Zhuang Yueza genuinely believed Shen Jiayan had extensively studied historical records. During their time together, everyone recognized her as not only studious, but also remarkably intelligent. He praised her repeatedly. You're incredible. Most people, even if they've read the books, wouldn't have thought to do this. Feeling a bit bashful from the compliments, Shen Xiaoyan lowered her head, dismissing him as she focused on repairing the mecha. Zhuang Yueze, undeterred, continued to revel in his excitement, muttering to himself, understanding history is indeed beneficial. Just look at that fellow, Xia Xingyu. He has suffered due to his lack of cultural knowledge. Reading more is essential. Ignoring him, he took to the group chat to boast. Not pretending, my surname is Zhuang. Hurry over. Xiaoyan is amazing. She noted a crucial command from the historical records and directed the staff at our repair center. We should soon acquire a mecha. I'm not from the summer faction. NPCs can be commanded? That's impossible. I've never heard of anyone being able to command NPCs. Not pretending. My surname is Zhuang. You failed history and had to retake it. You definitely can't. Xiaoyan can. Xiaoyan is incredible. Just hurry over. Soon. There will be NPCs to assist us, and our progress is swift. I am not the only one surprised by the prowess of Shen Xiaoyan. Even the audience is astonished by her performance. Viewers from the Central Star System are flooding the comments. Wow, there's a bug. A bug has appeared. Someone is exploiting a bug. Can NPCs really assist in repairing mechas? What about those teams that struggled to bring in mecha manufacturers? They must be foolish. Who would have thought that the Qingyu Cup's Star Network broadcast had loopholes to exploit? Everyone has suffered from a lack of knowledge. What command is this that is so powerful? Shen Xiaoyan's historical data? What exactly is it? Is there anyone who can enlighten me? Our school does not delve deeply into this history. I found it. There is indeed such a command documented in a historical book about Shen Xiaoyan titled Shen Xiaoyan in the Flames of War. Some records from Shiqin also mention this, along with videos. My goodness, is Shen Xiaoyan really that impressive? Who would have thought this map could be played like this? I must check the historical books to see if there are similar loopholes in other maps. Viewers from the peripheral star systems are also commenting. This operation is truly impressive. I've seen this command in some forums about Shen Xiaoyan. Why didn't I think to use it on this map? My ancestor is incredible. Not only skilled in combat, but also well-versed in history and adept at repairing mechas. Has anyone recorded this? I want to share this method with my brother. He always insists that in historical review maps, one must defeat NPCs to obtain mechas. But now, it seems it's not about not obtaining mechas. It's clear he lacks knowledge. Enough. I am ordering historical books immediately. I must purchase Shen Xiaoyan in the Flames of War right away. I want to sleep tonight. I will study this book. What historical book? This is the ultimate guide to the Qingyu Cup team competition. Yes. Let's all study this guide together and defeat those from the Central Star System. Everyone is helping their friends place orders for books, and while ordering, they send the recorded gameplay of I Am Your Ancestor. Viewers who watch the recording are intrigued. Those with time are directly purchasing tickets to enter the Qingyu Cup virtual platform to watch the competition. Watching the match, Lin Qing gasps as he sees 5 NPCs actually assisting Shen Xiaoyan in repairing mechas. Lin Qing pinches his own arm hard. It hurts. This is real. His Star Network virtual setting is at 100% human sensation, so even pinching himself in the Star Network is painful. So this is how the historical review map works. I must buy books, historical books, and various biographies of Shen Xiaoyan. Lin Qing mutters, switching to the shopping platform. The next moment he exclaims, Shen Xiaoyan in the Flames of War is out of stock. Is there a day when historical books could run out? These people usually do not work hard. Does cramming help? Can they even understand it? Forget it. I'll buy the electronic version. Lin Qing was utterly speechless. The exquisitely bound physical editions of books in Luotian were completely snatched away. Elegant as he was, he had always preferred the tangible charm of collectible books. But now he found himself compelled to lower his standards and resort to ebooks. Even Ding Qingyu was persuaded by the audience on Xinguang to switch to a shopping platform to purchase books. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. Once Xiaoyan and the others reached the S-level team competition, he would be outshone as the team leader. Although it was delightful to be carried along by others, he was, after all, the captain. No, he must procure the strategy guide and engage in some late-night reading. Shen Xiaoyan remained oblivious to the fact that her actions had sparked a trend in researching history. Surrounded by several staff members assisting in the repair of mechas, she initially hoped to obtain a fully repaired mecha. However, due to the unfortunate situation in Minqing, there were no spare mechas available for use. Fortunately, with so many hands on deck, the repairs were progressing swiftly. Nonetheless, even with the inclusion of NPCs, Shen Xiaoyan's speed in repairing mechas remained unparalleled. After all, she was intimately familiar with the first-generation Zero mecha. She could repair it with her eyes closed. In an instant, she completed the repair of one. She glanced at Zhuang Yueze nearby. This mecha, which had undergone an engine replacement, was now ready for action. Chapter 172, Ample Energy Blocks. Zhuang Yueze, who was still boasting in the group chat, hurried over to the mecha Shen Xiaoyan had just repaired. He marveled, what incredible speed. I'll take this mecha for a spin. Of course, go ahead. Shen Xiaoyan waved her hand, granting him permission. Yet suddenly, she recalled something important and quickly added, by the way, make sure to have the NPC assist you in installing plenty of energy blocks. Take as many as you can. I have the authority here, no one will stop you. Upon hearing that he could freely acquire energy blocks, Zhuang Yueze's eyes lit up. Are we truly free to take energy blocks? Those teams that seized mechas surely lack sufficient energy blocks. Indeed, as Zhuang Yueze surmised, the mechas from the Rising Tide team, being stolen, had not been adequately outfitted with energy blocks, resulting in a severe shortage. Typically, teams that relied on this method of clearing missions found themselves scrambling for energy blocks as their supplies dwindled in the later stages. The more he pondered, the wider Zhuang Yueze's grin became. If they still had to compete for NPC energy blocks, they were not lagging behind by much. Thanks to Xiaoyun's privileges, the ex-Lianian team had an abundance of energy blocks. In the later stages, they would not need to waste time scavenging for energy blocks. When he calculated it all, the two teams were actually on similar timelines. Our timing should not be significantly delayed, given that the military-provided mechas were insufficient in energy blocks. Instruct Xiao Xue to send you the address so you can gather some for her. It would be best if she could also complete the task, as she has excellent luck. Shen Jiayan believed they should not squander Li Xuema's fortunate attributes. Alright, I'm off to gather energy blocks, Zhuang Yueza exclaimed, brimming with excitement. To have unrestricted access to energy blocks is simply exhilarating. Shen Jiayan nodded, affirming that not only energy blocks but also weapons and ammunition could be taken in abundance. I have the authority. I understand. Oh my, this privilege is absolutely delightful. Zhuang Yueza interrupted Xiao Yun's words. What NPCs to kill? What mechs to steal? Even if we acquire a mech, can we utilize an unlimited supply of energy blocks and ammunition? In the face of Xiao Yun's mysterious directives, snatching mechs seems utterly trivial. While NPCs assisted with the installation of energy blocks and the replenishment of ammunition, Zhuang Yueza inundated the group chat with exuberant messages. I'm just surnamed Zhuang. Here S.A. Rose JPG. Here S. another Rose JPG. It's yet another day of gifting flowers to Xiao Yun. I have good news. Our team can use an unlimited amount of energy blocks and ammunition. Xiao Xue, send me your address. I'll bring you some energy blocks shortly. Hurry over. I've just prepared a mech, and I'm ready to depart. Money, 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 money. Li Xuema, come. I was just fretting about where to collect energy blocks. Do we have ammunition too? If we do, I'll unleash my full power. I'm not from Xiada, Xiaxing Yua. I'm coming. Xiao Yun, is my mech ready? Look again, it'll cost you your life. Zhu Yuanyao, your mech is fixed? So quickly? I'll be there in a moment. I'll send you an address. There's a building here with residents who Haven T evacuated. Xiaoze, if you pass by there, please help those inside. Someone S hanging from the window. It's dozens of meters high, and they're just wrapped in a curtain. If my eyesight weren't sharp, I wouldn't have even recognized that as a person. I'm just surnamed Zhuang. Wow, there are NPCs like that? I have to check it out. Meanwhile, hanging from the window was Sun Lian, tirelessly promoting her idol to various friends. Have you purchased Xin Zhao Yun in the Flames of War? What? You're asking me why you should buy this book? It's the ultimate guide for the Qingyu Cup team competition. Let me show you the brilliant maneuvers of my idol. Have you ever seen someone navigate the Qingyu Cup team competition using their intellect? Have you ever witnessed a team commanding NPCs while enjoying unlimited energy blocks and ammunition? You Haven T, right? Allow me to introduce my idol. Forget about that other team. They're a thing of the past. I am your ancestor. Enough of the chatter. I'll switch back to the Qingyu Cup virtual platform. My idol is about to come to my rescue. After promoting her idol, Sun Lian switched back to the StarNet system. Her ancestor's mech was nearly repaired. She had calculated that her position was quite close to her ancestor, and she hoped to be saved. On the other side, as Zhuang Yueza piloted the mech away, Xia Xingyu and Zhu Yuanyao arrived at the repair point almost simultaneously. At that moment, with the assistance of NPCs, Shen Zhao Yun had successfully repaired 2 mechs. The last remaining mech was nearly finished as well. Even though Xia Xingyu had previously seen Shen Zhao Yun modify mechs, she couldn't help but marvel at Shun's adeptness within the StarNet. The repaired mechs are ready. Each of you can take one. As per usual, there are plenty of energy blocks and ammunition. Shen Zhao Yun called to the two. Xiao Yun, how is the repair on the other mech coming along? Our opponents have already amassed 15 points, while Xiao Xue has only managed to secure 4. I cannot endure being overshadowed by this team, not even for a minute. We must accelerate our pace, gritted Xia Xingyu through clenched teeth. The mere thought of the Tide team's efficiency in dispatching NPCs ignited a surge of frustration within her. Beside her, Zhu Yuanyao cast a glance at the screen and remarked, their speed is indeed quite impressive. Shen Zhaoyan lifted her gaze, assuring them, do not worry, they shall not maintain their lead for long. Her hands moved deftly, her mind racing to recall the details of the current mission. Suddenly, she turned to Xia Xingyu and inquired, is the location of the individuals we need to rescue fixed? Or does it refresh randomly each time we enter the map? The primary objective is to rescue them, having resolved the mech issue. The remaining challenges are to combat the aberrant beasts and locate the individuals. If the locations of those needing rescue are consistent, she remembered several spots where individuals were stranded, and she could guide everyone there. However, Xia Xingyu countered, this map is not so straightforward. Typically, the locations of individuals related to the mission objectives change randomly. There have been instances where others recorded map locations, only to find the circumstances altered upon arrival. Nevertheless, one constant remains. Events connected to significant historical figures do not undergo substantial changes. Zhu Yuanyao added, is that so? Then you all should wait. Let us proceed together shortly. My mech is nearly repaired, Shen Zhaoyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as her lips curved into a smile. P.S. Thank you all for the gifts. They have lifted my spirits during a moment of despair. Chapter 173. The difficulty of finding people. Shen Zhaoyan diligently repaired her mech, while Xia Xingyu and Zhu Yuanyao, concerned that she might not grasp the intricacies of the Qingyu Cup map, continued to impart knowledge. Zhu Yuanyao stated, the remarkable aspect of the Qingyu Cup map is its near one-to-one recreation of the customs and habits of people from 3 centuries ago. It is said that some maps have been in preparation for nearly 300 years, and even historians reference the Qingyu Cup map in their research. This is also why the Qingyu Cup has captivated the entire alliance. Although other competitions exist, few possess the allure of the Qingyu Cup. Xia Xingyu added, I have a relative who studies archaeology, Her thesis was titled A Multidimensional Interpretation of Xia Wanqin's Performance in the Qingyu Cup. I heard it received high praise, as she argued that the characters in the Qingyu Cup were faithfully rendered from their historical counterparts. Xia Xingyu admired her distant cousin's expertise. Had she not been fond of piloting mechs, she would have pursued archaeology like her astute cousin. Crafting a thesis seemed akin to play, simply sifting through ancestral diaries. Even noting their dining preferences could yield a comprehensive paper for an easy graduation. Now, she heard that a distant cousin was inspired by this same relative and intended to study archaeology as well. The adherence to historical fact extended not only to character relationships, but also to the daily habits of NPCs, which closely mirrored those from 3 centuries past. Zhu Yuanyao concurred. Listening to their conversation, Shen Zhaoyun's hands moved ever more swiftly as she operated the equipment. If even the lifestyle habits of NPCs remain largely unchanged from 3 centuries ago, it certainly simplifies matters for her. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yueze stood beneath a tall building, observing the NPC precariously hanging outside a window. Ancient people certainly knew how to have fun, he mused, before maneuvering his mech to scale the wall. Who would be foolish enough to dangle unclad from a windowsill? This NPC was clearly unorthodox. Sun Lian was engrossed in I am your ancestor repairing mechs when a prompt suddenly appeared before him. The NPC you are controlling is being rescued by the X-Flame team. I am merely surnamed Zhuang. Would you like to switch to NPC perspective? Sun Lian's expression immediately fell. 888 star coins wasted, and it wasn't even his ancestor coming to his aid. He switched to the NPC perspective and overheard his ancestor's teammate muttering to himself. Should I carry him or cradle him? If I drop the NPC halfway, will he perish? Zhuang Yueze glanced at the bare-bottomed NPC, feeling a twinge of disdain for how realistically the map was rendered. Upon hearing this, Sun Lian looked at the dialogue options on the system. A. Refuse the rescue and retaliate with thunder. B. Joyfully run alongside the rescuer. C. Express gratitude and reward the rescuer. D. After being saved, confess love to the rescuer, offering oneself in return. Without hesitation, he selected A. He then watched as the character he controlled excitedly waved and cried out. Help. Save me. I'm finally alive. Hurry. Save me. I can't stand another second. Help. The urgency in his tone only escalated. Unable to contain himself, Sun Lian cursed. Damn. What is the purpose of this A option? The system issued a prompt. The system has selected to adhere to historical processes. During the competition, audience control is temporarily disabled. Designer S note. You have a 3/4 chance of choosing to agree. Apologies. I lost the wager and cannot provide you with a pleasurable interactive experience. Sun Lian's lips twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. Stop shouting. This NPC is far too loud. Afraid of death, yet attempting to scale walls. Thankfully, this was not his mech. Otherwise, it would be sullied. Zhuang Yueze grumbled as he tossed the NPC onto his shoulder and began his descent. I'm dirty. Wretched Qingyu Cup. A money trap. I demand a refund. Simultaneously feeling wronged, Sun Lian switched off the perspective. Unfortunately, Zhuang Yueze did not hear Sun Lian's protests. His sole focus was the bounty of points. He aimed to deliver the character to the nearest personnel placement point, securing the points he so desired. He diligently made his way down. Meanwhile, several members of the Wave Rising team navigated their mechs through Min City. After the captain dispatched 6 aberrant rodent beasts, he rushed into a large building. However, after several laps inside, he found not a single person in need of rescue. Infuriated, he exclaimed, Damn those aberrant rodents. Why is there no one here? I've wasted time, energy, and an abundance of ammunition. Today as competition luck has been dismal, I've searched several locations and found no one. At this point in previous competitions, I would have already amassed 20 points. After his tirade, he cast a glance at the scoreboard. Relieved to see that the X-Blaze team had only amassed 4 points thus far. Fortunately, they had matched with the hapless Edge Galaxy, where no NPC mechs were stolen, allowing for a leisurely competition. Not paying much heed to the few points earned by the X-Blaze team, he was certain these were the result of their members struggling valiantly against the alien beasts. Without mechs, their initial vigor would wane, and injuries would soon lead to the elimination of teammates. Nevertheless, the captain of the Rising Tide team decided to send a message to the group. Captain, have you found anyone? Let me know if you need support. My luck today has been rather dismal. I've encountered several alien rat beasts and achieved nothing. Teammate 1. Same here. Today is truly strange. I just faced a group of alien rats and found no survivors. Teammate 2. Indeed. In previous excursions on this map, I could effortlessly rescue 5 individuals. What is going on today? Teammate 3. Energy conservation. Luck must also be conserved. Perhaps our fortune has been spent on matching with a team from the Edge Galaxy. Teammate 4. Stay calm. We possess mechs, while the opposing team hardly has any. Thus, the advantage lies with us. Teammate 1. Haha. Old 4 is right. The advantage is ours. Teammate 3. The advantage is ours. Teammate 4. If you're feeling fatigued, we can head to the Sacred Spring Bar in Min City for a taste of the famed spring brew. I've adjusted my sensory perception to 100% just to savor its exquisite flavor. Teammate 1. Old 4. Aren't you afraid? With your sensitivity set so high, aren't you concerned about the pain? Teammate 4. Pain? A team that barely touches any mechs? Why should I be afraid? If I don't eliminate them now, it's merely my magnanimity. Teammate 2. Old 4 is quite astute. Had I known we would match with a team from the Edge Galaxy, I would have adjusted my sensitivity as well. Thus, the members of Rising Tide chatted leisurely, completely dismissing the X-Blaze team. Meanwhile, Shen Zhaoyun, with the assistance of several NPCs, finally had her mech repaired. Let us mount the mechs. We're off. Zhu Yuanyao swiftly climbed aboard her mech, ready for action. On the other side, Xia Xingyu also ascended her mech and turned to Xiaoyun. asking which direction they should head. Chapter 174. The importance of selling goods earlier. Xiaoyan had mentioned waiting, likely knowing where they could most swiftly locate survivors. Xiao Xue and Zhuang Yueze had been lamenting in the group about the difficulty of finding individuals. As many survivors were hiding discreetly to evade the alien rat beasts, they could only methodically battle each beast one by one, searching various locations. At this juncture, one must mention Li Shuima's stroke of good fortune. Zhuang Yueze, the unfortunate soul, had been out for so long, yet had only rescued the NPC that Zhu Yuanyao had previously indicated. In contrast, Li Shuima had successfully rescued 6 individuals on her own. With these 2 as a foundation, Xia Xingyu was increasingly convinced that the next critical task was to locate the remaining individuals in need of rescue as swiftly as possible. To locate the NPCs and transport them to the designated area is essential. Indeed, Xia Xingyu, did you not mention that you possess a method for finding individuals? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyao turned her gaze toward Xin Zhaoyan. No need to rush. I have a plan. In contrast to the urgency exhibited by Xia Xingyu and Zhu Yuanyao, Xin Zhaoyan exuded a palpable confidence. She continued, please grant me 2 minutes. I must first change the skin of my mecha. While the competition was undoubtedly significant, Xin Zhaoyan deemed it equally crucial to enhance her mecha's appearance and promote her account system. Xia Xingyu and Zhu Yuanyao simultaneously grimaced, realizing they had overlooked this detail. Should they commend Xin Zhaoyan's remarkable memory? They soon beheld the transformation of Xin Zhaoyan's originally black, first-generation Zero mecha, which suddenly glimmered, its skin morphing into the dazzling, eye-blinding design she had previously showcased. Goodness, the amplified effect is even more overwhelming. Zhu Yuanyao was momentarily taken aback by the radiant mecha. Isn't it splendid? I personally designed this skin, akin to my fan support outfit. My aesthetic sensibilities are undeniably elevating. Xin Zhaoyan boasted. I assure you, anyone within 100 meters, provided their eyesight is intact, shall not overlook the words emblazoned on my mecha. As she sat within the mecha cockpit, Xin Zhaoyan gazed with satisfaction at the reflection of her mecha's exterior on the large screen. She could already envision the multitude of orders she would receive post-competition. As a mecha manufacturer, she was unparalleled. As a mecha combatant, she was unrivaled. And as a salesperson, she would certainly live up to the illustrious AAA rating of Little Shan. Xia Xingyu, reading the promotional material from the luxurious system, immediately recalled the fan support outfit she had just ordered. Suddenly, she recognized the brilliance of Xin Zhaoyan's mecha skin transformation. How could this not be considered a matching skin with Xin Zhaoyan? She excitedly clenched her fist, planning to ask her mother to procure 4 more pieces upon her return. Xia Xingyu was not alone in her thoughts. The fans watching the competition were even quicker to respond. Does this mecha skin resemble the fan support outfit I just purchased? It's the same skin as my idol's. I just bought one, and now I want 2 more. Did you hear that? My idol said she designed the outfit. She actually designed it. Is this a generous distribution of idol benefits? I want to buy, I must buy? Why can one account only purchase 4 outfits? I want 6. Sold out. Sold out. My idol didn't even reach 10,000 pieces, no wonder it sold out. I managed to snag one on my account, and my brother helped me secure another. Apologies, but I bought 8 pieces in the fan group before the competition. I need not compete with you all. Smug emoji, who is it? Who has taken my fan benefits? My idol has limited the purchase quantity. What? I just learned that my idol has launched the support outfit. Oblivious to the fact that her mecha skin had just debuted in the competition, instantly boosting the sales of her fan support outfits. Xin Zhaoyan had no inkling that the thousands of pieces she had listed were far from sufficient. She remained unaware. But Ding Qingyu, who was always vigilant, was well informed. He hastily switched to Xia Zhaoyan's account. Upon logging in, he was immediately inundated with messages from fans. New items available. I want the outfits. Ding Qingyu gazed at the flurry of messages and then at the completely depleted inventory, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. He had erred. He had initially instructed Xiao Yun to place an order for merely 600 garments. Even after Xiao Yun revised the order to 6,000, it proved insufficient. They ought to have commissioned a production run of 10,000. He hastily adjusted the inventory, recalibrating the shipping timeline, and initiated a restock. 5,000 items available. In an instant, they vanished. Ding Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Trembling, he altered the order to 10,000. He then watched as the inventory plummeted. Xiao Yun was astonishing. Her sales prowess was undeniable. He needed to revise the shipping schedule again and continue replenishing stock. Ding Qingyu busily assumed the role of customer service representative Xiao Ding, scarcely able to divert his attention to the team as competition. What significance did the competition hold? Could it rival the importance of sales? Could it yield such substantial profits? A wry smile crept across Ding Qingyu's face. He finally comprehended why Xiao Yun exerted herself so fervently in sales. There was no shortage of demand, none whatsoever. Each garment fetched a handsome price, with eager buyers clamoring for them. Meanwhile, Shen Jiayan piloted her eye-catching mech, leading Xia Xingyu and another to a designated location. Are you certain that by locating a member of the elite squad, we can extract the necessary information? Xia Xingyu remarked. Xiao Xue just informed me that those elite squad members are not easily swayed. She managed to extract information from just 3 out of 20 individuals regarding where personnel needed to be rescued. Xia Xingyu observed the messages in the group chat. Xiao Zhe also attempted to follow Xiao Xue's lead and inquire. He was scolded by several NPCs. Zhu Yuanyao chimed in. Look at how Xiao Zhe is making a racket in the group. Xin Zhaoyan turned her attention to the holographic interface. I'm not pretending, my surname is Zhuang. I simply asked an NPC where many people needed rescuing. That NPC replied that numerous individuals required assistance. When I probed further, he inquired what benefits I could offer him. One NPC revealed a location to me, and when I arrived, I was besieged by 10 mutant rats. While I was battling the rats, the NPC who had provided the location emerged and whisked the people away. Can anyone explain why NPCs are stealing credit? As she read Zhuang Yueza's messages, a wave of sympathy washed over her. Onlookers felt compelled to offer him financial assistance. His plight was truly dire. The extent of his misfortune reminded Shun Xiaoyun of her own tribulations from 3 centuries past. However, in response to Xia Xingyu and Zhu Yuanyao's skepticism, Shun Xiaoyun confidently asserted, "This is my cherished hometown. As long as I desire, I can uncover what these NPCs consumed yesterday and how much wealth they possess today." Chapter 175. NPCs are difficult to converse with? Shun Xiaoyun brought her companions to a residential settlement situated on a small earthen mound within the third ring of Min City. Here, a series of temporary structures had been erected, and a contingent of personnel guarded the perimeter. Xia Xingyu remained seated within the mech, eyeing the mound with suspicion. "What are we doing here?" Zhuang Yueza mentioned that there is little information to be gleaned from the settlement. The NPCs here are rather uncommunicative. As Shun Xiaoyun beckoned the two to disembark from their mechs, he pondered that just because he could not elicit information did not mean she could not. "Let us seek out the camp commander here. He ought to possess some insider knowledge." The indignant Zhuang Yueza had already urged everyone to activate the group chat voice, thus not missing Shun Xiaoyun's remarks. While bombarding the formidable mutant rats before them, he retorted, "The camp commander at the shelter would be even less aware of where to find personnel in need of rescue. Asking would be futile. You should not waste your time. Like me, focus on combating the mutant rats around this city. If we stir enough commotion, it might draw out some survivors." Xiao Yun had mentioned that just because one cannot succeed does not imply that others cannot. Before Shin Xiaoyun could respond, Xia Xingyu, who had previously stood with Zhuang Yueza, interjected, "Humph, believe it or not. Regardless, our energy reserves are ample, and we can afford to invest this time." Zhuang Yueza dispatched 2 mutant rats and circled a couple of nearby buildings, but it appeared no one was present. Unfazed by her teammates' banter, Shin Xiaoyun strode directly toward the largest white structure at the center. She jingled the mech key in her hand and addressed a nearby NPC. "We are from the elite unit and wish to locate your camp commander." If her memory served her right, their elite status would indeed carry some weight. As anticipated, the NPC wasted no time and promptly escorted them into the white building. By Chengjian. Shin Xiaoyun glanced at the documents laid out on the table, recognizing the name by Chengjian inscribed upon them. Fortuitously, the leadership at this shelter had not undergone any arbitrary changes. She held a vivid impression of this individual, not due to his martial prowess, but rather his extraordinary fortune. 3 centuries prior, Shurqin sought wealth, while the affluent Xia collaborated to collect materials, jointly establishing a Pinduoduo marketplace. If her recollection was accurate, it was during this period that they initiated a recruitment campaign to promote the marketplace, to incentivize participation. Anyone in the military who successfully recruited a certain number of newcomers would stand a chance to win a mech crafted by her. Bai Chengjian was indeed the fortunate recipient of such a mech. This endeavor, being a non-military mech production task, could not be entrusted to the Research Institute personnel. Thus, it was she who personally undertook the creation of Bai Chengjian's mech. In a bid to curry favor with her, Bai Chengjian had divulged every detail of his life. From the trivial, such as his childhood toilet training, to the significant, including how he managed to recruit so many newcomers and ultimately secure a mech. His audacity in recruitment was remarkable. Within the 13th Regiment, he was acquainted with individuals in every battalion. The groups he established numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Shin Xiaoyun had set her sights on leveraging his network. Since this mech was crafted by her own hands and his name was noted in her personal records, she was confident that the creator of the Qingyu Cup map would not overlook such information. She addressed him directly, "Greetings, I am a member of the elite unit. Codename D8. Might you possess information regarding gathering points for personnel awaiting rescue?" The NPC named by Jiansheng declared with righteous fervor. "The primary mission of the elite troops is to exterminate the gathering of monstrous rodents within Min City. The rescue of residents is the responsibility of another battalion." His refusal was unmistakable. On the other end of the group chat, Zhuang Yueza immediately responded, "Exactly. When I inquired about information, that was their reply. They stated that the elite troops are not tasked with rescuing people." Summer Xingyu furrowed her brow and glanced at Shin Xiaoyun, eager to discern how she would address the situation. Zhu Yuanyao could not help but shake her head. It seemed this trip would be in vain. If it were so simple to extract the location of the distressed individuals from the NPC's lips, the map would be excessively easy. Shin Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow, having heard that Captain Bai had recently been seeking assistance to make a purchase on the Pinpinion e-commerce platform. The NPC promptly amended his statement, exclaiming, "Ah? You mentioned you were looking for the monstrous rodents congregating near the distressed individuals? Coincidentally, I know of a comrade who is besieged by these creatures and urgently requires your assistance." Upon finishing his statement, NPC by Jiansheng retrieved an antiquated communicator, promptly tuning it to the Pinpinion e-commerce interface, and presented it to Shin Xiaoyun. Zhu Yuanyao's eyes widened in astonishment. What was this Pinpinion e-commerce platform? How could the NPC change his tune so swiftly? Moreover, how could NPCs engage in such verbal games? Summer Xingyu couldn't help but slap her forehead. Did such a thing exist 300 years ago? Wait, this was not merely the history of her family's rise to prominence, was it? Could her family's history still prove so advantageous? A new user could exchange for information on 5 rescue points. Shin Xiaoyun pushed the antiquated communicator back, refraining from assisting him just yet. Knowing that the wealthy Summer was willing to invest, she was aware of the significant value of new users on the Pinpinion platform at this time. She could swear that there were likely very few new users left within the 13th Regiment. 3. Bai Jiansheng held up 3 fingers. 4. Shen Jiayan countered, gesturing to Zhu Yuanyao and Summer Xingyu beside her. They were also new users. They had utilized the Star Network's ID to enter the map. How could Zhu Yuanyao and Summer Xingyu not be considered new users? In fact, everyone from 300 years later was a new user. Bai Jiansheng immediately turned to Summer Xingyu and the others, then without hesitation sent voice messages to several groups. Old 9. Do you know where in Min City people need rescuing? Old 4. Old 3. Do you require personnel assistance? I know a few big shots from the elite troops who can come aid you. Who has taken on the rescue mission? Please send me 3 task addresses. Zhu Yuanyao and Summer Xingyu were left dumbfounded. Wow, is that really possible? On the other end of the group chat, Zhuang Yueza, upon hearing the NPC's words, inadvertently lost control of his joystick, causing his mech to tumble. Shen Jiayan crossed her arms, confidently raising an eyebrow at Zhu Yuanyao and Summer Xingyu. She had stated that if she desired, these NPCs would even divulge the extent of their personal savings. Would they dare to undertake such tasks without possessing any skills? Chapter 176. Forged the first regiment. The audience of the Star Network, who were watching the match, erupted in excitement upon witnessing this scene. Viewers from the Central Stellar System flooded the comments section. Wow, is this for real? I recall that the inhabitants of the settlement were rather difficult to converse with. The last time I attempted to inquire about news, I was unceremoniously expelled. Yet now, I am astonished to see NPCs assisting others in gathering information. This is an egregious violation of fairness. There are apparent glitches in the Qingyu Cup team competition map. Remarkably, the X-Flame team possesses notable skills. Those individuals from the waves are still boasting, even as defeat looms. This is unjust. I propose that the organizers of the Qingyu Cup rectify these glitches. The competition should revolve around who secures the mecha first, who discovers more companions, and who rescues more lives. If the X-Flame team continues with such tactics, what will happen when everyone follows suit? This is an outright exploitation of the system. If we allow this to persist, miraculous victories through brute force will become a relic of the past. Our advantage in the historical review maps will be compromised. The competition should be a testament to strength. The methods employed by the X-Flame team are inherently unfair. Will we have to delve into history and archaeology for team competitions in the future? In contrast to the resistance in the Central Star System, the individuals from the Fringe Star Systems are notably more enthusiastic. I must order several history books. Mastering history will ensure I am unafraid to traverse the world. I am grateful to be your ancestor, having pioneered a new pathway to victory. I have a friend who excels in history. I shall enlist him shortly to explore this map together. This is excellent news. We need not engage in NPC combat. Henceforth, we from the Fringe Star Systems need not fear encounters with the Central Star System. There is little merit in violence. Winning through intellect is the rightful path. To those from the Central Star System, cease your incessant lamentations about glitches and unfairness. You have dominated this map for so long by defeating NPCs, and we have not once cried foul or labeled it a glitch. Friends from the Fringe Star Systems, let us all pay attention to our ancestor, learning from her prowess. I am following the competition of our ancestor closely. Once I do, I will receive notifications for her matches on the Star Network. She is the ultimate strategist. Every maneuver she executes is worthy of study. We must not miss out. Moreover, her mecha skins are quite stunning. To the friend above, you have inspired me. I too must follow her. I shall share this with my teammates so they can learn as well. To those who admire our ancestor, remember to show your support. The new fan merchandise is currently on sale. Those with the means may also acquire the mecha system to aid our ancestor in creating new mechas for solo competitions. Agent Zhang watched as the fanbase for our ancestor surged, the inventory of fan merchandise fluctuating ceaselessly. The customer service representative was tirelessly adjusting the stock levels, which seemed to vanish continually. How much have they earned today? In less than an hour, our ancestor sold more than Shirlin Qingfeng did in 6 months. Even more astonishingly, the audience spontaneously urged their friends to support our ancestor. Agent Zhang gritted his teeth, frustrated at the slow pace of inventory adjustments. Don't change it by thousands. Increase it by 300,000, he exclaimed. Adjust the inventory, and hasten to arrange live competition snippets. Investing resources generously to attract traffic to the Star Network live broadcasts is crucial. If I were a progenitor of your lineage, the individuals from his club would have ensured her ascension to become this year's most celebrated star player. Indeed, not only could I claim such lineage to become a star player, but the entire X-Flame team could also achieve fame. He is now confident in elevating the X-Flame team to the pinnacle of the peripheral galaxies. However, he aspires to contract every member of the X-Flame team. Although some may question the validity of my approach to progress, as long as the Qingyu Cup organizers maintain the current map, it essentially signifies that I have devised a novel method for advancing. He can already foresee that many will repeatedly watch the competition videos of X-Flame. Manager Zhang suddenly slapped his forehead. Yes, my vision should be broader. Why have I fixated solely on you? I ought to secure contracts for everyone in their club. Ding Qingyu remains oblivious to the intentions of others who covet his team, desiring to seize the entirety of his painstakingly established X-Flame club. He is exceedingly busy, truly overwhelmed. If I adjust the inventory to 300,000 pieces, when should the pre-sale period be set? The 50,000 support outfits sold earlier. When will the factory that Xiaoyan contacted deliver? Why didn't I reach out to the factory myself? Now that Xiaoyan is competing, I have no idea how to set the inventory. I am truly an inadequate customer service representative. Wait, Xiaoyan's fan base is only 300,000. How could I dare to set an inventory of 300,000? Just as Ding Qingyu finished speaking, the interface of his light brain flickered. The number of followers on Shun Xiaoyun's personal social account which had just surpassed 300,000, suddenly soared to over 600,000. 600,000 fans. Am I seeing things? What has transpired? What have I missed? Ding Qingyu could not resist rubbing his eyes. Shen Jiayan, with the aid of 3 new users, successfully pinpointed 12 locations in need of rescue from Bai Jianqing. She immediately shared the location details in the group chat and messaged Li Shuima, who had not joined the chat. You, Xiaoxue, choose a location to head to immediately. There are people waiting for rescue at all 12 sites. Be swift. Do not let others take the lead. If you can still assist me in making a cut, I can provide you with information. NPC Bai Jianqing retracted his communicator. I am a new user as well. I can also assist him in making a cut. Ask him for 4 more locations. Zhuang Yueza, on the other end of the group chat, exclaimed anxiously. How could he be overlooked? Just after receiving the message and joining the group chat, Li Shuima inquired. What do you mean by making a cut? And Xiaoan, how did you manage to acquire so many locations? Xia Xingyu added excitedly, right. Xiaoxue is also a new user. Let Xiaoxue make a cut as well. Shen Jiayan directly addressed NPC Bai Jianqing. Request 8 more locations. I still have 2 new user slots available. Bai Jianqing then sent another group message, causing those who were about to leave to gather once more. Waiting for Bai Jianqing to provide the information, Zhuang Yueza selected a location and hurried off, explaining to Li Shuima as he ran. Xiaoyan mentioned that 3 centuries prior, the Pinpaniga marketplace was a sensational trading hub among the military. During that time, promotional activities could yield mechs, currency, ores, and various other treasures. The allure of new users was even more captivating than star coins. Hence, when new users assisted the locals, they were rewarded with invaluable information. He had come to respect Xiaoyan greatly, marveling at how she could extract information so effortlessly. Shen Jiayan nodded, affirming that for them, anyone who could lend a helping hand was akin to family. If family members sought internal news, how could they possibly be stingy? P.S. I express my gratitude for the gifts everyone has sent, especially to my top supporters for their generous contributions over the past few days. I humbly request book reviews once more. Just the day before yesterday, my score had risen by 0.1 points, but it may have dipped recently, resulting in that gain being lost. I had just boasted to someone about that increase. It's truly astonishing that my score was deducted. You may choose not to grant me points, but you cannot take them back. Tomato, please return the points deducted from me. I vow to refrain from boasting in the future. Chapter 177. Come on. Who fears whom? Reliant on his vast network, Bai Jianqing provided Shen Jiayan and her companions with 22 locations. Initially, he was to offer 20, but due to the impressive strike Li Shuima delivered, he significantly reduced Bai Jianqing's progress. As a token of gratitude, Bai Jianqing rewarded Li Shuima with 6 locations. With newfound direction, the X-Lion team swiftly dispersed, each selecting a path toward the rescue points. To mitigate risks, they chose locations that advanced from the outer ring of the city toward the inner. This ensured that no one strayed too far, allowing for rapid assistance should anyone encounter danger. Min City comprised 10 rings, with anything beyond the 5th ring considered the outer ring. Shen Jiayan deftly maneuvered her mech toward a commercial building situated in the 10th ring of Min City. I have arrived at point A. There are 2 individuals here, both rescued. Li Shuima's voice resonated through Shen Jiayan's holographic device. To maintain situational awareness, they opened the group chat. I am en route to point D. Everyone, expedite your pace. Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow, surprised at how swiftly Xiaoxue was progressing. She couldn't afford to lag too far behind. With one hand skillfully operating the control stick and the other deftly gliding over the control panel, the dazzling silver-black mech dashed through the streets like a bolt of lightning. It appeared Bai Jianqing's information was indeed accurate. After Xiaoxue rescued 2 individuals, their score had reached 7. The Langchao team had also just saved 3, bringing their total to 18. If Bai Jianqing's intel proved beneficial for all, they would soon surpass the Langchao team. However, they needed to remain vigilant against a potential attack from them. Zhu Yuanyao's voice emerged from the group chat. I am unafraid of their approach. If we accumulate enough points, I might even seek them out. Shen Jiayan replied nonchalantly, glancing at the competition rules displayed upon entering the map. Within the allotted time on the map, 180 minutes. The competing teams must endeavor to rescue as many target individuals as possible. Historical maps discourage attacks on fellow teammates, including opposing teams. Any aggression towards teammates will result in a random deduction of both competition time and points already earned. The final scoring consists of task points, 85%, map performance points, 15%, and any random deductions, if applicable. Note, the interpretation of map performance points is solely reserved for the map's designer. The organizers of the Qingyu Cup encourage participants to compete fairly and justly, urging everyone to explore the narratives behind the maps. Those who exhibit outstanding performance may have the opportunity to receive special rewards from the Qingyu Cup officials. For many competitors, the 15% allocated for map performance points is akin to participation points, as few manage to attain the full performance score. There have been instances in the past where low performance scores prompted participants to approach the Qingyu Cup organizers. The organizers merely pointed out that interpretation rights belong to the designers, subsequently granting access to a vast database, and enlisted the help of 5 or 6 data analysts to assist in calculations. Ultimately, whether the calculations were accurately made remains uncertain, but the spectators and protesting competitors chose to concede. Following that incident, the map performance points were deemed inconsequential. Ultimately, the decisive factor in determining the outcome of both teams rests upon the task points, while the map performance points remained a mystery to most, leading them to disregard its significance. However, while the map performance points may be trivial, the deductions incurred are taken very seriously. Be it in the form of reduced competition time or points deducted during settlement, all competitors are affected. Thus, once on the map, aside from the necessity of acquiring mechs, some may opt to eliminate NPCs. At other times, competitors strive to avoid attacking teammates, including opponents. These underlying requirements were elucidated by Zhu Yuanyao while repairing the mech earlier. Of course, Shen Jiayan is aware that Zhu Yuanyao's concern stems from the possibility of the opposing team feeling cornered, resulting in reckless aggression, disregarding potential penalties, and attacking them. Nevertheless, Shen Jiayan fears not. She has labored diligently to accumulate points for a reason, namely, to amass enough to deliver a decisive blow to the Rising Tide team. Eliminate NPCs? She would do so with pleasure. The Rising Tide team better arrive quickly. With this thought, Shen Jiayan's spirit was instantly invigorated. She cracked her knuckles and forcefully maneuvered the control stick. Humph, I lack nothing now but an abundance of ammunition. Come if you dare. However, Xiaoxua, you must remain vigilant and avoid being encircled by the Rising Tide players. If you notice them preparing to strike, retreat and wait for us to arrive for a collective assault. Just as Shen Jiayan's words fell, 5 mutant rats suddenly leapt out from the shop on the left. Shen Jiayan narrowed her eyes and promptly operated her mech. The cannon on the left arm of the mech was raised, aiming directly at the 5 charging mutant rats. Flames erupted, instantly igniting the fur on the back of the foremost mutant rat. Howl! Howl! The mutant rat writhed in agony, its mouth agape. Shen Jiayan took aim at its gaping maw and fired. Bang! The monstrous rodent erupted in a violent explosion, sending flesh and blood splattering in all directions, creating a gruesome spectacle. The 4 nearby aberrant rodents hesitated, retreating in fear. Attempt to flee? Not a chance. Shen Jiayan snorted coldly, her left hand deftly maneuvering the controls at an accelerated pace. It had been quite some time since she had engaged with such creatures. As they collided with the muzzle of her weapon, these creatures dared to escape. No falsehood could evade her grasp. Shen Jiayan unleashed a barrage upon the aberrant beasts. The glass doors of the nearby shop and the pristine white floor were instantaneously splattered with layers of beastly blood. While Shen Jiayan reveled in her exhilarating assault, her companions in the group chat could not resist teasing her. Xiao Yun, how many aberrant rodents have you dispatched? You should eradicate them all, inquired Xia Xingyu. Xiao Yun is the strongest, Li Shuama exclaimed, oblivious to the fact that Shen Jiayan had yet to score a single point since entering the map. Zhuang Yuezha toppled a precarious structure gnawed upon by the aberrant rodents, remarking, Xiao Yun, your display is quite impressive. Are you enjoying yourself? In the future, battling aberrant beasts alongside the captain will be even more exhilarating. No, wait, the captain must be the one relishing this the most. You will be of great assistance to him. If there are too many aberrant beasts, it's best not to linger too long, suggested Zhu Yuanyao, who had recently encountered 4 aberrant rodents and opted to circumvent them to save time. All 5 have been taken care of, Shen Jiayan said, gazing at the 4 large fireballs that were desperately fleeing, a cold smirk gracing her lips. The 4 aberrant rodents emitted anguished cries. With a delicate tap of her fingers on the control panel, she launched 4 projectiles in different directions. As the shells fired, she apathetically turned away, her mech pivoting to depart. Boom, boom, boom. 2 seconds later, the 4 fireballs were struck, stumbling and rolling to the ground before erupting into sparks. They resembled fireworks in their explosion, yet the stench was foul. Chapter 178. Do not underestimate Jigu. Didn't you just encounter the aberrant beasts and engage in combat? How did you finish them off so quickly? Xia Xingyu questioned, puzzled. Zhuang Yuezha continued to jest. Wow, Xiao Yun, I still hear the cries of aberrant beasts. And yet you claim to have dealt with them? Don't try to fool me, Xiaozhe. Xiao Yun is right. One should not linger too long with aberrant rodents. Our mission is to complete our tasks as swiftly as possible, Zhu Yuanyao stated as she climbed into a high-rise building, spotting a surviving NPC within. With a smile, Shen Jiayan replied, Comrade Jia, I may be slow with the aberrant beasts, but I can dispatch you even quicker. Cough cough. I was mistaken. You are not slow at all. Just do not focus solely on me. Zhuang Yuezha hastily conceded, sensing the subtle threat in her words. Meanwhile I, an ardent fan of your ancestors, was watching the match and could not help but scream in excitement. Wow, Ancestor is so cool at dispatching aberrant beasts. She takes down one in just a few minutes, and not a single shell is wasted. So efficient and decisive. Are aberrant rodents really that weak? I feel like I could give it a try. Try, and you shall perish. Aberrant rodents weak? You must be jesting. Are you a newcomer? Have you never witnessed the competition between Ancestor and the Blazing Phoenix? You may have only seen Ancestor in weapon battles, but truth be told, her prowess with firearms is even more remarkable. I was captivated by her performance with thermal weapons. The precise marksmanship, coupled with an extraordinary ability to anticipate movements, is truly remarkable. While some may perceive her casual shooting as unremarkable, they fail to grasp the cunning precision of each shot, each one striking at the vulnerable points of the aberrant beast mice. Should she change her position, it would not be the aberrant mice that would explode, but rather the mech that would be obliterated by them. For those who find this perplexing, I suggest revisiting the match between our ancestors and the Fiery Phoenix. Viewers from various star networks in the Central Star System couldn't help but commend the marksmanship of I Am Your Ancestor. This individual is indeed exceptional, exhibiting formidable prowess. It seems that the Wavecrest team may be on the verge of defeat, as I witnessed for the first time the inhabitants of the marginal star systems prevailing over those from the Central Star System. Is I Am Your Ancestor a student from our Imperial Academy? Only we, the Imperial Academy, could cultivate such outstanding mech operators. I too believe they hail from our esteemed institution. Observing the comments from fans of I Am Your Ancestor from the Central Star System, one fervently retorted, I Am Your Ancestor is from the marginal star system. She is a contestant from Luotian Star. She began competing a fortnight ago, while your Imperial Academy hadn't even commenced its break. To the antiquated denizens of the Central Star System, allow me to present our ancestors' competition records, the link to the advanced matches, the elegant battle of Lin Qing Feng, the extravagant confrontation with the Fiery Phoenix, the preliminary rounds. The reactions from individuals in the Central Star System and other star systems after reviewing these links were nothing short of exasperating. Indeed, I am your ancestor is remarkably skilled. Such prowess is increasingly reminiscent of our Imperial Academy. Just because the Imperial Academy hasn't taken a break, what relevance does that have for graduates? She could very well be one of them. Shen Jiayun was unaware of how many aberrant mice she had dispatched, causing her fans to eagerly scramble for attention on the Star Network. She had not yet distanced herself from her mech when she suddenly heard several voices calling out. Please stop. We need your assistance. Hold on a moment. Comrade D8, wait. Turning around, Shen Jiayun saw several NPCs clad in military uniforms waving at her from atop a 3-story building. Initially reluctant to engage, the urgency in their calls compelled her to halt. What do you need me for? She inquired. The NPCs descended and surrounded her mech, chattering amongst themselves. Is it her? It must be her. She is the Comrade D8 that Bai Jianqing mentioned, the one with the flashy mech. She knows many newcomers and can lend us a hand. But didn't Xiao Bai say she couldn't recruit newcomers? Do you believe Xiao Bai? There are still plenty of elite troops around. As Shen Jiayun listened to their exchange, she nearly choked. Across the holographic interface, Zhuang Yueze and Xia Xingyu burst into laughter. Zhuang Yueze, unable to contain himself, jested. Xiao Yun, have you infiltrated the NPC ranks? Xiao Yun, you are quite popular. They even remember the D8 code name you whimsically concocted. I can hardly recall it myself. Xia Xingyu chimed in, giggling. Shen Jiayun glanced at the NPCs circling her and explained, I can't recruit anyone now. The new users have all been snatched up by Bai Jianqing. She hurriedly attempted to disperse the NPCs. Everyone was here to help her earn points, yet now she had not gained a single one. The elder's reputation was at stake. The first NPC exclaimed, if you help me with a strike, I can transfer you some money. I truly appreciate it. You understand me so well. Knowing my love for wealth, Shen Jiayun couldn't help but roll her eyes. If anyone in the real world spoke to her like that, she would not hesitate to assist, even if it meant delivering 100 strikes. However, what use were the rewards from the Qingyu Cup map to her? Could this currency be exchanged for nutrient liquids? Or converted into points? Certainly not. Its only purpose seemed to be maintaining her persona of someone who relishes in wealth. Even Li Shuima couldn't suppress a laugh. Why not strike him? It's free money. Zhuang Yueze commented, while carrying an NPC target towards a nearby safe point. $10 per strike. Immediate transfer. The NPC, thinking Shen Jiayun had agreed, continued, thank you, but I don't need it. I regard money as dirt. Shen Jiayun never anticipated she would utter such a pretentious phrase. The market price is $5 per strike. I'll give you 25 for 2 strikes. Immediate transfer. Another NPC stepped forward. Step aside, step aside. We're not familiar. I'm in a hurry. I need to rescue someone at the nearby Mingyue shopping mall. Shen Jiayun was wary of stepping on the NPC and incurring penalties. Move aside. Do you want to save someone? I know 3 people are trapped within 1,000 meters. My task is to rescue them. Can you assist me? The third NPC approached. Just as Shen Jiayun was about to push the joystick, she halted. 3 people, you say? How about I help you rescue them? Just give me the address. No, this is my task. If I weren't trapped by the mutant rat, I would have saved them already. The third NPC rejected her offer. Shen Jiayun asserted. Your task is my task. We are on the same side. Chapter 179. Captain, help with the strike. Shen Jiayun only desired to obtain those 3 points. She was at point D and still needed to run 10 kilometers. Yet, if she could cover a mere 1,000 meters, she would secure those 3 points. If she missed this opportunity, she would feel like a fool. The others in the group chat were even more excited than Shen Jiayun. Xia Xingyu joyfully urged, help him. You must help him. Zhu Yuanyao also pressed, Xiaoyun, we have plenty of energy and ammunition. What we lack is time. We must not waste it. Quickly take on his task. The others increased their pace. Yes, we can run to the locations given by Bai Jianqing. You just need to gather clients. Cough. Take on tasks. Zhuang Yueze accelerated his mech speed. Xiaoyun, impressive. You can save 3 people at once. Li Shuima's mech legs were practically sparking with speed. With Shen Jiayun's advantage of being able to pick up tasks, everyone understood that they could not afford to slack off. Hearing her companions, Shen Jiayun promptly leaped down from her mech. Unfortunately, she encountered a stubborn NPC who shook his head. Another NPC nearby added, no, we're not familiar. Shen Jiayun couldn't help but twitch her lips. What a surprise. She was being dismissed with her own words. Just 1 chop and it's done. I'll even give you my task and pay you, an excited NPC exclaimed. Zhuang Yueze was the first to speak up. It's over. All 5 of us have already helped them chop. We are no longer new users. Xiaoxua, does your elite team have any new users who can assist with the chopping? Zhu Yuanyao suggested, eyeing Li Suinyuo. No way. I just asked the nearby NPCs, and they all said they had helped Wu Xingfeng with the chopping. Li Suinyuo quickly replied. Shen Jiayun sighed, remembering that Wu Xingfeng was once part of the promotional team for that mall. It wasn't surprising at all. Then forget it. Xiaoyun, let's go. We can't complete this task, Xia Xingyu said with disappointment. Shen Jiayun pursed her lips. Leave, with the task practically delivered to her doorstep. How could she let it slip away? Taking a deep breath, she smiled at the NPC and declared, chop. I will help you chop. It's just a chop. Curious. Zhuang Yueze in the group chat asked, how do you chop? You're not going to pull a fast one again, are you? You won't deceive the NPC too, will you? He hadn't forgotten how Shen Jiayun had tricked many students during the final assessment. Xiaoyun, do you need my help? Li Suinyuo clearly recalled their antics during the assessment. She glanced at the distance between herself and Xiaoyun, only about 30 kilometers away. If she hurried over, she wouldn't miss the excitement. No, she could assist Xiaoyan. My goodness. Xiaoyan, you have fans now. We must maintain our image. Zhu Yuanyao recalled the captain's earnest teachings. Shen Xiaoyan's lips curled into a smile. Yes, I do have fans now. After saying this, she looked up at the sky and then turned to the nearest NPC, instructing him to display the link code. Although the NPC didn't understand, he obediently complied. Shen Xiaoyan placed her hands on her hips and looked toward the sky again. Captain, if you're still watching the live stream, please help me out. This platform is linked to the back end of the Qingyu Cup. Captain, give us a chop. Upon entering the map, she realized she didn't need to recreate the group. It was still using the back end of the Qingyu Cup. Wow, it can be played like this too? Zhuang Yuezhi exclaimed, slapping the control stick upon hearing Shen Xiaoyan's words. The NPC he was carrying on his back was jolted, spitting out foam. Captain, hurry and chop. Let's see if we can succeed, Xia Xingyu shouted excitedly. Busy managing the back end, Ding Qingyu didn't notice his teammates' heartfelt calls, but the other viewers of the live stream did. Especially Shen Xiaoyan's fans, upon hearing her call, regardless of whom she was addressing, they all entered the code displayed by the NPC. Then, everyone heard an announcement. Your ancestor loves you for 10,000 years, helped you chop. Just 001 approval value away from obtaining a mecha. Your ancestor loves you for 10,000 years? To love me for 10,000 years. Upon hearing this announcement, Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but twitch her lips. The criticisms are abundant. Should she lament the inadequacies of Shurqince's event planning or the overly sentimental ID that assisted her? She hasn't even reached 10,000 years yet. Perhaps she ought to express her discontent regarding the captain's lackluster speed, which pales in comparison to that of the fans. Ultimately, she finds herself at a loss for where to begin her critiques. Oh, I am merely 1 point away from redeeming my mech. The NPC, however, is exuberantly flailing about. Do they not partake in different events? Zhuang Yuezhi cannot help but murmur. He distinctly recalls that the assistance he rendered earlier did not come with any approval points. Yet, Zhu Yuanyao interjects. Wasn't he the captain who provided the help? Who is this ancestor that adores you for 10,000 years? It must be the viewers from the live stream. There are indeed many spectators outside. They can assist in the endeavor. Xiaoyan, why don't you inquire with other NPCs if they require help? With your multitude of fans, you could slice through 1,000 obstacles for them. Xia Xingyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. She felt invigorated. She had always said that teaming up with Xiao Yun was a pleasure. Had she teamed with her cousin, she would still be struggling through the sewers, searching for NPCs. But with Xiao Yun, it was a different story. The NPCs were overwhelmed. Xiao Yun's ingenuity is bewildering. Could a normal person even conceive of such a strategy? Meanwhile, a fan who successfully commandeered Ding Qingyu's quest boasts excitedly in the live stream. Ancestor adores you for 10,000 years. The ancestor has seen my affection. Did you hear? The ancestor pronounced my ID. Ancestor, I love you for 10,000 years. How enviable. This is akin to being on television, a photo with the ancestor, right? Wow, is this how it's played? I want to change my ID. I also want a photo with the ancestor. There are still 2 NPCs left. I must seize them. The next one, I will assist the ancestor. The other viewers are left in stunned silence once again. This is incredible. I must give her a perfect score for this maneuver. I want to reward her. Oh, the Qingyu Cup lacks a donation feature? No matter. I shall reward her on her personal social platform. My ID as the ancestor is displayed prominently on her mech, making it easy to find. I will also go and reward her. Perhaps I'll purchase 2 sets of the wealthy woman system. Is my operation as your ancestor considered cheating? Cheating? Our ancestor merely exploited the platform's loopholes. How can that be deemed cheating? This map has been open for ages. If others cannot achieve it, they cannot blame our ancestor. Will this compel the Qingyu Cup to fix the bugs? So this is how one plays in the historical review map of the Qingyu Cup. I must try it myself soon. I too wish to explore the historical map. It sounds delightful. Haha, the members of the Rising Wave team appear rather foolish. Although I am from the Central Star System, under the radiance of I am your ancestor, I too find the Rising Wave team rather endearing. What can I say? I seem to have become a fan as well. I am also from the Central Star System and have long followed the social account of I am your ancestor. Enough of this chatter. I must rush to the live stream. But first, I need to change my ID. The Rising Wave merely lost 1 match. The true tragedy falls upon the Qingyu Cup officials. The live streaming room has garnered increasing popularity, with the audience numbers multiplying exponentially. As everyone has learned the art of manipulation from me. Chapter 180. Encountering the Demon Orb. The Qingyu Cup. Encountering the Demon Orb. Programmers must work overnight. As the number of viewers in the live streaming room continues to swell, the organizers of the Qingyu Cup indeed convened an impromptu meeting due to Shen Xiaoyun's remarkable maneuvers. Representatives from various departments engaged in fervent debates regarding Shen Xiaoyun's actions. Some departments contended that her approach had unveiled a new avenue for audience interaction with the Qingyu Cup, suggesting that viewers should be allowed to assist the competitors, albeit at a greater financial cost. Other factions argued that such actions undermined the integrity of the competition and insisted that programmers rectify this loophole after the event. Yet another department asserted that Shen Xiaoyun's strategies aligned with the original intentions of the map's creators, which were initially designed to promote the Pinpin Ego Mall, though the initiative had been shelved for various reasons. Consequently, some members proposed not to close the loophole, but rather to relaunch the Pinpin Ego Mall in collaboration with the competitors to jointly promote it. Regardless of the disputes, there was unanimous agreement on the merits of my performance in this match. As one viewer aptly remarked, if one can exploit a loophole through skill, what justification is there for its prohibition? Ultimately, the meeting's leader suggested waiting until the conclusion of the match before deliberating on how to address the loophole. After assisting the NPC in completing the task, Shin Jiayan was rewarded with a location. She inquired of the NPC, "Is this the only location?" When I aided by Jianxing, I received 4 locations in return. Can I provide you with extra payment? The NPC, scratching his head in confusion, appeared oblivious. Shin Jiayan shook her head. No need for payment. The NPC rummaged through his left pocket, producing a wind beast fong. Another wind beast fong? Shin Jiayan fell silent. The NPC then searched his right pocket, retrieving the bones of a howling tiger. Shin Jiayan clenched her teeth in frustration, lamenting what a pity it was that she had not known earlier that assisting could yield such rewards. Had she been aware, she would have helped them countless times. Many acquaintances she knew from research institutes were new users. She regretted it deeply, clutching her chest and grinding her teeth. Now, what use were these items to her? The NPC blinked and reached into his back pocket, but found nothing. He gazed at Shin Jiayan innocently. I have nothing else to offer. However, the trousers I am wearing today are a premium, limited edition, crafted with protective properties against toxins and fire. Would you like me to remove them for you? Shin Jiayan's lips twitched at the absurdity of it all, feeling as though she were being likened to a miser. At that moment, another NPC shoved aside the one willing to disrobe and approached Shin Jiayan directly. I have 3 locations here. If you assist me, I will transfer you some money. He recognized that this D8 had a higher success rate, making it worthwhile to spend additional funds. Another NPC chimed in. I can offer you 2 locations and some money in exchange for your assistance. I can even give you my trousers. I am an exquisite pair of diamond-flared trousers. Not only resistant to toxins, fire, and water, but also the epitome of fashion. To substantiate my claims, this NPC discreetly rolled up the cuffs of his trousers, revealing the flared hem concealed beneath his combat attire to Shin Jiayan. Shin Jiayan couldn't help but twitch her lips once more. Thank you. But she truly had no shortage of trousers, particularly flared ones. Ha ha ha, Xia Xinyu exclaimed. Come on, Xiaoyan, just agree to them. Listening to the voices from across the table, Xia Xinyu could not suppress her laughter. Xiaoyan, I want to see those flared trousers. Trade with them, and I'll find an audience to assist you. Zhuang Yueza relished the unfolding drama. Zhu Yuanyao chimed in with a smile. I too am curious about what the most fashionable trousers looked like 300 years ago. Shin Jiayan retorted. Please don't cause trouble. Xiao Xue has already moved to 2 locations. You all need to take this seriously. Seriously? We are all quite earnest. Thank you. I am already en route to the 3rd location, with individuals perched on both shoulders of my mech. Just because I haven't returned to the base doesn't mean I'm not serious. Xia Xinyu protested her innocence. Shin Jiayan ultimately acquiesced to the remaining NPCs, as they did not afford her the chance to refuse, and promptly sent her the task points. It was unavoidable. Not all NPCs were liked by Jiancheng, who had established hundreds of groups. Moreover, the task points they provided were in close proximity, making it impossible for Shin Jiayan to decline. As the second NPC produced a link for her, she gazed skyward and called out to the captain, "Oh ancestors, I am your fan. I've assisted with a strike. Only a mere 003 approval points remain for me to claim a mech." Before Shin Jiayan could finish her sentence, the announcement blared forth. This speed surpasses even my own mech operations. I shall remember you, dear fan. Shin Jiayan couldn't help but declare. The praised fan eagerly captured a screenshot to share within their fan group. When it came to the final NPC, Shin Jiayan received the link without needing to utter a word, as the announcement rang out once more. Oh ancestors, I've aided with a strike. Only 001 approval points remain for me to claim a mech. The ecstatic NPC waved their arms in jubilation, as Shin Jiayan prepared to depart. They insisted on thrusting some money and exotic beast components into her hands as gratitude for her assistance in completing their tasks. Without waiting for her response, they tossed the items to the ground and fled. Shin Jiayan gazed at the items strewn upon the ground, relieved. Thank goodness they didn't throw their trousers at me. Otherwise, the captain would surely have me in a world of trouble. The captain was dedicated to crafting a positive idol image for her, and persuading NPCs to remove their trousers seemed rather counterproductive. Wouldn't you agree? P.S. Thank you all for your generous gifts. A heartfelt thank you to Yazi for the great health item. I've lost count of how many times I've received it. Countless times. Due to subpar data or writer S-block, it was your support that kept me persevering. Without you, this book would have long ceased to exist. It can be said that it is your encouragement that has sustained me thus far. I truly appreciate each and every one of you. Lastly, thank you for your reviews. Ha ha ha. The 01 point I lost has finally been regained. The ratings may have risen, yet the read count has unfortunately declined, and recently, the backend metrics have plummeted to an all-time low. Tomato, I shake my head at you, once and then again. Chapter 181. It is her turn to exert her strength. Shin Jiayan gazed at the items scattered on the ground. Though unnecessary, they were, after all, a gesture from the NPCs. She crouched down and collected everything. Climbing back into the mech, she cast a glance at the light brain. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, the team had surprisingly accumulated 20 points. Meanwhile, during her busy moments, her companions had also managed to score 11 points. At that moment, Zhuang Yuezha, with an air of pride, shouted, Xiaoyan, it's alright if you can't score, I'll cover your share, don't fret, don't feel burdened. Just securing the position point means your contribution is the greatest. Shin Jiayan stared at her score of 0, momentarily speechless. Could she possibly allow classmate Zixing to take on the role of her brother? Certainly not. Now, it was her turn to shine. The NPCs had assigned tasks that were all quite close together, and according to the task descriptions, 2 of the task points were rather populated. She decided to start with the nearest task point. Shin Jiayan's fingers danced like butterflies over the controls, pushing the joystick forward. The flamboyant mech suddenly leaped and then charged ahead. With another tap at a certain spot on the mech, a dazzling array of silver, red, green, and yellow colors began to flicker on its skin, with advertisements flashing in succession to captivate the eye. She leisurely piloted the mech, murmuring to herself, since others are eager to assist me in combat, it signifies a large audience watching. The spectacle begins. This was indeed the opportune moment for her to promote her advertisements. Otherwise, wouldn't her investment in the skin for the Qingyu Cup be in vain? Yet, feeling that something was still lacking, she surveyed her surroundings, which appeared dilapidated and quiet. Then, she pressed another button on the control panel. A familiar and thunderous voice reverberated. To all fans present, should you have any requests for mech modifications, please contact ID number. Your idol, I am your ancestor, shall craft for you the most advanced, powerful, and perfectly suited mech. The crew operating the mechs, including Xia Xingyu and Zhuang Yuezha, all shuddered in unison. Wow, are you really that skilled? You still haven't forgotten your advertisement at this moment? Aren't you afraid the alien beasts will be drawn out? Startled, they were relieved that the NPC on their shoulders wasn't a real person and thus couldn't perish. Shen Jiayan casually replied, the competition is merely a side endeavor. Selling goods is my primary focus. One mustn't forget the main pursuit due to a side hustle. If alien beasts emerge, all the better. Let us eliminate them all. On StarNet, some viewers were witnessing such competitors for the first time. For a moment, a few viewers, feeling rather bored, with a desire to sample everything, rushed to purchase systems from Shen Jiayan's social account. Just as Ding Qingyu confirmed the inventory of support apparel and was about to watch the match, his light brain vibrated. Huh, is the business really that booming? How does the system sell? What distinct functionalities do the various systems possess? Are there any fan benefits associated with purchasing a system, such as signed photographs? The promotion claims to fulfill anyone's mecha dream. Can my pet dog pilot it once I bring it home? Was the system assembled by our ancestors? How long will it take to deliver 2 customized systems? I am utterly perplexed. Ding Qingyu, overwhelmed with a flurry of tasks, scratched his head while diligently searching for the 30 sales scripts that Xiaoyan had sent to everyone, responding earnestly to an array of chaotic inquiries. Meanwhile, the X-Blaze team had garnered 11 points, drawing the acute attention of the captain of the Rising Wave team. Captain, this is dire. The opposing team has scored 11 points. How did they manage to find so many individuals in such a short time? You must accelerate your efforts. You can demolish the surrounding buildings and areas where the aberrant beasts congregate. There might be individuals nearby. Do not fear harming NPCs. I have tested it. And as long as you avoid the heart, they will survive. Teammate 1. Captain, I wish to demolish buildings as well. But I am running low on ammunition in my mecha. At this point, I cannot even approach the area with the aberrant beasts. I have to circumvent them. Teammate 2. Captain, my mecha lacks sufficient energy blocks. I may have to seize 2 energy blocks from NPCs. Teammate 4. Captain, do not be anxious. We are significantly ahead of the opposing team. They only have 11 points, while we possess a solid 20. Teammate 3. Indeed. Captain, you are simply too anxious. We have the advantage. Oh no. The opposing team has reached 20 points. Captain, look. Their score has suddenly jumped to 20. Is there a bug in the system? Teammate 4. Good heavens. This is disastrous. Captain, what shall we do? Captain, no, this is not right. What is amiss? Am I hallucinating, or are you all? If I am mistaken, are you also mistaken? No, it must be the system. This score has never inexplicably jumped by 9 points at once. There is a bug in the system. Where are the organizers? Open your eyes and take a look. The captain of the Rising Wave team found himself bewildered and incoherent, rattled by the sudden leveling of scores. Meanwhile, Shen Jiayan sat within her mecha, listening to Zhuang Yuezha's exaggerated praise, her lips curling upward in a smile that she could not suppress. Zhuang Yuezha exclaimed dramatically, Xiaoyan, you are remarkable. You refrained from action until now, but upon your first move, you secured 9 points. Truly, you are a silent achiever. Xiaoyan's brilliance is the reason we have managed to catch up to Rising Wave so swiftly. If the opponents do not pull any tricks, we are assured victory in this competition. Zhu Yuanyao chimed in joyfully, recalling how Xiaoyan had just completed a few task points and miraculously saved 9 individuals. These 9 individuals instantly leveled the scores of both teams. The previous disadvantage of their team in acquiring mechas had been entirely overcome. Shen Jiayan dispatched the 9 individuals to the designated area with grace, skillfully maneuvering the controls. Despite her inability to suppress her smile, she humbly remarked, it is also due to everyone's belief in me that we were able to catch up to them so quickly. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyao and her companions were fully aware of the shortcut to seize the mechas, yet they unconditionally placed their trust in her, willing to squander time repairing the mechas alongside her. Xia Xingyu remarked, it has been proven that one can acquire mechas and achieve high scores without resorting to the slaughter of NPCs. Upon hearing Xia Xingyu mention NPCs, a flicker of coldness ignited in Shen Jiayan's eyes. There was still much work to be done, and they needed to hasten through the remaining locations. Ideally, they would elevate their scores even further. A higher score would facilitate her efforts to eliminate rival teams. Unfortunately, the act of annihilating competitors might incur random point deductions. Otherwise, she would have acted decisively by now. I have found another target, Li Shuima exclaimed, striking through yet another location on their list. Zhu Yuanyao concurred. We must accelerate our pace to preempt any desperate actions from the opposing team. In the ensuing moments, the scores of the X-Lian team surged at an astonishing rate, surpassing the normal pace of competition. Li Shuima marked off one location, while Xia Xingyu and Zhu Yuanyao simultaneously crossed off 2, likely spurred on by Shen Jiayan's motivation. As they eagerly rushed to complete their tasks, the scores updated every 5 minutes. 23 points, 26 points, 27 points, 30 points. Shun Jiayun inadvertently attracted 3 NPCs due to her thunderous announcements. One NPC was perched on her mecha's shoulder, having emerged unexpectedly, and was incessantly caressing her mecha in a rather inappropriate manner. Fang Yinju, with a gleam in her eye, delightedly traced the words wealthy lady emblazoned on her ancestor's mecha's skin, and then reached down to explore the ID number on the mecha's chest. She beamed, covering her face in glee. The upgrade fee of 888 for the ticket is simply invaluable. Although her control over this NPC was limited, she could still access the ancestor's ID. Furthermore, she could take a photograph with the ancestor, which was undoubtedly superior to merely striking a blow and getting a picture with the ID like the other group members. The more she ruminated on it, the happier she became, her hand trembling as it reached toward the ancestor's social account. Shun Jiayun couldn't help but interject. Please refrain from moving that NPC on your shoulder. If it falls, it will perish. The NPC's life was still precious. What if it expired midway and did not contribute to her score? Fang Yinju promptly withdrew her hand, settling down obediently. Shun Jiayun exhaled in relief and redirected her gaze to the holographic display. At that moment, it indicated that only a little over an hour remained in the competition, and the score gap between both teams was gradually widening. The members of the Lanky team observed with growing anxiety as the X-Lian team skyrocketed ahead like a rocket. Teammate 4, Captain, we cannot allow them to continue this way. We currently have 25 points, but they are nearing 40. Teammate 1, I concur with Teammate 4. We must prevent their score from increasing any further. At this rate, we won't be able to catch up. I suspect they may have discovered some advantageous map or key point, which is why their score is rising so rapidly. For the sake of fairness in the game, we must halt their progress and uncover the reason behind their rapid score increase. Teammate 3, I calculated that given our pace in locating opponents and the remaining time in the match, we might not even reach 40 points by the end. If we fail to take action, this match is undoubtedly lost. Teammate 1, thus, we must take a desperate gamble and eliminate the X-Flame team. The captain of the Rising Tide team gazed at the messages from his comrades with a furrowed brow, his mind racing. Although eliminating opponents might incur random point deductions or shorten the match time, such considerations were only relevant when they possessed a competitive advantage. Now, with impending defeat, such concerns were trivial. If they could obtain some scoring strategy from the X-Flame team, the points earned within the remaining time could potentially offset any deductions. With a determined smirk, the captain struck his light brain and sent a succinct message to the group. Captain, let's do it. Several teammates responded with messages of support. Teammate 2, I know where one of their team members is. I spotted his mech sporting the latest star-studded blue skin. It's quite conspicuous. I avoided him due to a lack of ammunition, but I will circle back to see if he is still nearby. If I find him, I'll inform you all. Zhuang Yueza was leisurely piloting his mech toward a nearby location, buoyed by the influence of Xiao Yun and the feeling that his team was on the verge of victory. Unable to resist, he donned the mech skin he had purchased earlier, admiring the striking blue and black design on the large screen. He could not help but hum a tune. Today, Xiaozhe was genuinely joyful. Clad in new attire, sporting a fresh look, my mech is truly splendid. The price of 5,999 yuan was worth every penny. With it, my good fortune is boundless. His juvenile voice, still in the throes of change, combined with his off-key lyrics, prompted his teammates, already accustomed to Shin Jiayun's melodious advertisements, to call for silence. Xia Xingyu shouted, stop singing. What on earth are you crooning about? Li Shuama added, Senior, we're on the same side. Please spare us. Xiaozhe, the moment your voice emerges, I feel like you're about to lose followers. Zhu Yuanyao remarked, shaking her head. She believed the captain should not solely focus on Xiao Yun's public image while overlooking Xiaozhe's antics, which warranted greater scrutiny. Shin Jiayun also shook her head. Xiaozhe, your singing is drowning out my advertisements. If you're so excited and have a free mouth, perhaps you could recite my ad copy. It would be considerably more pleasant than your song. Listening to his teammates, Zhuang Yueza felt a pang of regret. I'm merely celebrating our impending victory, he explained. This song is titled The Song of the Fortunate, and with my voice, may good luck abound for us all. Moreover, my mother claims I sing beautifully. My father insists that my melodious voice is only suitable for family. If I don't consider you all family, can I sing for you? Of course, Zhuang Yueza chose to conceal his desire to win fans with his singing. The others shook their heads once more. While only Shin Jiayun, upon hearing the song's title, relented. Then go ahead and sing. Although she possesses remarkable luck, she never shuns an abundance of fortune. Zhuang Yueza's brows instantly arched with delight, affirming that Xiao Yun's aesthetic sensibility is indeed exceptional. I shall continue to serenade you. My current performance is insufficient, and we shall engage in voice chat tonight for more. There is a song I have sung, wishing everyone boundless good fortune. Ah, how beautiful it is. But wait. Who dares to ambush me? Who has the audacity to strike my mech's rear? How despicable. Zhuang Yueza's ballad of fortune had scarcely begun when a projectile detonated upon his mech's posterior, causing him to abandon his song and frantically maneuver his machine. Chapter 183, Permanent Silence and Enemy Attack. Senior, I am closest to you. I shall come to your aid. Li Suimuo swiftly examined the map and exclaimed. Shin Jiayun could not help but shake her head, advising him to refrain from speaking further. Among so many, why did they choose to target his mech? Is that not a form of luck? Such fortune, she believed, was difficult for ordinary individuals to bear. Zhuang Yueza was displeased by Shun Jiayun's remarks. He retorted stubbornly. It has nothing to do with my song of fortune. I am more than capable of defeating him. I am merely infuriated by his ambush. He pivoted and operated his mech, unleashing a barrage of weaponry towards the light blue mech that had attacked him. He blasted away while hurling insults. How dare you emulate my brother and pilot a blue mech while resorting to ambush tactics? It is a disgrace to the color blue. The blue mech, brandishing a lightsaber in its left arm, intended to strike Zhuang Yueza. However, he did not anticipate Zhuang Yueza's swift response, who launched a direct assault with his heat weapons. Consequently, the head of the mech was struck by 2 projectiles, leaving it contorted and battered. Zhuang Yueza gazed at his handiwork with exhilaration, repositioning his weaponry to target the other half of the light blue mech's head. The blue mech hastily retracted its lightsaber and retaliated with laser fire. Zhuang Yueza deftly evaded the attack, unperturbed by aiming, as he unleashed a relentless barrage of projectiles. Observing the blue mech's frantic retreat, he gleefully called out to Shen Xiaoyun and the others. You all carry on with your business. I require no assistance here. Just wait and see how I'll make him search for his teeth. Li Suinuo, who had originally been rushing to his side, halted upon hearing his words. She confirmed. Are you certain you can manage alone? Are there no other mechs? Do you genuinely not need our help? Where would I need you? He scoffed. That little rascal is now fleeing in disarray due to my prowess. I am feeling exceptionally valiant. No wonder that Flame Phoenix prefers engaging in heated combat. Firing projectiles feels utterly exhilarating. Zhuang Yueza excitedly tapped on the controls. Xia Xingyu, who was also preparing to assist, paused her actions upon hearing his proclamation. Could Zhuang Yueza please forget about the Flame Phoenix? Forgetting was not an option, as Zhuang Yueza reveled in his triumph and could not resist boasting. Xiao Yun. I shall dismantle this mech just as you did with the Flame Phoenix's legs and arms. Xia Xingyu felt a pang in her heart, then reassured herself. It's all right. He is not calling me Summer Big anymore. Who is the Flame Phoenix? I don't even know her. Listening to the cacophony of explosions from across the way, Shen Xiaoyun confidently remarked, the Blazing Phoenix is the most affluent mech soldier I have encountered, as well as the most generous. If given another opportunity, I would never dismantle her phoenix legs. Xia Xingyu interjected eagerly, feeling warmth spread within her heart at the praise bestowed upon her. No, I would not merely dismantle the phoenix legs and arms. I would take everything, the phoenix cockpit, the phoenix engine, all of it. Shen Xiaoyun's tone was tinged with a hint of regret and nostalgia. Xia Xingyu clutched her chest, her heart no longer warmed. She needed to embrace herself for comfort. Shen Xiaoyun continued her evaluation, stating that the materials of the Phoenix mech were superior to Lin Qing's and far more practical. It is a pity that the Phoenix has not been operational recently. I had intended to gift her a system as a token of gratitude. As she spoke, they arrived at the nearest settlement point. Ignoring the NPC's reluctance on her shoulder, she deftly discarded the NPC onto the ground. The incessant chatter and bravado from Zhuang Yueza made her hands itch with anticipation. Hey, don't run away. Were you not bold enough to ambush me? I'll take aim at your mech's rear, and I'll take your head too. Your backside will be gone, and so will your legs. Heh, you can't escape now. I have plenty of ammunition, no need to save it for me. Accompanied by Zhuang Yueza's boastful declarations were the resounding blasts of artillery and the crashing of buildings. Operating her mech, Shen Xiaoyun suddenly felt a pang of envy for her classmate, who was free to unleash his firepower upon unsuspecting targets. What a stroke of luck that was. Her heart thrummed with excitement. Not only Shen Xiaoyun felt this way, others were equally stirred. Zhuang Yueza was in high spirits today, exclaiming, blast the enemy, blow them up. I am truly formidable. 1 down, 2 down, I am on a roll. He sang his self-fabricated song of fortune. However, in that moment, his tuneful voice transformed into a scream. Oh no, help me, someone save me. 2 mechs are really coming. No, wait, 3 mechs in total. Senior, I'm closest to you. I'll be there in a moment. Li Shuima activated her speed boost. Hold on, I'm coming to rescue the fool. Xia Xingyu followed suit. Then doesn't that mean you now face 4 mechs? The opposing team has 5 members, after all. Look around. Is there not another mech nearby? Zhu Yuanyao's reminder poured fuel onto Zhuang Yueza's panic. 5 mechs, truly 5 mechs. How can this be happening to me? Mom, if I die this time, I'll never sing again. My teammates, come save me. Don't you want to hear my voice? The enthusiasm of Xia Xingyu and Li Shuima, who had been rushing in his direction, suddenly waned at the mention of his singing. The thought of silencing him permanently grew more appealing. However, despite their thoughts, their pace did not falter. Zhu Yuanyao could not help but comment. Your song should not be called the Song of Luck. It should be titled the Song of Wishes Fulfilled. Zhuang Yueza inhaled sharply. Who could argue with that? Let us strike back. As Shen Xiaoyun hastened toward the location, she unfurled a map and marked a crimson spot near Zhuang Yueza. Xiaozhe, make your way to the marked red point. It is a city air defense base. Lead them in a circuit within. We shall be there shortly. She had already surveyed the terrain surrounding Zhuang Yueza when he encountered the adversary. She had intended to inform Xiaozhe that, should they find themselves outmatched, that location was a viable escape. However, before she could relay this, Xiaozhe had insisted that no assistance was necessary. Now, it seemed, the information had proven invaluable. Hurry, if you do not hasten, you may lose the opportunity to retain me, your delightful teammate. Zhuang Yueza first obliterated the initial mech before decisively racing towards the location Shen Xiaoyun had indicated. Had it been merely 2 mechs, he would not have wavered. However, he was now besieged by an entire team. The odds were decidedly against him. And if he were not cautious, he risked elimination. Today marked the inaugural team competition for the X-Blaze team, and he was determined not to tarnish his record. Thus, he resolved to evade his pursuers until his comrades arrived, at which point he would unleash his retribution. As the adage goes, a teammate as sacrifice begets boundless power. Xiaozhe, should you find yourself in dire straits, take solace in the knowledge that we shall avenge you, Shen Xiaoyun teased, her movements growing increasingly swift. The silver-black mech emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, darting through the streets, toppling various billboards. The mech flickered in and out of view, its form as elusive as a sphere of lightning, directed toward Zhuang Yueza's position. Chapter 184. Encirclement. Zhuang Yueza successfully sought refuge in the air defense point Shen Xiaoyan had mentioned. This location, rather than a mere defense point, resembled an underground experimental facility. The corridors were crafted from a unique silvery metal, branching off in multiple directions. Upon entry, he was met with 5 or 6 pathways to choose from. Without hesitation, he selected the central route, with the Wave Rising team following closely behind. Observing him retreat within, teammate 1 hesitated. Captain, shall we pursue him inside? Why not? Our second teammate has already been eliminated. If we do not extinguish that blue-black mech, his sacrifice will have been in vain. Teammate 3 seethed. Chase. Even if we lose this competition, we must eliminate that scoundrel. The leader of the Wave Rising team bellowed. Indeed, he dared to provoke us, claiming he would not fear additional matches. I care not for the outcome of this match. I only desire his downfall. Teammate 1 insisted, his loyalty to the fallen teammate compelling him to seek vengeance. Do not skimp on ammunition. Let us overpower this air defense site. Teammate 4 chimed in. The captain readied the cannon on his shoulder, unleashing a barrage that obliterated the path ahead. Instantly, metal erupted, with the structure above beginning to fracture. Hearing the thunderous explosions behind him, Zhuang Yueza quickened his pace. Oh no, it seems I have provoked them. They are beginning to blow up the corridors. Upon hearing his words, Shen Jian urged, Xiao Shui, when you arrive, do not rush inside. Wait for me. I shall be there shortly. Zhuang Yueza's ability to converse with us indicates that the situation on his end has yet to reach a critical juncture. Let us gather above and engage them together. Xia Xingyu added. Based on her 2-year acquaintance with Zhuang Yueza, she was certain he still possessed some reserves of strength. I was mistaken. Perhaps I should refrain from singing in the future. Zhuang Yueza pleaded. Li Suimuo replied. I heed Xiao Yun's words. Moments later, Shen Jiayan piloted her mech to a different entrance of the air defense point. Regrettably, this entrance had also collapsed. Xia Xingyu and the others converged towards her. How do we gain entry? Shen Jiayan surveyed the utterly collapsed ground and addressed Zhuang Yueza in the group chat. Are you still alive? If so, locate an exit and soar upwards. Throughout her journey, despite Zhuang Yueza's various lamentations, he had maintained a robust demeanor. I can't get out. Cursed be it. All exits have been obliterated. The only way for me to escape is to blast an exit, yet they relentlessly pursue me, striking without pause. Was it simply for eliminating one of their teammates that they follow me so tenaciously? Zhuang Yueza struggled to navigate his mech into a collapsed area. The underground was a labyrinth, aiding Zhuang Yueza in evading his pursuers for a time, yet it made it challenging for Shun Xiaoyun and the others to ascertain his location. Even with Zhuang Yueza's positional data, any random breach might place them far from him. Listening to the cacophony of explosions below, Shun Xiaoyun furrowed her brow. She closed her eyes in contemplation for a few seconds before directing a barrage at a specific point on the ground. As she bombarded the area, she instructed Li Suimuo and Zhu Yuanyao. You two form a pair and enter from this location. Be cautious. The Langshao team should be to your left. Once inside, head right. Zhuang Yueza is likely in the right corridor. Upon entering, join forces with Xiao Zhe and counterattack the opposing team. Understood. Agreed. Zhu Yuanyao and Li Suimuo responded in unison. A massive gash was blasted into the metal below, and without hesitation, the two squeezed through. Shall we enter as well? Xia Xingyu inquired, glancing at Shen Jiayan. We shall not. We will take an alternate route and flank the Langshao team from behind. Shen Jiayan piloted her mech swiftly to another location. Upon landing, the mech thundered as it bombarded the ground, soon revealing another passageway. Shen Jiayan flew her mech inside, with Xia Xingyu following closely behind. As they entered, they heard various explosive sounds nearby. Then, Zhuang Yueza's excited voice resonated through the communication device. Wow, have you found us? That is wonderful. Xiao Shui, provide me with some ammunition. I'm running low in order to confront them. Li Suimuo did not respond to Zhuang Yueza immediately. Instead, she addressed the communication device. Xiao Yun, we have located the senior. Now, my senior and I will counterattack from this side. At that moment, Zhu Yuanyao interjected. Xiao Zhe, you go ahead. Xiao Shui and I will follow closely behind. Why must I go first? This passageway can accommodate 2 mech simultaneously. How can you bear to let me proceed alone? Did you not see my mech is battered and dented? Were you not sent to rescue me? Zhuang Yueza cried out in anguish. Having just destroyed an enemy mech, he was randomly penalized with a 30-minute deduction. Now, he had scarcely 40 minutes remaining. Who else in the team could serve as a shield but him? The response did not come from Li Shuimo or Zhu Yuanyao, but from Shun Jiayan, who was positioned farther away. Zhuang Yueza pulled up the team leaderboard on his holographic display, finally noticing the alarming red hue of his time bar. What the heck? My health is actually depleting, he exclaimed. Enough chatter, let us move. Xiao Shui and I will support you from behind. If you can lure 2 mechs, even if you get taken out, we won't lose. Zhu Yuanyao kicked the back of his mech in annoyance. This is ridiculous. I summoned you to save me. And now I've become your bait, your shield. Zhuang Yueza lamented, yet he still forged ahead. Shen Jiayan, accompanied by Xia Xingyu, also advanced toward the source of the explosions. She deftly maneuvered her controls, exhilaration coursing through her. Not a single mech should escape. Let us sandwich them, leaving them nowhere to flee. Xia Xingyu, equally thrilled, activated all the weaponry on her mech. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she feigned casualness to ask, Xiao Yun, can you recognize the enemies you've fought, even if you haven't seen their faces? Of course. What about you? Can't you tell them apart? Everyone has a distinct combat style. For instance, Xiao Shui prefers to go all out. Her stamina allows her to bulldoze through opponents. Then there's Xiao Zhe, whose approach is somewhat whimsical and cunning. My previous adversary, Shilin Qingfeng, was rather gentlemanly, emphasizing finesse in combat. The fiery Li Yanhua, as Xiaozhe mentioned, likely has a volatile temperament, fighting with a fervor akin to a spendthrift, unleashing ammunition as if it were free. Xia Xingyu inhaled sharply, immediately retracting all her weaponry, quietly drawing out a long spear. Chapter 185. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Shun Jiayan navigated her mech through the twisting, shadowy corridor. She continued, however, based on my observations, some individuals' combat styles can indeed evolve. For instance, Xiao Shui once told me she preferred to conserve energy while piloting her mech. But after participating in the final assessment with me, she suddenly realized that the true economical strategy is to strike swiftly and decisively. One strike, and she can force her opponent into submission. Exactly. Zhu Yuanyao nodded excitedly. Xiao Shui's strategy aligns perfectly with mine. Overwhelming firepower to suffocate the opponent, then swiftly eliminate them. Yet, this approach still required refinement, as the captain indicated. Suddenly, Shun Jiayan fell silent, swiftly firing a laser beam to the right. Bang! Amidst the sparks, she confirmed that her attack had struck a gray mech shoulder. Retreat, retreat. The fiery ones are coming. Team member 4 shouted. He attempted to maneuver his mech backward, but the narrow passageway trapped him in a precarious position, leaving him unable to advance or retreat. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Shun Jiayan sat upright, her fingers swiftly gliding across the control panel. With a deft maneuver of her Wu-style leap, her mech glided rapidly to the entrance of the right passage. Her gaze unwavering, she deftly tapped the controls, launching several projectiles into the corridor ahead. There was only one opponent. They must confront her. The captain of the Rising Tide team spotted Shinjian's sleek silver-black mech and shouted towards the fourth member blocking the way. Only one. What a splendid opportunity. We have the numbers. Let us swiftly eliminate her. Old 4, must you make such a fuss? Responded team member 1 eagerly. Yet, it was team member 4, standing at the forefront as a shield, who bore the brunt of the damage, feeling quite frustrated as his teammates chastised him for his cowardice. Nonetheless, his resentment was futile. The captain had issued orders, and with teammates behind him blocking the path, he had no choice but to charge forward. Meanwhile, the often overlooked Xia Xingyu had just reached Shunjian's vicinity, and, upon hearing her opponents, was fiercely preparing to elevate her weapon. However, she suddenly paused, recalling something, and obediently raised her long rifle instead. Her hesitation stemmed from the narrowness of the passage, as she did not wish to inadvertently harm Xiaoyun. In the group chat, Zhuang Yueza, witnessing the unfolding events, excitedly exclaimed, the opposing team has clashed with Xiaoyun. Hang in there, Xiaoyun. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. We are on our way. Behind him, Zhu Yuanyao retorted, you don't need to play the shield. Are you that thrilled? Let us move faster. Don't rush me. I'm more anxious than you are. I wish I could teleport there and catch those adversaries alongside Xiaoyun. Zhuang Yueza thought of the earlier frustration he felt when surrounded by the opposing team, now anticipating a turn of fortune. Meanwhile, viewers from the Central Star system watching the match on StarNet were immediately stirred. It's on. It's on. 4 against 2, and the X-Blaze team ISNT even hiding. I thought the Rising Tide team was about to lose. Who knew they would get this stroke of luck to encounter the likes of I am your ancestor and I am not Xiao first. If they can eliminate them before the rest of the X-Blaze team arrives, they might turn the tide. Exactly. The 2 match from X-Blaze are well stocked with energy and ammunition. Taking them down could level the playing field. 4 against 2. They can definitely win. I am your ancestor would be making a fine garment for the Rising Tide team. Netizens from the fringe systems join the fray. So what if it's 4 against 2? The X-Blaze side has ample ammunition. The outcome is still uncertain. Go, ancestor. Your teammates will arrive shortly. The ancestors shouldn't have split from the others. If they had moved together, they wouldn't have to fear the Rising Tide team. Perhaps it was to rescue a teammate. Splitting up could allow them to find the beleaguered ally more swiftly. What do you know? Our ancestor dares to split because she is capable. She has even competed in S-level matches. Regardless of the online chatter, Shin Jiayan was indeed engaged in a fierce battle with 3 mechs. She had already clashed with several of them, having just exchanged blows with a gray mech. Suddenly, the 2 gray mechas behind unleashed a barrage upon the metallic wall beside the corridor, reducing the intersection to a gaping hole large enough to accommodate several mechas. Use your brains, Shin Jiayan exclaimed approvingly. As she watched the mechas surge forth, she turned to Xia Xingyu and declared, they're coming. She maneuvered her mecha to the forefront of the breach, her fingers gliding deftly over the control panel. Laser beams targeted the chest of the gray mecha. The gray mecha attempted to evade the assault, but its teammate inadvertently shoved it forward. We can't dodge this, shouted team member 3 of the Rising Tide. We must charge in and strike. With both hands shielding his chest, he braced himself, for the angle of attack from the opposing silver-black mecha was exceedingly treacherous. If it sustained a few more hits to the chest, his mecha would be rendered inoperable. As he raised his arm for defense, one of his limbs was shattered, crashing to the ground. He aimed to create space for his advancing teammates, but as he turned, he was met with the sight of another mecha brandishing a long spear directed at him. Not just one mecha, there are 2, he exclaimed in alarm. He attempted to retreat, yet his captain and a few others were already engaged with another silver-black mecha. Heh, your opponent is me, Xia Xingyu exclaimed with excitement, vigorously tapping the control panel as her spear relentlessly thrust forward. She skillfully targeted the area on the opponent's chest that had already been struck multiple times by Xiaoyun. She needed to eliminate this mecha swiftly so she could assist Xiaoyun with the remaining foes. Hearing team member 4's words, team member 3 gritted his teeth and retorted. There are only 2 mechas on their side. We have 4. Hold on, old 4. Once we take out this silver-black mecha, we will come to your aid. Yes. 3 against 1. We will swiftly annihilate this silver-black mecha. The advantage is ours, declared team member 1 of the Rising Tide before charging forward with his blade aimed at the silver-black mecha. With his ammunition depleted, he could only rely on melee weapons now. Hold on, the others urged, intensifying their assault. The captain of the Rising Tide clenched his teeth in determination. Shen Jiayan did not wait for the approaching long blade. Instead, she fired her missiles in advance. Team member 1, seeing the missile hurtling towards him, instinctively ducked behind team member 3. What are you ducking for? You hit me. The missile struck the captain behind team member 1. I was the only one charging in. You all just shouted while I took the brunt of her attacks. Team member 1 protested. Can't you use ammunition? What good is a long blade? Team member 3, who had been used as a shield, scolded. I'm out of ammo. Does anyone have any left? Whoever does, engage her in a fire duel. I'll take on the mecha over there. As team member 1 said this, he veered to the side. The others fell silent, their own ammunition running low. The captain of the Rising Tide lamented that he had only 3 missiles remaining. Why are you running? 3 against 1. Let us eliminate this silver-black mecha first. Charge, charge, charge. Engage in close combat. A flurry of blades will take her down. Do not create distance and allow her to shoot. Exactly, let us all charge together. Team member 3 responded to the captain's call, drawing his sword and charging ahead. Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow, her fingers gliding over the control panel, as a sleek silver-black spear emerged from her arm. In chapter 186, The Dog's Tail Rises, she candidly admitted that she was not afraid of them not advancing. Rather, her greater concern was that they might turn and flee. Moreover, who had informed them that the use of firearms precluded the use of melee weapons? This was not the singles arena of the Qingyu Cup, where nonsensical rules were necessary. All that mattered was victory. With a smirk, Shen Jiayan's fingers danced rapidly over the control panel. The silver-black spear shot forth, effortlessly deflecting a long blade that had ventured too close. Simultaneously, the cannon mounted on her right upper arm fired 2 projectiles. The shell sped towards a black mech adorned with golden accents. Piloted by the captain of the Wave Crest team, he, the second to charge, was utterly unprepared for the silver-black mech's counterattack while it dealt with team member 3. Given their proximity, he had no time to evade, and the mech's neck was struck by both shells. The golden-headed mech immediately tilted to the right. Furious, he shouted, "You attacked from behind. What nonsense. They were already entangled in battle. How could it be considered a sneak attack?" Responding to him was Xia Xingyu, who was engaged with team member 4, skillfully thrusting her spear toward the chest of the opposing mech. Hearing their exchange, Zhuang Yueza, from the opposing team, echoed in anger. What? They accuse you of a sneak attack? How dare they say that? They were the ones who initiated the attack. Unfortunately, Zhuang Yueza's outburst did not reach the ears of the Wave Crest team members. Nevertheless, he continued to berate them, declaring that they were utterly shameless. Hold your ground. Don't let them concede or surrender. I intend to teach them a lesson. Perhaps it was due to Shen Jiayan's consistent reliability that Zhuang Yueza felt an inexplicable urge to rush in, fearing he might miss the finale. Gritting his teeth, he lamented, "Had I known, I would not have charged into this anti-air base. It's winding and too difficult to navigate." Behind him, Li Xuema and Zhu Yuanyao exchanged eye rolls. Had it not been for this anti-air base, he might have been watching their competition from outside. Shen Jiayan remained unaffected by the opposition. As she wielded her spear, multiple cannons on her mech continuously fired. She reveled in the exhilarating combat, reflecting, "It has been ages since I experienced such a rich battle." While she fought with exhilaration, those opposing her felt utterly frustrated. They struggled to advance, yet hesitated to retreat. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have exhausted all my ammunition. Grumbled team member 1 of Wave Crest, his nose scrunched in anger. Are you not taking this fight seriously? Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow, promptly delivering 3 beams of energy. In a desperate instinct for survival, Wave Crest team member 1 shoved the nearby team member 3 in front of him. Bang! Amidst a flash of electricity, team member 3 was struck in the neck, causing his head to tilt to the left. Inexplicably, Shen Jiayan felt an intriguing sense of harmony with the captain, whose neck was tilted to the right. What the hell? Why target the neck? Team member 3 shouted in frustration, having long disapproved of the captain's crooked posture. Who would have thought that it would be his turn now? Shen Jiayan couldn't help but chuckle. You can't blame me. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be your teammates' assistance. Captain Lang Kalanki bellowed. Everyone charge forward. Do not retreat. If we stall any longer, her teammates will arrive. Fearful of being attacked, they all focused solely on evading the opponent's strikes, resulting in a continuous retreat. They had no opportunity to withdraw. The captain's eyes narrowed dangerously. Indeed, he had neither time nor chance left. Having come to this realization, he raised his arm. Upon witnessing the captain's movement, his teammates surged forward, brandishing their blades towards the silver-black mech's flanks. Shen Jiayan squinted her eyes, suddenly feeling a chill run down her spine. Just as a dog raises its tail to signal, a raised arm also indicates a call for assistance. She deftly maneuvered her hands across the control panel. On the other side, a teammate extended his arm, disregarding the long blade piercing through it, as he confidently declared, "I will incapacitate your arm." He operated the mech, swinging the long blade, while purple light emanated from the captain's arm, and a shell was fired, aimed directly at the chest of the silver-black mech. "Xia Xingyu, be careful," she exclaimed anxiously. The corners of Captain Lang's mouth began to curl into a smile, but at that moment, the pierced arm of the silver-black mech suddenly yanked, pulling team member 1 directly in front of it. No. Team member 1's eyes widened as he watched the shifting images on the mech's screen. This is bad. The captain's smile froze, and he could only manage to utter 2 words, so treacherous. Team member 3 cursed. Boom. Metal erupted, creating a dazzling spectacle of light. Shun Xiaoyun lamented as she watched the shell fail to detonate at team member 1's vital point. She turned to the gilded black mech and remarked, "Next time you fire an attack, could you please aim a bit more accurately? If you intend to hit my chest, your arm needs to be raised about 10 degrees. Such a waste of her brain power and calculation time. Why you? Captain Lang stammered in anger. This is a heartless betrayal. Is this how one speaks? He was already furious for accidentally injuring his teammate, and now he was being criticized by the enemy for poor marksmanship. Team member 1 glared at the various red warning characters appearing on the big screen, gritting his teeth. This is illogical. I clearly severed your arm. How can you still move? He swiftly maneuvered the mech, attempting to break free from the opponent's grasp. But at that moment, another cannon barrel emerged, restraining his arm once more. Another resounding boom followed. Chapter 187. If she cannot find satisfaction, neither shall they. Just a second before the shell detonated against his chest, the silver-black mech had already released its grip and retreated, attempting to restore engine power. Sustained significant damage, unable to complete repairs. Warning. Energy compartment under heavy attack. Master, please prepare for evacuation. As the glowing source within the mech cabin gradually dimmed, the member of the Tide Rising team, Lu Zong, slumped into his pilot's seat, exclaiming, "It's over." On the other side, Xia Xingyu, witnessing Shun Xiaoyun's maneuvers, could no longer contain her admiration, uttering a single word, "Impressive." The quick reflexes displayed by Xiao Yun were nothing short of spectacular. Lu Zong, the captain of Tide Rising, bellowed at his incapacitated mech. Lu Zong, the first team member, felt the weight of his failure, his eyes reddening with shame. It was his arrogance and underestimation that led to this dire outcome. I am your ancestor. Why? Why was your mech's arm not destroyed? Why does yours, also an original Type 0 mech, boast an additional cannon? Lu Zong demanded furiously. Due to the constraints of the historical map, once inside, one could only utilize the mech they acquired. The data of the mechs could only be adjusted slightly based on individual physical parameters. Shun Xiaoyun scoffed. Because my mech was not stolen, I am your ancestor. It was entirely reasonable for her to modify her own mech and make simple adjustments. Had it not been for the limitations of the map containing only original Type 0 mech parts, she could have transformed her mech into a blooming flower. Regrettably, Lu Zong could not hear Shun Xiaoyun's inner thoughts, mistaking her words for mockery. He gritted his teeth and warned, "Captain, be wary of her mech. We shall avenge you." The captain of Tide Rising raised his sword with fury. "I will slay her," shouted the third team member, equally enraged, with their wrath fueling them. The two long swords sliced toward Shun Xiaoyun from either side. "Come at me." A slight smile played on Shun Xiaoyun's lips. She feared not the three of them, nor did she tremble before the two. In the next moment, her fingers danced upon the control panel like butterflies. The mech arm wielding the gun emitted a series of mechanical clicks, and the sleek, silver-black spear began to whirl in the air. With arcs of electricity, the floral spears swiftly deflected the two long swords, sending the members of Tide Rising reeling backward. As Shun Xiaoyun's spear executed a perfect spin, it morphed into a thrust, aimed straight at the white mech of the third team member. Simultaneously, the cannon on her other arm protruded once more, unleashing two laser beams toward the captain's exposed neck. Masterfully juggling her focus, she deftly employed her skills. Navigating through throngs of beasts had honed her ability to multitask, a talent she did not take lightly. The spear found its mark, piercing the shoulder of the white mech before its pilot could retreat. Meanwhile, the captain of Tide Rising, now alert, swiftly repositioned himself. Yet, in an instant, two laser beams pursued him relentlessly. This is not right, he thought, glancing at his injured teammate, then at the cannon that persistently aimed at him. How could one person manage to multitask so effectively? Despite being the hunters, why did he feel as if he were the one being hunted? He crouched down in a desperate attempt to evade the beams, narrowly escaping their grasp. As he glanced at his recently freed comrade, a moment of bewilderment clouded his thoughts. On Starnet, the audience watched with rapt attention, unable to tear their eyes away from the unfolding spectacle. This individual, a formidable presence, possesses an extraordinary combat instinct. Initially, I believed it was a case of 3 against 1, an overwhelming advantage. Yet witnessing this scenario has instilled a sense of concern for the members of Wave Rising. Go, Ancestor. Pursue them relentlessly. Do not allow them to evade. Observing the multiplayer match featuring the Ancestor is even more exhilarating than watching a solo contest. How is she capable of executing two types of attack calculations simultaneously? Have you noticed how the captain of Wave Rising is being forced to retreat by her barrage of projectiles? Meanwhile, another white mech finds itself cornered by her as well. Astonishingly powerful. Is the original Zero Series mech truly so formidable? Many of her maneuvers are quite fundamental, yet these basic techniques successfully strike the opposing white mech. Not only are the viewers on Starnet captivated, but Xia Xingyu is also exhilarated and filled with fervor. Emulating Shun Xiaoyun's swift leaps, she thrusts her spear towards the member of team for she is battling. This opponent exhibits exceptional evasion skills and is quite adept at entangling her. However, Shun Xiaoyun feels somewhat dissatisfied with her offensive in this round. She mutters to herself, "My apologies, I made an error. I forgot that this spear is not equipped with a special cutting function." She continues, "Evading 2 laser beams should be rather easy for you. Shall I attempt a 5-shot barrage?" Within moments, her words have managed to aggravate the 4 members of Wave Rising present. "You're infuriating. Captain, do not let her escape." They shout angrily. "You're courting death." Lu Zong calls out, "Team 4, stop entangling with that mech and quickly deal with her. Then come assist the captain." Team 4's member is the second strongest in their group, aside from the captain. The fact that he can still hold his ground against the opposing mech despite having lost an arm speaks volumes. Across the group chat, Zhuang Yueza cannot help but lament. "Xiao Yun, You excel at inciting animosity. We must be humble in our pursuits. Save a few for me to take revenge. He then turns to the two leading the way. How about you allow me to take the lead? The two attempt to maneuver through, but fail to reach Shun Jiayan's side. Zhu Yuanyao rolls her eyes. If you wish to come, then come. I'll step back and make way. We don't need you. Jiayan can take on 3 by herself. Xia Xingyu exclaims excitedly. At this moment, the member of Wave Rising, who is contending with her, feels an urgent pressure upon hearing her words, finally abandoning his continuous evasion due to his lost arm. He steels himself and confronts Xia Xingyu head-on. His long knife strikes towards the shoulder of her mech. Furious, Xia Xingyu raises her spear and thrusts fiercely. Do not force her to draw her weapon. In an instant, sparks fly as the clash intensifies. Meanwhile, Shun Jiayan relentlessly pursues the captain of Wave Rising with a barrage of 5 and 6 shots. She could easily finish them off, yet her heart remains unsatisfied. If she is not satisfied, they cannot conclude this match with ease. The captain of Wave Rising, drenched in sweat, grits his teeth as he focuses on the laser beams flying towards him, with no means of escape. He is left with no choice but to select a less vital area to absorb the blows. Shun Jiayan wielded her spear with elegance, piercing through the waves of her adversaries while simultaneously extending a greeting to the opposing captain. Planning to dart to the left? I regret to inform you. My true intention lies in targeting your arm. Chapter 188. My discontent is your fault. In the next moment, a laser beam penetrated the captain of the Wave Rising team's wrist, causing his long blade to clatter to the ground. Captain, the third team member, engaged in a duel with Shun Jiayan, exclaimed anxiously while fending off her attacks. Do you wish to swap places with your captain? Shun Jiayan thrust her spear towards the energy core of the opposing white mech. Her movements were decisive and agile, executed from an angle that was maddeningly clever. The third team member was forced back against the metallic wall, with no retreat remaining. Be careful. The captain of the Wave Rising team shouted in equal urgency. We cannot remain in this stalemate. Yet, they were utterly at a loss. Surrender? No, surrender was not an option. Even if it meant a mutual destruction, yielding was out of the question. Shun Jiayan's spear plunged into the energy core of the white mech, and she scoffed. Isn't this the very essence of the strong imposing their will upon all? Indeed, though begrudgingly, the occupant of the white mech acknowledged the truth. The doctrine of might reigning supreme was a tenet of their academy. Yet, this time, it was he who found himself at the mercy of another. Nonetheless, he conceded. She was formidable, and their team was overwhelmed. They accepted it. With a sudden twist of her mech's wrist, Shun Jiayan's spear, embedded within the energy core, began to writhe violently. Instantly, blue-white arcs of electricity erupted from the white mech. You are not in the wrong. You have every right to eliminate NPCs. Your choices made in pursuit of victory are justified. At that moment, the members of Wave Rising were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the fury laced within her tone. There was no fault in their actions. Competitions were designed to be won. To achieve victory, sacrifices, be they persons or things, were deemed necessary. Yet, she was correct. Their slaying of NPCs was not inherently wrong. I cannot judge your actions, but it is indeed your fault for making me unhappy. You have taken lives. You have displeased me. My superiority over you is your fault. Shun Jiayan's voice bore a hint of hoarseness, yet it resonated with an intensity akin to fire. Yes, they were not wrong. Their stance was valid, and their ruthless pursuit of gain was justified. Every action they took was defensible. Yet, provoking her was undeniably their misstep. She loathed the strong preying upon the weak, yet she had no qualms about repaying in kind. Kill. The smoldering fury within Xia Xingyu, once subdued, flared back to life. Ignited by Shun Jiayan's impassioned voice, it was the first time she had witnessed Shun Jiayan's wrath, and among all present, only she comprehended the tempest of emotions within her. She recalled the NPC who had saved her. In this realm, they were NPCs, but they were also her comrades. Kill. She shouted once more, as her spear surged forth like a dragon. Meanwhile, as Shun Jiayan uttered the words to slay the NPCs, viewers from the outer star systems flooded the star network with her sentiments. You are not in the wrong. Your actions against the NPCs are justified. In your pursuit of victory, your choices that favor your own interests are not erroneous. I cannot judge your actions. However, it is your fault that you have displeased me. You have slain them, and in doing so, you have made me unhappy. My superiority over you is indeed your fault. You are not in the wrong. Your actions against the NPCs are justified. In your pursuit of victory, your choices that favor your own interests are not erroneous. I cannot judge your actions. Yet, your ability to displease me is your fault. You have slain them, and you have made me unhappy. My superiority over you is indeed your fault. They engaged in a relentless stream of comments, devoid of argument or dispute. Debate proved futile, for they had bickered excessively in the past. As Shun Jiayan articulated, it was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather one of position and ideology. Yet, could choices beyond judgment truly be devoid of fault? If one cannot cast blame upon others, then let them strengthen themselves. This world operates on the principle that the strong prevail. If one perceives this world as flawed, then wield your power to delineate the line you deem just. Through her actions, Shun Jiayan imparted a profound and weighty lesson to many viewers from the outer star systems. Observing the deluge of comments from the outer star systems, the audience from the central star systems turned their gaze to a figure, I am your ancestor, who steadfastly held back the tide against a few members of the opposing team. A sense of inexplicable awe washed over them. Finally, a viewer from the central star systems responded, having witnessed the strategies employed by I am your ancestor. I believe that slaying NPCs may not necessarily be the optimal path to victory. I still contend that the actions of the tide rising team against the NPCs are not mistaken. If there exists a swifter route to completion, why not pursue it? However, the method employed by I Am Your Ancestor certainly merits examination. By sparing the NPCs, we might have garnered even greater points. This time, she speaks the truth. She is formidable and justified. This world inherently honors the strong. The members of the Tide Rising team should return and hone their skills. I intend to thoroughly explore the historical events chronicled in the review. Damn it, I can no longer contain myself. I am utterly captivated by her. Ancestor, you are powerful. The strongest. Come, unleash your might upon me. I shall bare my belly for you to rub, to torment. Come on. Ancestor, do not be angry. We acknowledge your supremacy. Come, let us embrace. The Tide Rising team is wicked. Strike them with all your might. In truth, Shen Xiaoyan had been harboring her frustrations, only now releasing them. Yet she understood that her fury was somewhat impotent, as she could not alter the beliefs of many. Such collective cognitive formations, deeply entrenched ideologies within humanity, could not be transformed by the strength of a single individual. A sense of disillusionment befell her, and her movements grew increasingly decisive. With a swift and assured motion, she drew her long spear. She turned her attention, focusing intently on confronting the captain of the Tide Rising team. As the wave surged, Team Member 3 of the Rising Tide gazed at the flickering screen displaying the mech's malfunctions. He clenched his fists tightly. He acknowledged his weakness. Yet he refused to remain feeble. He could not allow himself to be ensnared in the same predicament again. Taking a deep breath, his trembling hands grasped the control panel as he struggled to maneuver the mech back to its feet. He must rise. His captain needed him. Meanwhile, the captain of the Rising Tide, facing a formidable opponent, sensed an increase in the adversary's strength. With a broken wrist, he could only awkwardly evade the barrage of gunfire. Shen Xiaoyan tightened her lips, her right hand dancing rapidly over the control panel. Chapter 189. I am no coward. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the passage where Team Rising Tide had previously appeared. I'm here. I've come to collect you. The voice belonged to none other than Zhuang Yueza. Shen Xiaoyan paused in her actions. Though he had not yet arrived, his voice preceded him. The captain of Rising Tide felt a shiver run down his spine. At the entrance of the passage, Team Member 3 of Rising Tide was laboriously maneuvering a half-damaged mech. He was aware that reinforcements had arrived for the opposing team, specifically the insufferable Zhuang, the one they had previously pursued. Even if this match was destined for failure, he would not let this Zhuang character escape. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze intently on the passage ahead. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yueza, observing the myriad of flickering lights and the sounds of battle ahead, excitedly shouted, "Leave two for me, to vent my anger. Let me handle this." He accelerated, racing ahead, leaving his companions Zhu Yuanyao and Li Shuama bewildered in his wake. As the dark blue mech surged forth from the passage, Team Member 3 of Rising Tide's white mech lunged at it. The white mech suddenly erupted in a spectrum of colors. Just as Shen Xiaoyan was about to thrust her spear into the captain's energy core, she noticed the strange light and exclaimed, "Everyone, activate love mode and engage extreme defense mode. Captain, I am no coward. I will obliterate them." Team Member 3 of Rising Tide shouted in excitement. "Why is it only targeting me? It's just a competition." Zhuang Yueza's earlier bravado froze on his face as he was tackled. However, he quickly reacted, extending his hands without hesitation to the mode button Shen Xiaoyan had mentioned. "Old 3, if you are not a coward, then what am I? My sensory system is set to 100%. The captain's mech flailed aimlessly, unsure of how to respond. "It's just a competition. Why is Old 3 acting like this? My pain receptors are also at 100%. You can pretend to be a coward." Another teammate, engaged with Xia Xingyu, weakly protested. He had come to the Saint Spring Bar in Min City, regretting not adjusting his sensory settings. Old 3 may not be a coward, but he was about to experience excruciating pain. Yet it was too late. Team Member 3 of Rising Tide laughed heartily and bellowed, "Let us perish together." With a resounding explosion, various metallic fragments were sent flying, creating a wave of heat that surged through the air, uprooting everything in the passageway. The air defense channel was obliterated, and several mechs were hurled into the sky. Miraculously, I survived. The love mode proved to be exceedingly useful. Zhuang Yueza's mech crashed onto the rooftop of a building, shattering through each floor's ceiling until it reached the ground floor. Li Shuama and Zhu Yuanyao were positioned at a safer distance. Had they been any closer, they too would have been among those launched into the air. They watched as the passage ahead was reduced to rubble, collectively taking a breath. On the arm of Xia Xingyu's mech, she grasped her earlier opponent from Team Wave Rider, whose mech had suffered extensive damage, yet fortunately, the pilot remained unharmed. The two mechs lay in disarray on the ground. Shen Xiaoyan similarly clutched the mech of Team Wave Rider's captain, utilizing the force of the explosion. Her silver-black mech traced a perfect arc in the air before landing gracefully beside Xia Xingyu's mech. She nonchalantly dismissed her gilded black mech and turned to Xia Xingyu, remarking on the necessity of the Titan's shackles protocol. Inside the cockpit, Xia Xingyu nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Despite having memorized it countless times at teacher Yan Ziguan's insistence, it was only now that she truly understood its significance. The destructive power of the mechs warranted such limitations, and she promised herself never to forget the Titan's shackles protocol, even if she were to forget her old ID. "Is the third dead?" At that moment, a teammate from Team Wave Rider, clutching his chest, inquired. Upon speaking, he suddenly coughed up blood. It seemed his bones were fractured. The intensity of his pain was unbearable. "He is dead. He vaporized," Shen Xiaoyan replied casually, pointing to the white metallic shards left in his wake. The sensitivity of his pain receptors must have been set to 0. Otherwise, how could he claim he was not cowardly? The teammate lamented. Xia Xingyu slowly maneuvered her mech to rise, casting a glance at the fourth team's mech before stating, If I weren't aware of your sensitivity being at 100%, I wouldn't have rescued you. She was still too kind-hearted. Shen Jiayan had similarly saved the captain of Team Wave Rider for the same reason. 100% pain sensitivity was beyond what most could bear. This incident teaches a valuable lesson. Do not push others to the brink. Do not bully the weak. For even an ant's wrath can shatter the heavens. As she spoke, all eyes turned toward her. Was she not ashamed? Those words should have been directed at her. Who had pushed others to desperation? Who was responsible for the third's demise? Surely, these were the accusations they wished to level at her. The captain of Team Wave Rider could no longer suppress his thoughts, exclaiming, "This has nothing to do with me. It's all Zhou's fault." Had he not been so arrogant, the third would never have exploded. Shen Jiayan emphatically declared, "What does it have to do with me? She merely exhibited a bit of strength, and besides, the third mech had not exploded previously. The third mech, which had already detonated, along with the first mech that he had extracted and the long-eliminated second mech, had transformed into mere specters for the audience. The third mech clutched its chest, furiously pointing at the silver-black machine, exclaiming, "It was her. I was clearly provoked by her, yet she shamelessly shifts the blame onto others." At that moment, a chilling, ghostly laughter echoed beside him. "Huh, old 3, the captains have yet to emerge, but I am here. Old 3, my sense of pain is also 100%. Lu Zong, his complexion slightly pale, furiously seized Old 3 by the neck. He felt his nerves still twitching in agony. The sensation of impending death was unbearable. "Do not cough. I was wrong." The third mech gasped, its eyes bulging, face flushed, tongue lolling out. Lu Zong, his visage contorted in rage, bellowed, "You ought to reflect on whether you can indeed explode. Are you not the coward? Old 3, my sense of pain is also 100%. I will poison you at your home, and when you grow old, I shall remove your oxygen tank. Cough, you coward." The third mech pleaded in desperation. Just as Zhuang Yueza descended from the rooftop, he overheard Shen Jiayan's words. He felt aggrieved, muttering, "What does it have to do with me? I only shouted a few times. I was being pursued and attacked. What is wrong with seeking a bit of revenge? The crux of the matter is that I had not even retaliated before he exploded me." The more he contemplated, the more unfortunate he felt. Glancing over at the enscathed Li Xiuma and Zhu Yuanyao, and bellowed with a heart-wrenching cry, "I am wronged. I am distressed. I am pitiful. Had I known, I would not have swapped positions with Xiuma." Chapter 190. Only Jiayan understands him, so you believe I forced him? Shen Jiayan gently lifted the Wavecrest team leader's mech, leisurely shaking it a couple of times. Instantly, a plethora of mech parts cascaded to the ground with a clatter. No, it is undoubtedly Zhuang Yueza's fault. Had he not been so boisterous, how could the third mech have exploded? Xia Xingyu unprincipledly stood behind Shen Jiayan. Shen Jiayan cast an appreciative glance at Xia Xingyu. Recognizing her potential, she remarked, "You should thank me for adjusting the protective modes of these mechs. Otherwise, we would have been utterly unable to withstand the recent self-detonation. Your mechs have been modified?" The Wavecrest team leader, still clutching his chest, was struck with realization. No wonder Zhuang's mech could still function after plummeting from the rooftop. He had clearly hidden behind my mech, yet still sustained injuries. The Wavecrest team leader attempted to maneuver his mech, striving to break free from the grasp of the silver-black machine. However, his mecha's screen incessantly emitted various red malfunction alerts. His mech was rendered useless. Despite both teams possessing the initial Generation 0 mech, only his had faltered. It turned out that they knew how to modify their mechs, thus explaining the inexplicable armaments on her machine. Curse it, this loss was not unjust. Zhuang Yueza surveyed his intact body, muscles robust, skin smooth, not a single wound in sight. All credit was due to Shen Jiayan. Very well, if she claims that he forced the third mech to explode, then so be it. He glanced at the remaining 2 members of the Wave Rising team and inquired, "How shall we deal with them? Shall we eliminate them?" "No, that would incur penalties. Perhaps we could offer them to the beasts to be devoured?" Shen Jiayan's gaze drifted into the distance. Suddenly, she declared, "Bring them along. I wish to show you a place. If this map truly originates from an old acquaintance, it may lead to the inheritance of their legacy." "Ahem, what inheritance?" "I am here to collect a debt." "What if?" Xia Xingyu asked with curiosity. "Shouldn't the remaining time be devoted to the mission of rescuing others, in hopes of earning special points for obtaining the map?" Shen Jiayan cast a sidelong glance at the gilded black mech beside her and smiled. "There is no what if. I simply wish to take them for a lesson in love." We concede. Please spare us." The captain of the Wave Rising team immediately furrowed his brow. This was far too excessive. Their mech was in ruins, and yet she still sought to torment them? For some reason, upon hearing her mocking remark, Number 4 felt a chill run down his spine. Coupled with her talk of love education, it surely boded ill. Moreover, with his bones still fractured, though he would not perish immediately, the pain was excruciating. He could hardly endure any further torment. Had he known, he would have preferred that Number 3 had simply obliterated him. He pleaded, "I am cowardly. I admit my faults. I am capable of reform. Please spare me from any lessons in love." Shen Jiayan disregarded their cries and turned to Zhuang Yuezha. "Do you still wish for revenge?" "Indeed." Zhuang Yuezha replied resolutely. He was indeed petty, harboring resentment for the earlier pursuit by these 2. "Extract them from their mech. As long as they remain alive, you may treat them as you wish." Shen Jiayan stated with a slight elevation of her chin. Zhuang Yuezha menacingly approached, ready to cut open the mech's hatch. Number 4 anxiously shouted, "No. Spare me. I will purchase your system. How about that? I will buy 2 sets." Cursed be it. He feared death. The pain was so intense that he would not dare consider even suicide. Oh, while planning the route, Shen Jiayan precisely caught the phrase about buying a system. Li Xuema instinctively responded, "Which 2 sets? Dear, we currently have no discounts. Moreover, If you purchase a system priced at 999 star coins, it is non-refundable. As soon as Li Shuama finished speaking, Zhu Yuanyao could not help but facepalm. Should one commend Shuama for her dedication or praise Xiaoyan for her ability to nurture talent? How could 999 star coins suffice? Did the seething indignation of our dear Zhuang Yuezha merely equate to 999 star coins? Did the fright he endured only warrant that amount? Did the grievances he suffered only amount to 999 star coins? Shen Xiaoyan spoke passionately. Zhuang Yuezha nods in agreement. Yes, Xiaoyan understands his fury, his grievances, his injustices. In this world, who else cares for him as deeply as Xiaoyan does? He gazed at Shen Xiaoyan, filled with excitement. This is not enough. Such sentiments cannot be bought with mere money. It is not just a trivial sum of 999 star coins. 2 sets, not 1. Number 4 corrected them. Since this individual is your ancestor who will transform the mecha, he is also curious about the capabilities of her mecha. If these mecha systems truly perform as advertised, he might purchase 2 distinct sets. I wish to acquire a set as well. Does your mecha system genuinely deliver the results you claim in your promotions? Captain Lang Chao observed the several intact mechas below and echoed the sentiment. You may question my combat prowess, but please do not doubt my ability to manufacture mechas. In the realm of mechas, I am your forebear. Shen Xiaoyan scoffed. Zhuang Yuezha interjected. Little Yun, if they purchase 3 of your mecha systems, will you let them off the hook? His hands hastened, eager to extricate the individual swiftly. I shall buy another set. Number 4 hastily declared. Zhuang Yuezha's pace slowed. How much do 3 mechas cost? What was the price again? If your mecha system indeed performs as you assert, I shall add 2 more. Captain Lang Chao echoed. If the mecha system is indeed exceptional, the entire team should be equipped with the finest. Chapter 191. Purchased. The opponents have made their purchases. Excellent. Deal. Shen Xiaoyan's lips curled into a smile as she clapped and announced. Zhuang Yuezha widened his eyes, turning to Shen Xiaoyan. Little Yun, do you recall what you just said? He had been so moved moments ago. Shen Xiaoyan had betrayed his heartfelt sentiments. Shen Xiaoyan lazily replied. Have I helped you clear your debt to the captain? Splendid. Little Yun, I knew I was your most valued teammate. Zhuang Yuezha's words raced ahead of his thoughts. At that moment, he felt no anger, no grievance. If his debts could be erased, only joy remained. Zhuang Yuezha, in that instant, couldn't help but smile. Observing the 2 members of Langchao Longqi, he suddenly found them somewhat endearing, no longer so detestable. Zhu Yuanyao and Li Shuama were not surprised by Zhuang Yuezha's transformation. They had witnessed him falter slightly when the captain pressed him for the debt he owed. Now that someone could assist him in settling that debt, he would not only be relieved of pursuit, but would even express gratitude were he to be hung on a beast. However, Xia Xingyu found Zhuang Yuezha's words unpalatable. Has Little Yun ever acknowledged him as the best teammate? How dare he embellish his own merits? No, she would not concede. She stated, Little Yun, I can also acquire a system. Unfortunately, before Xia Xingyu could finish her thought, Shen Xiaoyan swiftly interrupted. Then please assist in extricating their captain. After saying this, Shen Xiaoyan silently applauded her own quick thinking. She dreaded encountering such a chaotic scene, especially when fairness was unattainable and someone came knocking. In her past life, she had modified a mecha for one person, only for another to approach, and then yet another followed. Such overwhelming prowess often invited such predicaments. Fortunately, this time she was astute enough to cut off Xingyu's subsequent words. Her funds were dwindling. Once she amassed a fortune, she would send money to Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu paused. Her thoughts in disarray, truly led astray. Wait, what do you mean by extricate? Isn't the team of Waves Rising now a client of Shen Xiaoyan? Is this how one should treat a customer? The captain of Waves Rising shouted directly. Why won't you let us go? He had already purchased the mech system. Why does this person continue their rude behavior? This is unacceptable. Shen Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow and retorted. What do you mean by letting go? Have we kidnapped you? Have we severed your limbs? Haven't you always been the ones pursuing us? Now that your mech is inoperative, do you expect to keep up with us? You are my clients. How could I allow you to abandon following us simply because your mech is out of commission? That is impossible. The system must be sold. And the education of love cannot cease. The eyes of several members of the X-Flames Club widened in unison. What a reasonable statement. Little Yun is truly considerate and thoughtful. Xia Xingyu excitedly rushed to the mech cabin door of the Waves Rising captain, drawing her gun to pry it open. On the other side, Zhuang Yuezha not only had his lips curled upwards, but was now grinning widely. Fearing an unforeseen turn of events, he increased the speed of his attempts to smash the cabin door tenfold. Don't do anything reckless. I won't buy your system, shouted the 4th teammate of Waves Rising in a fluster. Li Shuamo raised her head and said, our Little Yun only promised to sell you the system. She never said she wouldn't provide you with that education of love. After pondering for 2 seconds, she finally recalled what Little Yun had said earlier. Having participated in the final assessment with Little Yun, she understood her all too well. Whatever Little Yun mentioned, she would undoubtedly follow through with. If she said she would educate them, she would certainly keep her word. The 4th teammate of Waves Rising and the captain of Waves Rising exchanged worried glances. Oh no. It seems that's indeed the case. Damn, I forgot to discuss the terms. Shen Xiaoyan casually replied, relax, relax, I won't take your lives. She wouldn't do anything excessive to them, so she had no concern about their reluctance to buy. Whether they bought or not, they would certainly purchase upon exiting. Xia Xingyu wiped her sweat and continued prying. This was a task assigned to her by Little Yun, and she was determined to execute it diligently. Don't pry it open. What must we do to make you stop this behavior? Is it that I haven't purchased enough of your systems? The captain of Waves Rising shouted with wide eyes. Unfortunately, no one answered him. Xia Xingyu, observing that little Yun had not called for a halt, continued her efforts. Shun Xiaoyan blinked, and suddenly an idea struck her. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for advertising? She maneuvered the mech, pointing one hand towards the sky, and passionately declared, "Dear fans and viewers, if you have any needs for mech modifications, please contact ID number. Your idol will craft the most advanced, powerful, and suitable mech for you. The mechs created by your ancestor are exceptional. Even the opponents are envious and eager to place orders. If one is insufficient, two should rush to buy. If one set isn't enough, you should purchase 3 or 4 sets. If 3 or 4 sets aren't sufficient, you should order more. With the endorsement of your ancestors' competitors, what reason do you have not to buy? If 2 dare not purchase, 1 can buy first, daring not to acquire 3 or 4 sets." She contemplated purchasing merely 1 or 2. After concluding her promotional pitch, Shun Xiaoyan did not forget to record the innovative advertisement she had just crafted. Such a creative tagline would certainly be employed frequently in the future. Once she finished this competition, she planned to integrate the newly modified advertisement into her customized mech skin. Gratefully, she had opted for a personalized mech skin, allowing for individual modifications without incurring additional costs. The audience of StarNet found themselves amused by this scene. To be honest, I am truly tempted. I wish to purchase her system. This advertisement deserves full marks. My younger sister is interested in mechs. I'll try to equip her with a B-class damping system. I hereby declare this the best advertisement of the year. Paired with my ancestors' mech skin, it is simply magnificent. Haha, it's hilarious that the opponents are eager to acquire 3 or 4 sets. One opponent alone cannot suffice. They require 2. I can understand the aspirations of the Wave Rising team. Their recent defeat was indeed linked to the mechs. Were I in their position, I would also consider purchasing 2 or 3 sets for research purposes. After all, they are not prohibitively expensive. ISNT it said that those from the Central Star system are quite affluent, yet they are still calculating over a few sets of systems. Purchased. The opponents have bought them. How could the audience refrain from buying? Purchased. The audience has bought them. How could the fans of the ancestor not buy? I bought 2 sets. The opponents acquired 4 sets. Can the fans settle for just 1? Purchased. As a rival of Wave Rising, I must buy this time to reclaim my honor. Chapter 192. This is the mouse decision. Having completed his tasks, Ding Xingyu felt he might finally catch a breath. Yet inquiries flooded in on Xiaoyan's account from various clients. He sighed, realizing the work was never-ending, truly a delightful burden. On the competition map, the captain of the Wave Rising team, incensed by the newly revised advertisement from "I am your ancestor," flung open the hatch, exclaiming, "Stop prying. I'll exit myself." Shun Xiaoyan nodded, "Feel free to come out. I shall not purchase your system," shouted a teammate from Wave Rising, pointing angrily at the silver-black mech. "So be it. It was not I who proclaimed before the entire StarNet audience my intention to acquire the system." Shun Xiaoyan quipped, "Ultimately, it will be your opponent who utilizes my modified mech system, and they shall be the ones to suffer." The captain of Wave Rising was left speechless. Shun Xiaoyan raised her hand and declared, "Take them with you. Follow me." After uttering this, she piloted her mech towards the inner city. Xia Xingyu and Zhuang Yueze each grasped one person and swiftly followed. As they traversed from the outer ring to the inner ring, they encountered soldiers engaged in combat with the monstrous rats, in stark contrast to the scattered few in the outer ring. The inner ring was filled with swarms of these formidable creatures. The monstrous rats within the inner ring were not only more numerous, but also larger and fiercer. Several fortifications along the routes leading to the outer ring were manned by troops. Xia Xingyu overheard NPCs mention that their mission was to prevent the monstrous rats from spreading outward. The journey was fraught with challenges, yet thanks to their operation of mechs, they encountered no significant obstacles. At times, they clearly heard the anguished cries of individuals, rushing over only to witness a dozen grotesque rodents feasting upon the dismembered remnants of a human body. Not even the bones were regurgitated. Only a pool of fresh blood remained on the ground. With each few steps, the crimson stains multiplied, each patch signifying a life lost, 1 life, 2 lives. From above, it would appear as though rose petals were scattered across the earth, layer upon layer. "Ah, old Wu, get away. It's too late." Another chorus of wretched screams erupted. Shun Xiaoyan and her companions dashed forward, only to find a few grotesque rodents in pursuit of a severed head, while the body adjacent to it lay gruesomely torn apart. Zhu Yuanyao charged ahead to slay the grotesque rodents. The captain of the Rising Tide team watched this scene unfold, his complexion growing ever paler. How many times had he witnessed such horrors since entering the inner ring? The rodent decimation, the residual anguish of Min City, this was the reality. While they had completed their tasks in the outer ring, they had never encountered such a hellish landscape. The stench of blood pervaded the air, rendering him unable to retch. With heightened senses, his body perceived everything with painful clarity. His teammate from the Rising Tide team, held tightly by Zhuang Yueze, was heaving violently. Yet he found himself unable to focus on his own physical sensations, instead murmuring, "Why don't they retreat? Knowing there's no escape, why do they continue to charge in? To buy time for the evacuation of civilians from the outer ring. That was their duty, and their own choice." The soldiers who appeared in Min City for rescue had willingly come from elsewhere. Min City, a tourist destination, housed few station troops. Those who ventured here understood the likelihood of death, yet they chose to come regardless. They lacked mechanized armor. Fully aware of the grim fates that awaited those who dared confront the grotesque beasts with mere flesh, Shun Xiaoyan effortlessly dispatched 2 of the grotesque rodents. The captain of the Rising Tide team felt a tightness in his throat, warmth gathering in his eyes. He murmured, "Our instructors never spoke of these horrors. They only told us of nature's ruthless selection, of survival of the fittest, that only the strong deserve to propagate, and that useless genes must be eliminated. Those who cannot pilot mechs ought to be cast aside. Xiaoxing Yu's cheeks puffed in frustration, but ultimately, she decided against further debate. Suddenly, she grasped why Xiao Yun had not simply eliminated the two individuals, but had chosen to bring them here. Was the scarcity of grotesque beasts in the outer ring due to the efforts of those from the inner city? The teammate from the Rising Tide team experienced an epiphany. However, no one responded to him. Li Xuema and Zhu Yuanyao unleashed a barrage from their mech's weaponry, slaying one grotesque rodent after another. Shen Jiayan sighed. Enough of this futile battle, we cannot kill them all. Follow me. The history that had transpired could not be altered, no matter how realistic the map. It could not change the fact that this once prosperous and beautiful city had vanished into the annals of history. Shen Jiayan led them onward, ultimately halting before a massive, spherical white edifice in the left district of Min City's first ring. Is this the place? Zhuang Yueza was about to charge into the fray in his mech. Halt! Shouted Shen Jiayan. She maneuvered her mech and swept a leg across. Zhuang Yueza's mech was nearly toppled. I'm on your left. Don't use your left hand to brace yourself, exclaimed Team 4's member in a panic. I don't want to be squashed into a meat pie. It was only then that Shen Jiayan grasped Zhuang Yueza's mech, advising, if you wish to avoid elimination, we cannot storm in recklessly. At that moment, a monstrous rodent collided with the spherical building. Yet, before it could draw near, the white spherical structure suddenly sprouted spikes, unleashing a barrage of shells upon the creature. When the smoke cleared, the monstrous rodent had vanished. Incredible. Both Zhuang Yueza and Team 4 gasped in unison. This display is more terrifying than Old 3's self-detonation. Where are we? I've reviewed other teams' match records and have never seen this place, the captain of Team 4 remarked. Shen Jiayan did not respond. Instead, she leaped from her mech and approached the spherical building, entering a password. The doors of the spherical edifice swung open, resembling a massive orb that had cracked. Let us go. I shall take you to meet someone, Shen Jiayan declared, striding inside. The others followed suit, descending from their mechs to enter. Jiayan, could you refrain from obsessing over that crystal you just acquired? Within the hall, towering 10 meters high and spanning hundreds of meters wide, numerous screens floated in midair. A tall man with a pale yet refined visage, clad in a gray combat uniform and sporting short hair, leaned casually against the wall, a cigarette dangling from his lips. It was hard to fathom that such a youthful-looking man was Shirqin. Chapter 193. Perhaps she should not have come here. Shen Jiayan reclined opposite Shirqin. Her slender face was accentuated by elongated, deep-set phoenix eyes that angled upward at the corners, exuding an aura of sharpness and intellect. Her shoulder-length hair cascaded lazily to one side, and she wore a brown cropped leather jacket with sleeves casually rolled up, revealing her slender wrists. In her hand, she held a square, transparent glass box containing a crystalline, ruby-red diamond that floated within. Casting a glance at Shirqin, she corrected his earlier statement. What do you mean by snatching? It was clearly retrieving, taking, or picking up. Do you not know how to articulate? Huh, true, though that old bunch may have reserved it. Now that it's in our possession, it belongs to us, Shirqin retorted, his gaze fixed on the large screen above, a smirk dancing on his lips. Reservation? That is laughable. I've reserved their wallets too. Do they willingly offer them to me? Shen Jiayan mirrored his sardonic smile. To desire is to rely on one's own capabilities. Having obtained it makes it mine. Agreed. I'll accompany you into danger today, and the first spirit-powered mech you develop shall be mine. This time, it cannot go to Lady Xia or Lin Jingguang. Shirqin extinguished his cigarette. Shen Jiayan stealthily concealed the glass box, asserting, no way. Wan Qin sponsored me with an independent spirit-powered mech research laboratory. It is her right to be first. Moreover, I have heard that the Mechanical Research Institute has developed an extraordinary device, and I must seek her sponsorship. You previously mentioned that in your hometown, 99 roses symbolize fervent friendship and profound emotions. I intend to procure a red crystal to carve a rose for her, with all the necessary items in hand. It is evident who possesses the greater influence. How could she be unaware? Your mind is solely occupied with money. I have collaborated with the wealthy MS. Xia on a project, and in a few years, I shall undoubtedly secure all your research materials. Shirqin remarked with irritation. Let us discuss it when you actually have something. Shen Jiayan remained unimpressed. Do you think you can deceive her with mere words? This is a path she has traversed countless times. For now, Miss Xiao Wanqing's status here is unassailable. Suddenly, Shirqin's communication device vibrated. He glanced at it, and his expression darkened instantly. Prepare for retreat. The old man has unexpectedly ordered the early initiation of the Min City destruction plan. His eyes surveyed the numerous screens suspended in the air, each displaying the current state of Min City. He murmured, no one will remember them. I will take note. I intend to transform their stories into a dramatic production, creating an interactive game. Operating mechas remains a challenge. So many are constrained by their physical abilities, forced to confront the beasts with their bodies. I must devise mechas that rely solely on mental prowess. Not only mental strength mechas, but I also aspire to innovate various operational methods for mechas. At the same time, Shen Jiayan gazed at the large screen. On it, comrades charging into a swarm of beasts with firearms, their bodies torn apart, yet their grip remained steadfast on their weapons. She heavily closed her eyes, acutely aware of the urgency of time. If she hesitates for even a minute, countless lives will be lost. Our descendants will no longer be able to savor the sacred spring wine of Min City, a sip fragrant, a second lingering and crisp, and the third, the fiery sacred wine. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, Shirqin's handsome visage bore an expression of compassion. It seemed as though an invisible, transparent wall separated the hall from the entrance, dividing them into two distinct worlds. Xia Xingyu and her companions lingered at the entrance, reluctant to disrupt the conversation between the two NPCs within the hall. At that moment, on the Star Network, as the two NPCs, Shiqin and Shun Jiayan, made their appearance, the audience flooded the screen with comments. Easter egg, Easter egg. Who could have anticipated that this map harbored hidden surprises? My two charming ancestors have appeared. Shun Jiayan's images are scarce, even in the Star Network's map. Her most frequently seen portrayal is during her formidable piloting of mechas. Such clear and everyday scenes are rarely witnessed. What can be done? The goddess's time is precious. She is either battling or sequestered in the research institute working on mechas. I heard that 300 years ago, the official representatives of the Central Star sought to interview her, but she didn't even deign to respond. Therefore, let us express our gratitude to Shiqin, the greatest poet, chronicler, and game designer, for this delightful Easter egg. A high-definition image of the goddess Shun Jiayan. She is wise and powerful, aloof, yet enchanting. What I admire most is her noble intellect. I am utterly captivated. I have fallen in love at first sight. I must tell my mother that I am in love. Alas, I also find myself heartbroken, guilty for falling for someone I ought not to love. My goddess is truly magnificent. This scene brings tears to my eyes. It is merely my physical limitations that prevent me from piloting a mech. It appears that my goddess has persistently pursued the research of psychic mechs for this very reason. Oh heavens, why not grant her a few more centuries of life? Historians, where are you? Could someone elucidate the current situation? What is the crystal core in the goddess's hand? Who are those ancient men attempting to seize it from her? Shiqin is rather handsome. It seems he is indeed a drunkard, still preoccupied with the holy spring wine at this juncture. No wonder so many flock to the mouse decision map, adjusting their sensory perceptions for that wine. It is all Shiqin's fault for being such a connoisseur. Indeed, those members of the Rising Tide team adjusted their senses solely for that wine, with many exclaiming that the pain was worth it just for a sip. I too am curious. What does the fourth sip taste like? Shiqin, do continue your narrative. So, the map of the Qingyu Cup was genuinely sourced from Shiqin? Is the legendary folklore true? According to historical records, the Holy Spring wine is solely found in the Holy Spring district of the first ring of Min City. Only someone as passionate about wine as Shiqin would replicate the Holy Spring wine in every ring of Min City, ensuring that every competitor experiences a taste of it. I had my suspicions that he was behind it. Upon witnessing this, I am even more convinced. Look at the multitude of screens in the hall. Could he be gathering materials? It is no wonder this map appears so vividly realistic. Truly, Shiqin deserves admiration. His affection for it has resulted in its replication throughout the streets. Every sip he has taken has not been in vain. Shiqin, the venerable elder, is endearing, and goddess Shun is equally charming. To fall in love with them is a simple feat, curse it. I find myself slightly envious of the two teams on the map. They have the privilege of being in close proximity to the elder. Meanwhile, those envied figures, including Xia Xingyu, are filled with excitement and shyness. Shen Zhao gazes longingly at everything within, her heart a tumult of emotions. Just months ago, she was with her comrades. Yet now she stands before a dividing line of time. This line separates her past from her future and isolates her from her former companions. She can only stand here, reminiscing about the events that once transpired, longing for the past, and those who were once dear to her. She instinctively raises her hand, slowly extending it as if to touch something, or perhaps to shatter this entire reality and absurdity. Perhaps she should not have come here. Chapter 194. To hell with the time thief. In the end, she shyly retracts her hand, fearful of closing the temporal rift before her. She helplessly lowers her hand, bowing her head in silence, whispering to herself, I am a thief of time, having stolen time, yet lost my most treasured possession. At this moment, Zhuang Yueza can no longer contain his excitement and eagerly reaches out to Shun Zhao, exclaiming, Xiaoyan, did you see that pin beside Shiqin? It is now in my possession. Oh my, I shall request my father to lend it to me upon my return, so that it may accompany me in slumber. I have resolved that, hereafter, the hierarchy shall be determined by personal charisma. Thus, the esteemed position of Master Shiqin shall precede that of Principal Lin Jingguang. Goddess Xin shall be first, Master Shi second, Principal Lin third, and Xia Wanqin also third. Nonsense. Clearly, Master Shun should occupy the foremost position, while Master Xia ought to be second. Xia Xingyu, standing at his side, immediately expressed her dissent. How could her ancestral figure from the Xia family be relegated to such a low rank? She, as a descendant, could not accept it. At that moment, Li Shuama added, Xia Wanqin deserves the second spot. The elders say that displaying her photograph brings wealth. For children's examinations, one must display Goddess Shin's image. Only the inebriated alcoholics worship Master Shi. I, too, believe that Goddess Shin should be first, with Xia Wanqin following behind. Historical records indicate that the bond between the two was exceptionally strong, always remaining close in proximity. Zhu Yuanyao could not resist interjecting. Meanwhile, Shen Zhaoyan, who had previously felt somewhat melancholic, was now distracted by the lively debate among her peers, oblivious to the passage of time or any notion of time thieves. Indeed, Zhuang Yueza had directly approached her for a verdict. He grasped Shen Zhaoyan's arm, exclaiming, Little Yun, you must speak the truth. Look ahead. Is Master Shi not incredibly cool, handsome and capable? Can anyone truly resist his charm? No. Xia Wanqin possesses the most allure. In the face of monetary prowess, coolness and handsomeness pale in comparison. Shen Zhaoyan retorted without hesitation, breaking free from his grasp. Master Shi was notorious for devising schemes to extract money, mechas, and delicacies from her. The only time he was reliable was when she was firmly convinced of his unreliability. At that moment, a member of Team 4, temporarily stripped of his freedom, could not help but chime in, Master Shi should undoubtedly be first, with Shun Xiaoyan in second, and the rest can be arranged at will. Indeed, just for Master Shi's ability to replicate the sacred spring wine on the map, he deserves honor. Moreover, he did not merely replicate the sacred spring wine, but also the long-lost Qingxi beauty drunkenness, Qinxi immortal drink, dream spring wine, and a plethora of exquisite delicacies. The captain of the team, inspired by the rising tide, added fervently, his gaze fixed intently on Master Shi. He realized he needed to delve deeper into history upon his return. This moment of revelation ignited within him a curiosity about the grandeur of events that transpired 3 centuries ago. What kind of tumultuous saga unfolded then? How did Shi, Shun Xiaoyan, and others navigate their entanglements of love and enmity? From their earlier conversation, it seemed these two truly held little regard for those in authority. This notion stirred a sense of yearning in Zheng Zifeng, who had long endured the stringent education of the Imperial Academy. Indeed, the captain of the rising tide was named Zheng Zifeng. The somewhat lethargic author had finally decided to bestow him with a name. At that moment, Zhuang Yueze, having located the main group, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Master Shi possesses immense charm. Shun Xiaoyan cast him a sidelong glance, playfully curling her lips. Then, she leisurely reminded him. I believe you should not be preoccupied with rankings at this moment. Rather, consider how much time remains for the competition. With that, she resolutely stepped forward. Curse the time thief, curse the temporal divide. One ought to live in the present. She is Shun Xiaoyan. She is the daughter whose mother, in an act of self-sacrifice, was left half-consumed by a monstrous beast, yet crawled forth to save her. She is the 5-year-old Shun Xiaoyan, who lived alone in a city. She is the Shun Xiaoyan who owes her life to her commander and comrades. Whether in the past or present, she has yet to fulfill her aspirations. The mental power mech she promised her companions remains unfinished. With her head held high, she shatters the barriers of time. Wait, let me see the goddess Shun once more. Xia Xingyu waved, yearning to beckon back little Yun. If they drew closer, they would disrupt the NPC's narrative. Zhuang Yueze, reminded by Shun Xiaoyan, exclaimed, Goodness! I have less than 10 minutes before I must exit the map. Curse be it, he had forgotten that he was penalized with time for having taken a life. He was on the verge of missing the opportunity for a cordial exchange with the venerable Shi. Zhuang Yueze hastened to catch up, followed closely by the others. Wait for me. Shi, I'm coming. Goddess Shun, I'm on my way. The youthful exuberance of the boys dispelled the gloom and tension that hung in the air. At that moment, the NPC Shun Xiaoyan pursed her lips, wielding a delicate instrument to scan the crystal core. Meanwhile, Shi, who had been waiting nearby, suddenly turned to face Shun Xiaoyan and her companions. A subtle smile graced his lips as he lazily rose and ambled toward them. The two groups stood face to face, enveloped in a surreal atmosphere. The setting sun met the dawn of a new day. Shun Xiaoyan stood in the center, witnessing this scene, and couldn't he help but smile faintly. With a snap of his fingers, Shi seemed to erect a glass barrier that isolated them from the world. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Do not disturb her. While she works, we shall not intrude. Here, I hope you two will refrain from interrupting her, and I shall do the same. Though his words were directed at them, his gaze involuntarily drifted behind him. In his amber eyes, a sorrowful and poignant nostalgia flickered. Goodness! Zhuang Yueze, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but cover his mouth in shock. It was exhilarating. Wasn't he Shi an NPC? Why did it feel as though he were genuinely conversing with the venerable Shi? Zhu Yuanyao nodded fervently, speechless with excitement. Regardless of whether he was an NPC, he was Shi now. Just moments ago, Xia Xingyu, who had argued with Zhuang Yueze about placing Shi at the back, was now nervously twisting the hem of her garment, stammering, that's wonderful. Chapter 194. She yearns for his legacy. Shun Xiaoyan cast a glance at Shi. This fellow still had so many tricks up his sleeve. Despite being no longer young, he still deceived the little ones. Li Shuama shyly stepped closer to Shun Xiaoyan and quietly inquired, Little Yun, did you bring us here to behold the grandeur of the ancestor? Can I ask Shi for a handshake later? Do you think he would refuse me? Shun Xiaoyan cast a glance at her, retorting with irritation. I merely wished to ascertain whether I could inherit this fellow's estate. The crowd turned to her with disapproving glares. Was this truly something a person could utter? Under the weight of their stares, Shun Xiaoyan could only scratch her nose, conceding that she would refrain from such candor in the future. Yet, she could not be blamed. It was all due to Shi, who often concocted fanciful tales to deceive everyone. He spoke of a certain type of person in his homeland who could cultivate immortality. These cultivators, upon realizing their impending demise, whether out of vanity or mere pride, would undoubtedly choose the former and hide their entire fortunes in a secret location to be discovered by fortunate souls in the future. This secret place could be a pool at the base of a cliff, a quaint little town favored by the protagonist, or perhaps even the ancestral grave of an enemy. In any case, Shi had proclaimed that someone of his renown and valor would surely follow suit, while also delighting in teasing the younger generation. Thus, Shun Xiaoyan led the group in hopes of fortune. She glanced at Shi, feeling slightly remorseful. Despite his previous kindness towards her, it did not deter her from coveting his inheritance. She was confident that Shi would understand. Meanwhile, Shi continued to beam at everyone, grandly announcing, Allow me to read the record. We are currently in the year 1337 of the Star Era. You are the 306th group of participants. Welcome to the secret base of the illustrious Shi, the great map designer of the Mouse Decision, the eminent historian, the renowned poet, and the esteemed playwright. You are the first and the only group to arrive here. Observing Shi's incessant self-aggrandizement, Shun Xiaoyan turned her face away in disdain. Did he not realize that as she stood there watching his performance, Her little toe was on the verge of being painfully cramped. Could they not fast forward directly to the inheritance segment? Yet, it seemed that Zhuang Yueza and Xia Xingyu were thoroughly enamored by this display. They clenched their fists, their spines straightening with pride as their admiration for Shi Qin grew. They were not merely the first visitors to his secret base, they were the only ones. Oh, how delightful, how proud, how ostentatious. The audience online echoed a similar sentiment to that of Xia Xingyu and the others, albeit accompanied by lamentations of regret. Whoa, did Shi Qin say they are the only ones allowed here? No, I still wish to participate in the mouse decision competition. To seek out Shi Qin and the goddess Shun. Shi Laozu, I grant you 3 minutes to retract your previous statement. Quickly retract it, please. I envy the members of Team X and the 2 from Team Wave. Why not me? Why not me? A monumental historical discovery. The Qingyu Cup mouse decision map was crafted by Shi Qin. He is indeed a historian. My thesis topic has emerged. At that moment, a teammate from Team Wave was being pinned to the ground by his comrade, Lu Zheng, who was gripping his neck. I commanded you to self-destruct. What have you made me miss? Lu Zheng's tone was laden with anger and regret. He couldn't wait for the teammate who had caused his elimination to grow old and remove the oxygen tube. He would rather end it himself. Alas, I was wrong. I should have clung to life. I should have been cowardly. I shouldn't have self-destructed. I have also missed the secret base, missed the moment of glory. The self-destructing teammates had succumbed to despair, lying on the ground like limp fish. He too wished he could strangle himself. What had he missed? At this moment, Qian Liqing stared wide-eyed at the live broadcast. He murmured, "Oh dear, I've truly been fooled by this fellow Shi Qin. It seems that writing a biography is less likely to gain fame than writing a dramatic script." He felt a pang of bitterness. It's like a peacock flaunting its feathers. How shameless. Yet, this could not conceal the regret and discomfort that lingered in his heart. It's fine. He still has time. Meanwhile, in the game, Shi Qin continued his high-minded rhetoric. After a lengthy monologue, he finally declared, "In my hometown, those fortunate enough to discover the secret base will receive rewards. Brave warriors who complete the quest will drop some gear, and the younger generation will receive some welcome gifts. Young ones, you are quite lucky. Call out for your great-grandfather so he can hear you." His eyes sparkled mischievously as he glanced at Shen Zhaoyun, who instantaneously widened her eyes in shock. Damn. P.S. After my inheritance, he wants to take advantage of me. Was it a matter of skill versus cunning? Without hesitation, Shen Zhaoyun shifted to the back of the group. There was no way she would call him that, neither in this life nor the last. The most enthusiastic was Zhuang Yueza, who dashed forward, excitedly shouting, "Great-grandfather." He even seized the opportunity to hug Shi Qin. No, wait. It should be that he warmly embraced Shi Qin. You can't take advantage of me. Shi Qin elbowed him away, his smile faltering for a moment. Zhuang Yueza, undeterred by the elbow jab, continued to grin foolishly. He would go back and ask the captain for the recording, showing this segment to his father, making him green with envy. Just then, Shi Qin produced 10 axes of various colors and materials, suspending them in midair. A golden halo emerged behind him, resembling a divine light. He then spoke in a poetic tone, "Young ones, do you desire this iron axe, or this silver axe, or this golden axe, or this titanium alloy axe, or this ivory axe, or this amethyst axe?" Shen Zhaoyun's mouth twitched. Here it came. That damned gambler, even when giving a gift, had to make it a gamble. Her gaze shifted from the 10 axes to other objects in the hall. Zhuang Yueza hesitated, torn, for he wanted them all. His brows furrowed tightly in distress. Oh no, my indecisiveness is acting up again. He felt as if Shi Qin was playing tricks on him. Look at your time. Zhu Yuanyao quickly reminded him. Zhuang Yueza glanced down at his holographic interface, eyes widening, and quickly exclaimed, "Ivory axe." Then, with a flash of light, Zhuang Yueza vanished before everyone's eyes. Chapter 195, My Disinterest in Axes. Wow. So close. Will that unfortunate soul manage to obtain something? The others were astonished. The timing was both precise and imprecise. The 10 axes hovering above continued to radiate light. Shen Zhaoyun urged them, "Hurry up, you don't have much time left." Captain Zheng Zifeng of the Wave Rising team quickly stepped forward, declaring, "Great-grandfather, I want the most expensive one." Shi Qin's expression momentarily stiffened before he nodded. Zheng Zifeng looked at everyone with pride. Take note, your teammates are rather foolish. Since you brought me here, I shall impart some wisdom. When faced with such choices, one must evade the linguistic traps set by others and make selections that align with the present conditions. Use your intellect. My choice is undoubtedly the best. The teammates following Zheng Zifeng also stepped forward, stating, "Great-grandfather, I desire an axe worth no less than my captain's." Upon finishing, he looked at his captain with gratitude. His captain patted his shoulder and said, "You listen to me the most, which is why you will live as long as I do. I hope that after this competition, Lu and the others will learn a lesson." Indeed, Captain, this is our glory and victory. His teammates stood tall beside him, eager to strike a pose. Shen Zhaoyun couldn't help but shake her head. Such innocence, clarity, and confidence. They had never traversed the intricate layers of deception. She believed they would learn from their experiences and refrain from employing such tricks in the future. Here, she wished them good fortune. Xia Xingyu had been observing Xiaoyun's expression and, upon seeing her shake her head, quietly asked, "Xiaoyun, how should I choose?" At that moment, Zhu Yuanyao and Li Shuama recalled that it was Xiaoyun who had led them in. When it came to advice, they should certainly heed Xiaoyun's guidance. Shen Zhaoyun glanced at Shi Qin and then at the array of axes above. Shaking her head once more, she finally said, "Do not be greedy. Tell him you do not gamble. Then ask him which axe he feels suits you best. Whichever one he mentions, that is the one you should select. He appreciates honesty and detests being manipulated, save for me, of course, as my wisdom and charm are unparalleled." She then turned to Li Shuama, contemplating. However, I think you should not ask him. Simply choose the axe you like the most. Do not concern yourself with value or material, whichever axe appeals to you. That is your choice. She harbored an inexplicable confidence in her friend's luck. The two members of the Wave Rising team shook their heads in disappointment upon hearing Shun Jiayan's words. They felt it was a pity that these individuals were squandering this opportunity. Xia Xingyu, undeterred by their opinions, listened to Shun Jiayan and inquired, "Great-grandfather, I do not gamble. Which axe do you believe suits me best?" A comforting smile spread across Shurqin's face. Gambling, drugs, and vice are to be avoided. A child of integrity deserves recognition. The axe crafted from red diamonds is quite suitable for you. Instantly, a joyful smile appeared on Xia Xingyu's face. Zhu Yuanyao similarly said, "Great-grandfather, I do not gamble. Which axe do you think is best for me?" Shurqin continued in accordance with the established protocol, stating, "Vices such as gambling and drugs are intolerable. Even gamblers must prostrate themselves on the ground. Honest children deserve commendation. The axe crafted from amethyst is quite suitable for you." Zhu Yuanyao expressed her gratitude with a smile and returned to her original position. At this moment, everyone's gaze shifted to Shun Jiayan, who shook her head and said, "Shuemo, it's your turn." Li Shuemo glanced at Shurqin, feeling a conflict within her. She couldn't help but turn back to Shun Jiayan, who nodded reassuringly. Taking a deep breath, Li Shuemo declared, "I want that golden axe." The golden hue appeared both valuable and resplendent. She was utterly enamored with it, leaving no reason to choose otherwise. Shurqin's smile momentarily faltered, and then, with reluctance, he conceded, "Very well, you have selected a fine axe." The others observed Shurqin's expression, sensing that Li Shuemo had indeed chosen something remarkable. Otherwise, his subtle demeanor would not have betrayed such sentiments. Li Shuemo nodded joyfully and called out to Shun Jiayan, "It's your turn now." Shurqin also smiled warmly at Shun Jiayan. However, as Shun Jiayan regarded the grin on Shurqin's face, she felt an inexplicable sense of disdain for his smirk. "You must first address the ancestral grandfather." Xia Xingyu seemed concerned that Shun Jiayan might forget the protocol and offered a gentle reminder. Shun Jiayan's lips twitched, unable to suppress a glance of annoyance at Shurqin. With determined strides, she advanced forward, prompting Shurqin's smile to radiate even more brightly. Watching the live broadcast, Qian Liqing couldn't help but grit his teeth, muttering, "That cunning old dang seeks to take advantage of my sister. Wait a moment. If he exploits her, isn't that tantamount to exploiting us as well? Damn it. That old dang." At that moment, an elderly man with white hair humorously chastised the young man on the screen, creating a rather amusing scene. Shun Jiayan directed a smile at Shurqin before confidently passing by him, making her way directly to the NPC Shun Jiayan, who was observing the crystal core. Humph. Zheng Zifeng was right. Engaging in such games requires one to evade the linguistic traps set by the opponent. However, where he faltered was in not executing his strategy thoroughly enough. The proper course of action should have been to ignore that fellow entirely and procure the item on her own. This individual had been ensnaring everyone in a web of confusion from the very beginning. After all, he had previously stated that the most precious items must be well concealed. Such treasures cannot be acquired so easily, or else the joy of treasure hunting would be lost. Only the most astute individuals can claim them. One must be resolute and willing to face the potential of returning empty-handed while enduring arduous trials. Furthermore, in terms of examinations, Shurqin had previously copied her answers. 10 of Shurqin's could not surpass her. Moreover, if her memory served her correctly in her past life, she did not spend this long checking her work at this juncture. As Shun Jiayan passed by Shurqin, the halo above his head and the axe suspended in midair vanished without a trace. Zhu Yuanyao, having discerned Shun Jiayan's direction, anxiously exclaimed, "Little Yun, didn't Shurqin just say that? We must not disturb the work of the goddess Shun. With the axe having disappeared, what would become of your reward?" Xia Xingyu echoed her concern. Shurqin trailed behind Shun Jiayan, cheerfully reminding everyone, "Let us not disturb her while she works. When she is engaged in her tasks, we shall remain silent." Shun Jiayan turned to look at everyone, expressing her disinterest in the axe. The others exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier? They could have shared your indifference." Chapter 196, Online Clarification. Although the others felt a tinge of regret, they curiously followed behind Shun Jiayan. They then witnessed her touch the somewhat translucent glass wall, which immediately manifested a door. At that moment, Shurqin, wearing a serious expression, remarked, "I knew you wouldn't behave. Someone would undoubtedly want to chat with her." The others turned their attention to Shun Jiayan. Do not cast all under the same shadow. They are quite well behaved, except for her. Shun Jiayan glanced at Shurqin, curious about what he intended to conceal. Suddenly, his serious demeanor transformed into a mischievous grin. He playfully looked at Zhu Yuanyao and the others, adding, "Fortunately, she does not favor those who are overly obedient and staid." His words were clearly a jab at Xia Xingyu and the others. Shun Jiayan could not help but cover her face. This guy was still as good at inciting enmity as ever. The others responded, all right. So if they are obedient, they become dull. Sure, Laozu truly is a trickster." Zhuang Yueza, who had already been eliminated from the competition, was watching the live broadcast with his captain. Upon hearing Shurqin's remarks, he slapped his thigh in amusement, exclaiming, "Captain, look, Sure Laozu is mocking them for being dull." The entire online audience bore witness. Sure Laozu had personally validated this, and henceforth, he too could mock Zhu Yuanyao and Xia Xingyu. "Haha," Ding Qingyu remarked, "you are laughing too loudly. Although they have been ridiculed for their lack of flair, they have all obtained axes. You are still uncertain if you will receive one." Zhuang Yueza's laughter abruptly ceased. Indeed, would he be able to acquire an axe? The infernal competition map had yet to conclude, and the results remained uncertain. Thus, he was left in suspense, oblivious to whether Shi Laozu would bestow a gift upon him. He lowered his head and poked at his device, staring at the unchanged status of the Qingyu Cup backstage. Alas, this was no longer amusing. If he failed to secure an item, he would be the one subjected to collective ridicule. He gazed at his captain with a mournful expression, pleading, "Captain, I'm the one who is more amusing, right?" "Indeed," Ding Qingyu replied, preoccupied with managing Shen Jiayan's account, unaware that his words had wounded Zhuang Yueza's fragile youthful heart. Within the competition map, Shen Jiayan feared that Shi Qin would continue to stir animosity, prompting someone to dig his grave. She nudged the door and inquired, "So how should I open this door?" Shi Qin looked at the NPC version of Shen Jiayan inside, reminiscing, "I did not deceive you. She detests being disturbed. Many journalists sought interviews with her in the past, and she could not be bothered. If you insist on entering, you must answer some questions posed by our comrades from the 302nd unit correctly." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Yuanyao interjected, "One must have a good grasp of history for this." The 302nd unit had already become a part of history. Xia Xingyu scratched his head and lamented, "Oh no. I failed history. I cannot be of assistance. Had I known there would be this segment, we should have called for old Yen to compete with us. This is clearly his forte." The others nodded in agreement. Professor Yan Ziguan is undoubtedly a connoisseur of history, possessing an impressive command of the intricacies of the War of Resistance, as well as a thorough understanding of the myriad poems and biographies penned by the members of the 302nd Company. He is truly a living embodiment of both ancient and modern wisdom. At the same time, Yan Ziguan, who is on the mind of Xia Xingyu, is engrossed in watching the StarNet livestream. Upon the announcement of this event, his communication device was inundated with messages from colleagues and students alike, urging him to tune into the Qingyu Cup on StarNet. Initially, he was scheduled to attend a meeting with Dean Bai to discuss new teaching arrangements. But now he has chosen to forego the meeting, unperturbed by any reprimands regarding his work. How could he possibly miss the significant event orchestrated by Shi Qin, the mastermind behind the mouse decision map, especially with the enticing Easter egg it promised? Upon hearing Shi Qin's words, he indignantly exclaimed, "What issue? Do these children in the map truly comprehend the questions posed? I should be the one participating." He yearned to engage in discussions about ideals and life with Shen Jiayan, even if it meant merely being a non-playable character. Nevertheless, he retrieved a notebook and placed it meticulously on the table. These inquiries represented crucial pedagogical knowledge that warranted his attention. Perhaps, he mused, he might even achieve a perfect score. Within the map, Shen Jiayan looked at Shi Qin confidently and declared, "Ask away." She had anticipated a momentous occasion, only to find it was merely about answering some questions. How elementary. Shi Qin's fingers brushed against an invisible barrier, and in the next instant, a line of text materialized on the ethereal wall. "What does Shen Jiayan cherish the most?" Xia Xingyu exclaimed with delight, "Haha, little Yun, this is a gift question. Quickly answer, Mecha." Professor Yin has stated that she harbors lofty ideals, venturing into perilous territories to procure various mecha materials. Outside the map, Yan Ziguan pondered the moniker Professor Yin, which struck a familiar chord with him. Professor Yin? Is that a term of endearment? Could it be one of my students? Perplexed, he shook his head and wrote the word mecha on his paper. Suddenly, he recalled an earlier response from his proud pupil. He shook his head, realizing it was incorrect. The inquiry was about what she cherished most, not what she required. He agonized over his previous answer, striking it out and replacing it with a different word. Meanwhile, within the map, Zhu Yuanyao and Zheng Zifeng, the captain of the Rising Tide, concurred with Xia Xingyu's answer. Shen Jiayan had dedicated her entire life to the pursuit of mecha, thus the answer must be mecha. I believe it is indeed mecha. Let us go with mecha. Shen Jiayan's life was radiant and resplendent. Having sacrificed everything for her passion, how many could achieve such a feat without genuine affection? Shi Qin smiled at Shen Jiayan, who could not suppress a roll of her eyes, deeming them unworthy of wielding an axe for such a simple question that they might misinterpret. Without hesitation, she declared, "Money." At that moment, a small aperture appeared in the door before her. Correct. Shi Qin rejoiced. Subsequently, another line of text appeared on the invisible wall. How many poems has Shen Jiayan written in her lifetime? This question was indeed astutely posed. Shen Jiayan now regarded Shi Qin with eyes brimming with a hint of menace. It is this individual who pens various lewd verses and publishes them under her name. Cursed be the relentless sands of war that wear down the armor. What of the swift mechs I have crafted, with guns like thunderous bombs? The scene of Yan Ziguan passionately reciting in class remains vividly etched in her memory. That pang of embarrassment still makes her want to dig at her toes. The insincere answers she wrote on Yan Ziguan's exam paper haunt her eternally. How dare Shi Qin inquire? What audacity! She ought to express her gratitude for this opportunity to refute the rumors online. Over here, Zhu Yuanyao counts on her fingers, recalling 1 breaking the formation, 1 military expedition, totaling 10 poems? Chapter 197, is that correct? I distinctly remember Yan, the old man, assigning more than 10. Xia Xingyu immediately retorted, declaring emphatically, there are 16 in total. While she struggles to recall the content of these poems, the suffering she endured because of them is crystal clear in her mind. Yan Ziguan also bowed his head and resolutely wrote down 16. He had answered the previous question correctly, and this one, he was even more assured of. In the map, Shen Jiayan glared fiercely at Shi Qin, squeezing out the words between clenched teeth. Not a single one. Ha ha, correct. Remember, all the poems written by Shen Jiayan are the creations of the great poet Shi Qin. He shamelessly laughed. The crack on the door widened yet again. Outside the map, Yan Ziguan's pupils widened in shock. Did I answer incorrectly? I can recite Shen Jiayan's biography fluently and have thoroughly studied Qian Sanqiang's memoirs. How could this be wrong? This is utterly incorrect. He clutched his head, confusion filling his eyes. Suddenly, A grave realization struck him. Oh no. A significant teaching incident has occurred. The answers on the final exam are erroneous. What should I do? He had always taught it this way, yet now historical events have shifted. How should he handle the exam papers he previously graded? The others within the map looked at Shun Xiaoyun in astonishment. How did you know? Li Suimuo voiced the thoughts of the group. Shun Xiaoyun replied, do not focus solely on others' memoirs or biographies. Do you not perceive how the style of those poems resembles the names of the fine wines Shurqin has chosen? Xia Xingyu suddenly clutched her head and wailed. It's over. I answered 16 poems on my final exam. I won't have to retake the course, will I? For this single question, she felt utterly confident. Now, however, Li Suimuo and Shun Xiaoyun simultaneously reacted. Shun Xiaoyun's lip twitched as she glanced at Shurqin. This individual has caused considerable trouble. Should this person's grave be disturbed, she would not intervene. At that moment, Xia Xingyu stood up again. No, wait. I believe I answered the other questions correctly. Even if that question was wrong, it shouldn't lead to a dismal score of just 59. Outside the map, Yan Ziguan gazed at the live stream, muttering, Yan, the old man, retake. 59 points. Xia Xingyu. The ID also matches. He pulled up the grade report to check. Xia Xingyu, 64 points. He murmured again. This is somewhat perilous. Well then, this time it's my fault. Shun Xiaoyun initially thought that the subsequent questions would follow a similar pattern. Little did they know that the questions posed by Shurqin had completely shifted in tone. Queries regarding the calculation of the curvature of the engines of the initial Generation 0 mecha, the selection of various parameters for mecha materials, and even issues pertaining to mecha piloting were all encompassed. Upon witnessing the subsequent questions, Zhu Yuanyao and others silently expressed gratitude to Shun Xiaoyun for having prompted them to choose the axe earlier. Had it been them facing these questions, they would have scarcely managed to pass the first hurdle. At last, after Shun Xiaoyun had answered 13 questions, the entire door erupted, revealing a passageway. Shurqin glanced at her with satisfaction, proclaiming that she had answered correctly. He suddenly looked up at the sky and exclaimed, we have succeeded. Everyone, including Shun Xiaoyun, assumed he was referring to her successful clearance of the challenge. Only Qin Sanqiang, who was outside the map, gazed at Shurqin on the live screen and softly responded. Indeed, we have succeeded. He turned away, wiping his eyes which had unexpectedly moistened. Rising, he walked outside, muttering, you enjoy yourself while I am left to clean up the mess. Since you managed to answer all the questions correctly, you must be as exceptional as her. She appreciates outstanding juniors. I trust she would not mind you interrupting her work. Welcome. Shurqin regarded Shun Xiaoyun with earnestness, his smile unwavering. Shun Xiaoyun nodded, affirming, you are correct. This time, Shurqin truly spoke wisely. Who would despise their own excellence? With her head held high, she boldly traversed the opening. The captain of the Wave Tide team, Zhang Zifeng, could not help but mutter, this fellow truly lacks any sense of modesty. His teammates nodded in agreement. Remarking on his inflated sense of self-worth, Li Shuama shot them both a glare, proclaiming, she is simply that outstanding. Indeed, does she need to be modest? It is you who should learn humility, chimed in Xia Xingyu. Zhang Zifeng pinched himself, lamenting, oh no, I forgot that I am merely someone who has been bested by others. At that moment, Shurqin also passed through the opening ahead. To evade the ireful gazes of Li Shuama and her companions, Zhang Zifeng hastily followed behind Shurqin. A loud thud resounded as Zhang Zifeng was ejected and fell to the ground. He cried out in disarray, ouch. That hurts terribly. I think I landed on my tailbone. Damn this overwhelming sensation. He could not comprehend why the two in front had passed through effortlessly, while he felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall, resulting in his unfortunate tumble. His teammates quickly crouched down, exclaiming, Captain, you should take off your pants. Let me check your rear. Is everyone from the Central Star System so uninhibited? Li Shuema and Xia Xingyu chorused in disbelief. Look at you. Are you foolish? Do you wish for me to expose myself in public? Zhang Zifeng retorted, infuriated, and could not help but strike his teammate lightly. The teammate, realizing his blunder, apologized. My bad, Captain, I misspoke. Look, the wall is still there. Zhu Yuanyao interjected, reminding the group. They observed the invisible barrier ahead, now marked with rippling traces akin to water waves. Shurqin turned back, raising an eyebrow and remarking, excluding you all, of course. Such rigid individuals may not be to her liking. Others, can we please refrain from discussing this matter any further? Shun Xiaoyun turned back as well. This fellow, Shurqin, is truly relentless in spreading rumors about her. Just as she finished clarifying the situation, he concocted another tale. With a sense of resignation, she addressed the few individuals outside. You may either wait for me here or withdraw from the competition. The others shook their heads in unison. No way. We will wait for you. Meanwhile, the audience on Xinguang suddenly noticed that the live broadcast had become hazy. Comments flooded in. What happened? Why can't we watch the live stream? I can only hear the sound. The visuals are unclear. The official Qingyu Cup has announced that the live stream room has been overwhelmed with too many viewers, causing a server malfunction. Repairs are underway. Please be patient. Just when I was about to see the pivotal moment, why did the server fail? What a terrible server. The tickets are so expensive, and they can't even manage a live stream. Chapter 198. The past not to be missed. Refund. Qingyu Cup. Return my hard-earned money. I don't want a refund. I just want to see Goddess Shen. Yan Ziguan stared wide-eyed at his holographic interface. He pounded the table, exclaiming, what a ridiculous situation. What happens next? That's the crux of it. Why can't I watch? He had waited so long just to see Shun Xiaoyun. Yan Ziguan, infuriated, joined the online bickering on the Qingyu Cup's official platform. As the argument escalated, they inadvertently drowned out the sounds from the live stream. At that moment, within the competition map, Shun Xiaoyun sat before her NPC. She examined the figure Shurqin had crafted for her with great care. The likeness was quite accurate, though the character appeared somewhat foolishly engrossed in work. She candidly commented, "It fails to convey that essence of earnestness intertwined with detachment, elegance tinged with stubbornness, and a commanding presence." Shurchin chuckled in response. "The adjectives you mentioned do not align with reality." She was right. That is indeed who I am. Shun Xiaoyan's NPC set down the box containing the diamond core. She lifted her gaze to scrutinize Shun Xiaoyan intently. Shun Xiaoyan mirrored her focus, and the overhead lights cast shadows upon their faces, revealing similar smiles from both. Shurchin stood beside them, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, though reluctant. The process must continue. Shun Xiaoyan glanced at her holographic interface, sighed softly, and nodded. Subsequently, her NPC began to inquire about various mech manufacturing topics as part of the procedure. Zhu Yuanyao and the others, standing behind an invisible wall, could clearly observe the scene inside and hear the conversation. Initially intrigued, they soon found themselves drowsy from the monotonous data analysis and theoretical discussions on mech production. Captain Zheng Zifeng of the Wave Rising team could not help but remark, "She is truly remarkable. We made the right choice in wielding axes. They simply lack the prowess to match my lineage. Without axes, we might end up with nothing at all." His teammates nodded in agreement. Initially, he contemplated putting aside his pride to purchase the I Am Your Ancestor mech system, but upon witnessing her performance, he felt compelled to acquire a set to explore further. Inside, Shun Xiaoyan listened intently to the words of her NPC, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. The initial discussions had been rather superficial, yet as the conversation progressed, she encountered topics she had never engaged with in her previous life. The analytical methods she referenced, particularly the summaries related to Project Code 135, were intricately tied to the Mental Strength Mech project. The NPC's tone and word choices bore a striking resemblance to those of old Zhang, who had trailed behind her in her former life. Indeed, she had entrusted the Mental Strength Mech project to him. A warm current flowed through Shun Xiaoyan's heart as she realized the knowledge imparted by the NPC felt like a carefully curated collection handed down to her. This information, which had only been researched posthumously, included not only the Mental Strength Mech, but also various other projects, all named using the codifications she and old Zhang had once employed. Shun Xiaoyan listened earnestly, as though she were transported back to a time when her subordinates reported to her. Although she sensed some research directions had deviated, she refrained from pointing them out and encouraged the NPC to continue. These were completed research results, and voicing her doubts now would serve little purpose. She couldn't help but marvel at Shurchin's ingenuity. Previously, he had spoken of passing down knowledge, and now he had truly bequeathed her a legacy, not his own, but the mech knowledge she had left behind in her past life. Shun Xiaoyan glanced at Shurchin, pondering whether her companions were aware of the significant alterations in the future direction of mech development. She hoped that her efforts would not go to waste, which might have inspired the meticulous organization of this information. Their intentions were commendable. These findings affirmed the feasibility of the Mental Strength Mech. She was uncertain why her successors chose to alter the path she had originally set. Nonetheless, she resolved to tread her own course. With this newfound knowledge, she was spared considerable effort. The insights gained today held far greater value than any sum of billions. All right, I have my tasks to attend to, and you have yours. You are an exceptional individual. The loquacious Shun Xiaoyan NPC suddenly ceased her lengthy discourse. She extended a hand towards Shun Xiaoyan, saying, "Distinguished Junior, let us shake hands." Adorning her wrist was a silver-white antique communication device. Although Shun Xiaoyan was perplexed by the sudden request for a handshake, she nonetheless extended her hand in return. The clasp of their hands, one large, one small, evoked a sensation of traversing the river of time, connecting her to a past in which she had not participated. In that moment, she became part of their history. A bittersweet ache filled her heart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As she withdrew her hand, she discovered the antique communication device had materialized in her grasp. Shun Xiaoyan looked up at her NPC, astonished. The NPC chuckled mischievously, eliciting a moment of surprise from Shun Xiaoyan. This was not her smile, it belonged to old Zhang. The NPC appeared to have accomplished some task, then lowered its head to resume its previous inspections. Shun Xiaoyan turned her gaze towards Shurchin, who suddenly produced 10 axes, all suspended in midair. Behind him, a resplendent halo shimmered. He looked at Shun Xiaoyan innocently, teasingly inquiring, "As an exceptional heir, which would you prefer? The iron axe, the silver axe, the golden axe? The titanium alloy axe, the ivory axe, or the amethyst axe?" Shun Xiaoyan grimaced, retorting, "I'll take whichever one you offer." She was not picky. Her fortune seldom favored her with anything of value. A wise choice, Shurchin commended with a smile. Meanwhile, outside the invisible barrier, Xia Xingyu observed the unfolding scene with growing discontent, exclaiming, after the exam, it all boils down to selecting an axe? If it's just about choosing an axe, we might as well not have entered." "Indeed, I expected something different," another voiced their agreement. "In the end, we're all just picking axes like everyone else." Captain Langshao felt a sense of equilibrium. Everyone was fatigued, and perhaps it was better not to struggle. One of his teammates remarked, "This is Shurchin's map, so it likely has nothing to do with Shun Xiaoyan. Besides, Shurchin mentioned not wanting us to disturb her. Why would I choose to intrude?" Shurchin's offer for her to choose was quite generous. After all, being an NPC, he was not subject to the fluidity of human emotions. Whatever they provided was undoubtedly governed by preordained programming. Even if there were variations, they would still adhere to the original set rules, Captain Langshao concluded. Zhu Yuanyao, while feeling sympathy for Shun Xiaoyan, found herself in agreement with their assertions. Li Shuima stated, "Knowledge is priceless. The value of different things varies in different eyes." Shurqin casually pointed to an axe, and a silver one flew towards Shen Jiayan. Suddenly, he regarded her with a blend of impulsiveness and restraint. Ultimately, he simply smiled and said farewell. Is it time to say goodbye? Shen Jiayan's lips parted. As a memory of Shurqin's previous words flashed through her mind. Although I detest saying goodbye, I also despise not being able to bid farewell to certain people. In that moment, she grasped the sentiment behind his words. She too loathed farewells. Yet, before she could react, the entire space shattered unexpectedly, akin to broken glass. Like scattered shards, Shurqin drifted away, all the while maintaining his smile directed at her. Mouse decision map completed. The duration of this match was 180 minutes. Congratulations to your team, Team X, Blazing Flames, for winning this round. Congratulations on achieving a special accomplishment and receiving Shurqin's unique reward. Shen Jiayan lay in the cabin, gazing blankly at the pulsating system notification before her. She murmured softly, "It's over. I have received Shurqin's gift. I have obtained the pigeon-headed axe," exclaimed Zhuang Yueza, who had been anxiously waiting outside the competition. "I have also received a gift from Shurqin," added Xia Xingyu joyfully. She continued, eager to unveil the treasures within the gift package, urging everyone to see what lay inside. "You are among the very first to receive Shurqin's gift. According to the previous hints on the map, you might be the only group to have received such presents." Although Ding Qingyu missed this opportunity due to his absence from the competition, his club gained notoriety. He is determined to establish a lucrative celebrity club, and the fame he has acquired has already yielded significant benefits. The X-Flame Club has made its presence known, and he may soon receive team assignments. Upon hearing the others mention the gift, Shen Jiayan gathered her composure and got up, curious about what Shurqin had left for her. After unlocking the package, she gasped in astonishment. "Oh my, this is outrageous." The most anxious among them, Zhuang Yueza, echoed her surprise. "Dear Lucky Goose, congratulations on inheriting my personal debt of 80 million star coins owed to Lin Jingguang and his descendants. See attached electronic promissory note. Congratulations on receiving Shurqin's personally signed poetry collection and the luxurious pigeon-headed ivory steel pen, personally gifted by Shurqin." Ding Qingyu's pupils widened at Zhuang Yueza's announcement. Inheriting debt? What kind of new terminology is this? Zhuang Yueza scratched his head, perplexed. Where are the promised gifts? Why is it debt instead? Furthermore, this luxurious pigeon-headed ivory steel pen looks identical to one in my father's collection. I need to ask my father about this. Ding Qingyu cast a disdainful glance at Zhuang Yueza. Shen Jiayan shook her head. What good is Shurqin's personally signed poetry collection when she had previously considered it unworthy even for propping up a table? As for that pen, never mind. She couldn't be bothered to comment further. She quickly moved farther away from Zhuang Yueza and turned her attention to the nearest Xia Xingyu. At that moment, Xia Xingyu's expression was one of bewilderment. Shen Jiayan inquired, "What did you receive?" Xia Xingyu, still in shock, replied, "I inherited 1 billion from Shurqin owed to Xiao Wanqin, a personally signed poetry collection from Shurqin, and 8 types of mecha manufacturing materials that Shurqin had treasured." After speaking, she could not help but rub her eyes. Who could understand? She had merely participated in a competition and suddenly found herself indebted to her family for 1 billion. She now questioned whether she was seeing things. No. She needed to call her mother to ask if she was required to repay the debt. If so, could they refrain from deducting from her allowance? Wait a moment. Wasn't she just a descendant of Xiao Wanqin? She had effectively cleared this debt on her own behalf. How audacious. Shen Jiayan couldn't help but marvel once more. She recalled Shurqin mentioning loans before, but she had never realized loans could be secured in such a manner, borrowing against one's fame, repaying it posthumously. Reflecting on her own rebirth, she found herself with a paltry 5 million star coins in savings plus interest. In contrast to Shurqin's audacious maneuvers, she felt utterly outmatched. Had she known it would be like this, could her fame not have yielded even more? Wouldn't she have had access to a broader range of loans? At this moment, Zhu Yuanyao remarked, "I possess an IOU for 60 million, along with a personally signed poetry collection by Shurqin and an imitation blue and white antique vase crafted by him." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan felt that the term flamboyant aptly described Shurqin. He had once crafted a multitude of blue and white vases and distributed them among everyone. Whether others appreciated them was uncertain. As for her, she had no idea where to stow them away. Such trifles, a mere pen, a signature, and a self-fashioned vase, had somehow enabled Shurqin to liquidate several billion. She resolved to learn from this. When she became famous and found herself short of funds, she would adopt a similar approach. Having missed the opportunity to learn in her previous life, she now saw a chance to apply her knowledge. "How come all of you have IOUs? I, on the other hand, do not possess one," Li Shuama quietly interjected. "He merely gifted me a signed poetry collection and a discarded mech." Ah, no wonder I sensed something amiss in his expression back then. "It turns out you truly captured his heart," Shen Jiayan retorted, her tone laced with sarcasm. It mattered little whether the mech was still relevant in this era. Simply the fact that Li Shuama had not received an IOU was enough to infuriate Shurqin, who had always been unlucky in his endeavors. For a gambler, losing money was bearable, but the most detestable thing was not being the favored one. The others burdened with debt could not help but cast envious glances at Li Shuama. The stark comparison among individuals truly ignited frustration. This recent exchange of gifts had thoroughly transformed everyone's perception of the venerable Shur. Curiously, Li Shuama inquired, "Xiao Yun, what did you draw? You didn't get an IOU, did you?" Based on her understanding of Xiao Yun, had she received an IOU, she would have been vocal about it. Unable to maintain her composure while watching the unfolding drama, all eyes turned to Shen Jiayan. Chapter 199. Shared debt. Shen Jiayan ran her fingers through her hair, lifted her chin, and cleared her throat before stating, "You all overestimate me. With my abysmal luck, how could I possibly have avoided an IOU? After speaking, she could not restrain a smile. The others, witnessing her demeanor, grew even more skeptical. Li Shuama boldly declared, I do not believe you. Shen Xiaoyan placed her hands on her hips. Is my character so untrustworthy? The others found it hard to contradict her, forced to nod in silence while still harboring doubts. Shen Xiaoyan regarded them, her eyes widening in disbelief. The others stubbornly turned away, avoiding her gaze. The atmosphere became tense in that moment. Allow me to show you. Shen Xiaoyan glared at them, presenting her holographic device. I owe Shen Xiaoyan and her descendants 80 million star coins. 80 million. That's precisely the same amount as what classmate Xiao Zhe owes. She enunciated the figure with great emphasis. Shurqin even owes Elder Shen money? Zhu Yuanyao could not help but exclaim. Does Elder Shen truly have 80 million star coins? Xia Xingyu strained to recall the family records. She distinctly remembered Elder Shen as the one who frequently issued IOUs to others. Shen Xiaoyan could not suppress a glance at Xia Xingyu. Why must you speak such undeniable truths? However, this was precisely what made Shurqin so audacious. She had encountered those who issued blank checks, yet never anyone who issued blank IOUs. In her past life, she was even poorer than Shurqin, relying entirely on the generosity of others to fund her experiments. How could she lend money to Shurqin? Thus, this IOU is utterly worthless. Moreover, aside from this worthless note, Shurqin also left her 3 materials from mech fabrication. Would she not feel elated at receiving such valuable components from Shurqin? Now, aside from Xiao Shui, everyone else is burdened with debts owed to Shurqin. Thus, what she has received is hardly surprising. She understands the principle of quietly accumulating wealth all too well. She scrolled through the holographic screen, revealing another page, and continued. In addition to the IOU, Shurqin also gifted me 3 personal treasures from mech fabrication, along with his freely distributed signed poetry collection. After they had perused the materials, Shen Xiaoyan deftly retrieved the holographic device. You might as well have attended the assessment, Zhuang Yueza lamented. Not quite, Li Shuama countered. In the end, Xiaoyan managed to learn a great deal from old ancestor Shen. That knowledge holds the highest value. Xia Xingyu chimed in. There's no need for formal learning. If someone offered me 80 million star coins just to chat with the goddess Shen, I would consider it a worthy investment. Shen Xiaoyan gazed at Xia Xingyu, her eyes igniting with fervor. You would pay 80 million just for a conversation? Xia Xingyu's eyes sparkled. If I could shake hands, I would even add another 30 million. Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but glance at her own hands. Is shaking hands truly so valuable? Xia Xingyu exclaimed excitedly. If I could hug her, I would add another 100 million. This is old ancestor Shen we're talking about. Spending 200 million just to be close to her would hardly be excessive. In an instant, Shen Xiaoyan rose and approached Xia Xingyu. You need not add another 100 million. Just 80 million will suffice. Tonight, I shall visit your room for an all-night conversation, complete with hand-holding, hugs, and gentle pats on your back to lull you to sleep. Get away from me. Xia Xingyu laughed, playfully pushing her away. Shen Xiaoyan sighed. Every day I tell everyone they are my ancestors, yet no one believes me. Li Shuama suddenly interjected. I wonder what those two obtained when the wave surged. Indeed, those two benefited greatly from our efforts. Zhuang Yueza expressed indignantly. Ding Qingyu, who was holding a holographic device, couldn't help but reveal a subtle expression upon hearing their conversation. What you received has already been leaked. Who leaked it? Was it the Qingyu Cup officials? Shen Xiaoyan furrowed her brows. Ding Qingyu shook his head, then explained. Someone online has offered a bounty for the disclosure of your prizes, prompting hackers to attack the official Qingyu Cup platform. The claim that the X-Lianian Club has gained notoriety is not unfounded. The hottest topic on StarNet is indeed Shurqin's gifts. Sooner or later, the items you received will be exposed. I am merely astonished at how swiftly some individuals act. After all these years, unscrupulous people never seem to vanish. Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of quietly amassing wealth. What did those who rode the wave obtain? Zhuang Yueza pressed on. Ding Qingyu couldn't suppress a knowing smile. Their cleverness had indeed backfired. At this moment, Zheng Zifeng, the captain of the Rising Waves team, and his teammate number 4, were left speechless as they gazed at their holographic computers. Zheng Zifeng lamented. Why is the most valuable possession of Shurqin merely a copy of a treatise on fine wines and 2 unpublished poems? And they are only available in electronic format. To obtain these trivial items, I have incurred a debt of 80 million star coins to Li Cheng and his descendants. He was bewildered and frustrated. His empathetic teammate No. For responded softly. Do you think a treatise on fine wines holds more value than some trivial gambler's handbook? The other teammates of Rising Waves were equally uncertain whether to sympathize with the captain or envy him. Was Shurqin truly so miserly? Zheng Zifeng ground his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Lu Zeng cautiously interjected. Captain, it has been revealed that members of the X-Flame team have acquired mechas, and some have obtained mecha materials. Everyone has received signed poetry collections. Captain, many are eager to purchase Shurqin's personal signed poetry collection online, with bids reaching 13 million star coins. Teammate number 2 also spoke up cautiously. Zheng Zifeng retorted. He doesn't even have a personal signed poetry collection like the X-Flame team members. He only possesses unpublished electronic poetry. Teammate number 4 lamented. The people online are truly despicable. Even the unpublished electronic poetry that I obtained has been leaked and posted online. Some frivolous media accounts have showcased the poetry collection, and now a multitude of individuals are pondering over writing their reflections on it. After examining what the Rising Waves team had acquired, Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but shake her head. Cleverness can lead to folly. Their approach is indeed sound, yet the choice of recipient is profoundly flawed. If the same strategy were applied to individuals like Lin Jingguang, the wealthy lady, they would certainly receive something worthwhile. However, If you were to ask Shurchin what he considers his most treasured possession, he would likely boast that it is the knowledge he acquired from his hometown. The issue lies in the fact that while he is quick to learn the trivial, he fails to grasp the significant. It would be far more prudent to select one's most valuable items personally than to rely on Shurchin. Chapter 200. Unprecedented and unrepeatable indeed. The possessions of the venerable Shi were not easily obtained. Except for Xiaoxue, everyone was burdened by debt. Zhu Yuanyao felt a pang of sympathy. How many would be willing to extend loans to their juniors as Shi had, with an average of loans gifted? This debt was not merely a burden, but a legacy to be passed down through generations. Such a gift was truly unparalleled, astonishing in its uniqueness. As Zhu Yuanyao mentioned the loans, Zhuang Yuezha's brow furrowed in concern. If he were to tell his father that he had just accrued a debt of 80 million star coins, surely his father would not break his legs, would he? Some thoughts were better left unconsidered. Just as Zhuang Yuezha pondered his father's reaction, his communicator vibrated unexpectedly. As fate would have it, it was a communication request from his father. Startled, Zhuang Yuezha leapt up, anxiously glancing at the others. If I tell my dad I owe 80 million, do you think he will break my legs? The others were well aware that Zhuang Yuezha had been resorting to unscrupulous means to extract money from his family, to the point that his parents were on the verge of cutting off his living expenses. Now, having taken on such a hefty debt at a young age, it was no wonder he was in a state of panic. One could assert that every member of the X-Flame Club is indebted by several tens of millions to over 1 billion star coins, thus rendering your own debt of 80 million rather insignificant. The art of language can indeed be employed judiciously. You might even convey to your father that there is no need to fear indebtedness. It is precisely this indebtedness that fuels his motivation to earn, as well as your own. A modicum of debt can serve to spur both your father and yourself. Shen Zhaoyan sincerely offers this counsel. What is there to be afraid of? When an individual is anxious about owing money, but those around him are similarly indebted, there is truly no cause for alarm. Of course, she is not in debt herself. Others glance at Shen Zhaoyan, and had they not truly seen her debt note, they might have doubted she was someone who had received one. Yet, isn't that still a debt? And such motivation is something I have no desire for, mutters Zhuang Yuezha. Ding Qingyu interjects, asserting that such behavior reflects poorly on my management as captain. Shen Zhaoyan gently pats her head and suggests an alternative. Why not sell the pens and signed poetry collections that Shurchin gifted you? Although I believe those items lack value, one cannot discount that some may find them desirable. Perhaps not only will you repay your debts, but you may also find yourself with a surplus. Absolutely not. Zhuang Yuezha promptly declines. He would rather endure a broken leg at the hands of his father than part with the gifts bestowed upon him by Shurchin. He fears that Shen Zhaoyan might propose even more outrageous ideas. He immediately connects the call. On the other end, Zhuang's father states, Xiaozhe, doesn't your Qingyu Cup ID go by the moniker of not pretending, just surname Zhuang? Dad, this time I truly did not squander my money. I did not intentionally accrue this debt of 80 million. Zhuang Yuezha's eyes widen in shock, fearing his father is about to seek retribution. What debt? Show me Shurchin's autograph. And that pen of yours, is it not the same as the one at home? Upon hearing that it is not a debt inquiry, Zhuang Yuezha feels a wave of relief. The image does resemble the one at home. Dad, I hope the one at home isn't a counterfeit. Counterfeit? There are a total of 70,000 of that model pen issued by Shurchin. Check the serial number on yours. The value varies greatly depending on the serial number. 1,000, 100, or even the top 10 all command different prices. Even the leopard number carries a different value. The pen I possess is rather ordinary, with the serial number 69853, placing it towards the end of the list. Yet, it still cost nearly 300 million to acquire. Zhuang's father exclaims excitedly from the other end. I possess the luxurious ivory steel pen numbered 001, a personal item from Shurchin. Zhuang Yuezha quickly responds. Oh my, an unparalleled, limited edition mother pen of the 001 model. What a treasure indeed. Zhuang's father exclaims with fervor. Dad, I need 80 million star coins. If you refuse to provide the funds, I shall sell the mother pen immediately. Zhuang Yuezha promptly leverages the pen to compel his father. All right, I will transfer the money to you at once. And what about the signed poetry collection? Does it bear a seal? What typeface is used, Song or Kai? The price varies accordingly. Upon hearing this, others hastily search online for the value of their own items. Shen Zhaoyan, upon hearing this, can no longer hold back her curiosity and immediately searches for Shurchin's pen on Starnet. To her astonishment, she not only finds Shurchin's commemorative pen, but also discovers the matching commemorative shoes and a t-shirt signed by Shurchin. Goodness gracious, he has commodified his own fame? Shen Zhaoyan found herself once again astounded by Shurchin's audacious maneuvers. Why did she meet her untimely demise in her past life? How much wealth had she truly missed out on? It is no wonder that the captain and Xia Xingyu harbored little hope for her character. After all, they had exemplary role models before them. No, she must take notes. She would utilize all of this in the future. Just as Shen Zhaoyan was about to jot down her thoughts, her holographic device suddenly vibrated. It was a communication request from General Wang of AAA. They had met just yesterday, and he was already thinking of her? Could it be that he intended to bestow upon her more financial gifts? How embarrassing. Shen Zhaoyan promptly accepted the call from General Wang. Zhaoyan, I have been closely monitoring your personal social media account. Have you sold numerous systems again? General Wang's face was flushed with excitement, resembling a monkey applying blush. The mere mention of social media and mecha systems filled Shen Zhaoyan with enthusiasm. She turned to the captain and exclaimed, Captain, have I sold a substantial number of mecha systems today? Indeed. Even individuals from the Central Galaxy have made purchases. Ding Qingyu approached Shen Zhaoyan, eager to discuss the sales figures with her. A smile crept onto Shen Zhaoyan's lips. Participating in competitions certainly brings swift financial rewards. General Wang's excitement escalated. Your advertising has been effective. Many are now aware of our mecha systems. By the way, regarding your fan merchandise, the promotional clothing, I noticed you sold quite a few. I had only provided you with 6,000 units, and I see the system sales are nearing 700,000. So many fan garments have sold? Oh dear, I recall we only placed an order for 6,000 units with the manufacturer. Shen Jiayan was overjoyed once more. She must have encountered the god of wealth today. Ding Qingyu quickly added, yes. You need to place an additional order for the fan merchandise. As for the financial aspect, he furrowed his brow, contemplating where to source the advance payment for the garments. No need for funds. This counts as promotional material for our system. Didn't I mention that the cost for the fan merchandise would be covered by me? General Wang responded with confusion. Ding Qingyu's gaze slowly shifted towards Shen Jiayan. Promotional material for fan merchandise? No need for funds? Then what was the money he had transferred to her yesterday? His expression morphed from bewilderment to astonishment, ultimately culminating in disbelief. Shen Jiayan blinked and turned her head away. Oh dear, she had been caught by the captain. Chapter 201. This is called resource integration. Facing the captain's complex gaze, Shen Jiayan maintained her composure and said, Captain, I was just about to inform you that I can afford to wait for the advance payment for the clothing order from the manufacturer. Once the fans' orders are dispatched and the funds are received, you can pay me the full amount for the customized garments directly. The payments from the fans are currently held in the social commerce platform. They must dispatch the items before the funds will reflect in the account. Thus, Shen Jiayan felt particularly considerate, understanding that the captain's financial situation was not favorable, and she waived the advance payment for the garments. Ding Qingyu was once again taken aback by Shen Jiayan's words. His lips moved, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Although Xia Xingyu and the others nearby clearly heard their conversation, they remained oblivious to the underlying subtleties. However, the astute Xiao Wang quickly grasped the situation. He exclaimed, My goodness, I've already paid for the production of the support outfits, and you collected money from your captain as well? You're profiting on both ends. No, in fact, you're making a trifecta by also reaping the fans' money. At last, the others comprehended the intricate dynamics at play and cast awestruck glances at Shen Jiayan. Unable to contain herself, Xia Xingyu remarked, You ought to bear the surname Xia. Incredible. You don't even spare the captain. Who in our team hasn't suffered losses at your hands? Zhuang Yuezha even went so far as to hang up on his father's call, relishing the rare, mutable expression on the captain's face. Shen Jiayan immediately contested this. With resolute conviction, she declared, That statement is rather inaccurate. What do you mean by suffering losses? Who exactly has incurred a loss? Are these support outfits that were invested in not beneficial? Xiao Wang, just tell me, has the volume of orders increased? The Xiao Wang across the screen nodded earnestly. It seemed that given the difficulty of reaching customer service on Shen Jiayan's account, others had sought out his factory. The improvement in business was evident. Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow in triumph and turned to the captain. So, if I were to bear the costs of these support outfits this time, would it mean others must bear their own costs in the future? Captain, you should take care of this. Without hesitation, Zhuang Yuezha replied. This matter is flawlessly executed by Xiaoyan. Li Shuama added. This is a standard operational cost for the club, unless the club decides to forego its share. Selling more means greater profits for the club. Ding Qingyu rubbed his forehead and sighed. I never said I wouldn't pay this amount. Xiaoyan hasn't put me in a difficult position. I was merely taken aback by her maneuvers. While Xiaoyan had previously praised the operations of Shirkin Leizu, he believed her strategies were even more remarkable. He found himself fully convinced. Shen Jiayan, with hands on her hips, addressed the group. You all ought to take notes. This is what I call resource integration. At this point, Xiao Wang interjected, I understand your resource integration. I simply wanted to inform you that I have already placed a new order for 700,000 units with the clothing manufacturer, based on your sales data. You need not worry too much. Shen Jiayan nodded appreciatively. Considering her share after deducting the club's portion, she had effortlessly earned nearly 300 million. A no-cost transaction yields substantial profit. Every shout during the competition was not in vain. Each advertising slogan was worth millions. She hadn't even accounted for the money earned through the system. Your support outfits have sold 700,000 units? Xia Xingyu gazed at Shen Jiayan in astonishment. Before the competition, she had worried about the outfits not selling and had promoted them in the fan group. Ding Qingyu explained, in addition to purchases from those in Luoshenzing, many from the peripheral star systems have also placed orders. Moreover, some fans ordered several sets at once, with many orders sharing the same IP address. That's why so many have sold. As Ding Qingyu spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. It is likely due to the fact that the competitors hail from the central galaxy, prompting an exceptionally enthusiastic response from the audience in the outer galaxy. Otherwise, it would be implausible to sell such a considerable number of support garments solely through fan purchases. Of course, this is contingent upon the remarkable performance of his team, who triumphed over the Wave Rising team, inspiring the audience to invest. Shen Jiayan nodded in realization. 70,000 pieces of support attire. What a substantial profit that must yield. Zhuang Yuezha began to count on his fingers. Shen Jiayan shook her head with a sigh, lamenting that the profit barely amounted to 6 basic S-grade mechas. Far too little. The speed at which I am accumulating wealth is woefully inadequate. Such a meager sum is insufficient, entirely insufficient. She had obtained some research reports on psychic mechas from the competition's maps, which reignited her temporarily shelved interest in psychic research. She needed to reorganize her laboratory, procuring the necessary instruments and unique materials for studying psychic mechas. Although Han Wei's equipment was comprehensive, there were still discrepancies with what was required for psychic mecha research. Thus, she would need to finance these purchases herself, compounding her challenges. The current lack of interest in psychic mechas meant that many instruments would need to be custom-made, which invariably incurs additional costs. Naturally, she could not expend all her funds at once. She needed to reserve some for researching S-grade mechas, as achieving an S-grade mecha would enable her to generate even greater profits. Additionally, she was eager to earn points for the Qingyu Cup, particularly eyeing the stamina potions and research materials available in the point shop. Moreover, the study of psychic mechas required the red diamond cores found within the maps. Everything had to start anew. Shen Xiaoyan counted her funds once more, sighing deeply. Having lost her former teammates, she was truly in dire need of financial resources. Reflecting on her rebirth, she recalled that only she and Qian Liqing were still alive, yet she could not establish contact with him. She was unable to locate Qian Liqing. Shen Xiaoyan pinched herself sharply, resolving not to wallow in sorrow. There remained many tasks for her to accomplish. Grief was never her companion. She had yet to even construct an S-grade mecha. Regardless of the assistance available, her ambitions had never wavered. Upon hearing Shen Xiaoyan's words, Zhuang Yueza could not help but inhale sharply. 6 S-grade mechas, and she deemed that insufficient? The captain's pocket could hardly accommodate such an amount. You do not understand. Shen Xiaoyan cast a glance at Zhuang Yueza before turning away. If her goal in earning money were merely for indulgence, this sum would indeed suffice. However, her aspirations revolved around mechas, and her approach differed significantly from others, especially since someone had mapped out a path for her. The way lay before her. She felt an undeniable urge to act upon her ambitions. Her psychic mecha. Xia Xingyu nodded in agreement, stating, this amount is indeed somewhat inadequate. It pales in comparison to the debts casually left behind by the esteemed Shurqin. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoyan couldn't suppress a shiver. Can debts and savings even be compared? Xia Xingyu, do not be so devilish. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room at a research base in the central galaxy, several individuals were intently reviewing the competition footage of Shen Xiaoyan and her team, until the latter part of the live broadcast became indistinct and unwatchable. A man seated at the front, with a somewhat sullen demeanor, inquired, did you find those 2 students? Did they mention anything unusual? The gaze of the others simultaneously turned towards a man donned in black, seated on the far right. The man in black promptly replied yes. The man at the front immediately rose to his feet, questioning if there was something amiss with the crystal core. Did Shurqin mention the location of the core's storage? No. They claimed that abnormalities were present everywhere. The man in black shook his head. Chapter 202. Is there still a premium? The man in black continued. They said there were issues with Shurqin, that he was inconsistent with historical accounts. They also mentioned that the gifts Shurqin sent were inappropriate. They did not receive the signed poetry collection. The wine appreciation record and gambler's manual he provided were utterly worthless, entirely different from what they desired. Why? When they clearly received nothing of value, should they assist Shurqin in repaying his debts? Before he could elaborate further, the man at the front interrupted, stating firmly, stop. I do not require this useless information. I wish to know what Shurqin said subsequently. I want to know the whereabouts of the crystal core. Oh, they mentioned that upon entering, only Shen Jian's NPC was speaking, discussing matters pertaining to mecha manufacturing, and all of them found it tedious. Even the part about I am your ancestor left them at a loss for words. Ultimately, there was no mention of the crystal core before they departed. Furthermore, we breached the defenses of the Qingyu Cup and discovered the last message left by Shurqin. There was nothing concerning the crystal core within, the man in black stated. An individual nearby interjected, Mr. Shu, if you seek the crystal core, we can source it elsewhere. The Research Institute is not lacking in cores. Why are you so fixated on that particular one? Our institute is set to unveil the latest S-Class Super Controller Mecha. Currently, only our team possesses the manufacturing technology for S-Class Mechas. What are you worried about? However, the man in black retorted, if you wish to learn something, I could fetch the other children. There's no need. They are students from the Alliance's first academy. Do not disturb them. They do not possess anything particularly special, apart from one member of the Xia family. Enough. You all may leave. The man at the front shook his head, choosing not to speak further. He merely squinted at the frozen image on the large screen, where the red diamond-shaped crystal core appeared. The others fell into silence for a moment before quietly exiting the room. Meanwhile, on the other side, the man named Li Cheng, recalled by Shen Xiaoyan, was similarly fixated on his holographic device, inundated with news reports about the gifts Shurqin had presented concerning the recent mouse decision map. He muttered to himself, as expected. He remains unchanged, swift as ever, unfailingly decisive and efficient. Fortunately, that fellow, despite his antics, did not entangle me in too much mess. Shen Xiaoyan was still engaged in discussions with General Wang regarding the upcoming system collaboration. As their conversation progressed, General Wang remarked, let us pause here. I must attend to other matters. If you have time tonight, remember to send me the system orders you secured. Shen Xiaoyan closed his holographic device. At that moment, Zhu Yuanyao suddenly remarked, I just contacted the place where Shurqin is storing the antiques. The person in charge informed me that I need to pay an insurance premium of 30 million star coins. What? Do we really need to pay an insurance premium for retrieving our belongings? Zhuang Yuezha exclaimed, springing to his feet. I must inquire whether my items also require an insurance fee. Zhu Yuanyao shook her head helplessly, replying, the items are not stored at the official Qingyu Cup location, but rather at a specialized preservation institution. They mentioned that the previous insurance funds were exhausted 80 years ago. He certainly knows how to play the game. We have to bear the cost of the insurance? Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but scoff this time. This guy seems to require a sacrifice for even a small item of his. In the tales of cultivation he tells, he would undoubtedly be a sinister practitioner. Whoever takes his possessions, he would want to seize their very souls. I can't possibly have to pay an insurance fee too, can I? Li Shuamao panicked. How much insurance would my giant mech require? She realized she needed to contact the Preservation Institution immediately. Zhuang Yuezha, moving the fastest, called out first. My insurance premium is 50 million star coins. Oh no, I still need to contact my father. I should have called earlier. My insurance is 90 million star coins. Li Shuema exclaimed, feeling dizzy. 100 million. Shen Zhaoyan scratched her head, her heart sinking. What on earth are these materials made of? I might not want them anymore. Old ancestor sure, is this truly how it is? Mine is 60 million star coins. Xia Xingyu couldn't help but join in, clutching her head. Ding Xingyu looked at the group, momentarily speechless. Yet, Zhu Yuanyao stated, this matter is not related to old ancestor sure, but rather to our academy. The institution indicated that the responsibility for the insurance premiums falls upon our academy. Furthermore, our academy's finance department has not paid the renewal fees for 80 years. As Zhu Yuanyao spoke, her expression was somewhat nuanced. She was aware of the academy's financial struggles, but had not anticipated it to be this dire. Shouldn't the academy be responsible for the insurance premiums? Shen Zhaoyun's eyes suddenly sparkled. Upon hearing that the renewal responsibility lay with the academy, her previously bent posture under the weight of the 100 million star coin fee instantly straightened. Yes. The person in charge confirmed that the previous renewals were handled by the Alliance's top academy. Zhu Yuanyao affirmed. Then the academy owes me 100 million. Shen Zhaoyun declared emphatically. Li Shuema looked at Xiaoyun with hopeful anticipation, reasoning similarly. Does that mean the academy also owes me 90 million star coins? Others turned to Shen Zhaoyun expectantly. Yes. Shen Zhaoyun nodded decisively. At that very moment, the president of the Alliance's top academy, He Tuo, happened to see the media report on Shi Qin's generous donation. He opened the insurance renewal notice that was sent to him monthly since he assumed the presidency. He Tuo rubbed his head and unhesitatingly dismissed the notice. He felt no remorse as he declared, the academy is in a financial crisis. Whoever desires these items must pay for them themselves. No one will extract a single coin from me. Chapter 203. Points for you. He Tuo couldn't help but add. President Lin Jingguang surely never anticipated that the insurance premiums would escalate so rapidly after he took over. Who could have known that over time the premiums would increase 100-fold? The relics of the past have become mere antiques, and the Preservation Institution recalibrates the premiums annually based on market risks, adopting various methods of increment each year. When it was time for him to take the reins of the school, the central government's funding had diminished, while expenditures escalated, leading to an inevitable decline in financial resources. He couldn't resist perusing the expenditure plan for the upcoming semester sent by the finance office. In addition to the usual expenses, there was an additional line item for the selection and training of students for the multi-school alliance. Moreover, the dean of the Mecha Manufacturing Academy requested the replacement of outdated laboratory equipment and an increase in the budget for mecha materials. Not to mention the impending salary hikes for the faculty. He lamented, money, money, money. If we cannot secure commendable placements in the joint competitions, we may struggle to even attract students. Alas, expenditure cuts were unavoidable. Since it was still the holiday period, the finance office was closed to students. Shen Zhaoyun and her companions diligently took notes, planning to demand funds from the academy once the term began. Zhuang Yuezha exclaimed with joy. I'll have my father transfer the premium. If I can secure that premium, that money will belong to me. As Little Yin would say, this is resource integration. Upon uttering this, the gaze of the others inevitably shifted to Shen Zhaoyun. Such divine resource integration was evidently a twofold gain. Look, even the good kids are learning bad habits from Shen Zhaoyun. Shen Zhaoyun retorted, your perspective is rather narrow. How much is that premium worth anyway? You could sell that mother pen to your father and charge him a bit more. Storing it at your house means it remains yours. And your father would take good care of it without you needing to worry at all. Just think about it. You would incur no loss whatsoever. Zhuang Yuezha was initially taken aback, then his eyes widened, and finally, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, I'm going to get rich. At that moment, Ding Xingyu looked at Shen Zhaoyun as if she were a miraculous elixir. Xia Xingyu rested her chin in contemplation, then lamented, I can't employ that tactic. The materials given to me by Shi Qin might end up being taken by my mother if left at home. She decided to temporarily withdraw from the group competition. Feeling exhausted from the current match, I'll head to the backstage of the Qingyu Cup to redeem some items with my points. Shen Zhaoyun stretched lazily. Once the group competition concluded, everyone not only received the gifts from Shi Qin, but also accrued the most valuable points. Zhuang Yuezha counted the points in his account and turned to Shen Zhaoyun, saying, Little Yun, I have over 80 points here. You can use them first. Shen Zhaoyun looked at Zhuang Yuezha in surprise. A stone crocodile skin required 200 points. Before the competition, Xia Xingyu had transferred over 200 points to her, and she intended to redeem a stone crocodile skin first for inspection. While stamina potions were indeed important, she prioritized acquiring materials to construct her S-Class Mecha, which would facilitate earning points at a faster rate in S-Class competitions, eliminating the need to trouble others with group matches. Zhuang Yuezha scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, I'm used to being extravagant. Plus, I recently spent quite a bit of points, so 50 points does feel a bit meager. His voice gradually diminished. Although the gifts provided by Shi Qin required an initial investment to obtain, the profits from selling those items far exceeded the amount spent, many times over. Without the assistance of Xiao Yun, he would have been unable to acquire these treasures alone. At this moment, he felt immense gratitude towards Xiao Yun, as he had no funds to offer her. The only currency he could provide was a mere handful of points, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Shen Zhaoyun blinked, wondering if 50 points was truly insignificant. Adding to the points earned from the Mouse Decision Team competition, she currently possessed only 40 points herself. Zhuang Yuezha, misinterpreting Shen Zhaoyun's expression as disdain for his modest offering, quickly reassured her, I know that these 50 points cannot compare to what Xia Xingyu has given you. But rest assured, aside from these 50 points, I will also share the points I earn in the upcoming team competitions with you. Zhuang, which eye of yours perceives my disdain for the amount? Just transfer the points to me. Consider it a loan, and I shall return it to you after some time. Shen Zhaoyun was quite unreserved, promptly pulling out her light brain and requesting Zhuang Yuze to transfer the points. Zhuang Yuze chuckled, scratching his head. What do you mean loan? I have already given them to you. Xia Xingyu shot him several incredulous glances. Goodness. This chap was more adept than she at handling matters. Li Shuimo immediately pulled out her light brain, addressing Shen Zhaoyun, Xiaoyun. I just received a settlement of 10 points. You can use it for now. If I participate in the team competition tomorrow, I will continue to help you earn points. I have 60 points, which is not much, so do not look down on it. I have no immediate use for these points, and any future points I earn will also be yours. Zhu Yuan Yao smiled, and echoed her sentiments towards Shen Zhaoyun. Xia Xingyu, bouncing with enthusiasm, approached Shen Zhaoyun and said, Here, these are the 10 points I just earned. I'm transferring them to you. Shen Zhaoyun watched as several of her friends waved their light brains at her. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. This scene felt oddly familiar, reminding her of a past incident. Lin Jingguang, hiding behind a door, mumbled, That little rascal, why ba, took advantage of me today. The wolf skin I sold last month could have earned 5,000 star coins, but I let him have it for a mere 4,000. At the time, she was engrossed in researching mecha power sources, needing to purchase a specific experimental device to expedite her search for an appropriate energy source. Each device cost 200,000 star coins, and she was still short by 80,000. Although she was troubled, she had resolved to save up gradually. Losing money was simply unacceptable. Shurqin had repeatedly warned everyone not to sell wolf skins due to reliable intel suggesting the price would rise next month. Upon hearing that Lin Jingguang had sold his, she rushed out in a huff. With an irritated glare at Lin Jingguang, she exclaimed, Are you foolish? You Haven Tea merely lost 1,000 star coins. You've effectively lost double that amount. In 4 months, the price of wolf skins will double. You should be holding on to them. Return the money and reclaim your goods. Lin Jingguang, scratching his head in confusion, replied with a grin. I don't understand much about prices and trends. Brother sure said you were short on funds. I have 20,000 star coins. Your experiment is important, so take it for now. Just don't tell them I gave you the money. Otherwise, Brother sure will ask me for a loan again. And Sanxiang will insist on treating him, while Sister Xia will deem me foolish. Lin Jingguang mentioned Shurqin, who secretly slipped her 40,000 star coins in the evening, repeatedly instructing her not to disclose it to anyone, as he still owes considerable debts to many. Should others learn of this, they would come to her seeking money. This fellow knows how to make money, yet his ideology is undeniably flawed. He perpetually believes that not spending money is a sign of foolishness. Not only should one spend all, but also indulge in anticipatory consumption. One must seize the joy of life, revel in the present, and leave no regrets. He even professes that this is a sincere warning from someone living a second life. He would rather leave behind debts than savings after death. As evidenced, he has perfectly embodied this philosophy of life. Additionally, Qian Liqing discreetly gifted her 30,000 star coins, and it was rumored that he had sold his wolf pelt. The affluent Xia transferred 300,000 star coins into her account without a word. How reminiscent this scene is. How fortunate she is. Always surrounded by those who cherish her. Shen Zhaoyun sighed, somewhat helplessly remarking, Having received so many points from you, my thick skin is struggling to bear it. Ding Qingyu replied, If they offer it to you, then accept it. Are you close to amassing 400 points? Are you planning to save more for a physical enhancement potion, or to exchange for a rock crocodile first? He had witnessed the entire competition process and knew precisely who had made the greatest contributions. Naturally, he was pleased that his teammates possessed integrity and discernment, unlike other clubs that squabbled over trivial interests with fervent jealousy. Ding Qingyu patted Shen Zhaoyun's head, playfully pressing down her wayward tuft of hair. Shen Zhaoyun glared, questioning whether one could touch the top of her ancestor's head. Nevertheless, considering the points, she chose to endure it today. She calculated in her mind and then stated, I plan to exchange for a rock crocodile first, including the points I previously accumulated and the over 200 points gifted by Xingyu. I now have a total of 430 points. Then let us exchange for 2 rock crocodiles. Ding Qingyu decisively stated. He also retrieved his light brain, transferring his 20 points directly to Shen Zhaoyun. Indeed, you've never shown any displeasure when scamming others, yet when it's given freely, you claim it's too much to bear. Are you foolish? Zhuang Yuezha quipped, though his speed in transferring points was remarkably swift. You're right. Let us transfer them all. Shen Zhaoyun had come to a resolution. Teammates from 300 years ago are still teammates 300 years later. 3 centuries prior, her mecha research achievements could assist her teammates. 3 centuries hence, her advancements in mecha technology would similarly benefit her allies. The stronger she becomes, the stronger they all will be. In Han Wei's temporary workshop, early in the morning, Fang Yu yawned, bleary-eyed, as he entered through the ajar door. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the thunderous sounds of machinery. Fang Yu froze momentarily. Wait a minute, the door is wide open, and there's the rumbling of equipment starting up. He exclaimed in alarm, Oh no, a thief has come in. I didn't close the door last night, nor did I activate the security system. Typically, Master Han concluded his work by 3 in the afternoon, so it was his responsibility to ensure the doors were secured. Master Han's studio houses an astonishing array of instruments and mecha materials worth billions. Given the current situation, his urgency is undeniable. Fang Yu hurriedly dashed inside, only to find a mountain of delivery boxes piled from the entrance to the elevator. Robots scurried back and forth, preoccupied with their tasks. As he ventured further in, he spotted Shin Jiayun, a bottle of nutrient solution clamped between her lips, standing before the LX5 model material analyzer. She cast a glance at the analyzer's screen before diligently recording her observations on her light computer. Once she finished, she turned and made her way toward the thunderous forging belt nearby. At that moment, Fang Yu exhaled in relief and called out, "Xiao Yun, it's you. Chen Yu mentioned that you were preparing for the Qingyu Cup team competition. Shouldn't you be focused on that? It's already 7 o'clock. Why are you here?" After glancing at the time to confirm he wasn't mistaken, he added, "It's not that early. I came over at 8 last night." Shin Jiayun corrected him, explaining that after dining with everyone, she had come straight here, eager to validate some research theories derived from the mouse decision-making competition map. She also needed to reassess the material properties of the new stone crocodile she had acquired. Moreover, she had purchased a plethora of materials awaiting her collection. In essence, both the team competition and mecha production were of paramount importance. She could not forsake either. With insufficient time at hand, she sacrificed sleep to bridge the gap. The dark circles under her eyes were a testament to her all-nighter. Fang Yu glanced at the operational time displayed on the equipment. 8 o'clock? This machine had been running all night. Surely she hadn't gone without sleep the entire time? Shin Jiayun corrected him once more, explaining with a slight squint that her excitement made it difficult to rest. Ideas and inspirations surged through her mind, and she yearned to transcend the need for sleep. Willing to exhaust herself in the laboratory, it was a detrimental habit, one she felt incapable of breaking even in 2 lifetimes. Fang Yu opened his mouth, suddenly feeling guilty for his own 7 o'clock work schedule. He had thought he was more industrious than Master Han, who worked from 11 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, but now he doubted that was enough. Here was someone far more intelligent already hard at work while he had been sleeping like a log at home. Meanwhile, Shin Jiayun had picked up her light computer and dialed Han Wei's communication line. "Master Han, are you awake? If you can connect, that means you are. Please come to your studio. I have some tasks I would like to assign to you." Fang Yu's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Shin Jiayun audaciously rousing Master Han from his slumber. It was utterly unprecedented for a subordinate to disturb their superior's rest. Anxiously lowering his voice, he cautioned, "Master Han typically arrives at 11. Waking him this early might offend him." Shin Jiayun nodded, indicating her awareness, then waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she would not heed his warning. The awakened Master Han appeared bewildered. He usually enjoyed the luxury of sleeping until 8, relishing a leisurely breakfast to savor the morning's tranquility before heading to the studio. Today, however, someone had dared to rouse him at such an ungodly hour, only to assign him work. He was on the verge of losing his temper when Shin Jiayun spoke first. "I have examined the active materials preserved in your laboratory, based on the data obtained. I have some conjectures regarding the ratios used for these materials. Would you care to know?" In truth, Shin Jiayun had not conducted any data examination. Rather, she had acquired the material ratios from the competition map. How amusing. The so-called confidential active materials were, in fact, results from her former researchers, now misappropriated by Shushi. Master Han immediately adjusted his device, exclaiming, "Is that even possible? You cracked it so easily?" Shin Jiayun shook her head. "Not exactly. It's merely a matter of direction. Hence, I require your assistance in experimentation. As you know, I am still a student and rather busy. I have other commitments after 9. Chapter 204, Passing the Torch Yawning. Shin Jiayun continued, "Do you wish to take on this task? Or do you already know the ratios and manufacturing methods for such active materials? If that is the case, then it's no longer necessary." In her previous life, aside from the initial stages of researching mechs, she had to involve herself in every aspect. Later, when she had a team, she merely provided the overarching research direction and delegated tasks, overseeing the process from the sidelines. In this life, although she had fewer subordinates, she still had some capable individuals at her disposal. After all, there was Han Wei, who was eager to contribute. Moreover, since the patent for this research had been appropriated by the Shushi Research Institute, she should not waste her own time on it. It would be more prudent to delegate the task to someone else for replication while she focused on other endeavors. Han Wei, being well-versed in Shushi's work and highly motivated, would undoubtedly find it intriguing. "No, I'll go. I'll begin the experiment immediately." Han Wei leapt out of bed, feeling a sense of nostalgia for when he worked under his mentor. "Excellent. The early bird catches the worm. I will likely be in the laboratory in the mornings and should also be there after 7 in the evening. You can only reach me during these 2 time slots." Shin Jiayun nodded in satisfaction. Han Wei was indeed quick to grasp the situation and highly motivated, a talent worthy of cultivation. "Are you not deceiving me? Is it really that simple?" Despite his enthusiasm, Han Wei harbored a hint of skepticism. "The information will be sent to your device. If you miss today's window, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to consult me." Shin Jiayun stifled another yawn, losing interest in the conversation, and promptly ended the communication. Beside them, Fang Yu, who had witnessed the entire exchange, stood in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. Shin Jiayun cast a sidelong glance at the technician. "Are you busy? Would you like to advance your career? Are you interested in taking on extra work? How can I advance?" "What extra work?" Fang Yu looked at Shin Jiayun, bewildered. At that moment, her eyes sparkled, and she spoke with increasing gentleness. "I have a work plan here with several fascinating research projects. Within 2 weeks, you would only need to dedicate 3 hours each day to complete them. Furthermore, if I am not here in the afternoon, I would appreciate your assistance in recording data and managing the robot tasks based on the points I leave behind." As she spoke, Shin Jiayun projected a holographic display onto the wall. Fang Yu gazed at the rows of project plans displayed on the luminous screen, his eyes nearly overwhelmed. Shin Jiayun continued, "For the items on pages 7 to 9, you should be able to participate. Please assist me in gathering structural diagrams of various exotic beasts, land, sea, and air, and compile a research report for me. As she flipped through the screen, she added, also, for the 20th item. I have several materials that need a thorough analysis of their composition. Han Wei has the necessary instruments. Please help me organize this. Complete these tasks, and I will compensate you with 20,000 star coins each month. You have a mere 2 weeks, working only 3 hours a day. Do you think you can accomplish this? Fang Yu's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Shun Jian remarked in surprise, I could finish it in a week. I've even given you 2 weeks. Is it truly impossible? My subordinates in my previous life managed to complete similar tasks effortlessly. Isn't that the standard efficiency of an ordinary person? Perhaps it was Shun Jian's unwavering demeanor that prompted Fang Yu to scratch his head and mutter. It might be my issue. Clearly, my work efficiency is still too low. However, I accept. He was not motivated by the extra income. Rather, he was inspired by the ambition Shun Jian had spoken of. He was eager to strive and toil. Assisting her in her work would provide him ample opportunity to consult her on any issues, rendering his inquiries completely legitimate. As for the concern of not finishing the tasks within 3 hours, it was inconsequential. He could always work overtime. After all, as a single man, he had no romantic engagements awaiting him after work. His priority was to build his career. Shun Jian nodded with satisfaction, praising him. You are far superior to Master Han. I appreciate individuals like you. This delegation of tasks significantly reduced her own workload. The laboratory overseen by Master Han was indeed commendable. She contemplated suggesting to him in a few days to recruit more personnel. It was hardly befitting for a master to have only a handful of assistants working under him. It lacked the gravitas one would expect from a figure of such stature. After entrusting the tasks to Fang Yu, Shun Jian settled onto a nearby sofa. She perused her holographic computer, intending to send the research direction materials on active substances she had organized the previous day to Han Wei. Suddenly, she noticed an additional file in the temporary storage folder of her device, titled Summary of Research Projects from Various Teams at S-Class Mecha Research Institute. Where did this file come from? Shun Jian's gaze sharpened. Upon opening the folder, she found that the first Group S research report pertained to mental power, a report she had acquired from the mouse decision map. But this file contained far more detailed information. A sudden recollection of that embrace flashed through her mind. Was it transmitted to her at that moment? The research deadline was set for 150 years after my death. Undoubtedly, the value of this research report was beyond monetary measure. With this document, she could initiate her research on mental power mechas. Logically, she should have been elated to receive this report, yet as she slowly flipped through the various studies within, she discovered that those still in use had been renamed and reassigned. Shun Jian accessed the Alliance patent backend for cross-referencing. The active materials research overseen by Lu Feimin was ultimately credited in the Alliance patent report to Xu Cheng. Wan Dongxiu was responsible for the exploration of the high-energy, explosive new power system, yet the authorship on the Alliance patent report bore the name Wang Xiang. Shun Jian meticulously perused the document, uncovering a series of research achievements that had been usurped. Upon reaching the study report on the mental power mech, she found that the work she had assigned was not completed. Old Zhang simply left a remark, stating there was no time left. As Shun Jian gazed upon the deadline inscribed on the report, a wave of sorrow washed over her. She searched the StarNet for the names of Lu Feimin and others, but could only retrieve information predating the report's deadline. This was a research document steeped in the blood of its contributors. Unable to bear it any longer, she flipped to the subsequent page, where, following the customary practice of the Research Institute, reflections on the study were inscribed at the conclusion of the report. Steered by justice, propelled by curiosity, the end of research is but an illusion. What endures is the legacy of generations, passing the torch in the river of truth. In commemoration of Professor Shin's passing over a century ago, all colleagues at the Shun Research Institute humbly present this compilation of research findings as a final farewell to our esteemed mentor. May future generations hold this compilation dear. May the light of wisdom eternally shine, and may the power of mechs always bless the Alliance. Zhang Yi, Lu Feimin, Wan Dongxiu, Zhang Jia. Shun Jiayun's fingers gently caressed the screen of her light brain, gliding over the names inscribed. Only she remembered them. Their contributions existed solely within this document. It was clear that they had accomplished all the research experiments. She even noted an account of a researcher who, while conducting high-risk weaponry research, lost both hands in an explosion. Despite the physical disability, the researcher's study had triumphed. The compilation of this research report was thorough, with countless similar accounts. Old Zhang's heart ached for each member of the institute, as if fearing that future generations would forget their contributions. Yet in reality, their labor, their progeny, were the names of others. Taking a deep breath, Shun Jiayan closed the document. At that moment, a heavy pall settled over her heart. Just then, a trending news alert flashed on her light brain. The news was accompanied by a flame emblem, indicating it was the most rapidly rising topic. With the highest level of attention and discussion, the Schule Company grandly unveils the 1337 model mech. The SS-Class Supercontroller mech transcends dimensions, redefining the boundaries of colossal machinery. With a towering height of 25 meters, it establishes your throne of giants. Equipped with the latest generation of Schule's exclusive personal intelligent control system, its operation is as effortless as an extension of your own limbs. Your will transformed into formidable power. A decade of refinement, a blade drawn from its sheath. Following the legendary mech, the Stealth Mech 85, Master Xu Qima crafts another epic in mech history. The supercontroller is not just a mech, it is the ultimate extension of battlefield dominance. At this moment, your supercontroller mech awaits your command. Oh, yet another oversized mech? Shun Jiayan shook her head in derision. She clicked into the news, scrolling through the comments section populated by netizens. Wow, It's a mech designed by Master Shu Qima. This year's new product from the Shu Research Institute is indeed the controller. I long to command it too. But my physical capabilities are only at grade S. I love myself. What is the price? This size truly resembles that of a formidable beast. Is it possible to acquire a basic model for under 100 million? I am not fond of colossal mechas. Could we not have something akin to the original Zero Mecha in terms of dimensions? The gigantic mechas are cumbersome to maneuver within the city. The original Zero Mecha, standing just over 8 meters tall, is simply perfect. Each year feels like a tedious exercise in monotony, devoid of innovation. It's either colossal mechas or colossal mechas. Nearly 2 centuries have passed, yet the offerings remain unchanged. Yet another day of yearning for the goddess Shen Jiayan. Those who disdain the gigantic mechas are merely envious. Given their lackluster physical capabilities, they dare to criticize S-Class Mechas? They are unworthy even of S-Class Mechas. When I glance at the IP address on the homepage, it is indeed those envious souls from the peripheral star systems. Their daily musings revolve solely around their nostalgia for Shen Jiayan. But what use is such nostalgia when their star systems lack even a respectable research institution, let alone a research institution? The Alliance's premier academy in the peripheral star systems is on the verge of being expelled from the rankings of the 5 major universities. Do not let those envious individuals dampen our spirits. I possess S-Class physical capabilities, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to lay in wait for the downgraded version of the S-Class Control Mecha. While I am not adept at piloting mechas, I am eagerly awaiting the model of the first-generation operator. Master Shu Qima's previous generation of the Infiltrator 85 model has seen its price skyrocket 100-fold. This time, I shall not let it slip through my fingers. The invention of the Colossal Mecha and Master Shu Qima's operator model represent the glory of the entire Alliance. It is a celebration for our generation. The operator model of Master Shu Qima is the pride of the Alliance? A celebration for a generation? Such an impressive feat from the Shu Research Institute. Shen Jiayan scoffed. Is that so? The SS-Class Control Mecha. After being hidden for so long, they finally decided to unveil it. All the research on the Control Mecha, involving so many participants, has been appropriated as Shu Qima's merit. Han Wei, hurrying to the laboratory, was among the first to receive this news. With one foot outside the door and the other on the threshold, he stood there muttering to himself in disbelief. Shen Jiayan rose to look at him, asking, "Why are you here so soon? I just sent you the materials. I can't delay any longer. This time, I intend to reclaim everything that is rightfully mine," Han Wei declared earnestly while gripping his light brain. The announcement of the operator model clarified for him that if he returned to the Shu Research Institute, his career would reach its end. He understood well who the true contributor to the development of the operator model was while at the Shu Research Institute. Yet, not only was the patent credited solely to Shu Qima, but even the disclosed information bore no connection to the genuine contributor. What does this indicate? The actual contributor possesses greater capabilities and is treated in such a manner. If he were to return to the Shu Research Institute, all his future research achievements would be attributed to another. This signifies that if he continues to remain at Shu, he will never ascend to the rank of an SS-Class Mecha Master. Han Wei is an ambitious individual. His ambition is not solely reflected in his insatiable desire for advanced technology, but also in his relentless pursuit of fame and fortune. He is far from being a fool who works tirelessly without recognition. His aristocratic pursuits demand that he generate wealth and manage them effectively. He requires a constant influx of fame to encourage others to bestow gifts upon him. The stone crocodile, which rightfully belonged to him, was taken away right before his eyes, simply because his reputation did not match that of an SS-level master. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Shen Jiayan, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and said, "Feel free to share any thoughts you may have. If there are tasks you find insurmountable, let us collaborate. Rest assured, I am not like those from the Shu family. What belongs to you shall remain yours. What is ours will only ever be ours. Your plan is particularly commendable. I believe the active material from the Shu family should belong to us. Are you not afraid of stealing the Shu family's research materials? Won't they prevent you from returning to the Shu Research Institute in the future? They will not let you off easily." Shen Jiayan reclined back onto the sofa, crossing her legs, and regarded Han Wei with a smile. She casually picked up a pen from the sofa and began to play with it leisurely. Afraid? I am certainly afraid. However, I am even more terrified of remaining forever merely an S-level mech manufacturing master. Han Wei scoffed lightly and continued, "I must carve out a path for myself. Although you are younger than I and not even a professional in mech manufacturing, I perceive a new direction in you. A path distinct from that of the Shu Research Institute. You possess youth, which grants you a vibrant mindset. Your thoughts are expansive, and you are quite clever. Of course, if you could accompany me to the Shu Research Institute, it would be even better. You would grow more rapidly." The purple pen danced elegantly between Shen Jiayan's fingers, sketching several circles with flair. A smirk of derision graced her lips as she replied, "There is no need to visit the Shu Research Institute. Gather more people and replicate the Shu family's active materials first. Only then can I proceed to create the multiform modular mechs that belong to the Shen family." In an instant, the pen in her hand moved even faster, sharp and imbued with a sense of lethal intent. Chapter 205. Her domain. She is the sovereign. What Shu family's active materials? Those are our active materials, aptly named novel soluble transformation materials. Han Wei, gazing at the documents Shen Jiayan had just sent him, slapped his thigh in affirmation. He continued to scroll through his holographic device, his eyes growing brighter with excitement. "You are absolutely right. The glory of the Alliance should belong to us." Shen Jiayan gazed out at the sky, her vision profound. The Shu family? Regardless of whether it is the Shu family or anyone else, she shall ensure they take notice. In her domain, she is the sovereign. Who does she fear? With a swift motion, she propelled the pen from her hand, piercing through a book propped up on a nearby desk. Once Han Wei took his leave, Shen Jiayan picked up her notebook and resumed sketching the mech structure. With the research report received from her past companions, she needed to readjust the mech structure she had previously envisioned. The psychic power mech must be temporarily set aside, as the necessary research equipment was not yet complete. However, she was currently in dire need of an S-level mech. After much contemplation, she decided to decompose the mech into fully modular components as she had initially envisioned. Once she developed the control system for the psychic power mech, it could be directly replaced. She leaned back against the sofa, one hand holding the pen, while the other made modifications and additions to her earlier structure diagram. The material structure of the stone crocodile skin had already been analyzed through instruments last night. The skin of the stone crocodile is both supple and resilient. According to the analytical conclusions, this remarkable quality arises not only from its honeycomb structural arrangement, but also from a unique element within the skin that enables energy storage and transformation. The converted energy can not only mend damaged areas, but also be retained within the honeycomb framework. After recording this segment, Shen Jiayan turned to the summary report of the Shun Institute, specifically to the analysis of active materials. Upon meticulously reviewing the relevant data reports, she could not help but express her disdain, believing that the Shu family had missed the mark. The self-repairing function of active materials, while indeed beneficial for mech defense, holds the potential for much deeper exploration. How could they possibly fathom the true purpose of the stolen items? Those who pilfer such treasures are unlikely to value them. However, the transformative properties of active materials require substantial energy consumption to realize their potential. Thus, the limitations imposed by this issue have hindered the Shu clan from thoroughly investigating the applications of such materials, confining their use to mere defense. What foolishness! Thieves, by nature, are lazy and inept. It is infuriating that such individuals still have the audacity to flaunt their exploits. After voicing her frustrations, Shen Jiayan flipped back to the previous structural diagram to continue her annotations. What if the skins of the stone crocodile and active materials were to be combined? If the primary material of the mech were to be based on the honeycomb arrangement of stone crocodile skin, while amplifying the shape-shifting capabilities of the active material, one providing energy, the other facilitating transformation. Now that the proportions of active materials are known, if a mech were to be constructed with all active materials sourced from the Shu family. Oh, this material is exclusively supplied to the Shu clan, and currently lacks purchasing channels, with prices remaining exorbitantly high. However, methods to circumvent these obstacles have emerged, reducing costs significantly. Thus, the first step would be to determine a specific transformation form. Land, sea, or air. Let's select a statistical category from Feng Yu's data. Shen Jiayan furrowed her brows. 2 weeks was still too slow. It was imperative to enlist Han Wei to recruit more personnel. Sigh. In addition to materials, there are other aspects to consider and analyze. As the sun rose in the east, the warmth gradually transformed into a brilliant heat, casting light that shifted with the sun's ascent. Unbeknownst to her, the sunlight slanted across the sofa and brushed against Shen Jiayan's right arm. Propped up as she remained undisturbed, her brow furrowed in concentration as she diligently recorded calculations. At that moment, she radiated brilliance and allure. Feng Yu stood at the doorway, observing Shen Jiayan's earnest demeanor, almost reluctant to interrupt her. Yet, with the captain's communication reaching him, he called out, "Xiao Yun, please check your light brain. Do you have a team competition to attend today?" Huh, team competition? Shen Jiayan looked up at Feng Yu, her thoughts still entangled in the modifications of the mech design. "The captain just informed me that he tried to reach you, but you did not answer," Feng Yu added, noting her bewildered expression. "Oh, right. We have a team competition scheduled for 11 o'clock, Shen Jiayan exclaimed, tapping her forehead in frustration. She had this habit of becoming so engrossed in her work that she would lose herself in her own world. The communication through the light brain proved futile. Without anyone reaching out, she remained ensconced in her own world. Shen Jiayan picked up the light brain that had been carelessly tossed nearby and noted that it was already 10:30. No wonder the captain was so eager to find her. Feng Yu urged, "You should set off at once. Yuan Yao and the others are waiting for you at the club." Shen Jiayan nodded. "All right. Master Feng, if there is anything you don't understand regarding the data statistics, feel free to ask me." "Great." Feng Yu felt a surge of gratitude. People truly differed. Master Han merely assigned him tasks without offering assistance, unlike Xiao Yun, who proactively proposed to help him resolve issues. Feng Yu regarded Shen Jiayan with a warm and appreciative gaze. "I urgently need the statistical data. We can't afford to delay the progress. 2 weeks feels excessively long. Could you manage it in a week? Or even 5 days? Shen Jiayan continued. Feng Yu's moment of gratitude dissipated. After all, her concern was not for his capabilities, but rather a nudge for swifter progress. To demand speed right after assigning the task, was that proper? His feelings were wasted. Unable to restrain himself, Feng Yu rolled his eyes at Shen Jiayan and firmly stated, "No. You should hurry to the club." At that moment, he did not wish to see her. Shen Jiayan staggered to her feet, gathered her belongings, and while dashing toward the door, turned back to advise, "Master Feng, any difficulties we can overcome together. I've already mentioned to Master Han about hiring more personnel. I'll talk to him again to ensure you aren't assigned work this week. You must strive. You're still young. This is the prime age for endeavoring." With a decisive click, Feng Yu shut the door, exclaiming, "I absolutely detest being rushed." After closing the door, he recollected that this was Shen Jiayan's temporary office, not his own. Shen Jiayan ran fervently, finally arriving at the club within 15 minutes. Wow, it's truly lively today. Aside from the launch of the SS-level super controller mecha, the celebration for the 4th century of the play Everyone's Drive was also taking place. Upon returning to the club, she spotted Zhuang Yueza and others chatting on the sofa. However, upon hearing the title Everyone's Strive, her steps faltered, nearly causing her to stumble. This was a work from her previous life, a sitcom that Shirqin and Lin Jingguang eagerly followed weekly. Over 300 years had passed. How could this title still resonate? She exclaimed, "You all know Everyone's Strive?" Of course. It's a renowned masterpiece of the century, still being serialized and aired. It has been ongoing for over 400 years. Today marks the 400th anniversary of its airing, and fans are celebrating, even inviting cosplayers, Zhuang Yueza replied, shaking the light brain in his hand, projecting its screen into the air. Shen Jiayan beheld a gathering of elderly individuals, dressed as characters from the show, posing unsteadily. Oh, and there were also beautiful and handsome figures igniting fireworks in celebration. Yet, amidst such a scene, the elderly cosplayers leaning on their canes were particularly conspicuous. She worried that they might stumble while posing. Zhu Yuanyao restrained herself and remarked, "The Kozer teacher truly excels in portraying an older appearance. Only seasoned cosplayers like Xiang Min can authentically recreate our generation's female protagonist. It is primarily Xiang Min's charm and grace that encapsulate the essence of the novel's heroine." Xia Xingyu nodded in agreement. Shen Jiayan, observing their spirited discussion, was momentarily taken aback. She recalled that the National Endeavor was a situational drama adapted from a novel, with the author being its screenwriter. The narrative unfolds through the perspective of a couple in school, chronicling their journey from campus to battlefield. The storyline is filled with both laughter and tears, perfectly reflecting the aspirations for a happy life held by people 3 centuries ago. The author's powerful prose lends an infectious quality to the tale. However, it has been several hundred years since its inception. Is the author still alive? If so, it would surpass the highest lifespan limits set by the Alliance. Unable to contain herself, she queried, "Is it still ongoing? Is the author still with us?" Xiao Xiao has long since passed, came the reply. Yet, before her demise, she left behind a comprehensive outline of 500,000 words. She even selected her third-generation great-grandson to serve as her ghostwriter. It is said that the existing outline can sustain this work's serialization for another 600 years. Moreover, not only is the third-generation great-grandson researching the expansion of the outline, but he has also begun mentoring the younger generations. I estimate that even if the Alliance were to collapse, the National Endeavor would continue to be broadcast. The Xiao family, solely by managing this intellectual property, has become the 330th wealthiest family in the Alliance. Zhuang Yuezha said with a face full of envy. Shun Jiayan listened in astonishment, pondering the new era's literary aristocracy. Was it possible that everyone was so adept at navigating these circumstances? A single work being passed down through 3 generations, surviving beyond its creator. But could there truly be that many stories to tell, all having traversed the same 3 centuries? Why did others possess such flamboyant means of wealth creation? Meanwhile, she, the ancient Mecha ancestor, found herself in the most dismal predicament. The Mecha ancestor's rebirth commenced with a mere 500,000 star coins. Her experiences sounded pitiful in comparison. How could she measure up to these literary aristocrats? Where had she gone wrong? Shirqin had already revealed the answer to her. Her error lay in failing to properly develop her grand Mecha IP. This time, she vowed to learn from her mistakes and rally herself to create an intellectual property. Zhu Yuanyao likely perceived Shun Jiayan's ignorance. She interjected once more. It is not just the Xiao family. The Xiang family has also thrived for 3 generations through the portrayal of characters from the National Endeavor. Little Yun, you should take the time to explore literary works to enrich your spiritual world. If you only focus on your mecha design blueprints, you will fall behind the times. Shen Jiayan wiped her face and replied solemnly, "No. Given the current circumstances, I must devote myself to perfecting my mecha. Let us head to the competition venue immediately. We must wait a moment. The team leader is stepping out to pick someone up," Zhu Yuanyao responded. "Team leader, aren't you going with the Rose Club today?" Shen Jiayan recalled the leader mentioning a temporary job yesterday to earn money to support the club. "Isn't your support outfit selling well? How could the team leader possibly leave? We all need to participate in the team competition. We can't afford to monitor your account. What if something goes wrong?" In a single day, profits amounting to billions flowed in. It would be foolish for the captain to abandon his responsibilities here to entertain individuals from the Rose Club. Zhuang Yueza reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, speaking leisurely. Since they could not depart at the moment, Shun Jiayan settled beside Zhuang Yueza and remarked casually, "You seem to be in high spirits today, even taking the time to ponder over literary works. Did you stumble upon a fortune? I somewhat miss your former glum demeanor." Zhuang Yueza, who had been smiling broadly, immediately leaned in excitedly upon hearing Shun Jiayan's words. "Although I didn't find any money, it does relate to finances. Following your advice from last night, I discussed with my father how to manage the funds allocated to me by Shirqin. In the end, my father transferred this amount to me." He extended 6 fingers towards Shen Jiayan. Upon the mention of money, the teammates burdened by Shirqin's debts turned their curious gazes towards him. "Your father is quite generous. He actually sent you 6 billion. Shen Jiayan straightened up, leaning toward Zhuang Yueza, her excitement surpassing his. Tonight, she was determined to craft a mech system tailored for Xiao Zhe, hoping to earn him a little profit. Li Xuema gasped, "Wow, 6 billion. Such wealth." Zhu Yuanyao declared, "You have more money than the captain." Xiao Xingyu chimed in, "You're wealthier than I am." "No, it's 600 million star coins," Zhuang Yueza softly corrected, his earlier pride dissipating. "Oh, with that expression, I thought you had at least $1 billion in your pocket." Shen Jiayan shook her head, returning to her previous position. "Forget it. A rabbit does not graze close to its burrow. There's not even grass around me." Xia Xingyu added, "Your mother pin only exchanged for 600 million star coins? My mother gives me 50 million star coins in pocket money each month. You don't understand. This 600 million star coins does not include the management fees for the promissory notes and mother pin. It is solely my own funds. Just yesterday, I owed the captain several thousand star coins, and today I have 600 million in savings. Zhuang Yueza emphasized the significance of this sum. Shen Zhaoyan replied coolly, oh. Li Xuemon nodded in agreement. By that count, it is indeed quite a lot. My apologies. I shouldn't measure this world with my own financial perspective. Xia Xingyu sincerely apologized. The group continued to engage in light banter until Ding Qingyu entered, accompanied by a woman clad in professional attire. The others regarded the newcomer with curiosity. Although the woman's hair was meticulously styled and her face bore a warm and friendly smile, she appeared to be only around 25 or 26 years of age. Not particularly old. Chapter 206. S-Class Supremacy Controller? Nothing more. Ding Qingyu enthusiastically introduced, this is Ding Yilin, who will henceforth be managing operations for our X-Flame Club. As our club's workload increases and everyone becomes busier, I can no longer manage it alone. Yilin will take charge of the club's operations. He turned to Ding Yilin. Welcome to our club. Ding Yilin smiled, and before she could speak, Zhuang Yueza joyfully exclaimed, Captain, the X-Flame Club is truly flourishing. Our makeshift troop has now enlisted a professional agent. Sister Yilin, we warmly welcome your presence, as everyone applauds in unison. After a brief introduction, the group boards the aircraft heading to the Qingyu Cup venue. The vessel glides through the bustling streets, surrounded by various shopping malls and towering buildings, where vibrant neon screens display advertisements for the Shule Company SSS level super controller mech. The colossal mech strides forth from the screen, brandishing a blue energy blade that slices through a 100-meter skyscraper, which promptly collapses, seemingly poised to crush the onlookers below. The amazed crowd gasps and retreats, only to realize that the destruction was merely a special effect accompanying the advertisement. As the ad loops once more, the aircraft distances itself. Shen Zhaoyan turns her back, her gaze fixed intently on the massive display. Seated beside her, Ding Qingyu observes her demeanor and can't help but exclaim, ISNT the SS-level super controller mech impressive? No single mech pilot can resist its allure. It epitomizes the pinnacle of mech manufacturing in the Alliance. He has watched this advertisement countless times. Zhu Yuanyao, aboard the aircraft, nods in agreement, as every mech pilot yearns for the day they can pilot an SS-level mech. Humph, the SS-level super controller? It's overrated. Shen Zhaoyan retorts, leaning against the armrest. Curiously, Ding Yilin glances at Shen Zhaoyan, astonished that a mech pilot would dismiss the SS-level supercontroller. However, recalling Ding Qingyu's remarks about Shen Zhaoyan's distinctive personality and capabilities, she finds her reaction less surprising. X-Lian's success in securing operations owes much to Shen Zhaoyan's talent. Young and ambitious, she is a dual-skilled pilot capable of remarkable feats. She possesses the audacity to defy both heaven and earth. Ding Qingyu chuckles, well, just as well, your captain will never pilot an SS-level mech due to physical limitations. I'll be waiting for you to create a mech even more formidable than the SS-level supercontroller. You won't keep me waiting long. Shen Zhaoyan glances again at the distant screen, letting out a soft huff. By the time they arrive at the Qingyu Cup competition venue, they are already 10 minutes late. Shen Zhaoyan, adhering to her usual practice at the club, had announced the team competition time on her personal social media. As soon as her fans spotted the news, they eagerly disseminated it across various groups. Wow, our ancestor is turning into a model worker. Just participated in a team competition yesterday, and now she's at it again. It's another day to see our ancestor. Does our ancestor not shy away from the spotlight? The news is still featuring her match from yesterday. Many renowned team competition squads are dissatisfied with her achievements and are eager to challenge her, hoping to rise above her team. Our peripheral star systems competition teams are quite respectful. Only the central star teams feel embarrassed and wish to regain their honor. What does it matter if they're dissatisfied? Aren't they all just imitating our ancestors' techniques? I've heard that the history books from the central star system are sold out. Everyone aspires to emulate their ancestors, immersing themselves in historical tomes and mastering the intricacies of maps. Some have taken to the internet to criticize the X-Flames team, claiming their victory in yesterday's match was due to sheer luck, suggesting that had they faced a stronger opponent, the outcome would have been entirely different. They bitterly lament the grapes they cannot reach, laboring tirelessly for fame and fortune, only to find themselves overshadowed by a lesser-known club that has garnered such considerable attention. It is likely that numerous teams will challenge the X-Flames club. One wonders if Ancestors Club will accept the challenge. Xia Xingyu observed the flurry of messages in the group chat, scratched her head, and then donned a disguise to contribute to the conversation. Let us not ramble too much. Purchase tickets and support Ancestor with some fan gear. I believe Ancestor must have made quite a fortune yesterday, which is why they are holding another tournament today. If we wish to continue enjoying her matches in the future, today's sales must not fall short of yesterday's. Instantaneously, responses flooded in. You are my grandson, Sun Lian. There seems to be some truth in that. To continue watching Ancestor's matches, let us keep placing orders to support her. I love my ancestor. Everyone is glued to their light brains, eagerly awaiting the ticket link for the Qingyu Cup. It appears many online are also waiting to snatch tickets to watch. I hope the system for the Qingyu Cup holds up today and doesn't crash again. Zhou Yu Dao Dao, Group Leader Feng Yinzhou. Everyone must contribute 888 star coins to upgrade their spectator tickets. Do you know what it's like to be carried on Ancestor's shoulders? Here are some images for your enjoyment. Hugging JPG, carrying JPG. You are my grandson, Sun Lian. Zhou Yu Dao Dao, Group Leader Feng Yinzhou. Please give it a rest. You've already exhausted those images. I've seen them no less than 20 times since yesterday. Let us all consciously ignore the group leader and just remember to buy the upgraded tickets. Xia Xingyu felt pleased to see everyone's focus returning to the match tickets and fan gear. She tucked away her light brain and approached her teammates sitting in the Qingyu Cup lounge. At that moment, they were huddled together, peering at the screen displaying the team tournament backend. Curiously, she inquired, "What is going on? Haven't you all decided on the match map yet?" Shen Xiaoyan shook her head, explaining that the issue wasn't about the map, but rather the sudden influx of challenge invitations they had received. The captain was contemplating whether or not to accept them. "Wow, so many teams from the Central Star system wish to challenge us. Captain, look at this team." They stated that if we accept their match challenge, regardless of the outcome, they will grant us 50 Qingyu Cup points and 1 million star coins. Zhuang Yuezha pointed to a team adorned with a glowing tournament emblem on the screen. Shen Xiaoyun, intrigued, asked, "Why have so many challenge invitations suddenly appeared? We didn't see this interface when selecting the map yesterday." "It's because your team has begun to gain popularity. Teams with some heat in the Qingyu Cup receive several match invitations daily. However, it is quite rare for the X-Flames Club to receive hundreds of challenge invitations from teams spread throughout the entire league," Deng Yilin said, slowly scrolling through her light brain to enlarge the number of challenges for everyone to see. Deng Yilin reflects on her experiences at the Central Star, realizing that her past encounters offer little guidance in navigating the current circumstances. Typically, teams initiating group competitions seek to capitalize on the popularity of the challenge team, hoping to ride their coattails to prominence. The Qingyu Cup features both individual and team popularity rankings. The higher a team's position, the more advertising collaborations the club can secure, significantly increasing opportunities for high-profile tasks. Team popularity is accrued through competitive play over time, prompting most teams to be judicious in accepting match invitations to uphold their reputation. It is implausible for them to accept invitations casually for the sake of a few star coins and points. However, the situation with Team X Lian is somewhat unique. Although the team has participated in only one group match, Shen Xiaoyun's unconventional approach to completing the competition, coupled with a special boon from the match map, has resulted in an unexpectedly high level of popularity that does not align with the team's own accumulation. Even now, the video of Team X Lian's match from yesterday remains prominently displayed on the Qingyu Cup platform, garnering astonishing viewership. Presently, Team X Lian ranks 530th in the popularity standings, an impressive feat considering this ranking encompasses all teams in the league. It is a comprehensive assessment derived from big data, reflecting both the attention the league receives and the capabilities of the teams. Furthermore, Team X Lian is merely an A-level team, and most teams of this caliber fail to even breach the 2,000 mark. Accepting invitations from these teams, only to face defeat, could deplete the hard-won popularity. Accumulating popularity is a challenging endeavor. Other teams toil for 5 years to achieve what Team X Lian accomplished in a single match yesterday. As Deng Yilin reviews the performance report provided by Deng Qingyu, she notes that Team X Lian has only participated in one group match, resulting in a lack of cohesion. With an overall capability rating of A level, while Shen Xiaoyun's physical fitness is relatively low, her skill is sufficient. However, Deng Qingyu has repeatedly stressed that Shen Xiaoyun is an exception and should not be viewed through conventional lenses. Yet, both Xia Xingyu and Li Xiuma are recent additions to the team, with Li Xiuma having never competed in the Qingyu Cup individual competition. Deng Yilin, known for her prudent nature, realizes that her selection by Captain Ding among numerous candidates reflects his appreciation for her level-headedness. Thus, she judiciously contemplates the strength report, arriving at a singular conclusion. It is inadvisable for Team X Lian to accept any group match invitations. She leans towards adhering to the data system of the Qingyu Cup, advocating for a randomized matching of teams based on their capabilities. Nevertheless, as she observes her teammates, she notices their enthusiastic discussions about which team invitation to accept since they first laid eyes on the invitation page. Even Captain Ding Qingyu joins in the spirited conversation with his teammates. Deng Yilin sighs, a strong premonition swelling within her. This team seems to lack even a single reliable member. Unbeknownst to Ding Qingyu, the newly hired operational staff member silently critiques him, as he points to an invitation from a club and declares, "Let us accept this team's invitation." The team dares to offer 5 million star coins. That exceeds the amount mentioned by Yuze by several million. Such a generous offer. Is 5 million star coins considered substantial? Would 6 million star coins truly compel us to accept the challenge? Captain, where has your vision gone? Shen Xiaoyun, with her hands in her pockets, shook her head, feeling that the captain was becoming increasingly short-sighted. Deng Yilin looked at Shen Xiaoyun with surprise. Finally, there is someone who understands. It is no wonder that Captain Ding emphasizes the need for unconventional thinking, for Shen Xiaoyun embodies such a perspective. Her vision is indeed grand. She would not be swayed by trifling gains, jeopardizing the momentum the team has painstakingly built. Captain, points are more valuable than star coins. Did you not see that this invitation offers 100 points? Can 6 million star coins buy you 100 Qingyu Cup points? Shen Xiaoyun pointed at another invitation. Looking at Ding Qingyu with deep concern, Deng Yilin felt a wave of despair. There was not a single level-headed person in this team. She doubted her ability to endure the probationary period. No, you are all too mundane. Accepting this challenge from the Blizzard Gathering team? Did you not see the foul language in their challenge letter? They accuse us of climbing to the top by stepping on the Central Star System team, claiming our strength is mismatched and that we are resorting to underhanded tactics. They also referred to us as maggots from the fringe star systems, telling us to crawl back into the toilet. Xia Xingyu pointed at another invitation on the light screen, indignantly exclaiming, "This is excessive, they have gone too far. I will respond to them immediately." Li Xiumo rolled up her sleeves, picking up the light brain that was set aside. She was determined to showcase her customer service hone speed and give this team a piece of her mind. How dare they call me a maggot for the first time? Fine. We shall accept their challenge and teach them a lesson. Zhuang Yueza also rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage. Zhu Yuanyao saw the team ID address pulled up by Li Xuemo, confirming it was indeed from the Central Star System. After the match yesterday, she had reviewed the situation outside the arena. It seemed that the X-Flame team had sparked a quarrel between the Fringe and Central Star Systems during their match against the Wave team. Thus, it was not surprising they were receiving a challenge from a Central Star System team. Yet, she could not help but remark, that was rather foul-mouthed, wasn't he it? We were not the ones exchanging insults with the Central Star System. Shen Jiayan queried, was it really that offensive? It seemed rather mild to me. I merely sensed that they wished to take advantage of my time, seeking to exploit me. Others offer money and points to invite us, yet they come empty-handed. We will not engage, we will not engage. Although Shen Jiayan had yet to fully comprehend the logic behind why others were willing to spend money and points to challenge them, she had realized that those who sought to challenge without compensation were undoubtedly in the wrong. Indeed, they simply wished to take advantage of us. We nearly fell for their trick, but thankfully, Xiaoyan is clever. Xia Xingyu suddenly came to a realization. Meanwhile, Li Xuemo had already picked up the light brain, typing furiously. Is your only talent spewing filth? Has your mind been kicked by your teammates' mechas? Did the Fringe Star Systems provoke you? A deceitful, garbage team that wishes to challenge others without even offering points or star coins. You are foolish, we are not. Crawl back to the roadside. Chapter 207. The X-Blaze team, victorious in every battle. Ding Qingyu and Zhu Yuanyao gazed in astonishment, unable to contain their curiosity as they turned towards Shen Jiayan. Proximity breeds familiarity. The child had recently spent considerable time with her. Shen Jiayan, with her hands in her pockets, met their gaze and questioned. Why are you looking at me? Ding Qingyu shook his head and sighed, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. You'll get used to it. Managing one troublemaker is akin to managing two. I must adapt promptly. Shen Jiayan found the captain's musings perplexing and shifted her attention to Li Xuemo, affirming, I never anticipated your eloquence. This talent must be cultivated further. Li Xuemo smiled shyly at Shen Jiayan, having spent considerable time in customer service. She had encountered her fair share of difficult individuals. It felt satisfying to vent her frustrations. After berating them, she could simply block them. Shen Jiayan nodded in agreement and continued, however, allow me to impart another strategy. Merely scolding such individuals is insufficient. Do not engage in pointless dialogue. Inform them that to challenge us, they must offer 100 points and 5 million star coins. Otherwise, they should take their leave. Is that so? Li Xuemo pondered seriously, a flicker of realization crossing her face. It must be done this way. If you feel that 100 points and 5 million star coins do not adequately alleviate your grievances, you may increase the stakes. Shen Jiayan confidently asserted. As Shurqin once said, the only remedy for distress is star coins. Indeed, it could work. How much wealth have I overlooked in the past? Zhuang Yueza exclaimed, pulling out his holographic device to record their discussion word for word. Xia Xingyu regarded Shen Jiayan with skepticism. They're not foolish enough to offer us money, are they? That depends on their ambition. What we possess may be worth the substantial price they are willing to pay, Shen Jiayan replied casually as she reclined on the sofa. Deng Yilin, who had been observing silently, quickly interjected, wait. You should consider competing against teams matched by the system instead. She understood all too well the fervent desire of teams from the Central Star System for competitive matches. Provoking the opponent and inciting their ire is one way to capture their attention and issue a challenge. The X-Blaze team was currently a coveted target, which Team wouldn't want to bask in their glory. Even the Wave team had gained notoriety from their match against the X-Blaze team. Offering a few star coins and points is a trivial matter. Thus, Shen Jiayan's advice could very well bear fruit. Alas, no matter how swiftly Deng Yilin spoke, she could not match the speed honed by Li Xuemo through her experience as a top-notch saleswoman. The message had already been dispatched. Want to challenge us? Offer us 150 points and 550,000 star coins. Otherwise, take your leave, you worthless team. After sending the message, she gazed intently at Shen Jiayan. I've slightly upped the amounts for both points and star coins. Excellent. Next time, we can round it off neatly for easier accounting. Shen Jiayan applauded her efforts. Regardless of how much you offer, they are unlikely to accept. They are not fools. Let us select a team to compete against swiftly. Ding Qingyu remarked. No sooner had he spoken than a message appeared on the holographic screen. Agreed, let us battle. Can it really be that simple? Zhuang Yueza exclaimed in astonishment. Xia Xingyu's eyes widened as she quickly retrieved her holographic device to document this unexpected turn of events. Being scolded and demanded for money. How bold. How generous. Shuemo, I was wrong. Remember next time to increase the price not by mere fractions, but to double it. Shen Jiayan lamented. Xia Xingyu, Zhuang Yueza, and Li Xuemo nodded in unison. It's over. Deng Yilin covered her face, resolving to amend her cautious nature next time. She must speak more swiftly, without overthinking or being excessively meticulous. Taking a deep breath, she reiterated, Captain Ding, I still advise against accepting this challenge. The opposing team has already assessed our strength before issuing the challenge. They must believe they can win to invest such resources. Just look at the Blizzard Gathering team. Although they are an A-level team, their previous win rate stands at 85%. Ding Qingyu raised his hand to halt her further remarks. Whether they win or lose, we cannot ascertain. Yet, accepting these resources guarantees that participating in this match will not be a loss. Captain Ding, the Xlingyan team enjoys significant popularity. We cannot squander this advantageous situation. These teams wishing to challenge us seek to share in the Xlingyan glory, Deng Yilin explained. She understood that those from the peripheral star systems were not well versed in team competitions and the subtleties involved. However, she comprehended the stakes. As a person from the peripheral star systems who previously worked in the central star system, she could not bear to witness the downfall of the X-Lin team at such a promising juncture. As for maintaining popularity, I cannot say if it can be sustained. Our team's strength is as it is, and I am uncertain how many more victories we can achieve. They are right to criticize. Our strength does not match our renown, and we shall inevitably falter. One must acknowledge that one's virtue must align with their position. Ding Qingyu shared his insights. His initial intention in establishing the club was to nurture a team. With diligent training, they could earn some funds from competitions and then undertake missions. Therefore, whether in competitions or missions, everything ultimately relies on strength. Deng Yilin was rendered speechless, staring at Ding Qingyu, unsure of what to say. His words resonated with truth. Perhaps her experiences in the central star system had made her overly aware of teams that relied on shortcuts and opportunism. Ding Qingyu turned to Xiao Yun and said, Xiao Yun, the recent team competitions are meant to earn you points. Do you wish to accept this challenge? What about the others? Yes, why not? One should not be swayed by fame. The prudent course is to capitalize on this momentum. Fear not defeat. Should we lose, we can reclaim our strength and fight back. Shen Jiayan declared without hesitation. Let us accept. A little gain is better than none. If we lose, we can rectify it in future matches. Zhuang Yueza nodded in agreement. Though there was a possibility of loss, there was also the prospect of profit. As the captain stated, participating in the match poses no risk. Yes, if we lose, it merely reveals our current limitations. They are not mistaken in their criticism. Xia Xingyu responded confidently. Though Zhu Yuanyao and Li Shui Mo remained silent. Their spirits were equally high. Deng Yilin observed them, her eyes gradually widening. This team, though inexperienced, exuded a vibrant confidence. They are not ensnared by the mundane. Their potential for growth remains vast. Perhaps the issue lies with her. She must cast aside some of her past experiences. She ought not to be deceived by the 531st position on the popularity chart. They can ascend even higher. Her perspective has indeed narrowed. She too must embark on a journey of re-education. Grasping the luminous device that Li Shuama had just set down, she navigated the operating system and accepted the challenge invitation from the Blizzard Convergence team. Shen Jiayan languidly rose to her feet, casting a glance at Zhuang Yueza, and extended a hand, declaring, with me here, who dares to say we will inevitably lose? She urged him to join her in chanting, Team X-Blaze. Victorious in every battle. Zhuang Yueza extended his hand, looking at Shen Jiayan. She placed her hand atop his, and the other's eyes brightened as they eagerly joined in. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously cheered, Team X-Blaze, victorious in every battle. Once the exclamation faded, smiles spread across their faces. Where was there any concern over winning or losing? Their expressions radiated excitement for the impending challenge. Shen Jiayan smirked. The art of soothing children was indeed effective. The habit of lamenting losses and speaking of misfortune must be amended. Otherwise, a jinx could bring calamity upon the entire team. The star coins and points she yearned for seemed to flutter away with their words. Who would compensate her for that? Henceforth, they must be taught to utter auspicious phrases before competitions. Upon accepting the challenge invitation from the Blizzard Convergence team, tickets were immediately released on the Qingyu Cup system platform. The audience, who had been eagerly awaiting, was electrified to see that Team X-Blaze was indeed participating in a challenge match. Upon examining the credentials of the Blizzard Convergence team, they noted its esteemed position within the Central Galaxy, having competed in over 100 matches with an 85% win rate. Their ranking on the popularity chart was an impressive 1200+, placing them among the elite A-tier teams. The captain, Xiaoyu, held an A-tier rank and boasted commendable results in individual competitions. In contrast, Team X-Blaze's competition history was limited to a single match, with a 100% victory rate. Their ranking on the popularity chart was 530. While their win rate and popularity ranking appeared superior to those of the Blizzard Convergence team, the lack of experience was evident. A team with merely one match dared to challenge a team with extensive experience. The spectators from the Central Galaxy could only remark on the audacity of Team X-Blaze's members, who, like young calves, feared no tigers. Yet, was this not what made the match all the more captivating? Just the previous day, the Central Galaxy audience had faced considerable embarrassment due to the performance of the Rising Tide team. It was well known that every match highlight video released by the media was accompanied by taunts from netizens in the peripheral galaxy regarding the Central Galaxy's teams. Comments circulated about how a seasoned team was thoroughly outmatched by a novice one. Observers noted that through the Rising Tide team, it became evident that the Central Galaxy team struggled with operational prowess, their strength and reputation not matching. Given the lackluster performance of the Rising Tide team, those from the Central Galaxy felt reluctant to defend them. However, the X-Flame team audaciously accepted the challenge from the Central Star System team, leaving one to ponder whether this was a testament to their self-assured prowess or merely a manifestation of hubris following their victory over the Wave Rising team. Regardless of the circumstances, the spectators from the Central Star System eagerly anticipated a formidable showdown where the Blizzard Assembly would decisively confront the X-Flame team. Upon accepting the challenge, the Blizzard Assembly team swiftly disseminated a declaration of the match across the Star Network. The immutable law of the cosmos dictates that all starlight pales in comparison to the brilliance of the Central Star. The Blizzard Assembly shall forever safeguard the radiance of the Central Star. X-Flame team, prepare for battle. Marketing entities, ever keen to capitalize on the situation, eagerly amplified this declaration. Clearly, the Blizzard Assembly's subtly provocative statement resonated with current societal trends, ensuring that the 150 points and 5 million star coins awarded to the X-Flame team were not squandered. Captain Xiaoyu of the Blizzard Assembly glanced at the declaration issued by the operations team and then at the rapidly accumulating comments. With a smile, he addressed his teammates. Do not underestimate the significance of awarding the X-Flame team 150 points and over 5 million star coins. If we triumph over them this time, our popularity could potentially soar to the top 500. After more than a year of competing in team matches, we have barely managed to reach the 1,000 mark. This is a shortcut to success. If we navigate it wisely, we can significantly shorten our struggle. His teammates nodded in agreement, clearly enthusiastic about the prospect of an expedited path to victory. Xiaoyu continued. To my knowledge, numerous teams have sent challenge letters to the X-Flame team. Among all these challenges, they have only accepted ours. What does this signify? It indicates that even fate is on our side. We have traversed 99 steps. Now, we are merely one step away from defeating the X-Flame team. Captain, we will win. His teammates chorused, their spirits invigorated. Xiaoyu pressed on. Everyone has witnessed the match between the X-Flame team and the Wave Rising team. I have drawn one conclusion. If we can eliminate that I am your ancestor at the onset, victory shall be ours. Yes, let us take down the ancestor first. His teammates rallied, still energized. Satisfied, Xiaoyu nodded. This time, the match map will be chosen by the opponents. We must not act oppressively towards the weaker team, and I hope they will opt for a historical map, as it would enhance our visibility. What do you all think? Following the captain's lead, the captain is right. His teammates responded enthusiastically. Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction, reassuring them, rest assured, I will not lead you astray. I will never let you down. Yet, he mused inwardly, this time, I may disappoint you. When have you ever held such lofty expectations of me? How could I ever be that remarkable? Shen Zhaoyun, amused, observed the comments on her social media, chuckling at her fans who believed her acceptance of the challenge from the Central Star System team was a noble endeavor for the rise of the peripheral star systems. However, she regretted to inform them that her acceptance of the Blizzard Assembly's challenge was solely for the points and monetary rewards. Let us see what her fans had to say. Ancestor, even if the X-Flame team loses this match, we will always support you. The peripheral galaxies require valiant competitors akin to yourselves. The X-Flame team, you are the beacon of dawn, piercing through the long night of obscurity. You are the compass of expedition, marking distant coordinates. You are the consuming red candle, illuminating my path. How remarkable are our ancestors, fighting for the rise of the peripheral galaxies, awaiting the day of your ascendance. Of course, there are those who urge Shen Zhaoyun to withdraw her challenge. Ancestor, you've made a grave error. How can you accept an invitation from such a formidable team? The denizens of the Central Galaxy are eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Ancestor, must we tread a path of certain defeat? The system's matchmaking is quite advantageous, no? I have yet to unleash my grievances upon the sycophants of the Central Galaxy. Because of your overwhelming victory over the Wave Rising team, I am compelled to engage in verbal duels with the dogs of the Central Galaxy. The spectators of the peripheral galaxy have long suffered under the Central Galaxy's tyranny. What if you lose? I have not yet reveled enough in my triumphs. Why would you extinguish my source of joy? Shen Zhaoyun could not comprehend the intricate emotions of this particular fan, yet due to the fan's verbose nature, she responded candidly. They offered us 150 points and 5,500,000 star coins. I could not refuse. If I had declined, I would not only betray my lifelong principles, but also jeopardize my persona. Upon the release of Shen Zhaoyun's comment, her fans found themselves in a state of resignation. Ancestor, I am in awe of you. This is utterly hilarious. The people of the Central Galaxy are claiming that the Blizzard Assembly will safeguard the brilliance of the Central Galaxy. Let me show you the promotional screenshot of the Blizzard Assembly team. Goodness, the Blizzard Assembly team has marketed themselves so grandly, yet they must resort to begging for the ancestor to compete. I cannot help but laugh at them. Did everyone hear that? The appearance fee for the X-Flame team is 5,500,000 star coins and 150 Chinyu Cup points. Ancestor, I understand your persona. Allow me to introduce you to a few clients. Shall we dine privately to get acquainted? Why didn't you say so earlier? If 5,500,000 star coins and 150 points can secure your participation, I would extend an invitation as well. Winning is not the priority. What matters is the opportunity to take a cyber photograph with the ancestor. There is no rush for competition. Exploring the map, dining, and shopping within the competition grounds is also quite delightful. Just after the Blizzard Assembly captain had invigorated his team, he stumbled upon a fan's reply proclaiming, I am your ancestor. He was momentarily taken aback, gritting his teeth as he muttered, remember, once we enter the map, our first task is to capture that I am your ancestor. Unbeknownst to Shen Zhaoyun, her casual yet persona-consistent reply had inadvertently dealt a figurative slap to the Blizzard Assembly team. After responding to her fan, she proceeded to post 3 system advertisements and 1 for support apparel before logging off. She had initially intended to send another system advertisement, but the captain urged her to select a map. Little Yoon, the Blizzard Assembly has granted us the choice of map. However, they have made a request to select from the historical retrospectives of paths previously traversed. The participants in the competition huddled together like sparrows pecking at grains, examining the historical retrospective maps. Ding Qingyu approached Shen Zhaoyun and gently patted her shoulder, urging her to make a decision. Shen Zhaoyun yawned, rising lazily to her feet and walking toward them. Which map do you wish to choose? I simply desire a map that guarantees victory. Zhuang Yuez's response was as vague as silence itself. What do you think of Eagle's manifestation? Xiao Xingyu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Shen Zhaoyun. Her ancestor had once appeared on the Eagle's manifestation map. She had always yearned to experience a match in Eagle's manifestation, but alas, without a team. She could only participate in solo competitions. Eagle's manifestation, Shen Zhaoyun mused as she perused the match introduction. Eagles soar. You and your teammates are the prey, battling in the skies. The precise nomenclature for this conflict should be the Sky Battle of the year 33, as it unfolded merely 6 months after the invention of mechs. In the year 1033, the location was the cliff city of the Lawn Mountain mining star. Back then, she had been preoccupied with her research institute, while her teammates were similarly engaged in their own endeavors. The initial generation of Zero Series mechs required mass production, necessitating a substantial amount of a specific metallic material. Coincidentally, Xia's wealthy patron was procuring this material on the Lawn Mountain mining star, just as the outbreak of alien beasts occurred. Participating in Eagle's manifestation would allow her to reunite with her former teammates. However, due to this very reason, Shen Jiayun had never participated in that battle, leaving little room for opportunism. She wished to gather the thoughts of others, but upon meeting Xia Xingyu's eager gaze, she found herself unable to refuse. What a sweet child Xia Xingyu is. It's merely a desire to partake in the Eagle's manifestation map, Shen Jiayun decisively declared. Then let us choose Eagle's manifestation. The others nodded in agreement, with no dissent among them. For them, every map was unfamiliar territory. Moreover, the captain had reassured them that this match would not result in losses, having already profited from the blizzard gathering. Their spirits were high. With the map selected, Deng Yilan proceeded to complete the necessary formalities for the competition. Soon, the group was prepared, donning their equipment in anticipation of the match. Shen Jiayun reclined within the cockpit, gazing out the window on the left wall. The sky was a brilliant blue today, bathed in radiant sunlight. The virtual screen began its countdown to the entry time, with colossal silver transparent numbers suspended before Shen Jiayun's eyes. 3, 2, 1. Shen Jiayun's pupils constricted. In the blink of an eye, the bright blue sky transformed into a tumultuous expanse of gray, shrouded in a raging storm. As her gaze shifted downward, she beheld the towering mountains, various shades of gray-blue and iron red surrounding her. Undoubtedly, this was the Lawn Mountain mining star, a planet replete with rocky terrains and slopes. All members of the 302nd Brigade abandoned the search for the Golden Windstone. The 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beasts have appeared. Charge with me towards Cliff City and eradicate them. The voice was so familiar. It was Xia's wealthy patron. Shen Jiayun scanned her surroundings and soon realized the voice emanated from an antique microphone she wore. She removed the delicately crafted silver device, adorned with floral musical notations, certain that it was a custom piece belonging to the elite squad under Xia Wanqing. Thus, she had assumed the role of a member of the 302nd Brigade, serving under Xia's patron. But where, she pondered, was her mech? She recalled that the current production of mechs was exceedingly scarce, with energy resources equally limited. Even the members of the 302nd Brigade could not boast their own dedicated mechs. They all took turns piloting the machines. Surrounding Shen Jiayun were 9 NPCs. Someone tossed out a large aircraft, urging, "Let us go." Sister Xia said not to search anymore. "We're heading to Cliff City." Shen Jiayun recognized that the Sister Xia they referred to was Xia Wanqing. She promptly boarded the aircraft. Mechs from 3 centuries ago could not compare to those of the present day. The aircraft flew at a low altitude, slow and unsteady. At that moment, Shen Jiayun's communicator vibrated insistently. "I'm not pretending. My surname is Zhuang. Zhuang Yu is awesome. We don't need to create a new group this time. We can communicate directly. I'm not Sister Xia's. Xia Xingyu, do you all know? I'm now part of the 302nd squad. I even wear the musical emblem of the Xia Ancestors squad on my chest. Hee, I'm with the Ancestor now. I'm part of the Xia family army. Don't be so cocky, or it'll cost you dearly." Zhu Yuanyao were all members of the 302nd Brigade. However, I'm currently in charge of the mech for my squad. I'm not pretending. My surname is Zhuang. Zhuang Yu as a wow. How many mechs do you have? Save one for me. I don't have a mech either. I've applied for one. Seeing Zhu Yuanyao's message, Shen Jiayun hurriedly typed in the group chat. "I am your ancestor. I want a mech too. I'm still swaying in this aircraft up in the air." At that moment, Zhu Yuanyao replied awkwardly. "Don't be so cocky, or it'll cost you dearly. A small squad consists of 10 people, and there are only 3 mechs among us. 1 is with the squad leader, and 2 are with me. I can only leave 1 mech for you." Shen Jiayun glanced down at the insignia on her combat suit, marking her as part of the 302nd Brigade of the Xia family army, and her lips turned slightly. She had almost forgotten that the wealthy Xia loved to listen to Shirqin recount tales of Yufei, even adopting the title of the Xia family army for her subordinates. However, the current Xia family army was indeed impoverished. Shen Jiayun shifted her back to adjust the musket and felt the curved dagger at her waist. Such poverty. The illustrious Xia family army could not even provide a mech for each member. At that moment, Li Shuama chimed in on the group chat. "Money, money, 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 money." Li Shuama hurried to Cliff City. "I'm currently right next to Xia Wanqing. No need to save a mech for me. I have one." Though everyone had grown accustomed to her good fortune, Li Shuama's statement left them momentarily speechless. Zhu Yuanyao had thought her 2 mechs were a stroke of luck. Yet now she realized they paled in comparison to Li Shuama's situation. After all, Li Shuama was already in the city while they were still en route. However, there was little they could do. The entire Xia family army had been dispersed by Xia Wanqing to scavenge for ore. Li Shuama continued to excitedly share her thoughts in the group chat. "Money, money, 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 money. Li Shuama Xia Wanqing is so beautiful and charismatic. Her rose-colored curls danced in the wind. Just a casual glance from her made my legs go weak. I am not a fan of Xia Xingyu indeed. Ancestor Xia is truly magnificent and captivating. Qian. Li Shuama I can no longer contain myself. I declare that Xia Wanjin ranks just behind Goddess Shun in my esteem. Even with the mech left to me by Ancestor Shirqin, he still falls behind Xia Wanjin. I am not a fan of Xia Xingyu indeed. Ancestor Xia possesses such charm. Qian. Li Shuima, she is truly remarkable. Adept at maneuvering the mech with impressive combat prowess. Her firepower is formidable, while the first-generation Zero mech can only achieve low-altitude flight. She is able to pursue the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle Beast with ease. I am not a fan of Xia Xingyu indeed. Ancestor Xia is extraordinarily powerful. In no time, the group chat was filled with Li Shuima's excited boasts about Xia Wanjin, complemented by Xia Xingyu's enthusiastic support. Shen Xiaoyun observed their conversation, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Xia Fupawa exudes undeniable allure, particularly with her financial prowess. The flying vessel swayed as it navigated low-altitude flight amidst towering mountain ranges, with the pilot occasionally slowing down to carefully avoid the peaks. Shen Xiaoyun approached the NPC in charge of piloting the flying vessel and said, "You may stand aside." What? The NPC looked at her in confusion. "Your piloting skills are inadequate. Allow me to take over." Shen Xiaoyun gestured toward an empty seat beside him. If this fellow continued to pilot, she would reach Cliff City without completing the mission. The objective this time was not to rescue someone, but to eliminate the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle Beast. The NPC, feeling disgruntled, nevertheless began to turn the steering wheel, slowly guiding the vessel toward the ground, intending to relinquish control to Shen Xiaoyun. "No need to descend. Just stand up and leave everything to me." Shen Xiaoyun firmly held his hand. As the NPC vacated his seat, the unpiloted vessel plummeted downwards. "Wow. Xiaopi, what are you doing? We're going to crash. We're going to die?" The NPC in the flying vessel exclaimed in panic. Shen Xiaoyun paid no mind to their cries. As someone who had developed the first-generation Zero mech, she was well-versed in various flying vessels from 300 years ago. She understood the assembly and operation of flying machines better than anyone else. It is no exaggeration to say that she could maneuver the vessel within 3 seconds before a crash, and with a mere 5 meters still above ground. She hooked her left hand around the steering wheel and pressed a few buttons with her right hand, causing the vessel to soar skyward in an instant. The vessel's speed reached its maximum. The NPC Xiaopi, who had just risen, staggered forward and, with a thud, collided against the metallic partition of the pilot's seat. A significant corner protruded from his forehead. "Whoa, slow down. Xiaopi, you're going to kill me. This is it. We're going to crash into the mountain ahead. Captain, I'm about to be sick. You're piloting a flying vessel, not a mech." Having just comforted his little horn, Xiaopi turned to see the vessel was less than 3 meters from a brown rocky mountain. His eyes widened, stammering, "The mech is not piloted by me." The operational rules of the NPCs have been thrown into disarray. The distinction between mechs and aircraft has become blurred. Shen Xiaoyun smirked, forcefully striking the steering wheel while her right hand deftly manipulated the controls. The aircraft executed a vertical inversion, gliding perilously close to the sheer rock face at nearly a 90-degree angle. The bodies of the NPCs lurched backward, their facial muscles contorting in response to the thrilling maneuver. "Wow, I wouldn't dare pilot a mech like that. Terrifying, utterly terrifying." "Who has commandeered the aircraft?" Shen Xiaoyun remained silent, solely focused on increasing speed. It had been quite a while since she had pushed the aircraft to its limits. The terrain here was uniquely captivating, with exposed rocks and sparse vegetation, offering exhilarating enjoyment. As the aircraft skimmed past a rocky cliff, its angle shifted once more, transitioning from vertical flight to a diagonal ascent through the clouds. Shen Xiaoyun manipulated the aircraft with nonchalance, occasionally glancing down at the terrain map displayed on the console, while memorizing the topography of the area. She redefined a more direct route. The audience on StarNet, witnessing her audacious flying style, was left in awe. "I never knew the aircraft could achieve such speed. Aren't there speed limits on aircraft from the factory? How did she master such velocity? Is this speed a result of her training in mechs? As a non-mech soldier, I'm curious if piloting an aircraft and a mech share any commonalities. There are similarities, but mastering the technique she employs requires specialized training. Are there speed and altitude regulations for aircraft on administrative planets? Could it be that she possesses a personal planet, allowing her to hone this speed? The exhilarating sensation of racing through the skies in an aircraft is something a mech can never replicate. The thrill of such speed must be absolutely exhilarating for her. Goodness, she's flying even better than professional pilots. How impressive. Those NPCs are both pitiable and amusing." While Shen Xiaoyun reveled in her flight, she remained oblivious to the fact that her opponents were searching for her. Blizzard team member Bao Bao, "I'm in Team 01, but I haven't spotted her." Blizzard team member Zhang Zhang, "I'm in Team 05, and I also haven't found her." Blizzard team member Sangguan, "I haven't seen her here either." Blizzard team member Li, "I haven't spotted anyone." Captain Xieyu, "There are a total of 10 teams, and each of us has been assigned to different squads. I suspect that the X-Li Yen team members are also dispersed among various teams. Next, we should focus on securing mechs." Xieyu frowned as he scrutinized the responses from his team. He had issued a declaration on the social network to win this competition. However, he had not anticipated that the random identity matching for this competition would encounter issues. Initially, he intended to eliminate the one known as "I am your ancestor." But it seemed that luck was on the opponent's side. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaoyun, piloting her aircraft, had caused a wave of nausea among the NPCs. "Oh, my ancestor. Please slow down. Don't change angles so drastically. I've lost my dinner. Help me, save me." Several NPCs surrounded Shen Xiaoyun, pleading while simultaneously retching. Shen Xiaoyun expertly maneuvered the steering wheel, glancing at them innocently. "Isn't my speed rather impressive?" The NPCs nodded vigorously. She continued, "Our sister Xia is summoning us. Should we not hasten to Cliff City at the fastest pace?" The NPCs nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the aircraft executed a sharp 90-degree turn, causing all standing NPCs to collapse to the ground. Those who regained their composure began to heave, desperately shaking their heads. "No, I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna faint first. Just knock me out. Shin Jiayun feigned deafness, convinced that as long as the NPCs did not succumb to vomiting, all was well. Did they think everyone had the privilege of riding in her Cliff City chariot? It had been said before, Professor Shin's time is precious, and her health invaluable. How could she be relegated to the role of a mere driver? Ahead loomed another mountain. With a swift turn, the aircraft skimmed the mountainside, performing a maneuver akin to drifting on land. Magnificent. The prowess of her skills had not diminished. Shin Jiayun couldn't help but praise herself. In the days before mechas, she had engaged in aerial combat while piloting aircraft. Today, she rediscovered that exhilarating sensation. In truth, her speed could be even greater. The wind could be even more exhilarating. The NPCs from Team U struggled to rise, gazing at Shin Jiayun with pleading eyes. What do you want? What will it take for you to spare us? Oh, dear ancestor, if there is anything troubling you, please share it with us. We are truly frightened of you. Please stop tormenting us. The fallen NPCs groaned in despair, unable to escape nor faint. Shin Jiayun, gripping the steering wheel, momentarily paused. Was there such a delightful aspect to piloting an aircraft? She blinked and earnestly replied. I desire a mech. If you provide me with one, I shall disdain flying this child's toy of an aircraft. No way. This time, the opportunity to pilot the mech belongs to me. And me. You just piloted a mech yesterday. Today, you have no stake in it. Several NPCs shook their heads in dissent. Shin Jiayun pouted defiantly and declared, if you want to grant it, so be it. I shall indulge myself with this aircraft. With that, she increased the aircraft's energy output. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. She also remembered to open the ventilation window beside her. Instantly, the wind rushed in, forcefully propelling the NPCs from the front of the aircraft to the back. One unfortunate soul was even hurled against the ceiling, clinging desperately. Stop, stop. This is life-threatening. Just give her the mech. They could not vomit. With a smirk, Shin Jiayun spotted another mountain and shouted, do not distract me. We're about to crash. Do not impede my operation. Sister Xia is calling for us. Here, the mech is yours. Just stop, pleaded one NPC. Yes, do not compete with her. I'll give you mine too. Upon reaching the Cliff City, the other NPCs urged the captain to provide her with a mech. Shin Jiayun's lips curled into a high smile, contemplating that she might require 2 mechs. 3 more NPCs, having neglected to fasten their seatbelts, were swept onto the top of the aircraft. Take it, give it to her. Shin Jiayun turned to them innocently, saying, isn't this rather inappropriate? If I monopolize 2 mechs, others might raise objections. She then accelerated vehemently, careening towards a nearby mountain, executing a daring 360-degree spin in midair twice. The NPCs were left in disarray, exclaiming, we won't object. Just spare us. You can have 3 mechs if you wish. We implore you. Shin Jiayun's smile widened, albeit with feigned reluctance. Since you all are so eager to grant me mechs, I cannot bear to disappoint you. I accept. She decelerated the aircraft, maneuvering around the nearby mountain, leisurely reaching for her holographic device to message her teammates. I am your ancestor. Ahem, I've discovered that my personal charm is rather overwhelming. What do you think I should do? I am not Xiada. How so? For instance? Not pretending, just surnamed Zhuang. Have you become self-absorbed again? Money, 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 money. Li Shuama, you think Xiaoyun is self-absorbed? I have always considered her excessively modest. Look again, it will cost you your life. Zhu Yuanyao, may I ask what transpired? Shin Jiayun gazed at the encroaching NPCs and extended a hand. Are you all so eager to provide me with mechs? I feel rather embarrassed. The NPC in charge of the mechs, a girl with medium-length hair, appeared quite pale at this moment. She promptly produced 3 mech tokens, decisively placing them in Shin Jiayun's hand. Shin Jiayun selected 2 of them, pushing the remaining 1 back towards her. 2 will suffice. Having acquired your mechs, the gentle little ancestor shall now be at your service. The NPCs displayed visible trepidation. Was she a devil? She had taken the mechs and was still to pilot the aircraft? Who had just relinquished the pilot's seat to this devil? Shin Jiayun leaned against her chair, amused. Rest assured, this time I shall pilot it well. I won't make you uncomfortable. Return to your seats. Do not disrupt my mood. If I feel ill at ease, I might be tempted to fly recklessly again. Trembling, the NPCs returned to their positions, cautiously observing the person at the helm. Shin Jiayun tucked the 2 mech tokens into her battlesuit pocket. Only then did she have the leisure to respond to her teammates' messages. I am your ancestor. It's nothing much. The NPCs here were begging to give me 3 mechs. I felt quite embarrassed. How could I take 3 mechs for myself? Thus, after much persuasion, they reluctantly agreed to allow me to take just 1 less. Sigh, always troubled by my overwhelming charm. Do you understand my plight? Not pretending. Just surnamed Zhuang. What did you say? You managed to acquire 2 mechs? I find myself nearly on my knees, polishing my team leader's shoes, imploring him to grant me a mech, yet he remains obstinate. Have you perhaps seized your own team? Or uncovered some clandestine secret of the NPCs, which compels them to bestow their mechs upon you? I am not the one from Summer. Just moments ago, I was beseeching my team leader for a mech. He insisted that I only piloted a mech yesterday, and today it is the turn of other team members. So he resolutely denied my request. The allure of our Xiaoyun is undeniable. She effortlessly acquired 2 mechs at once. Observing further, one might exclaim, you have truly outdone yourself. I currently possess 2 mechs, Suinyo has 1, and you have 2 as well. Thus, our team is well equipped. I do not pretend. I merely bear the surname Zhuang. Do I appear to you as one who would resort to robbery? I have always relied on reason, ability, and charm to persuade others. After those NPCs yielded their mechs to me, they now wear expressions of utter delight. Shin Jiayun turned to the sorrowful-faced NPCs and said, why not smile, dear friends? Do you prefer the previous piloting style? Do you yearn for that speed? Your long faces suggest dissatisfaction with our current course. The NPCs, fearing a relapse into Shun Jiyun's previous grievances, quickly raised their corners of their mouths into a forced grin, their smiles oozing flattery, content with their compliance. Shen Jiayun captured a photograph of the group and shared it in the chat to substantiate her claims. Do you see? They are all beaming as if they've struck gold. Is this the demeanor of those coerced? I have stated it clearly. It is my personal charm that has conquered them. I, your ancestor, never lie unless compensated. I stand corrected. They truly are merry. Xiaoyan, you are remarkable. Do remember to reserve a mech for me. When Xiaoyan takes the lead, she is worth two of us. We must still rely on her in times of need. Agreed. For the next competition, do not forget to don my support attire. I shall continue to elevate you all. Today, Shen Jiayun adorned not the system-generated attire, but her personal support outfit. Following the last competition, she realized her focus should not solely rest on the mech system. The system generates profit, and so does her support outfit. Thus, prior to the match, she deliberately changed into her support gear. Now, she is a walking advertisement. Regrettably, she had urged her teammates to don her support attire, but they hesitated, finding excuses to scurry to the restroom. Shouldn't TA team present a unified front? They failed to grasp her spirit of solidarity. At this moment, Xia Xingyu and the others, upon reading Shen Jiayun's final remark, fell into silence. Xia Xingyu's fingers tapped hesitantly on the communicator, laboriously crafting a message, only to swiftly delete it. No. She simply could not yet come to terms with Xiaoyan's dazzling support attire. Li Xuema blinked and then cleared her throat, shutting off the communicator. She was quite busy, needing to engage in battles against the alien beasts to earn points. Zhuang Yuezha simply scratched his head. Alas, having just inquired about the mecha from Xiaoyan, he pondered whether it would be inappropriate if she refused. He stared at the message Xiaoyan had sent on the communicator, filled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, the audience on StarNet was astounded by how effortlessly Shun Jiayun secured the mecha. I have never seen NPCs so accommodating. These NPCs are not merely agreeable. They have been duped by someone claiming to be your ancestor. It's a sight to behold. I've never witnessed anyone tricking NPCs before. These NPCs have encountered their nemesis. Let us not spread rumors. Our ancestors are of noble character. Who has witnessed her deceive an NPC? Clearly, the NPCs willingly offered assistance. As a resident of the Central Star system, I recall that acquiring a mecha typically required the elimination of NPCs. No one informed me that one could simply request items from NPCs. The Central Star system's version is somewhat outdated. Killing NPCs is no longer in vogue. I must say, your ancestor treads an unconventional path. Those gathered at Blizzard are still deliberating whether to eliminate NPCs. The X-Flame team has already amassed enough mechas. Indeed, as long as one pilots skillfully, treasures can be procured from NPCs. I have learned something new. I shall practice my skills immediately. I specialize in artifact research. And I must caution everyone that antique flying devices are not so simplistic. If you wish to emulate your ancestor, you must select the right flying apparatus. Particularly the antique ones. I shan't converse further. I am off to acquire an antique flying device for practice. The historical records from the last match were simply outmatched by you all. This time, I shall be wiser. Subsequently, some collectors of antique flying devices noticed a sudden surge in inquiries on their secondary trading accounts. Some collectors, fearing that the value of their items might rise and not wanting to sell at a loss, chose to withdraw their items from sale. This left many netizens with no choice but to post bounties, offering generous sums for antique flying devices. On another front, once Shen Jiayun entered the map, Ding Qingyu and Deng Yilin became preoccupied. For some unknown reason, as soon as Shen Jiayun commenced her competition, the clientele for her account increased. Ding Qingyu felt fortunate that he had acted swiftly, spending lavishly to invite Deng Yilin overnight. Otherwise, he would have found himself ensnared in endless sales, unable to review the team's performance as he had in the previous match. At this moment, Deng Yilin was completely engrossed. She gazed at the support outfits showcased on Shun Jiayun's social media, perplexed. In her previous club, support outfits were always designed by renowned designers. If any design had even the slightest flaw, the online community would criticize it mercilessly, comparing that to Shun Jiayun's designs. If they had been presented at her former club, they would have been swiftly taken down. Yet now, astonishingly, the sales of those artistically crafted support outfits paled in comparison to those designed in an advertising style by Shen Jiayun. Deng Yilin was compelled to reconsider Captain Deng's assertion that Shun Jiayun's situation was indeed unique, and she found herself somewhat bewildered. Chapter 210, Low Stakes, High Returns. Yet unreachable, Deng Yilin shook her head. For now, she needed to focus on her work. She turned to Captain Ding Qingyu and said, Captain Ding, given the current trend in sales growth, our stock of support outfits may prove insufficient. Have we contacted the manufacturer for additional supplies? What? The inventory is running low again. Ding Qingyu scratched his head. Hadn't he just adjusted the stock yesterday? This time, it wasn't just the fans making purchases. Many were netizens who had watched the match. They found the design of the support outfit to be perfectly aligned with the aesthetics of the combat suits worn by the flying machines. Wearing it while piloting made one appear incredibly cool, dazzling, and eye-catching. They claimed that donning it made them as striking and charismatic as their ancestors, exuding an undeniable aura. Deng Yilin earnestly recited the words sent by the customers. Ding Qingyu was left speechless as he opened Xiaoyan's account to check. The new inquiries were from customers adorned in vibrant attire, their avatars resembling a lineup of colorful fire-haired youths, sporting hair in shades of red, blue, or green, whatever was most dazzling. In any case, the support outfits could easily complement their flamboyant styles. Even more absurdly, some wanted custom outfits that glowed, ideally matching their hair with green or red lights. Astonishingly, there were compliments on Xiaoyun's exquisite taste, suggesting that her flamboyant piloting style accentuated the outfit's appeal. Even her features, once blurred by the system, seemed to radiate charm. Ding Qingyu pondered, am I falling behind the times? I had no idea that clothing could be so captivating. Were we simply not reaching the appropriate customer base previously, or have we consistently overlooked the needs of niche groups? Deng Yilin fell silent, reflecting on Captain Ding's words. It seemed she too was struggling to keep pace with the times. She gazed at the holographic image of Shun Xiaoyun piloting the flying machine. Upon closer inspection, the outfit didn't appear unattractive at all. In the competition, Shun Xiaoyun had showcased extraordinary piloting skills, maneuvering near Cliff City. This place, more accurately described as a mining area than a city, was marked by vast craters, some yellow, some black, varying in depth from 10 to several dozen meters. The once mountainous Cliff City now had few hills remaining. Winds swept through, stirring up clouds of dust and debris that aggressively occupied the region. The sandstorm obscured her view ahead, prompting Shun Xiaoyun to ascend higher in the flying machine. Yet, the situation remained unclear. She piloted the craft through the swirling dust. At that moment, her communicator vibrated with a message from Li Xiuama, inviting her to a voice call. Shun Xiaoyun answered promptly. Xiaoyun, fly lower near Cliff City. You need to adjust the height of your machine. A small squadron was just shot down, and many lives were lost. Li Xiuama gasped. Just as she spoke, she spotted a blue, 15-meter-long eagle beast soaring towards her from the high sky. Without hesitation, Li Xiuama maneuvered her mech to launch an attack. However, the Nine Heavens blue eagle deftly turned mid-air, its massive wings sweeping through, sending ground vehicles and NPCs flying. Help! The destructive power of the Nine Heavens blue eagle is immense. Wherever it soars, it conjures up fierce whirlwinds. Workers sheltered within buildings are swept into the sky. Several flying vessels ascend to confront the blue eagle, attempting to divert its attention. Not far away, more blue eagles approach. Li Suimuo inhaled sharply, cautioning, be wary. Anything in the high altitudes could provoke the wrath of the blue eagle beasts. They are formidable adversaries, nearly impossible to defeat. Upon finishing her warning, she propelled her mech forward with fervor. Shun Xiaoyun nodded, glancing back at the NPCs seated calmly. It is perilous ahead. Shall I set you down here? She inquired. What is danger? Aren't we, the 302nd Battalion, drawn to peril? One NPC retorted boldly. We may be in danger, but the workers of Yashan City face a greater threat. Supporting Yashan City is our duty. There isn't a coward among the 302nd. Sister Xia is waiting for us. We must advance, we must enter. If you dare flee, we shall take you down, declared an NPC, previously fearful of nausea, now filled with righteous indignation as two others brandished their weapons, aiming directly at Shun Xiaoyun's forehead. With a sigh, she reflected on how realistic the map truly was. She picked up a roster from the cockpit detailing the members of the 302nd, Team 06, Li Xiaopi, 18 years old, 5 years of service, Yu Jing, 25 years old, 10 years of service, Su Ji, 28 years old, 15 years of service, Mi Duo, 23 years old, 7 years of service, Hu Lu, 16 years old, 3 years of service. She traced her fingers over each name, recalling how, after the last battle, Sister Xia had tearfully bestowed upon her over 1,000,000 star coins. Sister Xia had always been a resilient individual. It had been long since Shun Xiaoyun had seen her eyes glisten with tears. She remembered Sister Xia's hoarse voice. They all knew they might perish, yet they still came. Xiaoyun, the mechs have already been developed. Why then do so many still die? I can't control others, but I can protect the members of the 302nd. Xiaoyun, I give you 1 year. I want the mechs to be universal within the 302nd by then. I will not wait for funding from above. I will safeguard the 302nd. Tell me what you need, materials, equipment, funds. Shun Xiaoyun flicked the paper in her hand and turned to the NPCs behind her. They were all fearful of pain and sickness, yet unafraid of death. This was the inherited folly of the 302nd. History cannot be altered, nor can it be changed within the confines of the map. Brace yourselves, secure your weapons. Shun Xiaoyun gently instructed as she turned back. Despite knowing they were mere NPCs, she felt a twinge of compassion. Without waiting for their responses, she abruptly accelerated the flying vessel. The NPCs were tossed about once more, yet this time, no one protested. As Shun Xiaoyun glanced at the roster, some online viewers, recalling her previous competition and her knack for uncovering hidden treasures, speculated that her interest in certain elements was not without reason. Anxious not to miss out on potential treasures, these idle netizens immediately began searching for the names of the NPCs on the Star Network. A minute later, these netizens grimaced as they sent out bullet comments. Do you know? That list is the death registrar of the Grim Reaper. Li Xiaopi, Yu Jing, Su Ji, Mi Duo, and Hu Lv have all perished. I shouldn't have been so curious about this part of history. I thought there might be some hidden treasures or special gifts from Shurqin or Xiao Wangquan. Who knew it would turn out to be a register of the deceased? Oh no, I just checked too. Everyone on that vessel has sacrificed their lives. The one with the bump on his head, and those 2 NPCs hanging from the flying machine, they have all died. Did the young Hu Lv also perish? He was only 16. He should still be in high school, yet he has already served for 3 years. What will happen to his family? They are all gone. This list is indeed the Grim Reaper's death registrar. Historical records indicate that their craft was pierced by the Nine Heavens blue eagle beast, resulting in an explosion that left no remains. There are no families. Those on the list are all orphans, and only this map bears witness to their existence. So, is this why your ancestor was reluctant to bring them into the city? Damn, they are younger than I am. Don't fly anymore, stop now. Don't go to your deaths. Stop, don't fly, don't fly. The aircraft streaked across the yellow-gray sky, swiftly entering Cliff City. Shen Jiayan gazed at the circling 9 Heavens Blue Eagle. She then turned her attention to the dozen or so first-generation Zero mechas pursuing on the ground. The mechas continuously aimed and fired at the sky. Some struck true, while others missed due to the distance. The energy chambers of the first-generation Zero mechas were relatively small, insufficient to support prolonged aerial flight. Flying low, the distances between both parties widened. The 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beast was incredibly swift. And coupled with the swirling clouds of dust, visibility was severely impaired. How could they attack? Hitting low to strike high was even more futile. The communication line remained open. And at that moment, Li Shuema's anxious voice crackled through the earpiece. Xiaoyan, is the 6th aircraft yours? You need to fly lower. The 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beast has already noticed you. Don't you have a mecha? Find a place to land and engage the 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beast with it. Xiaoyan, have you already reached Cliff City? Aren't you the farthest from it? You've arrived faster than we did. I still have 10 minutes to fly. No, I need to urge this NPC to speed up. Zhuang Yuezha had also joined the communication at some point. Shen Jiayan squinted at the 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beast ahead. How many of the 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beasts have you managed to take down after all this time? She unloaded the firearm she had been carrying and gently positioned it beside the attack port of the aircraft. She ran her fingers over the somewhat rough metal casing of the gun and murmured, not enough yet. She recalled that this antique aircraft seemed to be equipped with a bombardment system as well. It appeared that aerial combat would need to commence first. Aside from Xia Laozu bringing one down, we Haven team managed to hit a single one, Li Shuema replied somewhat sheepishly. The Eagle decision is notoriously difficult, being the map where draws occur most frequently. Due to the frequent occurrence of both teams scoring 0 points, a melodious voice belonging to Zhu Yuanyao resonated. I have also reached Cliff City. Xia Xingyu dashed through the debris of collapsed buildings. The flying vehicle she was aboard halted just outside the city, compelling her to sprint in from the exterior. Zhu Yuanyao responded, I will mark a location for you. Wait there for me, and I will come to find you shortly. Members of the Blizzard Gathering team had also infiltrated Cliff City. Blizzard Gathering team member Zhang Zhang. Captain, I disembarked from the flying vehicle and seized a mech. I am now in Cliff City, but it is perilous here. I cannot contend with the 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beast alone. Please hurry to my aid. The captain of Blizzard Gathering, Xie was about to deal with the NPC who had taken the mech when he paused upon reading his team member's message. Blizzard Gathering Captain Xie, how could you possibly defeat the 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beast on your own? The battle plan remains unchanged. Our primary objective is still to keep a close watch on I Am Your Ancestor. Therefore, your current task is to locate I Am Your Ancestor. Remember, the mech with the flashiest skin that has been continuously advertising is her. Blizzard Gathering team member Bao Bao, the captain is right. Anyone who has witnessed I Am Your Ancestor in action knows she relishes the opportunity to promote herself. She will certainly not miss this chance to advertise. Blizzard Gathering team member Zhang Zhang. Rest assured, Captain, the moment she shows herself, my weapon will be aimed at her. Blizzard Gathering team member Sang Guan. Understood. Captain, I am also in Cliff City. I will find her. Blizzard Gathering Captain Xie. Ahem, does anyone have an extra mech? My squad leader is a bit stubborn and challenging to manage. Blizzard Gathering team member Sang Guan. Captain. Blizzard Gathering Captain Xie. Sang Guan. What do you want? Speak up, finish your message. Blizzard Gathering team member Sang Guan. Captain, I believe I just saw something flying a falcon. However, I think my vision is blurred. The dust is swirling here, and visibility is low. Besides, this is the 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beast. Who would dare approach it? Blizzard Gathering team member Zhang Zhang. No, your eyesight is fine. I saw it too. It's a flying craft. A vessel is flying a falcon. In the sky, a 9 Heavens Blue Eagle was wildly flapping its wings, stirring up whirlwinds. It relentlessly assailed a towering building below, while howling in delight. It let out a triumphant screech. The people inside the building were swept away like chaff. Even those clinging to the window ledges were blown out. Atop the building stood a mech adorned in purple and rose gold patterns. The mech surged against the wind, its cannons continuously firing. The 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beast was cunning, instantly soaring to a distant point. Stop it. Do not allow it to approach the designated area. Charge with me. Shen Jiayan heard the somewhat hoarse voice of Xia Fupawa in her earpiece. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the purple and rose gold mech atop the building. That was the second mech she had created in her previous life, belonging to Xia Fupawa, the rose gold. It still shone with the same dazzling brilliance. Shen Jiayan couldn't help but smile. Wang Qin, we are once again to fight side by side. She glanced at the NPCs behind her and commanded, don't feign on me. Even if you do, you must pull the trigger. With that, she turned the steering wheel, directing the hovering aircraft toward the majestic 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beast. The crimson-painted vessel pierced through the cumulus clouds at a sharp angle, trailing a white vaporous line behind it. Shen Jiayan fixated on the beast, her subordinates unceasingly executing their tasks. The aircraft ascended higher and higher, finally pinning the 9 Heavens Blue Eagle beast beneath it. Fire! Shen Jiayan shouted through clenched teeth, despite knowing the futility of her efforts. She urged them to unleash their pent-up fury. Let this be a tribute to your indomitable spirits. P.S. I will take a day off each month, and will not update on the last day of the month. Just letting everyone know, no need to wait today. By the way, I've noticed many of you criticized the opening chapter. I would like to ask, what specifically is lacking, and how might it be improved? The author's backend shows the completion rate for each chapter, and my second chapter received a failing score, lower than Xia Xingyu's 59. Hence, I am contemplating ways to enhance the data. Do you have any suggestions or topics that you particularly enjoy in the first chapter? How can I retain readers? I've revised the first chapter multiple times, yet the data remains stagnant. While Xingyu has passed, I continue to falter. Chapter 211. Pay with your life. Strike it down. Let it perish. The NPCs aboard the aircraft echoed with fervent cries, their voices surging like waves. They were filled with rage and defiance. The spirits of the fallen refusing to bow. Shun Jiayun's gaze hardened. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other pressed the trigger of her firearm. The thunderous explosions echoed through the air as shells detonated like fireballs against the tail of the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle beast. The beast, enraged, flapped its wings in an attempt to evade the onslaught, creating gusts of wind that could not affect the red aircraft above. It charged fiercely toward the vessel. You worthless creature, come on. Shen Jiayun's lips were pressed tightly together, her hands never faltering. She was unafraid. The aircraft executed a maneuver, narrowly avoiding the beast's tail. Below, Xia Xingyu and Zhu Yuanyao had just converged. They were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the aircraft battling the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle beast in the sky. Xia Xingyu, recalling the earlier voice of Xiao Yun, excitedly inquired, Xiao Yun, are you piloting that aircraft up there? The aerial vessel unleashed an overwhelming barrage. Even the formidable Nine Heavens Blue Eagle beast was engulfed in flames. However, the beast's blood appeared thick. It continued to resist, relentlessly attempting to tear apart the aircraft with its claws. The pursued aircraft danced in and out of reach, as if taunting the beast. Showing no concern of being shot down, the pilot was truly remarkable. Is it really possible to maneuver the aircraft like that? Zhu Yuanyao exclaimed in awe. It is utterly absurd that the avian monstrosities of the Sky Sovereign are unable to catch a human-piloted aircraft in the aerial domain. Xiao Yun is in the 6th Division, and the aircraft bears the designation 06, her very own vessel. Li Shuima exclaimed with exuberance. She had been closely monitoring the happenings in the sky and had noticed the craft while it was traversing at low altitude. Not far from her, the mech adorned with crimson and purple hues was gazing skyward, engaged in a fierce struggle with the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle. The Nine Heavens Blue Eagle is notoriously difficult to combat. Aside from the imprecisions caused by environmental factors, its defenses are formidable. Li Shuima had indeed struck the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle, but her attacks often felt akin to striking a mere layer of air against its feathers. When the creature finally drew near, she tried to locate its vital points, only for it to deftly retreat. With her mech's energy reserves dwindling, she lacked the means to pursue it. Li Shuima watched as the red aircraft executed various angles mid-air, leaving behind intricate trails of exhaust that twisted and turned through the sky. Xiaoyan, who is piloting the craft. If it is you, are NPCs currently engaged in the attack? The points gained from NPCs do not count towards our score. Only the Nine Heavens Blue Eagles we defeat will yield points for us. Remember, the final blow must be delivered by someone from our team, Zhu Yuanyao cautioned, her intensity growing with each passing moment. Xiaoyan, catch me, lift me up. I will fight alongside you, as my mech is still with you, shouted Zhuang Yueza, who had just reached the city gate, leaping and waving his arms jubilantly. Shuama, are you ready? Shen Jiayun called out. There were still several Nine Heavens Blue Eagles wreaking havoc in the sky. Shen Jiayun, aware of her limited individual strength, had been relentlessly pursuing a larger specimen of the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle. After such prolonged engagement, she had discerned its weaknesses. When the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle vibrated its wings at high frequency, its body became enveloped in a layer of air. At that moment, even if munitions detonated upon it, the damage inflicted was minimal. However, its stamina was finite. It could not maintain such high-frequency flapping indefinitely. If she could disrupt its oscillation and strike at the base of its wings, it would be as if the Grim Reaper had seized its throat. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle abruptly changed direction. Its elongated wings fully extended, the feathers standing on end. It surged towards the red aircraft with alarming speed. As it neared, its golden talons aimed to rend the vessel apart. The aircraft was struck, and sparks flew as its metallic claws grazed the craft. Shuema, prepare for an attack. Shen Jiayun narrowed her eyes, her hands deftly maneuvering the controls. Under her direction, the aircraft wobbled as it veered towards Li Shuema, or rather, to the position of Xiao Wanjing. The charging Nine Heavens Blue Eagle seemed intent on retaliating for the earlier assault, pursuing relentlessly. Come on, continue to strike. Hit hard, Shen Jiayun murmured. The NPC behind continued to assault the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle beast. The aircraft plummeted at a sharp 90-degree angle, as if it had been shattered by the beast's attack. The white exhaust trailed behind, wavering and painting a chaotic wave, slowly giving way to dark gray smoke. The triumphant Nine Heavens Blue Eagle let out a long, echoing howl, its speed of pursuit accelerating. Blizzard Convergence, observing the once proud aircraft now being struck down, couldn't help but mock. The pilot's demise is regrettable. But what a pity for that NPC aboard the aircraft. Such incidents must have occurred throughout history, where a foolish ally led a squad to ruin. He lowered his head to send a message in the group chat. Blizzard Convergence, Zhang. The aircraft that was just flaunting is finished. Captain, once you enter the city, refrain from using your aircraft. The Nine Heavens Blue Eagle attacks all airborne entities. Blizzard Convergence CAU. I have already entered the city. I saw that aircraft. It seems to have been shot down. Everyone, be cautious. The Nine Heavens Blue Eagle is incredibly formidable. Do not expose yourselves. Our priority is to eliminate I am your ancestor. If possible, take out her other teammates as well. Blizzard Convergence team member Sangguan. Such a shame for that pilot NPC. With such exceptional piloting skills, they would surely win championships in aircraft competitions today. Blizzard Convergence Bao. It's unfortunate they weren't fortunate enough to live in peaceful times. If not for the map documenting everything, you wouldn't even feel sorry for them today. Xiao Yun, is your aircraft about to be destroyed? Goodness. Hurry and pilot your mecha to safety. Zhuang Yueza cried out anxiously at the sudden turn of events. Forget about those NPCs. Abandon the aircraft and run. Zhu Yuanyao echoed. The unfolding chaos in the sky led everyone to believe that Shun Jiayan's aircraft had come under attack. Li Shueming, who had just been reminded by Shun Jiayan to prepare for an attack, was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Should she launch an attack now to rescue Xiao Yun, or follow Xiao Yun's prior instructions to prepare for battle? The NPCs aboard the red aircraft repeated their earlier statements, as if history were echoing itself. Fight. Even if we die, we must fight. Xiao Pai, don't be afraid. Even if we are to perish, let us discharge every last round of ammunition. Yu Jing, I adore you. I am so happy to walk toward the end of life with you. Do not fear the pain. You finally confessed to me. Su Ji, I was actually assigned to Team 1. The day before yesterday, I asked Sister Xia to transfer me to Team 6. You know I don't feel pain. The NPC's barrage continued unabated. At that moment, the artillery fire shattered the clouds. The sky was awash in a chaotic blend of red, yellow, black, and gray. As if a palette of dyes had been overturned. The ferocious beast pursued the aircraft relentlessly, flapping its wings with all its might, stirring up a tempest below. The aircraft beneath was entirely at the mercy of the storm it created. The descending vessel fled in disarray, straining every nerve. Shun Jiayan gritted her teeth, maneuvering the aircraft while calculating wind speeds, guiding the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle downwards. Her mind raced with thoughts, calculating the distances in various directions. Recalling the attack speed of her companions, Li Shuema's fingers gripped the controls tightly as she focused on the descending aircraft, hastily inquiring, Xiaoyan, do you need me to rescue you? No need. I'm fine here. Just follow my instructions, came the reply. On the rooftop of a 30-story building, the mecha adorned with purple and gold rose patterns had its weapons trained on the direction of the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle beast. The pilot within resembled a predatory beast, poised to deliver a lethal strike at the opportune moment. Shun Jiayan observed her, understanding that she awaited that pivotal instant, yearning to unleash a thunderous assault. They had once fought side by side, their synergy unmatched, supporting and safeguarding one another. However, this time was different. This decisive blow could not be entrusted to her, but rather to her current teammates. Shun Jiayan glanced towards another rooftop, where Li Shuema, equally vigilant, watched the approaching Nine Heavens Blue Eagle beast with trepidation. Xiaoyan, what should I do? Should I attack now? I'm afraid I might miss. My accuracy isn't sufficient, she expressed anxiously. Without responding, Shun Jiayan meticulously adjusted the aircraft's descent. As they neared the two buildings, she inhaled deeply, casting one last glance at the relentlessly pursuing beast. Shuema, adjust the cannon to 80 degrees west and elevate the angle to 95 degrees. Follow my countdown to unleash all your attacks. Xia Xingyu and Zhu Yuanyao piloted their mecha, racing towards Li Shuema's position. Upon hearing Shun Jiayan's command, their anxious hearts eased slightly. Li Shuema swiftly aligned her weaponry as instructed. Gazing at the menacing Nine Heavens Blue Eagle beast in the sky, she nervously affirmed, I'm ready, following your lead. At that moment, the Nine Heavens Blue Eagle beast tore through the clouds, relentlessly pursuing the aircraft, its wing blades stirring a fierce storm that battered the craft below. It would not let the perpetrator of its earlier humiliation escape. The crimson aircraft fluttered like a kite severed from its string, swaying in the wind. Yet the cannon protruding from it continued to unleash a barrage of fire. The shriek of the wind, the thunderous